888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Aw, you didn't have to go so all out for my birthday.
Yes, we did. Because birthdays are about showing your friends how much you care for them and how grateful you are for their... This is Jamie from Progressive. No, this is a great time. Progressive protects you 24/7. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Jamie, can you hold on one second? I gotta take this call, but remember, birthdays are about togetherness.
Contact us 24/7 on the phone, online, or on the mobile app. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Good morning. In San Rafael, we're looking for partly cloudy today. Highs near 70.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up 6-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Let's see. It's Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's been ejected from the game. Klay is pointing to his ring finger, and he says, "I got 4," as he walks off.
First time Klay Thompson's ever been ejected. And no, baby, the Warriors get rolled last night in Phoenix, 134-105. And their defensive rating in the first half has just been atrocious. In the last 3 first halves, they've given up 70, 71, and 72 points. So defense right now is optional for the Golden State Warriors.
Optional or non-existent?
Non-existent. I guess that's the better word.
Yeah.
It's just not there.
Yeah.
They're just not trying.
Before we break down everything, just for a split second, It was a fun 3 quarters, give or take. Maybe 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
Really fun. The shot making, the intensity.
Just in general. I just thought the pace was really good.
Yep.
I thought the atmosphere was fun. It felt like DeAndre Ayton and Draymond were going at it before Book and Clay were going at it. And we'll definitely get into all of that.
Right.
I just enjoyed that. Like, that was a palate cleanser, and you had kind of tweeted that out beforehand. And then I flipped it on, and I was like, God, this is awesome. This is game 4.
Game 4. And look.
While Kawhi is sitting, the Warriors are out here literally trying to choke out the Phoenix Suns and vice versa.
And you know what? It was a fun game, and Phoenix wanted that game. You can tell. They have a lot to prove.
That was their Super Bowl. These 4 games against the Warriors, is it 4 or 6? I forget what it is. Because I know that they kind of redid the schedule a little. Whatever. This series in the regular season is life and death for them. Can we agree?
No doubt. Well, they have to, because they won 64 games last season, which is a franchise record for them. They flame out in the Western Conference semifinals. We heard from Eddie Johnson, the longtime color analyst of the Phoenix Suns yesterday, where he basically said, yeah, we had some things that happened, no excuses, but we're going to make an excuse on why we lost to the Dallas Mavericks. They were up 2-0. And here's the fact that Chris Paul, in the last 4 games of that series, averaged 9 points a game and 5 assists. He was all-time bad. All-time bad in the last 4 games as the Dallas Mavericks tried to pick on him in that series, and they did. They just cooked him. He's not the same defender.
In terms of playoff disappointments, like Peyton Manning was pretty disappointing, but he did win some Super Bowl, or went to a Super Bowl in his prime, lost the other Super Bowl in his prime to the New Orleans Saints, and then went back later on in his career. Like, he was pretty disappointed, but even he got the championship. Bonds, for the most part, was disappointing until the end, 2002. A-Rod, pretty disappointing until the end. But all those guys got rings.
Right.
CP3 might be one of the biggest consistent playoff flops of all time across sports.
And
it's like this thing like, well, we had COVID and that's what. No, he has literally a body of 15 plus years where he evaporates.
Yep, no doubt.
No doubt.
He either gets hurt, he either wears down.
Exactly.
Soft tissue issues, all that stuff. So the Warriors lose last night, and good morning, everybody. First of all, good morning, everybody out there on YouTube. Good morning to you guys. Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line, Matson, Lubman, Shasky. Good morning. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, plumbers, janitors, construction workers, teachers, cops, firefighters, people in traffic getting ready for work. Good morning to everybody out there as we break down the Warriors. We will get into the 49ers at some point today. Interesting Bill Barnwell article about the 49ers. And
Bill Barnwell.
Basically suggested that they keep Jimmy Garoppolo and trade Trey Lance. We'll break that stupidity down.
Between him, who's the other guy who's now on NBC? He switched. He used to be the fantasy guru.
Oh, Matthew Berry.
Yeah, so now he's on NBC. Both these guys, dog. Y'all got the ESPN tagline 10, 15 years ago. You got a zillion followers.
Right.
You're not good. Like, who's
I'm not going to lie. Matthew Berry, I'm hit or miss. He is good when it comes to fantasy. I don't care for all the stuff that he writes about, the daily stuff, but when his love and hate article about players playing against matchups.
But you and everyone else in your league is getting the same column. How is it an industry insight?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, if you're giving it to everybody.
I don't know. I got no problem with Matthew Berry. I got no problem with Bardwell. You know, it gives us content.
Like, at least Mel Kiper Jr. is like funny. You know what I mean?
No, he's
over the top funny.
Yeah,
these other upper crust, East Coast, Northeasterners, they're the worst. They are. Just come on, admit it. They're the worst.
Listen, Mel Kiper Jr.'s cooked too.
Yeah, but the guy eats a slice of pumpkin pie every single day. You gotta love that.
Dude, he's
completely kooky.
He's cooked.
He's the mad scientist.
Dude, he's been cooked for 15 years.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
He's stealing money. He's the
inventor of a genre.
Stealing money. The genre's passed him by. We talk about Shanahan evolving. Hey, Mel Kiper Jr., why didn't you evolve a little bit? You think Mel Kiper Jr. is really in his basement breaking out tape of these college all-stars?
No. I mean, this is no, but he invented the entire genre. I mean, he's got look, again, he's the grandfather of the draft, so I give him his respect.
All right, I give him respect.
But Bill Barnwell, just get out of here. Look at the guy's photo. You think he's breaking down Niner Tape Weekly? You think he knows who Diamond Lenore is? Like,
he does. I give him that.
I do not think he knows who Diamond. I do not think he knows who Diamond Lenore is.
I'll give him that. He does his research. I'll give him that. He does his research. I'll give him that. How can you say he doesn't?
How many
What do you base that off of?
Because this is where I get frustrated with the national stuff. Because the national media does not watch game in, game out, especially in the NFL. They don't watch every play. They might
you don't think he was watching Chiefs Niners?
No.
It was the game of possibly the week.
It was a 20-point blowout.
Yeah, but you don't think he was watching the Chiefs? You don't think everybody in the country is watching Patrick Mahomes?
Can you name the third cornerback for the Chiefs?
No, not right now. Not in front of me.
But that's my point. Like, we're drilled in.
But I'm not. That's not my business. That's not my lane. That's his lane.
I don't think he is.
I think Bill Barlow's knowledgeable.
The fact that you throw out a trade, and you'll get to it later. The fact you throw out a trade that ridiculous tells me you're not watching.
Well, I mean, he has this theory, and we'll get to it. Stately, 8 o'clock. Gary St. Jean, 8 o'clock.
I love when you cape up for him.
No, I'm just saying, you can't just do that.
No, I can't do that.
You can't, the guy's getting a big ESPN check. He knows who Yamador Lenore is. He better know.
Blue check doesn't mean correct.
No, it doesn't.
All right.
Hey, Matt's and love it. If Shasky got a blue check.
I don't want one. I want to be rogue. I'm underground.
If Shasky got a blue check.
I'm the Mac Dre of Twitter.
You telling me he wouldn't be pumping you wouldn't be puffing his chest out if Shasky got a blue check?
No, I don't think so. At least not publicly. He denounces Twitter too often to do that. Honestly, having a blue check stinks though, because anything you say, people are like, "Oh, blue checks just say anything."
Yeah.
Like I don't make money off having this, dude.
Right.
I'm still broke.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't do super follows?
No. I super follow David Lombardi, but that's it.
Oh, dude, when his fan fiction novel of Jimmy Garoppolo's career comes out, Jimmy will be better than Joe Montana.
Hey, David Lombardi's tweeting about the Warriors last night.
What did he say?
I don't know. He was saying, yeah, Clay, talk that talk. You got 4 rings.
Did he say call the fight?
Mike Florio, 8:30.
No way.
Mike Florio,
my
8:30.
favorite of the blue check mark Northeasterners.
Man. Oh, man. Is that what people say about me, Bonte? You're a blue check mark dummy. You blue check mark dummy.
You're a homer and a hater.
I'm everything. All right. We had a flex show in a moment. We'll get right back into the Warriors.
Yeah.
I got to share this because the Instagram users are getting more creative. We had a flex moment of the show yesterday saying, basically, Shanahan needs to evolve, right?
Uh-huh.
We get tagged every day in something.
I know. I kind of live for it.
I kind of live for it now. I live for the cloud emojis. I've never been called a cloud more in my life. Well, this guy.
You know what I want to be? I want to be the Joker now. I'm just going to evolve into Heath Ledger.
Dude, this guy, Drew_G_23.
Oh.
A lot of underscores.
Oh.
Both of you should evolve into better radio host. And I was like, I cracked up. I said, man, that's a good clap back. That's good. High five. It's a good clap back. What about the Suns? Did they clap back?
Dude, those purple jerseys are so sick.
The Barclays.
Can we agree? If one team's going to wear throwbacks, shouldn't the other?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, what are we doing? And I would do Thursdays or something like Throwback Thursdays.
Throwback Thursdays,
If I was the NBA, I would do something. Like, I know you have 8,000 jerseys.
You don't have
those
enough.
Purples are dope.
You don't have enough games on Thursdays? Because Thursday, you know
better than me.
Yeah, or Tuesdays. Tuesdays right now.
One of the 2 days.
But maybe a way back Wednesday.
I'm down with whatever. Like to
Flashback Friday.
To me, if one of the teams is going to wear a really cool old school throwback, I would like to see the other one in one as well.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like last night would have been a perfect example of the Warriors wearing their Run TMC era jerseys.
So we got a lot of this yesterday.
Go Ed Malloy! Oh, that guy. That guy. Okay, Draymond Green. Do we have the technical for Draymond Green? Draymond Green, TNT goes to it's almost like an NBA Live shot where it's like behind half court, if you will.
Yep.
And you see Draymond go to the rack. Now, look, nobody is more critical of Draymond Green and his demeanor with the referees than myself. But DeAndre Ayton kept giving it to Draymond, and I thought Draymond was playing super calm, cool, and collective in terms of his energy level and him not biting or taking the bait, if you will. And then Draymond does an and one, falls to the ground as hard and then slams the floor because he could have been hurt, and they don't give him the and one, and then they give him the quick technical, and I'm like, no, I'll defend Draymond on that. The officials lost control of that game in that sequence right there.
So
and then Steve Kerr got it.
In the third quarter alone.
That was ridiculous.
In the third quarter alone.
I'll defend him.
In the third quarter alone, there were 7 technical fouls called. 7 techs in the third quarter. Started with that Draymond Green and Steve Kerr tech with 10:18 left in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Then a couple minutes later, CP3 gets a tech. Chris Paul, 7:53 left in the third quarter. Then DeAndre Ayton gets a technical at the 7:24 mark, and then that's when we get Klay Thompson and everything going on with that. So let's hear from Steve Kerr about the technicals.
It's a different game, and I've been involved in so many games where there are a bunch of technicals where guys are unhappy or guys are, kind of losing control, including the coach. And so it happens.
I didn't even think Steve Kerr lost his mind. He was defending his guy.
He was defending his guy. It was a foul.
How many times have I been critical of Draymond Green getting attacked?
Yeah,
I will defend him. Yeah. He was in the right last night, and I didn't even think what he said or what he did warranted a technical.
And
then they called an and one on Wiggins, which there was. They were both fouls. That's the thing. To me, they were both fouls, and they called Wiggins on a little hip check on what's the guy? Not Cam Bridges. Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges.
Like a little and one, and he gets it up and under. And I'm thinking to myself, this is where players lose their mind because of the inconsistency on consecutive possessions.
I told you, basketball referees are the all-time worst. Tim Donaghy doc proved it. NBA refs are the all-time worst.
Did you know that Steiny said he's not going to watch that doc? He has no interest, because I was listening to the changeover yesterday. He says he has no interest in watching the doc, and I'm saying to myself, it's not about Donaghy. You need to watch that doc to understand.
Well, you know why? Because most of those refs are from around his hometown in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
It's like they grow up to be referees. And Steiny's dad was a referee. And Dan Dibley's a referee.
Is that the equivalent of growing up to want to be a meter maid?
Probably. The meter maids alone.
Well, because they're day ruiners.
But I've said this forever on 95.7 The Game. Who the hell grows up to want to be a referee? Imagine wanting to be the referee.
Well, when I do ref, I do take a lot of pride.
And call fouls and take the fun out of the game.
No, I think that there is an art to it. No, and I do believe the good referees. Yeah, there is, because good referees, when you coach and when you play, when you have the good ref. Like, for example, we have a guy in softball who refs at Moscone or umpires at Moscone exclusively, and this guy is one of the best because he's loud, he's authoritative. He doesn't get every call right, but he'll come over and be like, "Hey guys, I might have missed that one. My bad." Like he's a great umpire.
I got buddies as refs. I became close to a lot of referees, especially at the JUCO level. I still don't get why you want to be a ref. I still don't get it.
Because they love the game.
I still don't get it.
I'll take up for
him. Yeah, well, how are you going to cape up for him after just ripping them?
No, because there are certain ones that are egotistical.
You can't do that.
There are good and bad ones.
No. You can't flip-flop just that
like there's
quickly.
good and bad radio hosts, good and bad everything, good and bad lawyers.
There's a lot of bad referees. There's a lot of bad, but I don't get why you want to be a referee when people are cursing at you left and right. Players are cursing at you left and right.
Ed Malloy wants the spotlight. He lives for it. He lives for the camera zooming in on him,
Steiny won't watch that doc?
To someone.
Steiny won't watch that doc?
No. But again, you see
I hear from players. I talk to Festus, talk to Bully,
what they
talk
say.
to D. Wright. Come on, man. Referees are a joke.
Yeah, but what did they say about that doc? Because I'm watching that game last night, and I'm saying to myself, the referees lost control of that game.
Well, Mully told me about the Pacers-Knicks game. Remember when Grandma Ma hit the 4-point play?
Larry Johnson, number 2.
Apparently, I forget the name of the Indiana Pacers assistant coach at the time.
Oh.
He was going at it with the ref, whose name I forgot to. But Mully said they were going at it all game.
Okay.
And so when Grandma Ma hit the 4-point play, hit the 3 that was barely a foul.
Yes.
The referee looked at that assistant coach.
No, he did not.
And said, "And one."
No, he didn't.
And looked at him and flexed.
That's gangster.
Yeah, you don't tell me they don't take things personal.
Was he calling Donaghy at halftime, letting him know, I'm about to hit this and one?
Probably. You see how they did Iverson?
And
screw the referees,
and
man.
Scott Foster,
I'm sorry.
You know who the homie is? Ed Malloy.
Screw these refs. So ring night, after we all watch the Donaghy doc.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there in the tunnel, and it's the same tunnel the referees go through and come out of.
Yeah.
And Tony Brothers is just waiting there. And I look back. Catfish. And I'm like, there's Catfish. That crook. That dirty freaking crook. I mean, come on, man. These dudes, these referees. So yesterday, to my point, we had a free-flowing game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Warriors are getting cooked defensively. We're going to get into it all.
It's October.
It's 4th game of the season.
It's October 26th of 2022.
I don't need them ramping up defensively right now. It's all good.
The parade was July 1st or whatever.
Yeah,
like, come on, everyone. Take a deep breath.
It's all good. It's literally 4 months ago. But the referees went in that game in the third quarter, and they changed the tenor of the game.
Well, and
it's not about them. It's about the fans. It's about the viewers.
Will you give me this? If you put the referees to the side, I thought the difference in this game, Phoenix in the third quarter played much more locked-in individual defense on the perimeter, which denied dribble drive penetration. They were rotating better. They were communicating better. Their half-court defense was stellar in that third quarter.
It was, but especially once Clay got ejected.
Absolutely
Clay gets
agree.
ejected with 6:31 left.
Absolutely.
And the Suns immediately go on a 22-9 run.
Have you ever seen him get so discombobulated with another player?
Zach Collins, maybe. Remember Zach Collins before the All-Star break?
That's right.
2018-19?
But I don't remember him going down the court like he was going
I
at
think,
it.
and Steve Kerr touched on this, and I thought about this too. Klay Thompson, his minutes restriction has been a problem.
Okay.
He's not where he wants to be. He's struggling to start the season. He was 1 of 8 yesterday and 0 for 5 from the three-point line, missing wide open looks. He made a couple plays defensively. Defensively, I think he's where he needs to be. He could get a little better on that end. But
Book's a tough guard.
Book's a tough guard, but he made some plays. And I think he just got frustrated. And once Book started talking, he's like, you know what? Screw you. I've got 4 rings.
But it didn't look like Book was continuing to chatter, and Clay was. I mean, again, it was tough to see with the angle because his cheek was turned.
Right.
But it didn't feel like Book kept on enticing him. It felt like whatever he said, Clay was just unhinged.
Oh, yeah, he was unhinged.
I mean,
he was unhinged.
I don't want to get all like psychological here, but maybe he said something that triggered him. Maybe his performance. Maybe it was a combination of all those things.
Maybe
I've just never seen Clay react that way.
Clay's like, I'm not where I need to be, and I'm frustrated right now. And now this guy's talking, so I'm gonna keep chirping. And so for him to walk off the court and show him the rings, that was gangster. That was gangster.
Well,
and
that's because the studio gangsters of the the Phoenix Suns, the I've never won anything outside of Damian Lee Suns.
You want to hear DeAndre Ayton?
Oh, this guy.
Listen to this guy.
DeAndre Ayton, 100% was on HGH at 14 years old. The guy looks 40.
Listen to this guy talking about physicality.
Teams don't like that when you keep hitting people over and over, especially to the legal limit. People get frustrated and they complain to us, and the game got a little junky, but we stayed here, and I was really proud of that. That shows a lot of growth, because last year I think we would have kept going back and forth throughout that game right there. That was one of those games where them dudes wanted us to go back and forth with baskets, and they'll end up taking over the game later in the long stretch. So we definitely put them away.
Here's more Ayton.
Oh, I mean, I know we picked up some fouls, some technicals, even I did, but it was mainly just we're getting beaten up, and I just peeped that although it's an emotional game at the same time, we still got back to playing Suns basketball. Forgot about, calls didn't go, we didn't care, and we made it our game in a way. We made it our game, and we closed it out the right way. Couldn't close it no better.
So DeAndre Ayton, spokesman of the Phoenix Suns, now talking about physicality and playing to the legal limit.
Was he lifting while he was doing this interview?
Winners work!
Winners work.
Winners work!
I love that the Suns have won the Super Bowl. I love that their finals literally was last night. I love it. No, I legitimately love it. I want more of these kind of rivalry-type moments in the NBA.
Yeah,
but I want them for the Warriors specifically.
We got more sound.
My favorite part about all this, they're the ones who didn't hold up their end of the bargain last year.
Right.
And they're looking at the Warriors like, you took what was ours. Dog, you lost to a garbage Dallas Mavericks team.
We were waiting on you.
I mean, it was on you guys.
We were waiting on the Suns.
Oh, we got COVID.
We're waiting on them. They didn't make it. So here we are. We've got to use these regular season matchups to gauge the Phoenix Suns and the Golden State Warriors.
They're the superchargers of the 90s and the 2000s with Marty Schottenheimer. 15-1, bow out in the playoffs.
14-2.
There you go, 14-2.
Hey, don't say that around Lorenzo
Paul plays
Neal.
the role of LaDainian Tomlinson with the helmet on the head, visor, just staring off into the abyss in crunch
LT
time.
had a torn ACL, man. Why you getting on my guy, Hall of Famer?
I'll take
You're taking
LT
shots at
over Chris
everybody.
Paul. I'm just
except
saying.
the referees.
Well, the
I saw something on
referees.
YouTube. They said, growing up to want to be a referee is like growing up to want to be a snitch.
A stool pigeon. Singing.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by On Deck Small Business Loans. We'll continue to roll on this Warriors game. What is the problem defensively? Roasters. 888-957-9570. Anybody concerned about the defense? Defense. Not a thing with the Golden State Warriors right now. We'll get into that coming up on the other side.
Starting tomorrow, Steiny and Guru host The Executive Show. With Bob Myers and Sasa Pachulia.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
The Executive Show. Every week on Steiny and Guru.
Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion?
On 95.7 The Game.
Brought
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm, or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on, luxurious, I think I'm in heaven, spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period. At tanklessmadesimple.com.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Curry to throw it in to Looney. Clay 1 for 7 with the catch. Looks and finds Curry. Curry over the shoulder. Great pass to Looney for a flying dunk coming in from the left. What a pass by Curry.
He's had 2 beautiful passes for layups tonight.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
I will, Steph. I will. Steph Curry, 21, 8 and 7 last night in a losing effort. Steph's fine. Steph's fine. It's the first game of the season where he didn't score 30 points, but I thought he had it cooking. Ty Jerome, I don't get the fit there. Ty Jerome.
And then him making appearances before Kuminga. I know that they don't play the same position.
That's bugging me a little bit.
There's a lot going on there. I thought Wiseman had moments. Obviously, he needs to grow. I like that they're playing him because Looney gets the couple quick ones.
Quick ones.
Which, whatever. But then you put Wiseman out there. Guys, people out there, women, whoever. Wiseman's going to have stiff tests against the Jokic's, the Embiids, the DeAndre Aytons. Like, that's how he's going to get better. You don't get better playing on the remedial side of the court. You get better playing against the OGs.
Yep.
That's how you get better in basketball.
Yeah, James Wiseman had to come in early. Looney picked up his second foul at the 8:37 mark of the first quarter. So that's 3 minutes and 23 seconds into the game. Looney gets 2 fouls. Wiseman comes in. And look, they were already starting to get cooked on defense. Don't blame Wiseman for giving up 40 points in the first quarter.
Jordan Poole's communication on 3 different occasions, him and Steph Curry, and that's
weak side defensive Poole right now is just non-existent.
He turns and looks at the ball and then loses location of his man in the hoop, and the guy goes backdoor on him.
No doubt.
And then you saw him and Steph at one point. They were not like pointing fingers at each other, but they were clearly like, hey, we got to talk on this switch. And the number one thing is, guys, we got to communicate.
Got to communicate. You have to communicate. So Wiseman's, trial by fire. He finished around the rim, 5 of 8, 12 points. Offensively, not a problem. But if you can't clean things up defensively, and look, that was his 43rd game, 43rd regular season game.
For Wiseman?
For Wiseman. Jesus. Played 39 as a rookie, 4 so far this year.
43
games.
During the game, the area that he absolutely needs to clean up, for me, is spatial awareness on how much room to give a guy.
On the pick and roll?
Yes, and then when to close out. To me,
he's dropping way too far.
Well, I don't know what the principles are that they're being taught. Like, is he supposed to follow the roller of DeAndre Ayton on the Booker, Ayton pick and roll, or should he? I would like to see him clamp. Booker, get up into his space and force the ball out of his hands.
Yep.
The problem is they don't have a lot of size to combat DeAndre Ayton when he rolls to the hoop.
So
he killed them.
He killed them. He kills them all the time. And DeAndre Ayton had a double-double in the first half. This guy's averaged a double-double over the course of his career, 16 points, 14 rebounds last night, 5 offensive. So he gets to the paint. And we saw that last year when a team split the season series. When they force-fed to Ayton, the Suns had a lot of success against the Golden State Warriors.
He gets deep into the paint.
He gets deep.
And Draymond can't. He physically cannot stop him once he's about 6 feet away from the hoop. Because he can just turn around and shoot over him.
No doubt. So Wiseman's got a lot of work to do defensively. Only 3 rebounds last night.
I think the one thing, and look.
He's got to get stronger.
Forget Wiseman. Just throw Wiseman aside. First quarter defense. I want to have a legitimate conversation on this.
So, you know how many points they've given up? 40 against the Denver Nuggets. 36 against Sac. 37 last night.
So
tone setting.
Well, let me ask you this. You were referencing Klay Thompson's defense. I think it's been okay. I think right now, if you're asking me, what are his strengths? And again, it's a long season. He's got a long way to go. I don't know if guarding 2s right off the rip, like Booker, who's a very difficult guard for everyone in the league, I'm not sure that that's going to be a matchup that he could feast on like he used to. I'm not saying he's done. I'm just saying that's tough. Maybe you throw Wiggins on Booker to start games now because I'm looking at perimeter defense. Curry is not a great defender. No. I wouldn't say he's a complete liability. He's not great. And then Draymond Green in that matchup against Phoenix, to me, he's got to guard Ayton.
Well, Wiggins will guard Booker when it's all said and done. However, teams get to pick a role, they get to switch,
They're
and then they
get
get the matchup they want.
Yes, I agree.
I thought Clay did an okay job on Booker.
He ramped up in the third quarter.
I thought Moody did an excellent job on Booker.
That's where I'm
Career
going.
high three block shots. Moody looks like he's going to be a factor.
His lateral
he's ahead
quickness
of where Wiseman and Kuminga is.
Agreed. And his lateral quickness defensively and his ability to regroup and rotate, he's an excellent player for this team. He's 20.
20. So Moody.
20. Moody looks like a keeper.
I saw him get switched on to Chris Paul. Play very good defense out of Chris Paul. So Wiggins is going to get the assignment. I think Clay's starting to get back to where he needs to get to. And yeah, you have defensive liabilities, but teams are going to switch. They're going to get the matchup they want. They're going to pick a role. They're going to look for the matchup they want. They're going to try to get Curry on the Booker.
And Phoenix is uniquely skilled in that they have a lot of positionless type of players who move the ball well. That is one of the teams outside of the Warriors who pass the ball as well as anyone in the league.
But also, I look at Booker, I look at Bridges and Cam Johnson. You know where they're going to be.
Yes.
They're going to be in the
perimeter.
corners. In the corners.
Yeah.
To me, they're easier to guard. Which is why last year I feared Dallas a little more. Because they had Luka, and I was like, man, they got all these three-point shooters. They can slash a bit. I thought Phoenix is easier to guard because you know Devin Booker. Now, he's gotten better handling the basketball. He's got better. He's improved.
Facilitator.
Because he was mostly just ISO, clear it out. I got the ball. I'm going to run the shot clock down. He's gotten better in that aspect in where he's creating a lot more for other players. So D-Book is a problem. He's going to get buckets. Can you make it hard on him? Can you make him go 10 for 27 instead of maybe 14 of 23? You know what I'm saying?
Just
you want this guy shooting under 50%. So, look, he's a good player. Wiggins will guard him. We know that. But he's going to get his buckets. Transition defense. Worst in the league.
You got to get back.
Worst in the league right now.
Let me ask you that. Is that a byproduct of long missed shots and turnovers, or is that a byproduct of just pure laziness?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Because I think with the way that the league is trending, if you're going to shoot this many threes and you're going to play this up-tempo, you have to get back.
Well, I agree with Draymond Green here.
What's that?
On the level of commitment on the defensive end.
It's just not there. The commitment to defense isn't there. That's something that we have to be better at. It starts with me, and I'll make sure we get there. But right now, we're a decent offensive team and a bad defensive team. I don't expect that to be the case. I know that's something that we can change. We just got to commit to doing.
So getting back on defense, log rebounds, communicating, and you lost some veterans. The loss of Otto Porter Jr.
Yeah.
And the loss of Gary Payton II.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop Jordan Poole from staying in front of his man. I think everything starts with staying in front of your man, because once you start recovering, then what happens to that off-ball defender? They're looking at ball, guy goes back door, easy layup.
Jordan Poole has to get better, no doubt. But you got a lot of youngsters on that bench. Conversely, you look at the
very young.
You see the Phoenix Suns bench, and they got a lot of veterans on that bench.
Hey, look, Shamit's been in the league for quite some time,
right?
And
Shamit's been there. Torrey Craig's been there. Londale has been in the league for a few years.
Yeah.
So you look at the Warriors bench; they're inexperienced.
Londale thought he was hitting grand slams last night.
Oh my gosh!
Was he feeling himself?
Dude, let me see I hope the Phoenix Suns make it to a round with the Golden State Warriors.
Ends. Them losing before they face the Warriors. It always happens.
I need them to face the Warriors. I want to knock out Chris Paul one more time. One more time. I need one more Chris Paul exit.
Hey, by the way, when we do this, I'm going and I'm getting an Airbnb in Scottsdale. This is going to be, I can't wait for this playoff matchup.
Love Phoenix.
I do too.
Love Phoenix.
A lot of golf. Raven Golf Club, I'm coming.
A lot of sunshine.
Eddie Johnson, I'm coming.
Coach Hall. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall down in the 619. What's up, Coach Hall?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, I wake up and listen to y'all every morning down here in San Diego.
I appreciate that.
Man, so I appreciate
I love San Diego.
Thank you.
But, it's dope down here, man. Just getting my kids ready. Headed to practice here, morning practice. But, you guys touched on what Draymond just said in that press conference. I don't know if he's comfortable. I think ever since the incident, he looks kind of timid. I like his offensive game, but I feel like until he can be fiery like he once was, getting the trust back in the team and tear into these guys, I don't know how we're going to get committed on the defensive end.
That's interesting.
I just, sometimes they fall on deaf ears with Curry, but let Draymond be Draymond, man. Let's put that stuff behind us so he can tear into these guys, because can't nobody score with us. We're going to be fine.
Thanks, Coach Hall, for the call. That's a good point, because when Draymond Green got a ball stolen early in the first quarter, Jordan Poole, there was no communication, and Draymond looked over. In the back of my mind, I wondered, damn, if that incident didn't happen, would he have yelled at Poole? Would he have screamed at him? Would he have pointed a finger? Now, a lot of people get turned off by that stuff. But like I said to you, Shasky, he needs that fire to play with. Well, that's what makes Draymond.
I actually thought he was very composed because DeAndre Ayton kept hitting him in the chest with elbows and stuff right around the free throw line when he was guarding him, and I was like, old Draymond would have been triggered and gotten a technical before that, right? And then he ended up getting one on the and one. I don't notice, now that one play in particular, I don't remember that, but I didn't notice any dysfunction between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green on the offensive side of the ball.
Right.
It feels like they're on synergy. I will agree, he felt slightly reserved. I think we need more time and runway to understand.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like I'm not going to dissect every single thing. Let's
I
give
don't
it a
want
month
to,
or two.
but
I'm not saying
but
that you're doing that.
But I looked at that play and I was like, oh, okay.
I wasn't keen on that.
I mean, but he took 7 of 10 yesterday, 14 points, 8 rebounds. He was going to the cup. Draymond Green.
The pace out of the. I love the pace.
Early on, he was erratic. He was a little goofy with the basketball.
He threw a lob to Wiseman, and it was like, dude, shoot that layup.
He passed up a layup
but
on
he hit
another
a couple
play.
floaters, and that's what I want.
He got cooking there. But one thing I'm going to get into, we'll get into what something Barkley said, and also with Mike Brown up in Sacramento. Mike Brown's in Sacramento. We know Mike Brown basically ran the defense. Now it's been turned over to Kenny Atkinson and Chris DeMarco. It's a different voice now defensively. I wonder if he's getting to him. There's a lot going on here when it comes to the Warriors' defense because offense is not a problem. It's the defensive end. They got to get stops. And so far this season, they're not getting stops unless you play the LA Lakers.
Kenny Atkinson on the bench looks like he's an extra in Sopranos.
Yeah, he looks wild, huh? He looks wild.
Or in one of those overworked homicide detective movies.
He's an intense fella.
I love him.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. More Warriors talk and your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What is going on with the Warriors defense? We'll continue to talk about it here on The Roast.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
If you had told me after 7 weeks of the season that the 49ers would have the same record as the Washington Commanders and the Chicago Bears, I'd have gone to sleep. I don't even understand it. I don't understand it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barata. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Good box out by Poole on Damian Lee. He gets the rebound, sprints up the floor of the dribble, hesitation move, stops, spins, right hand floater.
He's feeling it.
Oh my goodness.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP Money.
It's a pool party.
Hey, you know what?
Money time! Money time! Money time! Money time!
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
I'm looking at some of these interviews that the Warriors did last night, and Kerr did it.
Why in the jail cell?
What is going on? They're up against like a brick wall.
Yeah.
Like it's literally looks like one of those old Wild Wild West movies where you're in, like where there's like a bar jail, and I'm trying to break one of these outlaws out. It looks like every interview the Warriors did was in a bunker for World War II.
Is it a hostage center or something?
What was going on?
Like you see the backdrop there. They didn't have the Warriors backdrop with the Warriors logo. I don't know if you could have put it. You see all the beat writers. You see kids are injured sitting in the front row like it's class, and they got the old folding chairs that look very uncomfortable. What the hell is going on at the football
It's like they're
center?
thrown in like the backup classroom that's like hasn't been used in 5 years or whatever.
It's like detention or something, right?
Breakfast Club?
Throw them to the dungeon. There's, that's where the champions go, I guess.
And the audio was terrible. The audio we were playing on TV was awful.
You're in a cement room with 50-foot ceilings.
Sacky's like, hey, you guys, this segment, let's react to what Jordan Poole has to say at the podium. And I'm listening. I'm like, dude, I can't even hear a word. It's like muffled. Suns, Phoenix.
You know what, though?
Defense.
You look dope, though.
Hey, I appreciate
that. That floral shirt was
appreciate that.
Real on point.
Appreciate that.
I mean that, you know?
Appreciate that.
It was on point like a machete.
And then when I got up from my nap.
I'm a Bonte guy.
What was that? Wait, what was that?
I'm a Bonte guy.
Where's that from?
You know what? There was a drop yesterday I wanted them to take where literally Guru said, Willard helped me.
He said Willard helped me yesterday?
At one point, and I wanted someone to
during the changeover?
Yeah.
He's getting dominated again?
Yeah, the changeover was great.
What
he went on this long rant about grown-ups wearing Halloween costumes.
Oh, yeah, Guru doesn't like that. As I was discussing with Fess, is what we should wear
Monte,
Sunday
isn't
on
that
the set. Halloween, you know what?
Is he really like an Ebenezer Scrooge? Like, who cares
really
if people
strange.
wear, like adults wear
why do you care?
Halloween costumes?
So Slick Rick, we'll get to you in a second. We'll talk about the Warriors defense.
I should dress up as Guru.
You should.
I know, Bonte.
So that would mean a
glasses
Argyle
indoors.
Argyle sweater.
The Jerusalem Cruisers.
You would have to wear a Cowboys jersey.
Yeah, that's fine. You have to wear jeans with sandals.
With no socks.
Yes, exactly.
Or you could wear the jeans, sandals, no socks, wife beater, tank top. I don't like saying wife beater.
I'm different.
But you know what I mean.
Yes.
The tank top.
Yeah.
The tank top. We don't dump that if you want.
Yeah.
Ladies, I'm not talking about beat
I know you weren't. I know you weren't. You're good.
So about and then the leather jacket. Leather jacket.
Oh, he's a leather jacket guy. So's my dad.
Yeah. It's old school.
Yeah, it is old school. Yeah.
But you know what?
Did have a point.
A good leather coat. Certain guys can rock it. Goo reminds me of someone who could rock it.
Yeah, he could rock it.
Yeah, absolutely. But he could rock a lot of things.
You know, the Halloween thing is interesting because at first I was like Guru. It's like, who's dressing up on Halloween? First time I ever dressed up, I was a gynecologist.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was.
How old are you?
I was 25.
You know, everybody says gynecologist like it sounds like a great job. I bet it's not.
It's probably not a bed.
I was going to say, because I bet there's some hazards to that job.
I bought it.
This is not good radio. We're not going to continue on with this.
No, we will continue on with this. Anna, hopefully you're asleep.
So you wore like a dentist jacket or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
you know the name of the dentist?
Yeah.
It was Dr. Felter Snatch. And so I had the wig.
You are submerging yourself in this segment.
So it was a great Halloween. Let me just say it was a great Halloween. Dressing up for Halloween is cool. I like dressing up for Halloween.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Well, are the Suns going to dress up as champions today?
Are they going to have fake Lombardis?
Well, they won their Super Bowl last night.
They're going to have fake Lombardis?
Tell me that
you like dressing up for Halloween?
I do.
Yeah,
it's fun.
You started the conversation.
Yeah, I know. It's fun. It's fun. I will have a costume on Monday. I don't know what. And just because that's who I am. I like to have fun. Don't be the curmudgeon who doesn't wear an outfit. I don't know. I find it fun. And if you're not into it, then you're not into it. That's you, whatever. Do what makes you feel comfortable. Watching that game last night, B, I couldn't help but think I really want this matchup in the playoffs because the style makes a beautiful brand of basketball to watch on TV. The ball movement, the explosion of going by somebody off the dribble, obviously seeing the defensive lockdown from the Phoenix Suns in the half court in the third quarter was awesome. But obviously, there is bad blood. CP3, there's bad blood. DeAndre Ayton, there's bad blood. Booker, Klay Thompson. I've never seen Klay Thompson react like that.
Yeah, he was hot. Let's get to Slick Rick because he's going to lead us into a conversation that I want to have here on the roast today before. Oh, we got King of the Hill with 6 minutes. 5 minutes. King of the Hill. Oh, it's coming. We got rankings. Slick Rick, what's happening? You're on the roast. Slick Rick.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up, baby?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
All right. So I just want to talk about James Wiseman. In the first half, he had 10 points. Just, he surprised me. I thought he was being dominant. Now, in the second half, I don't know what happened, but he only put up 2 points. I think he only had 3 boards total for the whole game.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of wondering, what happened? So I was listening to the second half on the radio, so I didn't exactly see.
Well, he barely played in the third. And they took him out in the third quarter, really quickly, because they went with a smaller lineup, which I was open to because you had to carve out of that lead after.
But that small lineup got dominated.
It did.
Small lineup got cooked towards the end of the first half and really allowed the Suns to get into a rhythm.
If there's one thing that they're either going to have to work through, get better at, or ditch completely, I'm not sure about Jermichael Green and Wiseman together.
Yeah.
That one is a little clunky.
I don't know about Kuminga and Wiseman together, but here's my
Kuminga's
beef.
not a 3 to me.
He's
Kuminga's a 4.
But Kuminga has to play.
No, I agree.
They've
As
gotta
a 4
fit-
or a small ball 5.
Something's got to give with Kuminga.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I've got to see him play.
I'm with you.
He's too raw, but he's talented. I got to see him play. He's athletic. He's maybe one of your most athletic players on the team.
But when in preseason, when they went to Kuminga Wiseman, it was Wiseman at the 5, Kuminga at the 4. When you had Jermichael Green out there, it just feels like you have multiple 4s out there, and it's clunky, and neither guy can really off the dribble set up for others. And I don't know, and it's just, and I'm not trying to rip JMG. Like I'm not trying to rip him right now. What I'm saying is that his fit cannot be alongside Wiseman right now, or they need to adjust.
You know, they're going to play Jermichael Green because he's a veteran, and Steve Kerr loves veterans. He does have the experience. But I do want to see more Wiseman Kuminga at the 4 or 5.
That's what I'm saying.
And right now, Wiseman, look, he's going to get picked on defensively. It is what it is. He's got to learn. Trial by fire. Trial by fire. You know, he's dropping too much on the pick and roll. Maybe he gets better by the game. I thought I saw some things yesterday with James Wiseman where he contested with his arms straight up and had good contest shots. He contested some good shots. He altered some shots.
He had a block on campaign.
Yeah, I saw some improvement. It's not going to be there overnight, though. Again, the guy's played 43 games. But I do think some of the problems with the second unit is you just don't know what combinations you're going to get.
And that's what you're working on now.
That's what you're working on now.
Agree.
And until Klay Thompson gets the green light to play his regular minutes, then all of a sudden we may see the second unit have Jordan Poole, Klay, Moody, Jordan Poole, Klay, Wiggins, Jordan Poole, Klay, Wiggins, Wiseman, Kuminga.
Right now, when you go to that second unit, they don't have a pure shooter out there that teams have to honor. Like Kenny Smith went to the Jumbotron. I don't know if you watched it during halftime. But basically, when you have great shooters on the perimeter, you reference obviously Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson.
Right.
And they're good shooters. I wouldn't say great, but they're very good.
You respect them.
Yes. And you have to stay home instead of help on defense. When Jordan Poole's attacking right now and you don't have another perimeter shooter out on the court with him, teams are doubling him and then forcing him into either a worse shot, a turnover, or the ball out of his hands, and they're settling for a worse shot from someone else. And so they need to have another shooter out there. That's why, and I know we obsess so much about starters and closers. To me, I would like to see Klay Thompson get some more minutes with that second unit.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. I'm with you on this.
We've been discussing this. We discussed it in the Sacramento game.
Yes.
I'm
with you on
yesterday.
this.
Having Klay alongside Jordan Poole, and I think
it'll get him going
Dante
too, right?
DiVincenzo, he didn't look too hot to me. You know what I'm saying? Like he's learning a new system. But defensively, I saw Bones Highland pick on him. Pick on him. I saw Sacramento at times pick on him.
He's thrown some bad turnovers,
and he's not hitting open threes.
Yeah,
he's not a great 3-point. He's not a great 3-point shooter.
No.
So teams are like, we'll suffocate Jordan Poole. We'll send the help over to Jordan Poole, make sure he doesn't get going, because the Denver Nuggets limited Jordan Poole to 5 shots.
Yeah.
He took 5 shots in that game. I know he had the 7 assists, but 5 shots is not enough for Jordan Poole.
No, I agree.
So they're sagging, they're helping on him, and they're saying, go ahead, Dante, shoot it. Go ahead, Jermichael Green, shoot it. You get Klay and Wiggins out there alongside Jordan Poole, I feel a lot better about that second unit.
I'm with you on that. And that's where I'm looking at it here and I'm saying, and I know everyone's like losing their minds about starters and closers, right? To me, I think I put Moody in a little earlier, give Klay a little earlier of a rest.
I agree.
Right? And then now Moody's running with, more of your primary guys. And then Klay is now running in the secondary. And more than anything, too, he's going up against inferior defense with that second unit. We need to get him going.
Yeah,
that's what I would be trying to do.
What do you think about this, what Barkley said yesterday on Inside the NBA? Barkley said something very interesting. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I would love to get your thoughts.
There was a time when Klay Thompson was the best two-way guard in the NBA, and he's not the same guy, and that's because of injuries. Now, is he done? No, I don't think he's done. I think he's slowing down and is catching up with him. That's why he's frustrated. I think the same thing with Draymond. I think he's slowing down. You saw in the finals, because his game is really dictated on energy. And once you get past 30, you start losing, especially if you're playing deep in the playoffs every year. That's why I said Steph got a lot more work to do now. Them young guys going to really have to step up, or this team is not going to win the championship if those young guys don't start carrying the team.
What do you think about that?
I think it would be foolish for any Warrior fan to not look at this situation and say, at minimum, you're seeing a slow deterioration.
Yep.
All right? At minimum. I think
Clay
that's
and Draymond.
Of course. That is to be expected. Clay is
Right.
32, coming off of 2 major injuries. Steph Curry fighting off Father Time is the outlier.
Right.
Okay?
It's Tom Brady. It's a LeBron. Yeah.
Bonte. And here's the thing with great players who start to diminish. Sometimes they fall off the map completely, like Peyton Manning at the very end, and it's just over, right?
Yep.
That does happen. For a lot of other guys, it's a slow drip. And what ends up happening is that they can draw and be great at times, not as consistent as they once were. And I think that's where we're at with Klay Thompson. He's right. He was one of the best two-way players in the game. I don't think he is that anymore. But what I do think he can be is an effective dagger shooter and at times can give you elite defense over a 5-minute span. Like, he's not going to give you that every night for 82 games like he used to. He was a Wolverine before. Now, he's got to pick and choose his spots.
No doubt.
I think that's a fair assessment.
It is fair.
And I don't think that's outlandish.
I saw something on the Steiny Guru Twitter page yesterday where they said a hot take. And Steiny was like, Wiggins is a better player right now than Klay Thompson. And I don't think that's a hot take.
No, I think that's a good take.
It's not a hot take at all. Wiggins is their most consistent player outside of Stephen Curry.
I agree. And defensively.
And defensively, he's now taking on the Klay role.
Absolutely.
But I think Klay could play well enough to where he's not barbecue chicken on defense.
No.
I don't think he's that.
Look, Ray Allen, okay, at the end of his, now this is at the end of his career, coming off the bench, there was no other deadlier player. Ray Allen used to be a guy who could take you off the dribble.
Dunk all over you.
Elite defender. I mean, Ray Allen was as complete a player as you're going to find in the NBA of the last 25 years, okay? But as he aged, his game evolved. And I think that Klay's game should and will evolve. And then the reality is, like, guys, just because you're getting paid a max doesn't mean you're still a max player. I mean, you see this all across the league.
And people are saying, he's been paid $40 million. Look, you paid the contract because you thought you paid him. You had to pay him that money, number one. He's coming off the ACL injury. We all assumed he would come back. The Achilles is a different story. When you suffer back-to-back injuries, that's tough. That's tough right there. But look, Klay, again, I thought defensively, he's right where he needs to be. He's getting better on that end. He's not food at all. He's still communicating. He's still staying in front of guys. And players like Booker tried to post him up one time. You cannot post up Klay Thompson because his lower body strength is back.
Yes.
You cannot post him up.
I think the evolution for him is going to be moving over to the 3 or the 4, depending on the matchup. And I do believe that you can throw him on more 3s and 4s defensively. They play positionless basketball to begin with, but with that starting unit, if Booker's the shooting guard, you just look around who they got. Wiggins is the guy.
Wiggins going to guard him.
In a playoff series.
Wiggins going to guard him.
I agree with you.
Wiggins going to guard him. By the way, Rooster IT, go watch some old Ray Allen highlights. Ray Allen used to posterize dudes. Ray Allen was that dude.
When he was at the Bucks.
Oh, my gosh.
That one little, like, blink.
Dude, Ray Allen was the truth. Trust me, youngster. Google, YouTube. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Real quick, before we get to King of the Hill, Draymond Green, I think defensively he's there.
Yes.
And we got to remember, he had a serious back injury last year.
Yes.
Serious back injury. Draymond, I'm seeing inspired basketball from him. Very inspired basketball. So Barkley's talking about the drop-off. Sure, there's a little bit of drop-off, but as they drop off physically with their skill set, their minds get wiser. And his mind is at an all-time high. Draymond's IQ defensively is still top-notch to me.
Well, and the beauty of when you have a team that just won the championship and you realize it's about the long play, you don't have to be excellent game in, game out of an 82-game season. You just don't. We need them to be good for those 25 games in the playoffs.
Right.
Like, that's really where we're at.
It's way too early to panic.
No, I'm not panicking.
No, I know you're not.
But there are definitely some things that I think they need to iron out. And part of the ironing out process, again, it's October, and the rotations will change throughout the year. What we think is good rotation in November will not be sustainable in February. We all see these guys get in and out. Just everyone take a deep breath about the second unit. Last year, Bielitsa Pizza was so hot and cold.
I know.
I mean,
we played B&B in the first 2 weeks of the season and didn't play until April.
And then come into the finals, he had that one moment,
Right.
and it was all worth it.
It was all good.
You know, and I'm not saying that's going to happen now, but what I'm saying is like the bench, everything's going to get tightened up, and they're going to tighten the screws.
Right.
They're going to play. If they played Phoenix in a real series, they're going to pick and roll Ayton right off the floor.
Dude, they're going to win in 5 or 6 games. They'll smoke the Suns. They'll smoke them. They'll destroy them. Relax.
I am really, really encouraged by Moses Moody.
Oh, my gosh.
I think we've
Moses
really
Moody?
undersold Moses Moody's ceiling.
You know the thing is with Moses is he never comes in and looks like the moment is too big.
No, and he attacks.
Steve Kerr threw him in game 2 of the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And the guy fit like a glove. I said, damn.
He was giving Booker fits.
Oh, he gave Booker a lot of problems.
I know.
And that's a nice little development.
When I referenced Paul George as a comp for him defensively, I'm starting to see the way he moves his feet and his length. And you know what he also has a really good job of understanding? Not leaving his feet and staying in front of the defender. Like on a team that drastically needs perimeter defense, he's a godsend.
Yeah, you know what? Moses Moody's going to play a lot this year. He's going to play a lot of career-high 3-block shots yesterday. But now we got a few minutes here. Let's get to the King of the Hill.
Let's do it.
This week's King of the Hill NFC rankings.
Sorry about that. You could edit that. My bad.
Gather round, all you fanatics of sports.
I was laughing. I had a skittle coming down my throat.
It's time for Lord Bonte of House Hill to decree the finest 8 football teams in all the NFC. For this is King of the Hill.
Bonte, you a nobody, my dude.
On 95.7 The Game.
I haven't seen Dame tweet in a while. Did Dame tweet during the Raiders game? What's Dame up to? Heard he's growing his hair out.
No.
I'm kidding. Okay, the guy's ball by choice. You don't mess with a dude like that.
Omar's coming.
Omar's coming. He loves his Raiders. Josh Jacobs running hard. 3 touchdowns last week. 3 TDs. All right, let's get to the King of the Hill rankings. We don't have an 8. We have a 7. And I kept the Niners at number 7.
Number 7.
Yeah, they got blown out by Kansas City, one of the best teams in the NFL. They're still hanging around 7.
Oh, boy.
They got leapfrogged by a couple teams. They got leapfrogged. Right now, they're 7.
Ribbit.
Prove it to me.
Bud. Why? Zer.
That was a great commercial.
It was.
It was a great commercial. I love those.
Number 6?
Number 6.
Number 6.
The Chicago Bears going to the Gillette Stadium and beating up on the Patriots 33-14. No, not Jay Cutler. It's Justin Fields, who everybody wants to torch on. Justin Fields, you one tough customer. That defense is flying around under Matt Eberflus. The Bears beat the Patriots. They're 3-4. Guess what? They beat the Niners, so that's why I got them ahead of the 49ers. That's right. They're no longer the weak-ass Bears.
Number 5. I got 5 on it.
Geno Smith and the Seattle Seahawks. Geno.
What is this?
I don't know what it is, but they went down to SoFi Stadium and worked the Chargers.
West Virginia.
Worked them. And you saw Geno screaming at the Chargers, bitch. Yeah, hell yeah. Y'all ordered me off, but I ain't right back. Let's go, Geno.
Who writes anymore?
Not too many people.
Penmanship is a lost art.
I still got, chicken scratch a little bit. That is sad. Nobody's going to write anymore. Like Baby Chance, she don't even know where cursive is. No. She's never going to know what cursive is.
Well, she'll know what cursing is.
But yeah, she definitely knows that. She's got a few of those in her arsenal.
Number 4.
Ooh.
Foe, like the faux hostman. Oh, God.
You like that?
You like that?
Give me my Arn Anderson. Ric Flair. I'm not going to say the other guy. Lex Luger. You know the other guy. You're terrible.
We're not supposed to say the B word.
You're terrible. Vikings. They're going to win the NFC North.
Yes.
I love their offense. Justin Jefferson's a stud. Kirk Cousins.
Oh.
Wow. Go figure. Kirk Cousins.
Right. Who do you got at number 3?
Number 3.
The New York Football Giants.
Oh, my goodness. This is an Eastern extravaganza.
Back-to-back weeks, New York Giants. 1 loss, and they go to Seattle this week. Big game in Seattle, Pacific Northwest. The Giants win that game with Daniel Jones. Game of the week. What if Odell Beckham Jr. does come back to the G-Men? Brian Daboll got it cooking in New York City. Big win against the Jaguars. They make the tackle at the 1-yard line. The end regulation against Christian Kirk. How about those New York Giants? All right, let's speed through number 2 and number 1.
Number 2.
Oh, yeah, it's the Dallas Cowboys. I was hoping they lost to the Lions. Jamal Williams fumbles going into the end zone for the lead, and then all hell broke loose for the Lions. Jared Goff started being Jared Goff, throwing picks all over the field. I can't stand the damn Cowboys, but they're good.
Hell yeah.
They're good.
I am number one. Who's number one?
Number one.
Fly, Eagles, fly. We got to get the words to that song. Fly, Eagles, fly. They're going to have home field advantage. They're going to be rolling into 2-1-5. They got the Phillies in the World Series.
I hate the Philadelphia.
They've got cheesesteaks coming off the grill.
Stop.
It's a great time to be a Philly fan.
Insufferable.
How about Howard Eskin?
Another saltine cracker.
Book him. He's never been happier.
Beef jerky.
All right, that's the King of the Hill rankings. Niners, Bears, Seahawks, Vikings, Giants, Cowboys, and Eagles. Got St. Lee coming up at 8 o'clock.
Didn't Howard Eskin write off the Phillies six times this year?
He always does. 8
It's
o'clock.
like you writing off the Rams last year. I'm never going to forget that.
They didn't win a game in November. They were cooked.
Until they weren't. I guess it was more like beef brisket where you slow cook it for many, many hours. It was not filet mignon.
Yeah, we saw that in the NFC Championship. Oh, yeah, we're cooked, Ponte. Watch this. We're going to invest in the Super Bowl in front of you and Joe Saski. Take that L back to San Francisco. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll get to a little Niners talk. It's something Bill Barwell said before we get to Gary St. Jean at 8 o'clock. Warriors talk was fun, though. We're going to get back into the Warriors because there's a lot to talk about there. They play the Miami Heat Thursday. Let's break, Lubman. Break.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Samson Ebukam here on 95.7 The Game. Does anyone get a worse holding call against him than Nick Bosa?
No. Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, Niner gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags. And stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart. And get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
O'Reilly. See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyratemarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Rate.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, Lubman, I see you working. I see you working on the board over there, Sam Lubman. Good morning, everybody out there. Morning roast here on a Wednesday morning. Wednesday. We got Niners and Rams on Sunday. Shanahan's going to speak today. Boy, the difference between the Warriors conversation and the Niners conversation is night and day. I was talking to Monty Poole yesterday.
That's the NFL.
I was talking to Monty Poole yesterday. He's like, Warriors Twitter, Warrior fans could be off the edge. They could be off the hook a little bit. But it's a nice little free-flowing conversation. No vitriol. We're not jumping down each other's throats unless we're talking about Jordan Poole starting over Klay Thompson and we're fighting. But other than that, we're all good. He said he talked to a buddy, longtime friend, for 20 minutes. And he said there was about 50 F-bombs in the conversation when it came to the 49ers.
Yeah, because that's how we digest, the NFL, period.
So...
how is this new to people? I'm not ripping Monty. I'm just saying, because Mark does the same thing. Like, why do we do this? And Mark,
we don't.
We've been doing this since the inception of football.
It's just amazing when you work in the field.
Yeah.
Because I swear to God, I literally tweeted, this is a team loss, but the quarterback didn't rise to the challenge. And 200 comments later, of course you played Jimmy Garoppolo. Did you skip over the part where it said team loss? So this year with the 49ers has been exhausting. It's been exhausting. I almost wish we did the pre- and post-game show and just got that out of the way.
Well, and this is what I've been saying to the NFL for many, we got to get to 18 games. Do we?
No.
We could barely get through 16.
We can't.
And do we really need 7 teams in the playoffs? 6 was perfect.
We don't.
I mean, look around it. We don't need
the NFL, dude.
No one was getting screwed by not getting into the playoffs if you're that 7th team.
So we'll have the conversation. I see a comment here. Clay looking old. Does he? It's not in shape. It's 4 games in. Are we really starting that after 4 games? Let's stop. We're not going to do that. But Niners Twitter, Niner fans, everything's toxic right now. It's all because of the head coach and the quarterback. Then the defense gets lit up for 44 points. And I'm actually concerned about that. Listening to Matson this morning, the Mosley loss is big. It is big.
It's humongous.
It's humongous because Jason Verrett, Matson was explaining this, which I didn't know. His practice window's been open for 3 weeks. Today's the deadline. And they cut Tevin Coleman, the Niners that is. They cut Tevin Coleman.
Thank God.
They have a roster
he got
spot
those
open.
8 snaps.
Right. They had a roster spot open. So that roster spot may go to Verrett, but he's not ready to go.
So Tevin Coleman, so just for a second. So just give me a minute here. So Tevin Coleman was signed onto the team, and he made one really nice catch.
He did.
He had one okay run, and he got all this elevated opportunities over Jordan Mason, who's been here since day one.
Yeah.
For what? For who? For why?
I don't know.
But this is where, and again, it's a tiny little thing, but it's a bigger metaphor on some of the roster politics that drive me insane.
Right.
With Kyle Shanahan.
It's pretty bad.
It's like when I watch Benjamin play wide receiver the last couple of years. It's like, what are we doing? We have no one better
Travis Benjamin.
than Benjamin to run a 9 route. That's it. But that's like, this is where I'm going. Like, what are you doing? Only so many guys can dress, and he has these weird obsessions with these flawed players that everybody knows cooked. Everybody knows is cooked.
So
sorry, it's weird. It's so weird. This is where you need like a legitimate GM above him to help him from himself. You're not bringing Tevin Coleman on here, and you're not giving him touches before you give Jordan Mason touches.
We haven't even seen.
What was the point of keeping Jordan Mason?
We haven't even seen him.
You kept Jordan Mason and cut your 4th-round pick and Trey Sermon only so that you could bring Tevin Coleman back to know that he stinks?
So to that point,
it's just weird.
Here's what Baldy had to say. About Shanahan getting his playmakers involved.
I do think your offense, and this is just coaching 101. I see it in Chicago right now. Like, your offense has to be built around your personnel. And it can't be the same offense that you ran in Atlanta with Julio Jones. They don't have Julio Jones. So, like, your offense has to cater to what you have. Like, whether it's putting, Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo in a bunch formation and letting, and just seeing how you break out of that. Like, I don't think you have to rebuild the whole offense, but, like, you do have to get the ball to your playmakers. And that's Debo is clearly a playmaker after what he did last year. But you've got to give him a chance to get going.
We'll find out about Debo a little later today. See if he practices. It's not the end all be all if he doesn't practice. Hamstring strain, day to day. Be a big loss.
Well, you seem really down on Debo, just in general. Maybe is it how he's being used? Because it feels like it's frustrating you. I get this sense when we bring up Debo and him not getting the ball or whatever. What is it?
It started in the offseason. We were all caught up in Warrior hoopla.
Yeah.
And he's unfollowing the 49ers. And he's talking about, I don't want to be there. Now they worked everything out. That did bug me.
So it's hard to unsee that.
Because Debo's my guy.
Yeah, he was your guy.
And I'm like, he was my guy.
Going back to the Senior Bowl, that was your guy.
It's my guy. And I kind of saw, like, man, he had a monster year a season ago. But can Shanahan use him the way he did? Defenses are going to adjust. They've got film like the Wildcat, like the pistol, like the spread option, like the RPOs. They're going to figure out a way to slow down Deebo Samuel if he lines up in the backfield. And so that play's not working. They lined up in the backfield a couple times against Kansas City, got stuffed. The pitch, the run up the middle, 2 yards. And then you see the route running. And I said this in the training camp. I said, Ayuk's a better wide receiver, pure wide receiver in terms of route running. But Ayuk doesn't get the ball enough. Debo doesn't get the ball in space. It's either a wide receiver screen or you're throwing it at 2 defenders. He's high pointing it, making tough catches, but not enough downfield.
Yeah.
Not enough. Now, maybe that changes with Christian McCaffrey. We'll wait and see on that. I do believe Christian McCaffrey is going to create a lot more space for Deebo Samuel. But it is disappointing. It is disappointing to see how Debo's being used and the productivity of Deebo Samuel.
So what do you want to see from him? Because, like, for a second, before you answer that, like, the separation thing is not going to get better.
No,
he kind of is who he is. Bolden didn't get great separation.
No, he didn't.
Keenan Allen isn't a burner, right? But he actually runs really good routes, and the timing is there. And so, obviously, he's been a very productive player for the last couple of years. I would say that Debo can make contested catches.
He can.
But it's not his, hallmark because he's a smaller guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Do you get where I'm going with this?
No doubt.
So, what do you want to see them do?
It's not even more so disappointed in Debo Samuel. It's not. It's the way Debo's used. I shouldn't say I'm disappointed in Debo in this game. It's the way he's used. And I told you this. I don't want to see him playing running back. Enough of that. The league has figured it out. But now with Chris McCaffrey in the backfield, maybe you could do some more jet sweeps with Debo Samuel because of the attention that Christian McCaffrey draws. But I do want to see him get more downfield passing. It's possible. I mean, we saw the dig route in Denver Sunday Night Football. I said, damn, let's do that more.
Well, he caught that one. It was, I think he was the only guy who went out for a route. He caught that one in traffic in the first half.
Yeah, Kansas City.
Where he jumped up in the air like Bolden
First
would.
quarter.
It was a great play by him. But it feels like they don't get back to that.
They don't get back to it. So it's the way he's being used. It's the way Ayuk is being used, or lack of usage. Kittle. Now, a lot of people may point to the quarterback, say the quarterback can't get him the ball. I'll listen to that.
Well,
I'll listen.
Jimmy made a really nice throw to Ayuk in the second half, was negated by a holding penalty.
Yeah. So it's not so much Debo himself. It's the way he's being used. But also, I'm just like, is he that dude that's going to replicate? That's why I asked you yesterday if you had $1.
Oh, I bet
the
against
last $1 of him having another season like he did a season ago.
We've watched Jerry Rice for how many years? How many 2,000-yard seasons combined did Jerry Rice have in his career? Yeah, a couple. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's very different. It's the greatest wide receiver of all time who had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
I know.
Debo doesn't have that, nor does he have the balanced weaponry. Well, he has pretty good weaponry, but I don't know. I think this is really difficult.
It was really alarming to hear a Baldy say that. You know, it just feels like they're just out there playing, but they're not force-feeding their stars. Like, again, Kansas City has 2 rookie corners.
So when you hear a statement like this, I don't want you to call plays. I want you to call playmakers. What do you think of that?
I love that.
Because that was what Mike McDaniels had said to the media in Miami. And a lot of people are longing for Mike McDaniels, which is interesting because I couldn't quantify what he did over the last 5 years. I don't know.
I didn't know what he did.
Maybe he's a part of it. Maybe he isn't.
Yeah,
I don't know
how important
But when
he
I
was.
heard that statement, I thought that was pretty interesting because he threw a ball to Chase Edmonds, or he handed the ball off to Chase Edmonds on a 4th down. Everyone was losing their minds. And he's like, hey, look, I believe in Chase. That's why we brought him in here. And I don't call plays. I call playmakers. And I thought that was an interesting statement.
So it was very interesting. But Baldy was saying that and Mike McDaniel saying that, like, they've got 2 rookie corners in Kansas City. Josh Allen said, Gabe Davis, we're going to force feed you. And if Stephon Diggs, if you line up over there, we're going to force feed you. It feels like Shanahan doesn't do that enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, there's an inferior corner on an island. They're banged up. Let's attack this dude.
Yeah.
Stick routes,
we don't
comeback routes,
we don't do that.
slants, deep balls, everything. Fades. Attack this guy. He's inferior. He can't be on the field with you. You got Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, and Debo Samuel, and you don't attack these guys.
No, they don't attack players. It feels like they attack spots on the field.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
Well,
I don't like that. That's too analytical to me. You know what I'm saying? Well, this blade of grass is going to be wide open. If you go to this patch of grass right here, you're going to get the ball. No. This guy's a rookie. I want you to run at him. I'm throwing you the football.
So I think it comes back for me. They need to start with the run game. The run game has to get going.
It suffered.
It has to get going. And that is the number one thing for me because if you cannot run the ball, then you can't run the play action. Jimmy G and Kyle, their best success, it feels like, has been predicated off of play action. And when they haven't had that in their back pocket, they feel like a very stagnant offense.
So rush yards per game this season. First 3 games, Niners, they rushed for 151 per game. Trent Williams was out for the next 3 games, and they rushed for 97.
That's a big drop-off.
When we saw McCaffrey in the game, and Jeff Wilson Jr. for that matter, they ran the ball well. Problem was they got behind.
Yeah.
And they had to throw the ball. So.
I mean, when they built their lead, they were running the ball.
They were running the ball really well.
And I thought they got away from it. Even though it felt like a 2-score game late in the third quarter, I still would have ran a little more.
Yeah.
And that's where, but this is where I get caught up in you need to throw more and you need to attack your playmakers. Because McCaffrey was so brand new to the offense and to everything, he just got here, I feel like that moving forward, they're going to feed him more in those situations.
Yeah.
Because even in a 2-score game late in the third, you're still in it and you can run the ball.
And they were down 5 in the fourth quarter.
I know.
Defense just could get stops. Gave up that 3rd and 12, the MVS, bomb from Mahomes.
It just feels like they have the exact opposite of the problem that's going on in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Green Bay, they don't have any playmakers, although I like Aaron Jones.
Right.
They don't have enough playmakers, and it feels like the Niners have too many, and now that's the issue. I'm very...
It's funny.
I've hit a quandary.
The Chiefs have too many playmakers, and they figure out a way to get all them the ball. Philadelphia has playmakers galore. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert at tight end. You got Miles Sanders coming out of the backfield. They got a plethora of playmakers. They figure out ways to get them the ball. Why is it so hard for Shanahan to get everybody involved and attack these dudes and score more than 23 points and not be 20th in the league in scoring? Is it just all the quarterback? I don't know. Let's go to...
I don't think... I think that's a part of it, but I don't think it's all of it.
And let's be real. I know people come at us about blaming Jimmy or saying this about Jimmy. On the record, Jimmy stinks. All right? You watch that game over... Jimmy stinks. Like, so Operation Glendale, what the hell was I smoking last Friday?
Well, here's the problem.
Jimmy stinks.
Here's the problem with like
he just doesn't make any throws.
The Jimmy
man.
cult, I don't understand. Like, Troy Aikman is one of the smartest people in football. And he tells you every time he does a Niner game how bad Jimmy G is. Greg Olsen, okay? He doesn't. It's not me. It's not you.
Greg Olsen.
It's Greg Olsen who played in the league forever.
At a high level.
He's telling you what he thinks of Jimmy Garoppolo. Every single defense that they go up against is telling you what they think of Jimmy Garoppolo, and you refuse to listen to it. The coach, Kyle Shanahan, has told you what he thinks of Jimmy Garoppolo for years.
And that's my problem,
and they don't want to listen.
But that's my problem. The coach knew it. Greg Olsen knows it. Troy Aikman knows it. And yet this guy's still quarterback of the 49ers. That's why I go back to Shanahan and say, dude, you should have got rid of this guy at the Super Bowl. Straight up.
If Matt Ryan was quarterbacking them right now, and Matt Ryan's going to get replaced this week, I'm asking you hypothetically, would their record be any better?
Probably not.
Probably be the same, right?
Yeah.
You know?
At this stage.
And I think Matt Ryan stinks.
Yeah, he's 37. He's done.
If
He's
Trey
cooked.
Lance was the quarterback right now and they were 3-4, what would the perception be right now?
Perception be you're wasting a Super Bowl roster on a rookie guy.
Yeah.
On a rookie quarterback. However, we would be excited because we're like, look, there's room for growth.
Well, that's, yes.
We haven't seen a ceiling, right? Jimmy, we know who he is. And damn it, he's a mid quarterback. He is, it may be given, like, calling him average may be a compliment. You watch that game back, and I'm just like, oh, my God. I know the defense gave up 44 points. It's on them. They got to clean it up.
Well, in that singular game, yes.
They've been cooked the last 2 weeks.
But that doesn't excuse all the missed opportunities and missed plays that are on the field.
What did we say the Allen Lennon game? Okay, we know 6 starters are out to start.
Mm-hmm.
You lose another starter during a game. Can the offense win you a football game? Can they win a shootout? Like Kansas City, Sunday, they was ready to win the shootout, right? It was ready to go. It's like, all right, we're going to have to score 40 points today. We're going to score 40. Buffalo, they're equipped to win a shootout. Philadelphia, we need to score 30 plus. Let's go do that.
If they lose,
they couldn't even beat Atlanta, Shasky. They put up 14 against the Falcons.
As you're talking about the quarterback, let's say they have another game this weekend where the offense leaves a lot to be desired, all right, and they don't end up putting up enough points. For whatever reason, they lose. And yes, the defense is part of it. Are you forced to make a move at quarterback, or do you just have to ride this thing? Like, is this what we're going to do? We're just going to ride Jimmy out no matter what the record is? I'm asking you sincerely.
I don't know what you do. Because Brock Purdy ain't going to be any better.
No, I don't think Brock Purdy's much better, but I don't think you can continue. If Jimmy's not here long term, I just don't see what.
You want to go kick the tires of Cam Newton?
Well, but this is where I get caught up.
I know.
But this is where I get caught up.
Serious.
You can't tell me on the front end, all these people, this is a Super Bowl roster.
Right.
They're going to win now, and da-da-da-da. And then just be content with continuing to lose. If they continue to lose, do we have to go in a different direction for this year to salvage this year? Because that's what you were making the argument for when it comes to Trey Lance.
Right.
So where can we follow the logic a little farther? Do they have to make a move for the in season now?
Well, maybe, but they don't have much ammunition anymore.
I know.
And now, and here's the deal. Some of those players on that roster deserve this. They deserve Jimmy Garoppolo. They deserve him. When they ran to Michael Silver, they were quick to run to Michael Silver. After a win, I was so disgusted and disappointed in being a 49er fan to hear those players and coaches, to read that stuff to Michael Silver and say, yeah, we got a better chance to win with Jimmy. Yeah, that felt like 49er football. Oh, yeah, Juszczyk? That's 49er football? Then what the hell was that the last 2 weeks? Was that 49er football too? Walking up to the line of scrimmage, having no sense of urgency, not scoring in the second half in Atlanta. Scoring, what did they score? They scored 10 points right off the rip, and they scored 13 the rest of the way in the last 52 minutes. I mean, come on.
So let's say Debo doesn't play this weekend.
Oh, boy.
How are they going to find offense? Is it just ride CMC? Is it like, are we going to get Ray McLeod out there at wide receiver? Is it going to be Danny Gray?
This is why Shanahan's one of the highest paid coaches. Figure it out. I don't have the answers. You don't have the answers.
It just feels, and I know I'm not trying to be defeatist, but if Debo doesn't play in a game like this, they lose this game this weekend, and everyone's going to pivot to, well, they were 3-5 last year. At some point, we have to recognize the injuries that have mounted up. Mosley's not coming back. Cornerback will be an issue moving forward against a bunch of teams that have tons of wide receivers and pretty good quarterback play. So how are you going to get better in the secondary?
I don't know.
Okay?
I don't know.
Is Armstead coming back this weekend, or is Armstead going to be injured for the rest of the year?
Matson, what's up? What's up with
Because it
Eric
feels
Armstead?
like Javon Kinlaw's out. They need to stop the run.
Nothing with our... Okay, all right.
He could be back this week.
Okay.
He could? And that is a plantar fasciitis injury or bottom of the foot injury of some sort?
Also something on the other foot, also his ankle.
Oh boy.
That doesn't sound good.
It's injuries galore, man. David and Brentwood. Let's get David and Brentwood. I told you to tenor the conversation.
Well, I'm asking questions out loud. I'm just asking questions out loud.
No. I know what you're doing. It's not about you, Shasky. It's about just this team. Think about how frustrating this is for fans. You, me, everybody. We're stuck again watching Jimmy Garoppolo. We told Trey Lance is out with the brace, driving a new Audi right now.
The team is hurt.
The team is banged up all across the board. You lost Mosley. You lost Kinlaw's hurt again. You know what I'm saying? Greenlaw, we have no idea what's going on. It's just like, again. We have to go through this again. And it's just not what... Oh, and by the way, don't even get me started on the kickoff, punt, kickoff return, and punt return team. Oh, my God. Special teams is terrible. It's just as bad.
How is it consistently this bad? They signed multiple guys just to fix the special team. Oren Burks and Odom, right? Both those guys were special teams like standouts.
I don't know, man. David and Brentwood, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, it's pretty disheartening to me when you see Saleh and McDaniels having better record than the 49ers with lesser players. And it always goes back to Kyle Shanahan. Did he have success? The years that he had success, was it really him or was it the people that he had around him? I mean, that's leaving aside the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo plays bad. I mean, I've been a supporter of Jimmy Garoppolo, but he really stinks like 60% of the time. 40% of the time he plays well, 60% of the time he stinks. He has, playmakers, and it seems like he's stuck on Deebo Samuels, on Jeff Wilson Jr., and once in a while on Brandon Ayuk. Every single team, me as a fan, I'm not even a coach, obviously. Me as a fan, as soon as I see George Kittle line up in a different place, I know he's lined up to catch the ball. So if I know it, the other teams know it.
Well, I mean, Danny Gray.
It's a play that he's not going to have any success.
Yeah, to your point, Danny Gray comes in the other day, and my dad turns to me, okay, this is my dad at the game, and he goes, well, they're going to take a deep shot to Danny Gray. And then Jeff Wilson Jr., false starts on that play. It's like, here we go. Then he comes off the field. Maybe, I don't know, a series or two later, he comes back out onto the field. My dad goes, Danny Gray's out there. Yeah. And he goes, yep, they're going to go deep to him. And then what'd they do?
Oh, David's still there.
They went deep to him. And they were all over it.
Yeah.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, precisely. It has become predictable. And that's why I said there's no imagination. That's what it takes me back to. Was it McDaniels and Saleh, the ones that actually produced that success, when the Niners had any success, or was it Kyle Shanahan? Because like I said, it seems like since they left, there's no imagination to their game.
No, it's not.
There's nothing new.
Good call.
Yeah,
Bonte
good call,
Bush
David.
and David and Brentwood.
David and Brentwood, man. Great call. He's all over the place. I think David's at fruit. He's all over. Listen, the Danny Gray play. He actually ran a good route, I thought. He got behind a defender. And even Greg also said, well, this ball's got to come out earlier, and it's underthrown. See, I'm not like
this is what Greg Olson said.
This is why I told you to go back and watch the game and listen to Greg Olson. Because one of the most alarming things is going back to watch the NFC Championship and listening to Troy Aikman.
I know.
Oh, I said I'd never been a bigger Troy Aikman fan.
This is what Troy Aikman said. I fear for the Niners because this game's going to come down to Garoppolo, and
I'll tell you exact quote.
Yeah.
You know, Joe, the Rams defense doing a good job against the run game, really stymied the Niners rush game. And I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. I say, well, damn. And we all knew that. 17-17. We all sat there. SoFi said, damn, it's coming down to number 10. And the same number 10 who overthrew George Kittle on the third play of the game when that stadium was ready to explode. Explode. Oh, my God. All the games.
Kyle Madsen. You write about this team every single day.
I can't.
No.
How do you do it, Kyle? How do you write about this team every single day?
Yeah, I want to know,
rampant drug use.
On the real.
Don't do drugs.
I don't want a funny remark back like, oh, they stink on the. What do they do really well right now?
What do they do really well?
What do the Niners do well?
Rushes the passer very well.
Agreed. Doesn't he feel slightly compromised physically right now? And maybe he gets better, but right now I didn't feel like I saw the same push from him.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so on Sunday. And I think the same thing with Trevarius Ward. I think
he clearly was hurt.
The thing is the Chiefs game is so front of mind right now, but I think DeMeco Ryans is a really good defensive coordinator, and I think their defense is going to be fine. So I think they play really good defense, Sunday aside.
Is that honestly, even if Armstead doesn't return?
Yeah, I think they're probably fine.
Because I'm a little worried about the run game.
Eric Armstead is a good player. He is not a he's not Aaron defense, and now all of a sudden they're 29th in the league.
No, but it does feel like the absence of him and Kinlaw combined with the linebacker play being hurt, that feels like it's not one or the other. I think it's the two of them combined, and maybe I'm overrating it.
I think they could still have a championship caliber defense. The problem is that leaves slack for the offense to pick up, and do you trust the offense to pick up that slack?
And that's the problem. The offense was supposed to pick up the slack against Atlanta.
Yeah.
They did not.
It feels like they have a lot the guys open, too.
Yeah, well, the quarterback.
If you want to talk
do you want to be on the Xfinity Flex today? It feels like a lot of guys are open.
Just that cut. Hey, Matthew, what's going on? It just feels like a lot of guys are open. This fan base has never been more frustrated. It's almost laughable, Shasky. I'm looking at I'm sitting there at NBC watching it, and I can only imagine. I see Lutman at the game, Mats is at the game, you're at the game, Anna's my boy Diego sits next to you, he's at the game.
Was Anna there?
Yeah, she was there.
Did she have fun?
Yeah, she had a great time. Listen, I can only imagine how you guys are sitting in real time as I'm on like a 7-second delay, and guys are getting cracked.
Dude.
They're getting overthrown. It's late. I already know what's going on through your minds.
Do you know what the feeling is when Jimmy Garoppolo throws an interception at the goal line, fumbles?
Oh, my God.
Or they drop another pass, or they toss it to Tevin Coleman on 3rd and 1. It's like when you pull up to the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza at 8:02 in the morning on a weekday, and the traffic's there, and it sucks, but it's also like, yeah, I knew this is coming.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to take me 45 minutes to get across.
When he threw the interception in the red zone, it was right toward us because that's my end zone.
Yeah.
And the whole time, he literally did a back foot, 3 flies up, Hail Mary. And here's the best part. He said he was trying to get to the back of the end zone with Kittle, not even to Ray. And I'm like, that explanation is worse. Like, Jimmy, don't even admit that.
Because the interception was made at the goal line, man. I'm telling you, I guarantee you in the Bay Area, during football season, with Jimmy G as a quarterback, I guarantee you marijuana sales are up. I guarantee you alcohol sales
I bet Ease can give you the data.
Ease, holler at me. I guarantee you, people may be doing cocaine over this team because Jimmy G is driving them damn insane. And they just need to hide just to feel good about themselves.
I'm
telling you, this quarterback. I watched the game back again yesterday, and I was like, I was yelling at Anna. Oh my God, look at this! Every 2 minutes. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! And again, it's not on Jimmy G because the defense got cooked. But I'm like, man, they got Patrick Mahomes, and we have Jimmy Garoppolo. Think about that. We're playing the Kansas City Chiefs.
I mean, Bonte, forget Patrick Mahomes. This weekend, they've got Matt Stafford and we've got Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not even the biggest, like, Matt Stafford is some depreciating asset from Detroit. He's actually infinitely better. Like, Matt Stafford's better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and no one has a rebuttal.
Nobody.
I mean, like, we could talk. Right now, we have the 4th best quarterback play in the division. So we could say all these things like this team, they could get to the playoffs. The math tells me here that there's like.
Did you ever think that coming into this year,
that's
even when Jimmy
disheartening
Garoppolo
part.
played, that Geno Smith would be a better option?
No, but Geno, going back to West Virginia, they threw the ball around. Who was that little quarterback, that little wide receiver that they had in the Rams? That
Skoranek?
Tutu Atwell?
No, Tavon Austin.
Oh, Tavon Austin.
Him and going back to West Virginia, they were a fun team.
They were.
People remember that was a fun team. I believe they had a running back as well, number 10.
Trey Mason. Slayton.
Slayton. There you go. See,
Pat White, Slayton, and Tavon Austin.
Look at us, West Virginia fans.
Dude,
but that team could throw the ball around.
Divine.
And so I was higher on Geno Smith than a lot of people, but when you have a dud career for so long, and now it looks like when you're empowered and you have weapons, and that's the other thing that they have is they have a great running game. The kid from Michigan
But the
State.
Niners have a good running game.
Yeah, but McCaffrey just got here. And I don't think Jeff Wilson's that great.
Yeah,
I think he's a role player.
I agree. But they've got Ayuk, they've got Debo, they've got Kittle. There's no excuses. Kyler's better right now. We know he hasn't done homework in 3 years. You know what I'm saying?
The new Modern Warfare game came out. He's done.
And you know what? Keep laughing at Arizona. You don't think they always have the Niners number?
I mean, we thought that Seattle was going to be drafting a quarterback this year, and what they've done with Geno Smith, that to me, if we're looking at the most disheartening thing, seeing Geno Smith with Pete Carroll and a team that we thought was quote unquote going to lose out, and this was the end of Pete, seeing them be so rejuvenated, and the Niners going through what they're going through, forget the Mahomes game. I'm talking the overall body of work.
It's
really disheartening.
I'm so thankful that the Warriors are back in our lives. And we're going to talk to St. Lee at 8 o'clock. Just watching the game back for the 3rd time and watching Jimmy G and watching Shanahan, it depresses me, Shasky. I go into a dark place. Knowing that, damn, Tampa Bay's coming, they got Tom Brady. Hell, Miami's coming, they got Tua Tagovailoa. You know what I'm saying? You playing the Chargers a few weeks, damn, they got Justin Herbert. Rams still got Stafford.
Just got my niece a couple tickets for that game.
I'm depressed. Like, legit, when I get in the car now and I'm driving down to Levi's with Anna's like, man, you're not charged up. Because I'm saying, you didn't see who our quarterback is? I'm walking into Levi's half depressed. Like, I need medication watching this damn team. Let's go to Slet Rock. Slet Rock, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Real quick before I get on you said we should have got rid of Jimmy G at the end of the Super Bowl. If you did that, who do you got now throwing the ball? Because
Tom Brady. I wanted him.
Is gone.
I wanted Tom Brady.
Listen, this is the closest thing the Niners have right now offensively to a Niners team in the mid '80s when they had Jerry Rice and Taylor and Brent Jones, Farnhurst, Randy Cross on the offensive line. You guys got the potential to have that type of a team right now. You got Debo. You got Ayuk. You have McCaffrey now. You got a tight end that's comparable to Brent Jones right now. Here's the problem. You have nobody at quarterback who can get these weapons the ball. I mean, and everybody's been saying it from jump.
I know.
From jump.
I know.
The coach, he also is a pair of, he sucks. If you know what I mean, he sucks.
Well, let's take a step back here on the quarterback thing, and I think this is the part where people, I don't think they understand. It has never been easier to be a quarterback in the NFL.
I know.
Okay, it's never been easier.
Everybody's throwing for 4,000 yards in their sleep.
Okay, it's never been easier. And then when you have someone like Kyle Shanahan, you assume that they're going to make the game plan. Again, I've been watching this guy call plays for a long, long time. For the most part, He doesn't just say, hey, 5 wide, you choose who you want to go. He goes, you throw to this guy in this window when you hit this spot on your progression or on your step back. And it's very clearly defined. Now, yes, there can be times where Chris Jones blows a play up, but you got to pull the trigger and you got to trust in your guys and you got to hit the right person at the right time. And it's never been easier to throw downfield because of the rules. It's never been easier because of wide receiver play and how many guys are coming into the league right now to throw. It's never been easier. And then I look at the Niners, and they're so allergic to being able to be effective. It's not just throwing raw data. Effective in certain situations. Now, there are self-inflicted wounds when it comes to the offensive line that I cannot ignore. Certain holding plays on big-time plays, drops on third down. We had Jennings drop a ball, Ayuk dropped the ball, Kittle dropped the ball.
They all drop balls.
It happens. Jamar Chase dropped the most balls in the NFL last year.
And he's an absolute stud.
But you know what? They keep throwing, right? They keep throwing. And what they do that the Niners don't do, they don't wait till they fall down 2 scores to be able to gash you with their best weapons. The Niners, it feels like they don't throw to their weapons until it's too late.
It's depressing. We're the only market, too, with this fan base being so divided about the quarterback, where it's like we don't want to blame the quarterback. But all these games, like we watched Buffalo, Kansas City last week, comes down to the quarterback. We watched New England and Chicago. Quarterback play dictated that game. Justin Fields was better than Mac Jones.
Why did Carolina fire their coach?
Right, because of the quarterbacks.
Why right now do we believe in Brian Daboll as a coach?
Because his quarterback is playing better.
And he's utilizing all of his weapons.
Right.
And he's maximizing the play of the quarterback.
No doubt. Let's go to Jason in San Jose. This is, oh my gosh. Jason in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, morning, guys. Love your show. You guys are 2 of the best hosts on the airwaves, so I really love listening to you. And what I was about to say, now I got to back up because you finally just started spreading a little bit of the problems around instead of just blaming Jimmy G. But I want to let you guys know, most of what I hear you guys talking about is Jimmy's fault. It's Jimmy's fault. It's Jimmy's fault. And look, Jimmy's not perfect, but the bottom line is this. Jimmy's proven he gives us the best chance to win right now. Jimmy throws the ball. Not always perfectly, but he throws the ball. He doesn't catch it. So we can't blame Jimmy for those bad right-off both hand missed catches that we've been seeing over and over and over. Jimmy doesn't block for Jimmy. Jimmy is at the offensive line. So we can't blame Jimmy for no pass protection in no time. Jimmy isn't on defense. We can't blame Jimmy. Now, we've had a real good defense this year, short of a couple of games and a few specific situations. But Jimmy doesn't tackle anybody on the other team. And the last time I checked, Jimmy doesn't play on special teams. So these huge mistakes and give-ups that we were giving the other teams on special teams, that's not Jimmy's fault.
Well, he had 2 sacks where he held the ball for almost 4 seconds this weekend. He threw a red zone interception that completely demoralized all of the flow of the offense. If I plucked right now, I put Dak Prescott. I don't even like Dak. I put Dak on this team. They're at least 1 or 2 games better.
Oh, they're 5-2. I guarantee that.
Kirk Cousins, who all of us don't even like that much.
I don't even like Kirk Cousins.
They're better.
I don't want Kirk Cousins on my football team.
They're better.
But they'd be at least 4-3.
Okay? The great equalizer in the game is the quarterback. The reason why Green Bay even has any wins right now is because of Aaron Rodgers. They would be a team with 0 wins right now if they didn't have Aaron Rodgers. Quarterback is the most important position in sports.
In North American sports.
And we can keep looking all over the place and blaming other things. It's part of it.
We want this to be the Baltimore Ravens team where you got Trent Dilfer just being a bus driver, or you want Brad Johnson in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's not happening anymore. You need the Bears got to a Super Bowl with Rex Grossman. What happened in that game? Rex Grossman was gross, man. He couldn't make plays. He couldn't make plays. You got to make plays from the pocket. And Jimmy's pocket presence for a veteran, he's so jittery in the pocket. What is he like? It's like Booger McFarland said 3 years ago in the preseason against Denver. He just looks scared in the pocket. That's what I see from Jimmy. He's like skittish, back foot, medicine ball. It's not good.
The same fan base that sat there and gave the loudest ovation to the greatest quarterback of the entire generation in Joe Montana wants to make excuses for why the quarterback can't overcome things. Okay? By the way, Bonte, did Joe Montana play defense in the 80s?
No.
Did he play special teams?
No, he didn't play offensive line either.
No. But every game he was in, and you watch that doc, what did they always say? Joe could always come back. They were down 20-3. Defense was getting toasted against the Washington football team. And what did Joe do? Started to throw them back into that game.
Got them back in the game.
I mean, that always, again, guys, come on.
If the Niners go down 14-0, if they go down 21-0, we know the game's a wrap. The game's a wrap for the most part. We got no shot because the quarterback is below average. And it is what it is. It hurts me to say it. It hurts. It hurts. But it is what it is. Just go back and watch the game. You tell me what type of performance that was. All right, injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, we're going to make this quick. Dante DiVincenzo, reevaluated next week. We did it yesterday. We're going to do it again today. Reevaluated. We'll see what happens. Sharks got some injuries. I don't care. Niners have injuries. What's new in the world? Giants, do they have any injuries? Wait, they're not playing. They're waiting on Aaron Judge. They want to give him a open check. Anyway, we're going to talk some more Niners in a little bit. Let's get Gary St. Jean. 8 o'clock. By the way, the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The St. Lee one. He's going to be happy, and he's going to make us all smile here on the roast.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
In 2019, he took a team to the Super Bowl, so he can't coach. But then you see more stuff. The area that needs the most improvement is situational play calling. Steiny, it's just, I'm starting to believe you have it or you don't.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Those are facts.
95.7 The Game.
And here are some facts.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Well, here is one. Kirby, and they're your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use the code JOEWASH to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
No one knows where this market will go.
Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah-chartered industrial bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
the Fillmore's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the roast. We're getting off of your graveyard shift. Good morning to you. Truck drivers, good morning. Teachers, cops, firefighters, baristas,
Jimmy lovers,
waiters, Jimmy haters, roast haters.
The Phoenix Suns for winning the Super Bowl last night.
Hey, Shasky haters.
There's lots of them.
Lutman haters. Matson haters.
I'm a Matson lover.
Bonte haters. Good morning to y'all. Oh, baby. Good morning to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. We're efforting Saintly here in just a second. We have Saintly? Oh, we had the Saintly one.
Oh, he gives us our best chance to win.
We need to smile. We need to smile. Gary St. Jean back on the roast. I just want to hug him through the phone right now. I know the Warriors lost last night.
Kiss
but
me through the phone.
Saintly, I know you're struggling. The Patriots lost on Monday night. Niners got beat by the Chiefs. We all need hugs, man. Football season's been rough for your boy.
Mac Mania.
Guys, smile a little bit. It's only October. It's not even Halloween.
Saintly, man, this football team's
Happy
got
Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday. This football team's got us so depressed. We were begging for the Warriors to come back, and they're back now in 4 games. Obviously, they lose last night to the Suns, and defense is the number one concern right now. I do think they'll tighten it up, but boy, what would you do as a head coach right now, Saintly, if your team gave up 70, 71, and 72 points in 3 straight first halves?
Well, I'd probably open my Priest wine. I tell you guys, you got a lot of players playing pretty well, but together it's not there on the defensive end. And the defense is tied together by a rope or a string, whatever you want to say, with 5 guys moving together. And I see flashes of some really nice play individually and team-wise, but it's not consistent at all. Now, are we going to blame it all on these young guys coming off the bench, and you got new guys in Green and DiVincenzo? You can do that, but you've got a situation where they're working Clay back in, and, you saw his frustration last night. The Draymond situation, what impact is that having? I think the only guys that I think are kind of looking like themselves consistently are Wiggins and Steph. And that's it for me.
Yeah, how do you get these guys to lock in and stay in front of their defender? Because we all know that that's going to be the key, especially against a team like Phoenix, where they're going to try to dribble, drive, penetrate, and then kick the ball around. And that's how you get that frenetic defense moving around. Does it just start with staying in front of people?
Well, there's a lot to that. And I don't know if you noticed last night. I'll give you an example. Chris Paul. Now, Dallas beat them last year in the playoffs because their whole series game plan was to go at him. He can't defend anymore. And you saw it again last night. Wiggins murdered him a couple times. So you got to attack mismatches. Now, teams are trying to go at Poole because he had a rough playoffs last year. Hey, it's rough out there. We used to say you're in the jungle. You're not in the playground, and the guys are going to attack you if you're weak. And I look at Wiggins, and that's what makes him so special. You've got to, as you're saying, Joe, you've got to be able to contain off the bounce, because if you get dribble penetration, everybody has to contract, or bigs have to rotate to the ball. Then they hit the big for a lob dunk. So it all starts with that. But it also starts with defensive transition. When you look at the stat sheet, they didn't get off a tremendous amount of points, but it's the second and third pass where they're getting wide open shots.
Yep.
And you give Phoenix credit. I'm a big fan of Bridges. Devin Booker thinks he's Kobe Bryant. Well, he's not. And I'm really glad that Clay told him that he had 4 rings, and what the heck do you have? They've got a really nice team. The Clippers are really good. Nobody's going to run away from anybody here. And Denver, those are going to be your top 4 for me. Maybe you'll put Memphis in there, but it's going to be a dogfight the whole season long, and the Warriors are going to find their groove. It's really early.
St. I wouldn't sleep on the Pelicans either, man. That team's got some talent down there. Willie Green doing a heck of a job. They won a game last night without Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, Herb Jones. Man, the Pelicans are sneaky good.
But it's 10 past 8, and you reminded me about that game because I watched it whistle to whistle because my son Greg's coaching down there. And boy, I'll tell you what, if I'm him and Jay Kidd, I wouldn't be happy. So I watched a doubleheader last night, and both my teams lost. It was rough. I had to go get some chocolate.
Gary St. Jean here on the roast. The Saintly One. He'll be on Wednesday, 7 p.m. with Kevin Dan at the Warriors Roundtable.
Nice.
It is back, baby. It is back. It's my go-to on a Wednesday night, man. I love Kevin Dan, of course, Saintly. And look, I know Greg. He was. We saw him during the Western Conference Finals where he blew a game or two, but we don't need to go there, Saintly. We don't need to go there. Klay Thompson, you brought him up chirping.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Klay like that?
Not, I've never seen him that mad, but I know he's got that in him. He's a great competitor. You're not the historical great defender, always willing to guard any wing, 1, 2, or 3. He's got a reputation that's big time. And I just don't think he's there yet. And there's no blame to cast here. He didn't play a lot of 5-on-5 during the summer, and I really can't blame him. So they're working him back in, and you know what I told you guys, patience is a virtue, seldom in a woman, never in a man. And they've got to be patient with this guy. They really, really do, because he's going to rise to the occasion, and it'll all come together.
Okay, Saley, you're dropping some one-liners on some doozies, man.
Did Casper the Friendly Ghost open the door to come into your room?
What do you guys think? I'm looking at this, and I'm not trying to be too optimistic. I'll make another note to you guys. I'm really liking Weissman's play, but I'm going to tell you one big thing for me. He's got a rebound.
Yep. 3 rebounds yesterday.
That's really hanging on me.
Yeah.
I love his effort.
Is it the boxing
way he's
out?
running the floor. What's that?
Is it not boxing out? Is it just trying to utilize his height and his length? Like what is it when it comes to the rebounding for you?
Bonte knows this. It's instinct to attack the ball and the positioning. I don't care if he gets a ton of offensive rebounds, but he's got to really be good on the defensive board. You know, Poole looks really good. I like the way he's playing, and I think the acquisition of Jermichael Green and DiVincenzo is going to help replace the vets that left off of last year's roster. Guys, I'm not kidding you now. Moody played good last night.
Yeah.
Where's Kuminga?
Yeah.
And that's going to be important because that young guy has a wealth of talent, and now it's understanding how to play within the team on both ends of the floor. And, fellas, I'm going to tell you what. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. To play for the Warriors, you just can't play hard. You got to play smart. You got to know how to play the game. And that means knowledge playing on and off the ball. And it takes time to learn this for some guys. Hopefully it gets going for Kuminga because, you know, I saw a lot of things that I really like. For example, in the exhibition season, he had one game where he had 9 or 10 assists. So that's a big positive. So, you know, it's going to come together. And you play Miami here Thursday, and, you know, that team there struggles to score, but yet they're tough as nails. They really defend. You contrast in styles. So and then a long road trip. And sometimes the road is good to bring a team together.
Yeah, they really haven't left the West Coast in a while here. 3 home games to start the season, go down to Phoenix, come back Thursday to Chase, and then, of course, on the road for 5. St. Lee, you were bringing up Wiseman because he seems to be the scapegoat for the fan base early on with the way the second unit has played defense. Obviously, in the first quarter, we cited the first half numbers, right? But the first quarter, they've given up 40, 36, 37 in the last 3 nights. How long will it – I guess we can't predict how long it'll take for Wiseman to play solid defense, but he's only 43 games into his career. 43 games. When does it usually click for a young big? All the experience that you have in the NBA, when does it click for a young big defensively?
Now, don't get mad at me, but you remember Pete Newell?
Yeah, yeah.
He
the
had
big
what
man
they call
camp?
the big man's camp
Yep.
in Hawaii.
Yep.
And he used to tell us all, fellas, unless you're a top pick like Shaq or, you know, like Weissman is, with big guys, he said it can take 3 years in the NBA to get really comfortable on both ends. And it's going to take him some time.
Yeah.
But he's going to get there. What an athlete. And, you know, I look at him, and then I look at Ayton. And, you know, Ayton goes for 16 and 14 last night and only played 25 minutes. I think he can be in that ballpark. And if he ever gets growing into that level, wow, watch out. Because then you got a pick and roll, and the defense has to contract, and then the three-point shooters are more open. It's a big, big part of a team to have a guy like this. And it's going in a positive direction. And just keep looking at that.
When you look at Moses Moody right now, it feels like we've kind of underrated, I believe, his maximum potential. When you watch Moses Moody, what are you seeing good, and what are you seeing things that you think can get even better as time goes on?
You know, I did one of the summer league games on TV, and I watched him for NBA TV, and I really locked in on him. Guys, he's not a jet. He's not super fast. But what he is a high basketball IQ guy. He understands angles. He'll read a guy's feet as to where to attack him. He takes what's given. He can put it on the floor and finish at the rim. I like him. He's got a good body. He's competitive. I think he's got a bright future because the game's not too fast for him. He plays within it, and He's got a big upside. He looks like he's just composed out there.
Well, who does he remind you of, St. Lee? Because I see shades, not saying he is this guy, I see shades physically, defensively of like a Paul George. Maybe he's not as quick laterally left and right. Like, who does he remind you of players past?
Well, he doesn't have the kind of athleticism that George has, but he's intelligent. He'll understand on the wing, hey, I got to push this guy baseline, or I can't give up middle. He'll be there on the weak side to help. Comparison, I think his speed is a little bit like a guy I had in Lionel Simmons up in Sacramento.
That's a name.
You know, not super fast, but knows how to play. And he's intriguing to me. I'm watching him play, and a lot of times, and I felt this way for a long time with Poole, you play too fast. You don't have to play that fast. Mm-hmm. You know, it's your first step, and then slow down, read what's out there. And on a defensive end, you got to understand, and Bonte used to laugh at me, do your work early. That's an expression all coaches use. Do your work early. It means get into position. Deny the ball. Don't let the guy catch. When he catches, then he's dangerous. And those are things that'll come along for him.
No doubt. St. Lee here on the Morning Roast. Before we get you out of here, a guy who's doing his work early and often is Andrew Wiggins. What about him after coming off those NBA Finals, 18-9? He gets a new contract. He's there outside of Steph Curry. He looks like he's the Warriors' most consistent player. He's playing well on both ends of the floor to start the season, St. Lee.
He's earned every ounce of praise he's gotten. He was fantastic in the finals, and it's just picked up. You know, he's committed to rebounding the basketball. And I love that because this team isn't going to, have one guy get 20 rebounds. It's going to gang rebound. And it's a big thing for a winning team to get possessions because then you get in the open floor. He's confident shooting the three. He can take you off the dribble, and I love him down in the low post. He schooled Chris Paul last night once. And I'm happy for the guy. You see him out there, you could see a smile. When he came down here from Minnesota, that poor guy, we never saw his teeth for about 4 months. He never smiled. And now you see the guy, and he's excited. And indicative of that is the contract. And you know what? I love it that maybe he took a little less than he could have gotten somewhere else. Through his dad, who was a player, maybe family members of coaches, friends, the grass isn't always greener. He's got a great role here and a really bright future, and he's set up for life, and happiness means a lot. I'm a big Andrew Wiggins guy.
St. Lee, what's going on over there? You chasing the grandson around? What's going on?
Hey, listen, guys. I had to come on at 8 because 9 o'clock, William arrives. We got to go down to his Montessori school. Now, Bunte, you like this. He's going to school 7 houses from me, and he lives about 3 miles away. So they come in with the car, my daughter, Emily, and when I got the bikes all lined up, and then we ride down on the bikes, William and I, and he looks at me and he says, Papa, safety first. Put on your helmet. Now he's 3.5. And he's telling Papa, who's worried about falling off the bike, to put on his helmet. So then I pick him up at 12. We got to have the lunch ready, and it's I got a lot of pressure out here in Danville.
Hey, Papa, let me ask you a question. Are you racing Jim Barnett anytime soon in the bicycles?
No, fellas. I got my training wheels on. I'll let Barnett do that himself.
No, it's not Gary St. Jean. It's Greg Lamont St. Jean.
That's good stuff right there. We'll tell William we said hi. Tell MJ we said hi. And we'll talk to you soon, St. Lee. Always good to hear from you.
You guys made my day. I love chatting with you.
Absolutely. Gary St. Jean, the best in business, man. We love the St. Lee one as he's getting ready to take his grandson to school this morning.
We need to get a WD-40 sponsorship for him. Either it was the creaky chair or the creaky door.
Might be the door.
Either way, we need to make sure safety first.
It's great sound,
Papa.
Great safety first, Papa. Riding their bikes down. I love that, man. That is so cool.
Last time you rode a bike?
Been about a year. Been a minute. The bike's not even at home. It's at the in-laws' house.
Oh, nice.
I had your boy fix my bike over there by Keysar.
Oh, yeah. American Cyclery.
American Cyclery.
Yeah, they're very good at what they do.
Yeah, they gave me some oil and everything.
Absolutely.
And, it's been a while. When I was living in the city, I would ride my bike to the in-laws and back. 10th to 40. I was a big bike rider in the city.
Yeah.
Loved riding bikes. But now, you know what?
Then the Batmobile showed up.
The Batmobile showed up, but also These drivers are insane.
Oh, yeah?
And I fear for my life riding a bike in this city. I don't think I'm ever doing it again. Bike lane or not, these drivers are insane. Nobody knows how to merge. Nobody knows how to turn their turn signals on. I'm good, dude. I'm not going out like that. I'm good. I'm good.
Now if people want to know when was the last time you rode your Peloton.
It's been a couple weeks. Been using a lot more treadmill.
As in like 65 weeks?
No. A couple weeks.
6 or 5?
Couple weeks. I love the bikes, though. I love bikes. I want to ride, but I don't live in the city no more, so it's tough to ride a bike. And guys are just, I'm telling you, man, the drivers are insane. I see these bikers when I'm driving, and they're weaving in and out of traffic. I'm like, dude, that's how accidents happen. Safety first. Listen to Papa Saintly. Safety first. Man. These idiots don't know how to drive, man. They're just, and the DMV, God bless the DMV, they're just giving out driver's license to anybody these days. Anybody. Go in there blind, they're giving you a driver's license. Here you go. Half these people don't deserve to be on the road. It's a problem. It's a big problem we have in society. I'm telling you, Shasky. I'm telling you. Clean up the driving, and I'll get back on my bike. Clean it up.
I'm shocked at Clay Thompson last night, jarring at Devin Booker. I mean, I've never seen him react that way.
Well, let's hear from Devin Booker.
I've never seen it.
Man, I love Clay Thompson, and I have from the beginning. From the draft coming out, I said I wanted to be Clay Thompson. That doesn't excuse us from competing against each other and talking a little mess with each other. So I have fun with it. Big fan of his and his competitive nature, and that's that. Number respect for you, boy.
Who was that? Was that Chris Haynes?
That was Chris Haynes. That was Book. Here's what Kerr had to say about Klay Thompson.
One thing I will remind Klay of, if I don't do it personally, maybe he'll read this, but he's had plenty of slow starts in his career. I remember several years where he really struggled with the 3-point line the first 4 or 5 games. But Klay he cares so much about the game, about his own impact on our team. He wants it so badly, and he's trying to force everything right now. He's just trying too hard, but he's done that many times, even before the injuries. So I'll remind him of that. 78 games to go. He's going to be fine. Our team's going to be fine, but we have a lot of work. He's got a lot of work ahead. As his conditioning comes back, he's got to get over the humps. We have a ton of work to do defensively. We're not good right now.
Well, it's good to see that the audio sounds like he's underwater.
Yeah, that was when they were in the jail cell yesterday at the Footprint Center in Phoenix.
When did it change to the Footprint Center?
A couple years ago.
Yeah, it was Talking Stick.
Talking Stick Resort, yeah. And then before that, it was a U.S. Airways Arena. And then before that, it was America West Arena. And it just changed.
Why do you think he was frustrated? Was it specifically because of Devin Booker?
Well, no, I think there's a number of things here. One, he was 1 for 8, right?
Yeah.
He's 0 for 5 from 3-point line.
He's been trying to find it.
He had some great looks yesterday. Missed them. The minutes restriction, all right? He's coming out first in the first quarter, 4 or 5 minutes into the game. First burst, boom, you're out. So he's frustrated with that. He's frustrated with the fact that he didn't play in the preseason. Or, didn't play 5-on-5. So there's a number of things here. And then he sees Devin Booker, who's cooking, and Draymond is getting his. Wiggins is getting his. Curry's rolling. Jordan Poole has figured it out. And he's like, damn, when am I next? Am I next? When am I next? And so he's a little frustrated right now, and that's fine.
Hasn't he always been streaky, though?
He's always been streaky. He's had slow starts. Remember the game he dropped 52 against Chicago, and he broke the single-game record for threes made when he dropped to 52, and they scored 92 in the first half. Klay was struggling up until that point. He was in a horrific slump. Horrific. He broke out of it that day, and then the rest is history.
If you were to bank on, him moving forward, how do you even, because we talk about, Reggie Miller said he's a Hall of Famer, which he is. He is a Hall of Famer. But his role on this team moving forward, I don't want to do the hierarchy of who the best players are. I'm just asking you what his role is on this team. He's going to be you want him to be a sharpshooter opposite, Poole or Curry, depending
on solid wing defender. Solid wing defender.
Do you think he can also guard some of the 3s and 4s out there that are?
I do, because his lower body strength is coming back.
Yeah,
and you see Booker yesterday tried to post him up. Players still try to post him up, and he's still playing solid defense on the block.
Yeah, I think it's for me at least. I feel like situationally, depending on who that player is on the perimeter, he can be that guy at times. I don't think just throwing him on somebody for 35 minutes a game and just locking some dude like player X down. It's got to be a very specific body type. Like he can stay in front of a Luka because he's a little thicker and a little slower and more methodical. But Luka's going to get his on anybody. But my point being is like I don't know if he can guard those smaller guys because in years past, throwing him on CP3 was something that they would do when CP3 was younger and more dynamic. Throwing him on James Harden, I don't know if he can guard those guys. Like on Trae Young, just throwing that name out there.
Yeah, he probably couldn't guard Trae Young.
So I'm saying. So I do think he's going to have to adjust to his body evolving.
And I think Kerr and company will help him with that. Again, when they play small, he's down on the block guarding the bigs.
Yes.
Which is fine.
Which is where I kind of like him now.
And he was like that before he got hurt.
Yeah.
I remember his first possession of the 2017 NBA Finals. They posted up Kevin Love against Klay Thompson. Posted him up on the right block. And Kevin Love couldn't get anywhere because of the lower body strength of Klay Thompson. So he's always going to have that in the block, playing good post defense. So I wouldn't be too concerned with Klay right now. He gets off to slow starts.
Concerned.
He'll be okay. He'll be okay. He was a little frustrated though.
But I keep coming back to the same thing. To think that he's going to return to 2019 Klay, it's probably going to be a different version. You know,
probably not.
That I've come to realize it's. Him coming back to that version is just probably unrealistic.
And with that said, he still averaged 20 last year.
No doubt. But points weren't what made him Klay.
Right.
There was a all-around balance.
Guarding Kyrie, guarding James Harden, and all that stuff.
There was difference. I mean, yes, the points were a part of it.
All right, we got our favorite coming up, Mike Florio, talking about the 49ers.
Florio,
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
I said what I said.
We got Daniel, we got Dave. We're best friends now, though. We are best friends. Hey, you know what? We need to book Phil Simms too. It's been a while for Uncle Phil. How's he feeling about Jimmy Garoppolo?
If Phil Simms was a quarterback of the Niners right now, they'd have a better record.
Oh, they'd be rolling. They'd be 6-1.
I love Phil.
What's coming up in the game?
When he
sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Mike Florio.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
In that second half, did anyone see a no-huddle offense at any point in time? Did a no-huddle offense happen at all yesterday? We haven't installed one of those yet? No? Is that too cute? Maybe wait for the bye week? We'll worry about the no-huddles then?
Yeah, talking about that 3 years ago. Huh?
How do you not have a no-huddle offense? I don't understand that. How?
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yeah, you got that. Now you deserve some time off.
95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson stand and cart golf bags. And stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart. And get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at Worldwide Golf Shops. SportsGrid.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Good morning. In San Rafael, we're looking for partly cloudy today. Highs near 70.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
And a little bit of chicken fried. The Zach Brown Band is coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there.
Wishing I was deep in the water somewhere.
For your shot to win tickets, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Pain from a rap cat, man. You didn't know that. 3 a.m., man. Who's playing corner? It's Womack.
Oh, that's a good freestyle.
You like that?
Street said, now Guru, a couple weeks ago, I guess it was last week, said he heard that you had a rap album or something like that. See, I've been knew that.
Come on, bro.
I've been knew that. That's old news.
Yeah.
I've been knew that.
I figured putting out music in the morning is already a played out thing, so that's why I'm trying not to do what other people have done, you know, so I'm trying to do something different.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I do freestyles.
That's good. By the way, the 415ers podcast. Listen to the 415ers podcast for a full preview of the Rams game, including how Jimmy G can escape the Rams rush. Join hosts Evan Giddings and Mark Craney from 95.7 The Game as they get you ready for Sunday. Follow the 415ers in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Let's bring in Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, a favorite here on the Morning Roast. And I read that sentence and kind of laughed. Mike Florio, if I read this to you, what would your reaction be? Listen to the 415ers podcast for a full preview of the Rams game, including how Jimmy G can escape the Rams pass rush. Isn't that laughable?
Because there's even a possibility that he will.
Mike, we're stuck.
There's no escape.
There's no escape.
Mike, we're stuck here in I feels like we've done this episode 10,000 times over. As someone from the outside looking in, the whole, like, Jimmy Garoppolo, he gives you the best chance to win. The coach doesn't trust him, but here he is again. The starting quarterback got hurt, and they're back to this. How are you taking a measurement on this entire situation with the 49ers and the quarterback and Jimmy Garoppolo? Because I feel like my head's going to explode.
I think it comes down to this. As long as the other players can stay healthy enough to perform and make up for the deficiencies in Jimmy Garoppolo's game, the team has a chance. If things are going to fall apart, it's going to be an issue of injury. That's what happened against the Falcons, and I just think they got overpowered by the Chiefs. The Chiefs needed that game more than the 49ers because the Chiefs are essentially a game and a half behind the Bills for the most important thing to them, which is the seed higher than Buffalo, so they don't have to go to Buffalo at any point in January. The 49ers don't need a high seed. They just need a ticket to the party. And I think if they get in and they're relatively healthy, they're one of the few, if not only, teams in the NFC that could go to Philadelphia and win, could go to Dallas and win, could go anywhere and win. They've got the formula to travel in the postseason, whether it's outdoors, indoors, good conditions, bad conditions, defense, running game. And the stronger the defense in the running game, the less you need out of your quarterback. The weaker the defense in the running game, the more you need your quarterback to do something. And we know that means Jimmy Garoppolo is eventually going to do something stupid, like the throw that took the air out of the balloon on Sunday.
Oh, my gosh, Mike. It's literally driving us crazy talking about this guy. Like, I've been getting depressed driving down in Levi Stadium knowing I have to watch this guy at quarterback. And, look, at one point I was a big Jimmy fan. But the head coach told you he doesn't trust the quarterback. So I kind of blame the head coach for keeping the quarterback around. Why is he still here? 3 years later after Super Bowl 54, when it was apparent he didn't trust him then. With all that said, what do you think of the Christian McCaffrey trade?
Well, look, it's another example of a calculated risk. And it's a real risk because if he gets injured, and he played in 10 games in 2020 and 2021, not 10 games each, 10 games total. After he got his major contract, after he had only the third 1,000-yard rushing and 1,000-yard receiving season in league history, Roger Craig and Marshall Faulk were the other two, he hasn't done much. He's 3 years older than when he had that high water mark. For running backs, they age like presidents and or dogs. 3 years is a long, long time. So it's a lot to give up, 2, 3, 4, and a 5, especially when you look at what the Jets gave up to get James Robinson, a 6 that can become a 5. Now, James Robinson isn't Christian McCaffrey, but the gap between them isn't so great that the compensation gap should be that big. I think the Jets got a steal in Robinson relative to what the 49ers have given up, and it's all going to be determined by how healthy he stays and how effective he is. And it's too early to tell. I was impressed with how much they used him last week. I had a feeling they were spreading BS by telling people it was going to be a red zone package only. There are plenty of willing reporters out there to just repeat on Twitter whatever they're told, just so they're in line to be told something else the next time around. He had 1 red zone touch out of his 10. He had more touches in the 49ers' own red zone than he did in the Chiefs' red zone. So I think we'll see more and more of him. The question is, can he stay healthy? He's great when he's healthy. Can he stay healthy? That's what I'm concerned about. And it's inherent to the position. Rashad Penny of the Seahawks
for sure
had some very poignant comments like 4 days before he broke his leg about how hard it is to play running back. You're getting hit by large, fast, strong men on every part of your body. You're going to get hurt at some point.
Yeah. Well, what do you make of the 49ers being the most injured team year after year after year? Going back to the beginning of Kyle Shanahan's tenure, they've been the most injured team. They have lost the most players to injury. They have lost the most amount of games in total to injury. Like, the injury thing, and I get it. The NFL is so violent. Every team deals with it. But yet when you look and you compare to the rest of the league, the Niners are always at the top of the charts when it comes to being the most injured. What do you make of that?
One of the realities of watching all of the early games at the same time, which is what I've been doing since 2010 with NBC, it's very frustrating to try to focus on any one game. You tend to have your eyes go to the game where they choose to pump the audio through, the producer's in charge of all that. But as you're watching the whole wall, you'll see guys get pretzeled up all the time. They get twisted around in ways that look like they should be on the ground and maybe taken off on a cart, if not on a stretcher, and they just pop right up. I mean, guys are built. They're young, they're flexible, it's nutrition, it's training, it's all this stuff. So anytime a team has a repeated cluster of injuries, there's a point where it's no longer bad luck. There's a point where you got to take a step back and you have to say, what are we doing that we're possibly doing wrong? What could we do better in terms of stretching, in terms of practice time, rest time, weightlifting, how you structure your day? At some point, that same willingness of a coach to self-scout, film, strategies, plays, you've got to apply that same scrutinizing eye to the way that you're getting guys ready, because maybe you're doing something wrong. Maybe it's something Shanahan related. Maybe it's something training staff related, medical staff related, strength and conditioning related. I think it's about the Chargers all the time. And, we spend 7 months of the year talking about what we think teams are going to be under this flawed, and we know it's flawed, assumption that everyone's going to stay healthy, because we just don't know who's going to get injured and when. These teams that repeatedly have injuries that break out in significant numbers, I think they're doing a disservice to themselves if they don't do everything they can to figure out why and what we can do to maybe change this, because it can't just be horrible luck.
No doubt. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 A Game. What do you make of this? Because I know you pay attention to everything. George Kittle, after the Atlanta game, made a statement saying that not every position group played 100%. They didn't give it their all. Shanahan debunked that. The next week, after the Chiefs game, Kittle basically made a comment saying, we got all these playmakers, but we need the ball in our hands. It feels like that locker room, including George Kittle, who's a captain on the football team, is starting to point fingers. Do you see it that way as well?
Well, anytime a player, especially a guy like George Kittle, who doesn't have a reputation for being that blunt, being that candid, starts saying things like that, you have to wonder, is there something going on behind closed doors that is wearing on the players? And, Kyle's been there a long time now, and we hear this all the time. Do coaches sometimes get to a point where the message gets stale? It happened with Pete Carroll in Seattle. He eventually had to basically throw everybody out except Russell Wilson because the message got stale. Veteran players rolling their eyes like Richard Sherman. You can't have that when you got younger players that you're trying to properly indoctrinate into the way you do things. So anytime you hear that kind of stuff, especially coming from a guy like Kittle, there's some frustration that he's not able to fully maintain and manage and conceal. So, yeah, I think it's something that merits attention, because if it's coming from him, there's other guys who feel it, and I have a feeling it's just a matter of time before other guys start saying the same thing.
How do you get more out of Deebo Samuel? Because it just feels like his production is way, way down. He's got under 400 yards receiving right now. He has the one big run in the run game, in the Trey Lance game, where he had to break a couple tackles and he got 50. Other than that, it's been almost non-existent. What do you make of Deebo not being as impactful this year?
You got to design plays to get the ball in his hands. And see, now that you have Christian McCaffrey, unless he gets injured, you're not going to have this late season dynamic where all of a sudden they start running with Deebo and they run more with Deebo and they run more with Deebo. And it seems like the more that he ran the ball, just the more overall involved he was. He just realized we got to keep getting the ball to him. And if you don't get him involved, you never get to that point where you just see what's happening on the field. It's like, hey, we have to make concerted effort to get the ball to him. But Shanahan's got the plays that will get the ball in his hands. You got to get into a rhythm. You got to get into a flow. You got to sustain drives. And it all comes back to the quarterback, too. There was a play in that Broncos loss that should have been a win. And it wasn't last drive. We saw the interception that killed things. It was toward the end of the game when they're trying to hold the lead. And Deebo ran a pattern
out of the backfield, the Texas route out of the backfield.
And he just missed him. He threw it 3 yards behind him. If he gets it remotely accurate in that spot, I don't know how far. He may still be running. And they would have won that game. It was a point where a big play there would have broken the backs of the Broncos. It's little hidden things like that that make a difference. So Garoppolo is a big part of this. And hey, I guess it's good that they kept him around, given what happened to Trey Lance. But we need to go back and ask again, why did they feel the need to invest 3 first-round picks and a third-round pick in one player when you know the quarterbacks can get injured, especially a mobile guy who played defensive back in high school, who hasn't played at this highest level of competition, North Dakota State. Look at what happened with Carson Wentz once he got to the NFL. You get banged around, you get beat up. This is something that may not go away. Hopefully there's a book to be written someday about exactly what went on.
So time will tell. I mean, Big Ben Roethlisberger came from a small school, and he had a fine career. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have come from smaller schools that have had great careers.
I'm saying you're taking the risk.
I agree with that. And
all I'm saying is you're taking the risk. Why would you take that risk?
I hear you.
Too much of a risk to take.
Okay, so knowing what we know now and what's been happening in New England, just forget the amount of draft picks, whatever. Trey Lance, Mac Jones. Do you still believe they should have taken Mac Jones?
Well, I think they should have stayed where they were and not invested 3 total first-round picks and a third-round pick. I think that was just a freak out. I really do think after they saw Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady in the Super Bowl that year, they didn't scout Patrick Mahomes. They just wrote him off because they were waiting for Kirk Cousins at the time, of all people. But I think they'd have a Super Bowl win if they had gotten Kirk Cousins, frankly, because he's the perfect quarterback for that offense. And then they said no to Tom Brady when he wanted to come home to San Francisco. I think they just felt compelled to make a big move, to make a bold move, and they got themselves in position where they could have taken Justin Fields, Mac Jones, or Trey Lance. And right now, it looks like Justin Fields was the best of the 3. I mean, it's going to change. It's going to shift. We're not going to know what the verdict on these 3 guys is until we get a few more years out. But right now, Justin Fields is looking pretty good. The Mac Jones stuff in New England, I think, is rooted in some of this Shakespearean Bill Belichick bullcrap that kept Malcolm Butler on the sidelines for most of a Super Bowl when they needed him on the field. But Belichick tries to move these points with his macho head games. I think that's what's going on with Mac Jones, frankly. So I just think, you mentioned Roethlisberger. The Steelers stayed put at number 11 and got him. If I was the 49ers that year, I'd have stayed at 12 and just let the board play out. Steelers did that and got Kenny Pickett this year. You don't want to add. Here's the key. This is the psychological aspect of it. There's already going to be a ton of pressure on a first-round rookie quarterback. You don't want to add even more to it, to that kid. You're doing that kid no favors on the way through the door. He's not just 1 first-round pick. He's 3 plus a third. Too much pressure for anyone that age to have to carry, whether it's Robert Griffin III, Trey Lance, anybody else that's on the other end of that big, huge trade up to the top of the draft.
Wow, Mike Florio's on fire here. We'll let you go in just a second, but you're breaking all this stuff down with the draft and Trey. You know what? This team, when they told Michael Silver, players and coaches, they went up to Michael Silver after the game. I can't unread this article in the Chronicle where they basically go to Michael Silver saying, Jimmy gives us a better chance to win. And look at him now at 3-4. It's almost like karma. Be careful what you wish for, Mike. Be careful because Jimmy, I don't care what anybody says, does not get this team the best chance to win.
If everyone's perfectly healthy, they can win. The moment that guys get too banged up, I foolishly thought they'd beat the Falcons and cover the spread. It's like, next man up. They'll be fine. They need to have all their guys, especially on defense, completely healthy to neutralize.
Is there another team, Mike, and I don't mean to cut you off, is there another team in the last 5 or so years, as like we really start to hyper-focus on quarterback play and things like that, is there another team we talk about in that way, the way you're talking about the Niners? If everything goes well around them and the quarterback doesn't mess it up, they can win the Super Bowl, because it feels like we give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe we don't give like a Tennessee Titan type of a team.
Well, but the 49ers are the only high expectation elite team.
Gotcha.
They're the victim of being that good. That got John Fox fired in Denver. They were just good enough to drive everybody crazy, and John Elway eventually got rid of him. And what happened in 2015? They had a quarterback who was being held together by Elmer's glue, but they had enough around him that. And look, Brock Osweiler could have won Super Bowl 50, but Brock Osweiler wouldn't have gotten them there. Peyton Manning made some great decisions in the playoff win over the Steelers to get the Broncos out of some play calls that weren't good. He knew what to jump into. But he wasn't physically dominant like he used to be. That's the most recent team that was able to win a Super Bowl without having a high-end quarterback, and everything else went right. And that's the formula the 49ers are trying to parlay into a Super Bowl win until they get their franchise quarterback. But the easier path is to have one of the franchise quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Then a lot of stuff can go wrong, but the end result is still going to go right.
All right, Mike. Good stuff as always, man. We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Great
Mike
work
Florio,
on NBC.
Pro Football Talk, breaking it all down.
He thinks the Niners would have had at least one Super Bowl win with Kirk Cousins. What did you think of that? Because I brought up Kirk Cousins a few times this week, just in terms of his raw data, in terms of what he's done over
I don't think they would have
the
won.
last 7 years.
Yeah, I don't think they would have won. But it's a compelling argument. I mean, at the end of the day, after Super Bowl 54, I just remember with Steiny Guru, I just kept yelling, go get your guy, Shanahan. Just go get your guy. And that was Super Bowl 54. That was February of 2020, before the pandemic. We're now a year, I guess we're still technically in the pandemic. I have no idea. But we're still, like, it's 2022. We're in fall of 2022, and Shanahan still doesn't have his guy. That's bothersome. Now, Lubman, I want you to come in here for a second, Sammy Lubman. And I want you to set up this Bill Barnwell article on ESPN.
Oh, God.
Because I want you to set it up, and I just want to sit here and look at Shasky's reaction. Because Bill Barnwell suggested something. You think we're upset now about the quarterback play? Listen to what Sam Lubman is about to say here. Producer Sam Lubman, get in here.
Yeah, no, so I'm looking at this article, and basically he's questioning the whole CMC deal, for Christian McCaffrey, and, is it a good fit for the Niners, which obviously everyone's going to ask that question. And he kind of sets it up as Christian McCaffrey will be bad for the 49ers run game, which, all right, pretty good clickbait headline. I'll bite. And I dive in, and his theory basically comes down to the fact that Christian McCaffrey will be in the backfield more, which means Deebo Samuel will be in the backfield less, which means he has to play receiver more. And we all know that Deebo's been better as a running back than a receiver. So by pushing Deebo out of the running back spot because of McCaffrey, that is what's making the 49ers run game take a step back by adding Christian McCaffrey.
Now, did he talk about Jimmy Garoppolo next year? Maybe trading Trey Lance to recoup picks and keep Jimmy Garoppolo here?
Yeah, he did kind of tie into, using Trey Lance. I think I saw somewhere a Trey Lance-Kyle Pitts swap somewhere was in that article as well. Maybe there were picks involved there, too.
Look, I don't want to laugh at anyone's trades because I bet a lot of people laughed at us bringing up Christian McCaffrey.
Yep.
But I do think there are a lot of people who want to see Jimmy Garoppolo get re-signed and continue to play quarterback with this team. I do believe that.
Niner fans, too?
No, that's what I'm talking about. There are a lot of Niner fans. It's very conflicting. I mean, I think there are a lot of 49er fans who sincerely in their heart, and like a caller who was damn near in tears. It was like the Mac Dre, it
was great, baby.
Making people cry. Like, that guy was literally almost saying, Jimmy gives us the best chance to win. I think there are a lot of people that truly believe that in their heart because they are so afraid of watching Nick Mullins quarterbacking, of watching CJ Beathard quarterbacking. And I would say those guys are not good, right? And you should have higher standards, obviously. Like, at some point, they're going to have to move off. And it's wild to me because these are the same kind of people that they're like, Jeff Garcia stinks. And then I show them highlights back-to-back of Jeff Garcia versus Jimmy Garoppolo. And it's like, Jeff Garcia is one of the better quarterbacks to wear a 49er uniform in the history of the franchise. And yet you guys call him a bum. And yet, I watched...
These people who call him a bum didn't watch him play.
He was really good.
Jeff Garcia had to follow in the footsteps of Steve Young.
With no defense.
No defense.
No defense.
And those years were fun. Even when they didn't make the playoffs, they had Charlie Carter at running back. They were fun. Explosive. Jimmy G can't hold Jeff Garcia's jockstrap.
I mean,
not even close.
But you heard Mike Florio. Everything's got to go right around him. Everybody always says that, right? Everything's got to be perfect. Like, how many teams in the NFL do we talk about like that? I'm asking you.
Listen,
I'm asking you out loud.
It's a great point because Kansas City, nothing's ever perfect. Mahomes makes up for it.
Yeah.
Buffalo, everything's never perfect.
No, they don't have any.
Josh Allen makes up for it.
Yeah.
Give me another team. Justin Herbert, for the most part, tries to make up for it with the Chargers.
But the Titans are a team that I would prop up and I would say, Bonte, that's been an example the last couple of years, and most people don't take the Titans serious.
Yep. And they lose in the first round or the second round.
It just feels
they have
like
a bad quarterback.
the
Aaron Rodgers for years. covered up a lot of flaws with the Green Bay Packers.
Of course. Even Tampa Bay, I don't think they're a perfectly built roster. But I look at the Niners and I'm like, they're the only team in the league, and I'm asking out loud, maybe everyone's right, and I'm the crazy one even questioning this. Why are they the only team that gets to occupy this if everything goes right? We know that they can do X, Y, and Z come playoff time.
Didn't talk about that like that about the Rams with Matt Stafford. Hell, we didn't even talk about that like with Jared Goff.
It just seems like
talk about like Jared Goff was quarterback down there. We never discussed the Rams like that.
No, and let's give Goff credit. Their top dog in Todd Gurley got hurt, and C.J. Anderson and Goff got them to the Super Bowl. You could say Joe, but he made big throws.
And they won a game in the Superdome in the NFC Championship game.
Yes,
with Jared Goff.
I know, which is kind of wild. But I'm just asking out loud because it feels like the Niners occupy a very weird space where they're the only team that's allowed to have that equity, that benefit of the doubt, and it feels like, man, a lot has to go right. The margin of error is so thin.
Russell Wilson had no offensive line for years.
Yeah, a decade.
Covered up a lot of flaws with Seattle. Kyler Murray covers up flaws with the Arizona Cardinals, including a head coach who has no idea what he's doing. But Kyler Murray's there to fix it all up. Gosh. Jimmy Garoppolo, man. Unbelievable.
I know this. If Jeff Garcia got this roster, he would have won more in the playoffs.
He would have won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, there's no question in my mind.
Gosh, let's flex. I hope the Phoenix Suns make it to a round with the
You know where
Golden State
this
Warriors.
ends. Them losing before they face the Warriors.
No, I need them
to
to face the Warriors. I want to knock out Chris Paul one more time. One more time. I need one more Chris Paul exit.
Hey, by the way, when we do this, I'm going and I'm getting an Airbnb in Scottsdale. This is going to be, I can't wait for this playoff matchup.
Love Phoenix.
I do too.
Love Phoenix.
A lot of golf. Raven Golf Club, I'm coming.
A lot of sunshine. A lot of sunshine.
Eddie Johnson, I'm coming.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Now I love our digital team. Watch them post something with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, please don't. Please don't.
I will send them no Jimmy Garoppolo content.
Eddie Johnson might be coming for us, though.
He is coming for us. After that win, too? Oh, what the punks in San Francisco got to say now?
That was fun last night.
It was fun. Wasn't it fun talking Warriors?
Oh,
Isn't it fun talking Warriors?
Absolutely.
We're all happy, jolly, best friends.
You know, the Niners are like eating vegetables as a kid.
Oh.
You know that you got it, like right now he's talking about
That's a great call.
You know you got to eat them, and you don't really want to.
That's good.
But you need it for a well-balanced diet.
That's a 4. That's a 4, Shasky.
Early 4.
An early 4.
Or late 4 for you
Early
guys.
4. You got me to laugh. Because I can't laugh about the 49ers right now. It's just...
Did you see? I saw on Instagram last night, and as I welcomed Dibs and Willard.
Yes, this is great.
Debo made an appearance last night in the Willard household.
Yep.
Please explain.
Healthiest Debo in the Bay Area.
Roxy.
Question is, he's been listed as questionable for Monday night.
Your son or Debo?
Well,
his son with
he ran into the room, and I surprised him with a Debo costume, and he came out limping. It was crazy.
No way. Yeah.
He's like, oh man, so for some reason. No, yeah, we.
Daddy tried to hug him though, and he went for 9 extra yards.
That boy played against football.
That's a very giving mood. That's a 4 too.
Yeah, it was fun night last night. Jude, who's 8, and it's years ago we were talking about the thing. My favorite Halloween costume ever was when I was Harbaugh, and my now 15-year-old was Kaepernick when he was, and I think that was 8 years ago, whatever it was. Maybe it was more, but anyway, right around this age, and so now our younger one, Jude, he's all he said about 2 weeks ago. He goes, Dad, I think I want to be Debo. And they never really said another word about it. So I just handled it.
That's smart.
I just handled it, and so I surprised him with the costume last night. MT Willard, Instagram, might as well get some followers out of this. What the hell?
Nice.
Well, so
Anyway,
that outfit to me in our family was like you've arrived as a child when you got the box with the helmet in it with the jersey, and then you get the pants too, because that's what the whole outfit was.
Hutch.
The hutch.
And you had the San Francisco 16. That was everybody's favorite Halloween costume.
I did a
you
little.
guys are taking me back.
As Dibs would say, I
that
did a little
outfit.
pick and pop though. Like the helmet was a separate Amazon
so
purchase.
it's not
the jersey.
all for one package.
Well, no, the helmet comes with kind of a little janky 49ers shirt.
Yeah.
So I went separate and got the actual like Debo jersey somewhere else.
Stuff, yeah.
But
and now he can wear it.
And he's got football pants. He's got football pants because he's a
sweet.
flag football player.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, he got his pants and his cleats and all that. So
I don't
yeah,
want
he'll
to
be
date
ready to go.
myself, but you guys are bringing me back to my Halloween costume, which we didn't have a lot of money. We grew up in Marin as one of the lower middle class families, and
in the jungle.
No, in Fairfax,
Okay.
which was more of the forest than the jungle. We lived by the creek. Every year from the time I was 4 until I was about 8, I had the same costume, number 12, New York Jets.
What?
Joe Namath.
Really?
Wow.
You and Herbs.
Really Namath. Yeah.
I guarantee you I'm going to get a full-size Reese's tonight.
Well, the only reason why I had that is that was my one. I was not big on like, put on makeup and I'm a monster. And
Why
all this,
Joey Willie Namath?
That's just the costume that I got. It's the uniform. I was born in 68, so by the time,
he's a legend.
Damn. The guarantee happened in, I think, 69, so by 73, we were a little bit late to the party. I'm sure it was like 50% off at wherever they got it, Long's Drugs or whatever. So Joe Namath,
I heard you guys talking about this morning. Are you coming in with a costume on Monday?
Of course.
You are.
Yeah, why not?
We always do. You are?
We always do.
Me and my friends.
See, because you inspired me.
Well, me and my friends, we always kind of like, dude, lean into the holidays.
Yeah.
Like, have fun. We used to have costume parties.
My kids want me to dress
Themed
up,
parties.
and I never do.
Okay.
But I've always been the kind that like I just sort of make a game out of it. Let's wake up on Halloween.
And what can you build?
And what can I find in this house? But you guys inspired me, and so I'm not going to tell you what's going on, but I was making Amazon purchases 20 minutes ago in the green room.
I saw it.
I like it. And I'm trying
Let's go.
to have something that I really think the two of you will like.
I like
Jimmy
that.
Garoppolo jersey. He's going to be Jimmy
I did not
Garoppolo.
buy it.
That's okay.
That's too easy.
Yeah.
That's too easy.
I like that.
What
I'm
do you
ready.
want? What do you want?
Aaron
me?
Judge.
What do you want me to come in here? You want me to come in here on Monday and start throwing stuff at your feet? What do you want me to do? Throw a burrito at your feet?
Totally.
Come on.
So we didn't even get to the Aaron Judge stuff. What did you guys make? Because it came out a report. I don't even know who said who to what, but out of nowhere.
Randy Miller had the report on NJ.com, so it's kind of coming from the New York side.
Yeah. Okay. And what did he say exactly, Mark?
I mean,
because I saw it all over the internet.
I've got the quotes. Let me pull up the quotes. But essentially, the idea was the Giants will not be outbid. The Giants. So if this is money, put them on the Giants. The Giants will not be outbid. That was kind of the quote that played on this one. And then there's a little bit more to it.
There's a lot more.
Yeah, here's some more. He supposedly spoke to a person who will remain anonymous and got all these quotes. Judge is at the top of the Giants list. They won't be outbid. If they miss out, it won't be because of money. The Giants are not going to stop with Judge. They have so much money freed up.
Right.
It goes on and on. The question I have is the Giants run a very, very tight-lipped ship, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So how did this get here? Is my question.
To New Jersey?
Well, the person who's speaking to this person is not Farhan.
Yeah.
And it's not Larry Bear. And the Giants, I don't think, are helped by this going out there, right? Oh, yes, we will spend whatever the hell you want, Aaron. Like, they wouldn't do that. So I question the validity or kind of where we got this information and why it's out public. That doesn't really add up to me. I'm not saying that some of these concepts are wrong in terms of the Giants' thinking. I don't know how they got here on NJ.com.
Well, maybe it's the same source that Larry Krueger had, our own Larry Krueger, who said it's 90 to 95% that the Giants are going to land Aaron Judge. So maybe it's the same individual in the building or near the building or someone who's been to the building who is saying that this is going to happen.
Is it a mosaic painter?
Well, yeah, total mosaic. The thing about it that interested me is not only that they're going to add Judge and 2 other people, but also the whole idea of Linden, California. And I don't know if you guys know where that is. It's right outside
Fresno.
of Stockton. No, it's actually Stockton. Yeah, it's right about 20 minutes east of Stockton.
The 209.
And his in-laws live there. His parents still live there. The in-laws live there. So he still has deep Linden roots and a town with no stoplight.
Yeah, and by the way, there are also quotes in this article from the, quote, Judge side, okay? A person close to Judge says that
more of a court reporter or bailiff.
Judge is
Thank you.
Judge is still upset with the
Night Court
Yankees.
was my show.
Yeah, oh gosh.
Do you remember that?
The bailiff?
Richard
Are you
Bull.
kidding me?
Yes.
Bull?
Richard Bull.
You got the
So
Bull, the
good.
bailiff?
Okay, so we're
Well,
all in
we're
on
all
that.
there.
Night
Yeah.
Court was the show.
Marky Post.
Dude, so good.
Tell me,
So good.
Marky Post, dude.
Do they even have night court? Like,
is that even a thing?
I don't even know.
Can you imagine
Think
if you
about
got
that.
called in for something and you're like,
night court? Oh my God.
here's a jury summons. Check in at 8 o'clock tonight.
And your car's going to be missing by
what?
You know,
9.
Bonte, after post game, just roll over to night
Roll
court.
over to 850 right there. Right down the street.
850 Brandon, yeah. Anyway, you were saying about people close to Judge? Yeah,
saying
sorry.
that he's still upset with the Yankees. Judge is the Giants are Judge's number one choice. Quote, it's going to be looking good next season for the orange and black.
I'm doing my court
a
stenographer
lot.
for the YouTube audience.
Well, just like if you read this, it's like it's over. It's like these quotes are so firm. I don't know how you can.
So what do you take out of it? Is he going to be a Giant or not?
Well,
Yes.
I've
Yes,
always
It's over.
thought that if he
Yes,
leaves
it's
I've always thought that if he leaves the Yankees, he's coming to the Giants.
But that's a big
But
if
that's
he
a
leaves.
huge
Yeah.
if. It's a huge
And
if.
now with the Dodgers being in play, it's like, oh God. Oh God. If Mookie Betts moves to second base and then he goes to right field, that's just.
I think that you can see that
Please
there are
don't.
hurt feelings between the Judge and the Yankees. The thing that I noticed, because again, this guy's on the Yankee side, it almost feels like Yankee Nation is now speaking to the Yankees. And they're going, not only, see, here we go, we got another team, they will not be outbid. It's almost, and then did you see Anthony Rizzo yesterday?
Yeah.
Rizzo.
What'd he say?
Yeah.
Said, I hope it's in the Yankee uniform on Aaron Judge. For him and for baseball in general, we're seeing people jump ship so much. The fitting thing would be for him to do a press conference receiving not only the money he deserves, but also the captaincy.
See,
This is
he's
Rizzo
telling
who left the Cubs. Okay,
he's
continue.
telling his team,
Got traded.
you need to kiss his butt. You
Yeah.
need to pay him.
Yeah.
You
And
need
name
to
him
pay
the
him more
captain.
than you want to pay him, and you need to kiss his butt. I think it's all obvious. He's still mad.
But the other part
Yeah.
of the piece is he talks about all the reporters lining up to have their last kind of goodbye with Aaron Judge in the tunnel after the press conference at 1 a.m., by the way, when it ended. Judge walks out, and the beat reporters, one after another, were going up to him individually and basically saying thank you and goodbye. So the
Well,
sense
hopefully-
in the piece is that, they all kind of think he's gone.
Hopefully, Judge didn't have a press conference where he went, see ya.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
'cause
like
we know how that
Garoppolo.
worked
Go
out.
ahead and,
Well, I was
go ahead and
imagining-
pencil him into the lineup next year.
I'm imagining all of these.
You're triggering Bonte.
I was imagining all
It's
of
just
these
depressing
reporters.
me. It's depressing. Talk about number 10. I've come to
But
that
let's
point.
not talk about that.
Yeah, yeah,
Mike
yeah.
Evans getting
Okay,
don't talk about that.
Getting a golf pro's number, quote unquote, from one of the referees. Come on, you both golf.
Yeah.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, right?
Well, I guess that one of the refs and Mike went to college together, or at least to the same college, so they're from the same area, and it was a golf thing. And so somebody was giving somebody
didn't buy it.
a head pro's
Yeah,
number.
I didn't buy it.
I mean,
Did you?
I'll say this: he wasn't. It was literally just a piece of paper that he handed him. It was a blank white thing. So if you're going to get an autograph on something, why would it be that? It's
I
like
don't
a
even know.
piece of white
But
paper.
Is it that much of an emergency that we have to give him the golf pro number in the tunnel?
It was
That's what I'm
obviously
Oh my God, you
bad timing.
Exactly.
Tee times, the tee sheet is filling up.
The next
And you're
question.
Mike Evans.
Right.
He could go to Seminole yesterday
Well,
and like
thank
walk
you.
right in and get whoever he
Thank
get Dustin
you.
Johnson to teach him how to swing a golf
brother,
club.
they just got pummeled by the Panthers by
what I'm
18, literally 4 seconds
was
before that
so
happened.
weird.
If that's your team,
It was so
if
weird.
Debo does that, aren't you like
Yeah,
you
we
got
lose our minds.
you just got crushed by the Panthers by
Yeah.
double digits, and you're getting a golf
It was weird.
lesson in the tunnel before you even get to. You'd be livid, wouldn't you?
It was so weird.
Yeah, it was the
I didn't
weirdest
buy it
deal.
at all.
Well, then again, Mike Evans, quarterback, is blowing off the team in camp because
point.
I don't feel
Fair
like
point.
being in camp. And oh, by the way, my former owner is getting
Yes.
married to a kid who's barely outside of her teen years, and I got to go to that wedding.
Yeah.
So if you're Mike Evans, you're thinking, F out of here. I'll do what I want. I'll get golf lessons in the tunnel.
Tampa Bay's a mess.
It's anarchy.
It is.
Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers have been the two worst leaders in the NFL this year.
It's crazy.
Bar none. Bar none.
doubt.
It really
they
is
were the,
crazy.
They were the two best quarterbacks in the league a few years ago. They're still good. They're still dangerous. They're both 3-4, just like the 49ers, but they have absolutely sold teammates down the river on the weekly. on the weekly. They line up to sell their teammates out.
And you had them both in the playoffs yesterday. You
Still
all
do.
guaranteed it.
Still
probably do, too.
Still do. They're all
the Niners.
I don't know about
I'm like Oprah with playoff spots.
Tell me what odds you, and you get a playoff spot.
Yeah.
Tell me what odds you would give, because he asked me for odds, and I said even money. For Tampa, Green Bay, and the Niners, all three make the playoffs.
That's a tough one. I mean, I would lean that the Tampa and Green Bay have higher percentages than the Niners.
I would say Niners and Tampa. Tampa's in the NFC South. Green Bay's in the North in second place. They're not catching the Vikings, in my opinion. And they're not a good team. Like, I watched a lot of that Washington game.
They have no offense.
They can't do anything.
There's another wild card to go around now. Let's say you put the three teams in the East all in.
Yeah.
Right? There's
three
another
teams
wild
in the
card.
East, one in the North, one in the South, which would be Tampa, one in the West.
And then one more.
One more wild card.
And then more.
And I'm looking at the Cardinals. I'm looking at the Arizona Cardinals. Call me crazy.
I will.
Oh, you're crazy.
What do you see in them that you like?
Crazy.
I just like
It was crazy.
It is crazy.
Thank you, Bonte's
Kyler, DeAndre
crazy.
Hopkins,
Buffalo Wild Wings.
They are desperate down there. Like, Kingsbury's coaching for his job. Vance Joseph coaches for his job. It's a desperate type of play. But I think I put if they're on the field with Green Bay right now, I'm picking Arizona.
I don't see it yet. I saw, I watched that whole game last Thursday night, which was not an easy watch.
A lot of points scored.
A lot of points scored. Got 2 pick sixes. I don't know. I don't see nothing. But the Packers aren't impressing me either. But there's a track record there.
Did you see DeAndre Hopkins and Larry Fitzgerald sitting courtside?
That's pretty cool.
No.
Oh yeah, they had him yesterday. Sitting
Hopkins
courtside.
looked a little high.
Yeah, what?
He looked a little high.
Little.
I mean, I don't know if it's legal in Arizona. It's none of my
it's
business.
all good. Yeah,
Larry
it's a
Fitzgerald
fact.
looked fantastic.
Looked like he was having a great time.
Always does.
My wife,
with a little pot.
We went and saw him at a pro-am, and it was John Rahm and him, and Larry Fitzgerald's big. Like, you're a six.
Oh, my gosh.
John Rahm's bigger than Larry Fitzgerald. I couldn't believe it. My wife kept saying, that's my favorite fantasy football player. He came over, gave her a high five, was like the nicest dude on the planet. Larry Fitzgerald, greatest person of all time.
Yeah.
So nice.
Great golfer, better hair.
And a sandbagger. He's better than his handicap.
He's like a 3.
No, well, he was playing off like a 7.
Okay.
And I was like, dude, come on, bro. You're not a 7. You're better than
He's
a 7.
legit,
Yes, he's very legit.
Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald. Larry Fitzgerald's one of those people that they have it together. Like, he
Great
looks
guy.
better than most of the people in the league 2 years into retirement.
What do you guys have coming up today?
All kinds of stuff. We're hoping that Kevin Harlan's flight is on time. That's one of the number one things.
Okay.
Because
Instead
provided
of the
that it
Santa
is.
tracker, it's the Harlan tracker.
Yeah, we're watching
You
him.
should get Lombardi on that. He was flighting McCaffrey's trap.
Right. So we're going to track Kevin Harlan's flight, and provided that it lands on time at 10:45, because he was on the call last night for TNT. And obviously, not only was he there for Clay freaking out, but he was the cause of Steph Curry's first free throw miss.
So good.
We were
of
just
the year.
picking free throws. What he was going to miss? What I say he was going to make 49 and then miss?
Yeah. He
And
missed 2 in that game.
I know.
What do you guys make of this from the Clay perspective? Because there were 2 things that were happening at once that sort of caught my attention, and I wonder what you guys think. Because one of them I love, and one of them is a little bit of a head scratcher. The part that you love is, didn't it feel like Clay was kind of saying to the Phoenix Suns, October, Tuesday, good for you.
Yeah, the Super Bowl.
They sunned him.
Your Super Bowl or whatever, your NBA Finals
They
today.
sunned the Suns,
Yes.
is what they did. Like, this is great. Good for you.
Yeah.
You guys got nothing. So that's good. And you love to see that from Klay Thompson, because he's not normally the one. But the other side to it is, there was something in me as the Warriors are running around on the floor screaming out, we got 4 rings, we got 4 rings. And Devin Booker goes to the locker room afterwards, and he's like, and they do. And so they do. And so I'm looking at it like, there's something in there that almost feels not like resting on laurels, but why are you so focused on 4 rings, as if like, okay, are people not supposed to play hard against you? Are they not supposed to talk to you?
No.
Is there some sort of respect level that you think you're supposed to get when you just walk onto the floor? Isn't this more about 5? Aren't you trying? Like, it felt right. That's
Beneath
the
them?
pass.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Like, you're yelling that. What is it you want from other teams just because you won 4 rings?
Well, Devin Booker was probably
They don't have that?
Well, Devin Booker probably said something that triggered Klay Thompson, and Devin Booker's known to talk. So Klay was like, yo, homie, I got 4 of these things.
Yeah.
Just like Kobe, when he told those fans in Dallas when they were writing them, he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, homie. I got 5. And so just a reminder that you guys blew it in the Western Conference semifinals after chirping to Luka. Remember the Suns were chirping to Luka.
No doubt.
They were chirping
But
at
he
all
got
sides.
hot.
And Luka,
Like he got ejected over this.
Klay Thompson ejected.
But
Ejected.
I thought he could have waited on the ejection.
But this is also
agreed.
For Klay Thompson, I do think that and who knows what was said.
7 techs in the third
They
quarter.
had to hold him back, and we're gonna
I've
go.
never seen
we're
that.
gonna go tech by tech. That game should have been held in England because it was tea time.
Okay.
Wow.
But and we're gonna talk about the
King Ralph.
We're gonna talk about the 2 things you mean.
No, I meant King Ralph the movie.
Oh, I thought you meant Ralph.
Where the entire family died because of the
real
photo.
King Ralph. Real King Ralph.
Go Sharks.
We're gonna
The
talk.
pause ruined it, Dibs.
We're
You
gonna
should have
go-
just kept going.
No, that's why you have to sell it with
The
the
Draymond, okay, Draymond, that should have been an and one, and he
should have been.
He did that. And I always rip Dre for the.
Of course, it should have been.
It should have been an and one. And
That
I
was a
didn't think.
reputation tech, is
Thank
what it
you.
was.
And then Steve Kerr got a
Reputation
weaker tech, and I'm like, wait a minute, like this is
7
what are we
techs.
doing? And then on the very next
Steve
play,
Kerr got a tech because Jordan Poole got punched by Draymond, and so Steve's got to defend Draymond now. We got to go over.
Wow.
I don't know.
That sounds a little.
I don't know.
That's a little layered for me.
Yeah,
You know
that's.
what?
Oh,
The
now you
bridge
just
is
see
too
me
far.
up. Dude, okay.
I should have brought my whistle.
I'm
to
glad
that.
you brought this play up because
Yeah,
he,
I
and
like to.
he and I were just talking about this in the other room.
And I never defend his technicals, but
Well,
this
look.
one I will. It should have been an and one.
It should have been, absolutely.
The fan perspective on this and why it's difficult, because I get that a ref is trying to keep control of the game.
Yeah.
I understand what the ref is doing. But here's how this snowballs out of control. Draymond lays the ball in and gets hammered, and there's no call.
Mm-hmm.
You can't expect a player in the middle of battle. You cannot expect a player to get nailed to the floor.
Exactly.
And have no emotional reaction when there's no call. He didn't step to the ref. He didn't touch the ref. He didn't do anything.
And he was running back up court.
Correct. He's running the other way.
Which
and
it wasn't
and he
his
gives
normal,
him a,
like, in your face.
He gives him a call the damn foul.
Exactly.
So you're the ref. You miss the call. Now you're going to make it worse by adding a T. Now you're going to make it even worse by adding another T. The other team now gets 2 free throws the ball. They lay one in and get a ticky-tack and one.
Which was an and one as well.
Yes.
But the inconsistency on contact on consecutive possessions is what drives people crazy.
And so refs now are going to go, well, we got to keep it under control. Well, you can't. How are emotions supposed to be under control in that sequence? It's very frustrating.
Totally agree.
And it's not started by the team that's losing their mind. It starts with a bad call.
Well, and Ayton is giving it to Dre. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Clay gets ejected. They go on a 22-9 run. The rest is history.
Ball game.
But back to Clay being so irate, Devin Booker obviously says something. Devin and Chris Paul and Devin Booker have been known to be front runners. They're doing it to Dallas. Remember after Game 5, Luka walks out and said, oh, they talk when they up. They talk when they up. And then he goes scorch them in Game 6 and 7, and the rest is history. So they do have a little talking to Clay. It's like, yo, I won 64 games last year. Didn't even make the conference finals. We're waiting on you. We got 4 of these babies now. 4, remember that. And so he kept saying it, which I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool. He did it,
the
trash talk was great. It went back and forth. They both got teed up. They both deserved tees because enough was enough. It was like 4 possessions where it wouldn't stop. Clay got ejected because they had to physically restrain him. His own teammate and his own coach. Yeah, and that's why he got the second one. And so
Ed Malloy put on the show. But also, I think part of the frustration, too, for Clay, he's off to a slow start. He's got the minutes restriction.
Scott Foster.
He's not Clay yet.
All that,
he's
right.
1 of 8,
You're
0 for 5 for the three-point line. Jordan Poole's is getting his. Curry's getting his. Wiggins is balling. Draymond's now looking right again defensively, and he's like, damn, I'm holding things up. I got to get mine. I got to get going here. So, as Steve Kerr said after the game, I think that was a big part of the frustration as well.
And his new name, by the way, is Raymond until he starts playing D, because there's no D in Draymond. There's no D in this Warriors team. This team is playing no offense, Bonte. This team's defense is awful. They're giving up 70
I know,
a half
it is.
every
I
first
know.
half.
No,
It's
I mean,
70, 71, 72.
Listen, last night was predictable.
Raymond.
It was fun though. Last night
It was one of my
I had a lot of
favorite. It was
fun.
one of my favorite losses.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you come out of it. It was predictable. Dibs, you and I. There were 2 things we said yesterday. Bet the over.
Yeah.
Check.
Nailed it.
And Phoenix is going to want this more. This is their
1.5.
Super Bowl, and they're going to
Ottoman
win. They're
game.
going to win
It went
this
up to
game.
2. by Gay Time.
Yeah. Oh, man. Big money on the Suns.
Warriors Live. We got the ads presented by Great Resort and Casino. Boom.
Sprinkle me. And so here's another thing. I was listening to the changeover yesterday, and Steiny not wanting Steinmetz, of all people, from Western Pennsylvania, correct? From Western Pennsylvania?
And more central, but go ahead.
No, he's by Philadelphia.
But he's from
Western PA.
He's from the same state.
No, you're going to get him angry.
No. He needs...
Well, they're boys now. You know.
No, I love Steiny.
They're homies.
He doesn't listen to the changeover, so it's okay. Say whatever you want.
Whatever. My point was, when I heard him say he has no inclination to watch the doc, you're burying your head in the sand. Those are your people, your Pennsylvania people.
About Donaghy?
Yeah. I can't unsee. When I saw Ed Malloy in the middle of the fray last night, all I kept thinking was like, well, your best friends was Scott Foster, and you've been a ref for 25 years, and you're a part of it. And I know people want to look the other way. The doc is not perfect, nor do I think it's the 100% truth, because there's a lot we don't know.
Wow. Of course. Everybody's lying.
All I'm saying is when I see something like that last night, I'm just like, get Ed Malloy off my television.
I will tell you.
That's all I can think
For people who haven't seen the doc, the sort of emotion you walk away.
It's anger.
Because, well, most of
filth.
it.
Isn't it?
It is, but 90% of it is in the past.
Yes.
But you walk away from this going, how is Scott Foster just cruising around in the NBA?
Thank you,
and
Willard.
nobody checked why he's talking to Donaghy at halftime every night.
72 days in a row.
What is
that?
that? What is like? And then everyone's just like, "Yep." And so that's the end of the story.
Why would you not want to watch that doc being an NBA fan?
But that's my
Why would you not want to watch that?
Because you don't want to look underneath the carpet. Like, I don't know how often you look underneath the carpet in your own house.
You got to clean it.
Oh, my
Go
God.
behind the refrigerator.
Dude,
You ever go behind the refrigerator? I have no interest.
All that stuff underneath the sink in that cabinet. There's a lot of nooks and crannies in our own world that we don't necessarily want to look at. And I'm not speaking for Steiny, but I think that part of it, we all want to watch sports and think everything's on the up and up.
Yeah.
And, the NFL.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not.
But as a referee.
They ruined that game last night.
No,
Let's
but
be
as
honest.
a referee,
The refs ruined that game
and the
last
Warriors
night.
didn't play good
The
defense.
Warriors didn't play.
And the
No
Suns
excuses.
played great
But
lockdown defense.
That's a stretch.
It's TNT special. Ed Malloy's 7 technicals in the third quarter. I thought the Chris Paul tech was weak. I thought the 8
I agree
was
with
weak.
you on that. Chris Paul was
You guys look at these things in a vacuum, though. You don't look at the totality of what's going on throughout the course of a game.
I just said that to you in the other room as well. The Chris Paul tech was like,
weak.
what? Well, but it was one tech begets another.
Yeah.
The refs are saying increasingly, we're going to get control of this game. The problem I have with it, I don't have an issue with that. You got to do that. And there were emotions that needed to be under control. The problem is, if you go back to how all of the emotions got out of control, it started with you letting people get hip checked to the ground and not calling it.
The biggest,
Ed Malloy! Well, that's tough.
Our biggest issue, I'll speak for myself. My biggest issue with officiating in general is the inconsistency on consecutive possessions. You go one way, a guy breathes on a dude, that's a foul. You go in the other direction, he gets hammered, it's a no call. It drives me crazy. That's my biggest problem. If you're going to allow physicality on one end, well, then allow it on the other end.
Yeah.
And I don't expect you to be perfect. But when it's glaringly, there's a discrepancy on consecutive possessions, that drives me nuts.
Well, the answer is one of two things. Either we let them play, which we love in the NFL because we don't want flags.
Yes.
And ultimately, we don't really see all of the fouls. You can call holding on every play.
Yes, I agree with you.
You can call illegal use on defense every single
Third and
play.
1,000.
Exactly, and we would hate the game.
Agreed.
The NBA is the same way. Every trip down the floor, there's either an illegal screen. Watch Nikola Jokic on a possession.
He's moving every time.
Every
Thank
time.
you, Dibs.
You can
Every
call it all
screen.
day long.
Exactly, but we don't want that.
No.
So as a referee, you need to pick and choose, and some nights you're better than others at picking and choosing. And when you have two teams like Phoenix and Golden State, especially if Clay's going to join the fray, now you've got 7 of 10 guys barking and chirping. I'm not defending last night because nobody wants 7 techs. Nobody wants 81 free throws in a game. Wow. But where we are now in these leagues, it's impossible to officiate.
Bogut admitted many times, I would set a screen early in the game, knowing I'll get the illegal one right off the rip, that they won't call it the rest of the game.
And that's Draymond's approach to everything.
Exactly.
Draymond gets the early tech, and now he knows he has the whole game to go hog wild. And it's the same way with fouls. Like, Draymond Green knows they're not going to foul him out.
No.
So you get to that 4th foul, and now I'm going to get free reign on contact until I get to number 5. And that's just the nature of all
Should they have
this.
another ref Should they have 4 refs on the NBA
That's
floor?
not going to solve it.
Eye in the
That's not
sky?
gonna solve it. What I think one of the things you can solve it is no more foul outs when you get to 5 fouls. So forget 6.
2 free throws in the ball.
You get to 5, 2 in the ball.
I like that.
Exactly. So now, if you have a guy with 5 fouls, you get your 5th foul. Next foul, it's 2 in the ball. So you don't get fouled out anymore, but now it's going to be a punitive thing. My other thing is about the free throw.
I like that, though.
No more free
Agreed with
throws.
that.
The free throw goes away. Now the free throw becomes a top of the key shot worth 2 points.
Okay.
So
One
instead
shot
of-
worth 2.
One shot.
I kind of like
Shoot
that.
the ball.
Quick to
Like where
pace
your
up.
head's at, dude.
Picking the
And
pace
that
up.
way,
Well,
pick
here,
the pace
he's
up,
right. It's like,
you know?
okay, Kevon Looney last night picks up 2 quick ones, and then in comes Wiseman, right? In your scenario, maybe you stick with the guy and you figure it out, or whatever it is. And I like that because then it decentivizes like a hard foul. Hey, put him on the line, hard foul him. If they're a decent shooter, you
like
hit the
that.
one. I like that.
You guys brought up Wiseman, though. What do you guys think of him? Because he's 5 minutes into the game. I'm seeing just Twitter going crazy about Wiseman. I think the young man's fine.
I think he looks fine. I love what Gary St. Jean said to you guys earlier, though, today. Like,
fellas.
right? There's a rebounding aspect to his game that's missing at that size.
It's coming.
But yeah, like I don't know.
It also
I mean,
takes time
I
for
don't
big.
at no part
43 games played.
No part of at least the first half of this year am I going to be watching James Wiseman looking for a finished product.
Right.
What you want to see is progress, and if you don't see that, you're
It's
not
coming.
watching.
And
Right.
Moody
It's
looks
there.
good, too.
It's there.
Moody looks really
Moody.
good, too.
Biggest
I
head
love what
scratcher.
you said about Moody over there. Like, does he ever not look calm?
Yeah, no, he's
he
fine.
just like
Yep.
nothing
He
is
fits.
too big for his
nothing.
for his brain.
He's what, 28, 29?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
20. He and Kevon,
It's
no,
wild.
seriously, he
Exactly.
and
It's
Kevon, they
wild.
both play like old men.
Yep.
And rebounding is a grown man's game. It doesn't matter if you're 7-1, if you can sky high. You need to put in work to rebound.
You want to be concerned about a young warrior right now? It's obviously Kuminga.
Yeah.
it's
So
what-
obviously
what
Kuminga.
is
Where
it?
you
I
just,
don't
It's just
know.
where does
2
this?
words.
He's not a
Brandon
3.
Ayuk. He's in the doghouse.
But he's not a 3.
Well, I don't
He's
even,
a 4
I don't
and a
think
5
it's that.
to me.
Well, I don't think we know. Like, I'm looking at his skill set, and we all know what the skill set is, but where does that fit on the Warriors? Like, the Warriors are the smartest team, the ball movement team, right? The defensive
Yeah, but-
rotations. It can't just be like, dude, I can fly. That's not going to work. Like, that's great on some fast breaks. But he's going to either have to the shot's going to have to get better. The understanding of what's happening on the floor,
right
the
now
where to be, his size, his strength as a defender is going to have to change through the years.
I get the feeling that he's not in the lab. Like Jordan Poole got in the lab and he got the bag.
I don't buy
he's just
that
standing in the
because
corner offensively.
Yeah.
To your point, when Wiseman's in there and JaMychal Green's in there, he has been relegated to a corner shooter.
Yeah, see, I don't
not his
believe
strength.
that he's not in the lab. I do believe he's in the lab. I think when you have JaMychal Green, you got DiVincenzo, you got these veterans in trying to figure out Wiseman. Because if you bench Wiseman, his confidence may be shot after not playing for a season. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be delicate in that situation for his mentals. Kuminga you saw him when he came in yesterday, the spin move dunk. Like, damn, this guy's athletic. He's a defender. You got to find some minutes for this guy somewhere. I don't know, like at the 4, maybe with Wiseman, and you just got to eat.
He's
the
a small ball 5,
I don't know.
or he's a 4.
They would find his
He's not a
minutes
3.
if he was earning minutes. That's the way I look at it.
Well, I look at JaMychal Green, him, and Wiseman on the floor together. It's just not going to work. Like the 3 of them together ain't going to work.
All right, we got a break. You guys have a great show. Willard Dibs coming up next. Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
Starting tomorrow, Steiny and Guru host The Executive Show. With Bob Myers and Zaza Pachulia.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
The Executive Show. Every week on Steiny and Guru.
Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion?
Guru too.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyratemarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Rate.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It was elite gamesmanship. I'm not going to lie. It was very good gamesmanship. I don't know that I've ever seen a game in the history of my life, this could be any sport, somebody gets blown off the floor by 29 points, yet sunned the team that won. I mean,
SONNED?
SONN dash, no, SON
apostrophe
NED, the SUNS. They sunned the Suns.
Like you're my son?
Well, they set up a scenario where the more the Suns won by and the more they celebrated, the funnier they looked. The Warriors basically set up a scenario where the Suns could win by a lot, celebrate the win, and the more they celebrated, it just looked ridiculous because they are a franchise led by a player who are defined by regular season championships. Suns have a ton of those.
It was regular season ring night last night.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, and I think they got their regular season rings.
Good for them.
The ceremony was an imaginary ceremony, but I think it happened in their own minds because you're right. The Phoenix Suns, and you look back at the history of their greatest NBA championships, and, well, they don't have one. They lost in the finals in 1976. They lost in the finals in 2021. And that's it.
Right.
End of championship run.
Well, and there have been other Suns teams that were supposed to be there. There was Amari Stoudemire off the bench, right? There was that whole controversy.
93, they also lost in the finals with Barkley.
Yeah, one way or another, when they're supposed to be there, they don't get there. And, oh, by the way, that has also followed Chris Paul through his entire career, no matter what organization he's with. So the Suns couldn't win last night emotionally. They could win in the standings, and let's be honest, who cares? Who cares? Like, in the end, that's why I said to you what I said last night. This was one of my favorite regular season losses I've ever watched a team have. The more the Suns pulled away, the more a Warrior fan kind of sat back and went, oh, God, you're adorable. You're so cute. What are you guys going to be for Halloween? Do you want Reese's or Butterfinger? Because you're so cute. You're all dressed in your little purple.
They're going to be a Western Conference contender for Halloween, Mark, is what they're going to be.
A contender.
Right.
Exactly.
They're going to be a contender. They could have been a contender. And they were a contender until Luka came to your house and snatched the candy out of your bag.
Yeah. So the other side to that, though, is there was just, and even if I only give this 10%, I'm not trying to make a big deal out of this, but watching the Warriors sort of walk around, strut around, Clay's holding up 4, you love that for all the reasons I just stated. There was one small percentage of me that was like, okay, what are you trying to say and what are you trying to achieve? As you sit here, you're struggling. Your physical state is not where you want it to be. He's been very, very open about that. So if you as a group are not where you want to be in this season, which is what matters to us right now, and the effort to try to go get a 5th ring, how long going into the season do you just point at everybody who's playing better against you than you want them to and say, yeah, but we got 4? Like, that's fine now. I guess my point is I don't want to hear that after this first of the year. After the first of the year,
January 1,
if teams are still scoring 70 points on you in the first half, I don't want to hear, yeah, but we got 4. I don't like.
Well, I already don't want to hear it.
Okay,
honestly, because you've got 4, great, and if you want to rest on 4, then let's not even play this season. Let's just go into retirement and not even worry about going for number 5, because you as a professional athlete are playing not for the money, although the money I'm sure has got to be extraordinary. Shout out Clay and his boat and Tiburon and the rest of it. But you as an athlete are playing to win a championship. And we as fans are fans of your team because we want to win a championship. Mark, I want to be back on Market Street getting absolutely devoured by confetti as I'm broadcasting with you on Market and Spear. That was incredible. The parades are among the best days of my sports broadcasting life. That's why we as fans want to be fans of a team. 2010, 12, and 14, even years. The Niners, quest for 6. The Warriors looking for number 5 in this regime. That's why we're all fans of the team. So it kind of rubs me the wrong way. And it's Klay Thompson, so he gets more than just a pass. He gets a million passes. He gets a lifetime pass. But in that moment, when you're pointing at your finger, we got 4, you're right. But what about going for 5?
Well, that's kind of how Devin Booker sounded afterwards, sheepishly. He's like, well, first off, and we'll let you hear it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he loves Klay Thompson. He looks up to Klay Thompson. And actually now Kyle, where the Booker stuff is off the board. We need the Booker stuff back on the board. So we'll get the Booker for you. But he was very, very respectful. And then even after the on-the-court stuff where he's like, I want to be Klay Thompson when I grow up. I'm going to be Klay Thompson for Halloween.
Right.
Then he got to the podium, and he was like, they asked him, what is Klay saying to you? And he just kept going, we got 4. They got 4. They got 4. And he's like, they do. So the thought is, which again, that's not to dismiss the 4. How can you? This is the greatest thing ever. You're the greatest thing in sports. We've said it over and over. You're the Warriors. You're the greatest thing in sports. But how many different teams do you, because it felt very much the vibe that they were using on Memphis. And when they were doing it with Memphis, it felt tactical. Tactical, because Memphis is young and brash, and the Warriors clearly wanted to tell them, it's so adorable that y'all think that you've arrived and you're trying to use our slogans and strengthen numbers and Jaren Jackson. And no, you're not there yet. We see you. You're not there yet. This is different. This is a team run by Chris Paul. And so are you just going to go to every team? Because you could do this to everybody. Nobody's got 4.
Well, LeBron's got 4.
Great. The Lakers are not involved in this conversation, so nobody cares.
But you're right. I mean, you can go up to, Kawhi? Kawhi, you only have 2. We got 4. You got 2. I mean, you got 2 with 2 different teams, but we got 4. I mean, virtually no other player in the league outside of Patrick McCaw, if he's even still in the league.
Right.
Because he's got 4, I believe, or he's got 3 at least. But to your point, if this is in May, I feel differently about it. Like if you're going up against Phoenix in the Western Conference Finals, that feels a little bit more appropriate. It's October. This game is mostly meaningless. Now, it was a big game because Phoenix is a good team. They're the defending regular season champs against the defending real champs. Mm-hmm. And it was a TNT game, nationally televised, the whole deal. Booker and Klay have gone back and forth for years, by the way. This was not a one-off. So there's a lot of that heat that was there anyway, but I don't need you to point to your finger in October.
Well, I guess that's kind of why I ended up liking it, even though the Warriors lost by 29. And by the way, love for you to weigh in on it. How did the Klay Thompson out-of-body experience, if you will, because who's ever seen him do that before? First ejection ever. How did this hit you? How did it land with you? 888-957-9570, that's the number. You can use the Xfinity mobile text line. Also, those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, good morning, thank you. And the chats on those spots, always a whole lot of fun. You can get your thoughts in there as well. But the reason I felt so good about a 29-point loss is you're right. This was an October basketball game. The result didn't matter so much. There was one thing the Warriors needed to achieve last night, and I think they did, which was plant a mental seed with the Phoenix Suns. In other words, the Suns now very well know you could go win 60 games again, and it's not going to matter again. In fact, it's almost being planted as a negative seed. If the Phoenix Suns win 60, it's only going to put the spotlight them even more. It's going to create more pressure because it's like, oh, here we go again. The Phoenix Suns have won the April championship, and everyone's expecting you to go finish it off in June, and you won't. It's like Clayton Kershaw taking the mound in the playoffs.
Clayton Kershaw.
Right? It's like, oh, here we go. This is going to go bad. So I think that's all the Warriors were trying to achieve last night. I just wonder, I wonder now, my eyes are on this because there are a lot of good Western Conference teams. Is this what we're going to do now? Dallas, Denver, Memphis, Phoenix, New Orleans, here come those young Bucks. Are we just going to bounce around to every arena going 4? We got 4. We got 4. At a certain point, it's like, right, now win 5.
Right.
Right?
I think that it was a special circumstance with, Booker and Klay Thompson and the rivalry they have and the trash talk that they have. And Klay Thompson is not one to normally be braggadocious at all. So I don't think that Klay is going to go arena to arena putting 4 fingers in the air. And Draymond Green, for all his trash talk, he normally doesn't go to how many rings he has. He goes more to his bully card of, I'm the baddest man on the floor. Steph Curry doesn't really brag big picture. He's a small picture bragger. When he hits a shot, it's a 3, it's an and 1, and he'll give you the 1, 2, 3, 4, or he'll give you the shimmy shake, or the no look 3. Steph's bragging and his showboating is in the moment. He doesn't look at what he's done. He looks at what he's doing. And that's what makes the Klay Thompson thing so fascinating, is that Klay doesn't normally do this.
Well, and the other side I dig, I guess, is if you're worried about complacency, I don't think that's going to be much of an issue with this team. What you saw last year in the parade is that they're listening to every single other player in the NBA.
Steph's the petty king.
He's the petty king, except for Klay is the one. The Jaren Jackson thing, go back to last year against Memphis after the whole championship. Klay waited. They had eliminated Memphis already, but he waited. He waited until there was another ring on the finger to be like, by the way, Memphis, y'all are little kids still. Klay is the one who clearly gets angered. I mean, angered by this idea that other players around the league might have something to say to the Golden State Warriors. And as immature as that may feel sometimes, or if it feels like living in the past, which we're exploring right now, the net effect is that it's a good thing. Because the Warriors, when you're the best repeatedly, it's like the Michael Jordans and the Tiger Woods and the Tom Bradys of the world. You're like, why do you keep motivating yourself? What is it that motivates you once you are clearly already labeled the best? You're the best. I don't need another Brady Super Bowl. You're already the GOAT. Michael Jordan, you don't need 3 more rings, but you're going to go get him anyway. What motivates you? Sometimes you have to make it up in your head. Jordan famously did it. He would just make stuff up in his head. Right? This dude over here who's like the seventh guy on the bench. He disrespected me back at North Carolina. Whatever. You have to make it up. And I think the Warriors are getting to that phase of their lives where it's like, you got to make up the disrespect to stay really kind of fiery and interested. And here we are, game 4, already seeing it.
It's contrived adversity is the expression that I think Paul Tagliabue used before Roger Goodell in the NFL, where you want to have that adversity, contrived adversity. And if you're the Warriors right now, you're right, Mark. It's game 4 of 82. You know there's nothing to prove for the Golden State Warriors. Even if you are really driven for number 5, you can't do a damn thing about it until April. Now, you have to be in a position to be there in April, but right now, October basketball, it's completely meaningless, but you got a Phoenix team, you've got a Devin Booker who talks, CP3, a flopper, a talker, you got Phoenix with the best record in basketball last year in the regular season, and all the rest of it, so the Warriors know that Phoenix is coming for them. And by the way, everyone is coming for the Warriors this year, and they know that. But when you have Devin Booker, a guy who talks, and Klay Thompson and he go back and forth, it's going to get ratcheted up in October.
Speaking of Booker, we now have the 2 things that he said. Here's on the court after the game.
Man, I love Klay Thompson, and I have from the beginning. You know, from the draft coming out, I said I want to be Klay Thompson. You know, that doesn't excuse us from competing against each other and talking a little mess with each other. So I have fun with it. Big fan of his and his competitive nature, and that's that. Number respect for you, boy.
All right, and then here's the other part. Now, that's on the court. Now we get back to the locker room. Here's more Booker.
I have 4 rings. I repeat it over and over.
And they do.
And they do. And they do.
And they do.
I wonder this, though. I do wonder this. We spent a lot of time trying to guess what Jordan Poole did to tick off Draymond Green, right? And a lot of us got to the spot of, well, there's a money thing and there's an old guard, new guard thing. And when it comes to trash talk, if you were going to trash talk the big three of the Golden State Warrior dynasty, what would you say? I bet these guys on the court are being called, oh, yeah, that's great. You got 4 rings, graybeard, right? How's your ACL? How's your Achilles? You look like maybe you're working your way back a little bit. You look like about 60% of your old self there, Clay.
The word is washed.
Right.
Clay, you look washed.
This is what's being said to them. It's what's going to be said to them constantly. And we're starting to build a little bit of evidence that maybe it triggers them. This is a leap because I have no idea what's being said, but I do know this. It would be obvious to me that 20-something-year-old players in the NBA are going to start feeding Clay and Dre with, you're done. You're washed.
It's over.
You're not what you used to be. That's great that you won a ring last year, but look at you. Look at your stats. Jordan Poole's getting paid. Not you, Clay.
It's trash.
Not you, Draymond. I saw that Wiggins extension. How'd that go with you and your agent? That's and if it triggers them to this level, punching a teammate and getting kicked out of games for the first time in your life.
792 career games.
It feels like you're above it. You're right. You have the 4 rings. Laugh at them. Just laugh at them. They're grabbing at straws here. They got nothing.
But it's like the text line, 888-957-9570. If you look at the text line and people come with their texts and they come down our road, they're trying to get our goat a lot of times, Mark. They're trying to get to us. And you don't have, in that moment, you don't step back and think, dude, I'm Mark Willard. I'm on multiple platforms. I teach at 2 universities. I've been in this business for damn near 25 years. Who are you to talk? Like, I got 4 rings, right? I got 4 jobs. 4.
I wish I only had 4 jobs. Keep
Seriously.
going.
But in the moment, it's hard to have that great perspective. So Klay Thompson is going up against Devin Booker, and let's call it as it is. Booker's giving it to him.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson was not good last night. He was 1 for 8 from the floor. He had a bad night. He's off to a bad start. He's not in the rhythm. He's on a minutes restriction. He'll be 33 years old in February. He's had 2 career-threatening, career-ending injuries. Klay is not the player that he once was. Can he get back to that? Absolutely. But right now, on this Tuesday in October, he's not that guy.
Right.
In comes Devin Booker, bouncy, with a Kardashian girlfriend, 25, peak of his powers, and he is giving it to him in a big way. So, much like the texters, and go ahead and text us, 888-957-9570 on the Xfinity mobile text line. We'd love to hear from you. But, these whippersnappers, they don't know what we've been through, Mark. But they're giving it to them.
Right, but you know what? I mean, and you talk about the classes that I teach. This is literally something that I've sat with young professionals and talked about.
Whoop.
You have to work your way toward a thick skin. I mean, absolutely. In my 20s, I'd get knocked off shows all the time because someone emailed. There was no Twitter.
Fax.
Someone emailed the show.
Fax, great.
Email Tony Bruno at TonyBruno.com. And someone would email and be like, Tony, we love you, but your co-host is a piece of junk. Who is this idiot? He's a piece of junk. And that would stick with me. 5 hours later, I'm like, damn it. Am I
a piece of garbage?
Am I a piece of garbage? Right? And then you build the skin. You build that thick skin.
That shark skin.
You can't get to us now.
Can't touch this.
You cannot get to us. I love what you say on the text line, YouTube, Twitter. I love it. I'm here for it.
I love it.
And I'll respond sometimes, but you're not going to get me ejected. You're not going to get me ejected. And so that's what I wonder now, because maybe these are completely unrelated. But I bet the trash talk toward Draymond and Klay is pretty similar and pretty easy. It's pretty obvious. Wow, you ain't what you used to be. And we've got some potential evidence. Again, I don't know the background of Draymond and Jordan, but we've got potentially some evidence that those digs are starting to get to him. But you do have 4 rings, so they shouldn't get to you.
Need a loan, Draymond? You need me to spot you some dough, Draymond? Hey, Draymond, are you playing? Are you playing Mega Millions? It's $700 million because if you don't win the jackpot, I got you. I got you, teammate. I can spot you a little bit if you're short.
I love the young people.
$27 million next year? Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Can you get something in the Bay Area for 27? Let me know if you need some help, big fella.
Seriously, I got an extra room in my mansion that I'm about to buy.
I know. I
can put you and the family up.
I don't know, because 35 is greater than 27 last time I did my math.
Yeah. It's, yeah. I got a bag at Draymond. You need to borrow a little bit? I can spot you. And that's where last night it's easy to see Booker like, man, Clay, you used to be my favorite player. Am I your favorite now? Because, man, Clay, do you need some burn cream? Because I'm giving you that second degree S right now.
I hope I can grow up to go 0 for 5 from three-point range in first quarter.
Boy.
So that's how it goes.
Yeah.
And if you take that, if you're Clay and Dre, just, again, my 2 cents from over here, if you take that as, like, disrespectful, you don't talk to me that way, young man, you're feeding into it. You're feeding into it. Quite frankly, you sound like an old person. You need to respect me and where I've been. No, man, he needs to score the basketball. That's his only job.
Right.
So,
and all 4 of those rings are in a safe deposit box in an undisclosed location. And right now, this season is underway, and the Warriors are 2-2. And until we get to the playoffs, whatever Phoenix says, whatever the Warriors say, none of that matters until you get to the offs.
Okay, we think Kevin Harlan next hour. Come on, flight, land on time. We got cleared to play later on in the show. Big 49er injuries to discuss. A monstrous Aaron Judge article to get to. Plus, very pointed comments at Jimmy Garoppolo from a former NFL quarterback. We need to get to all of that, but the first thing we're doing coming up next is going to you on the phone lines. Joe, Steve, anyone else jumping in, 888-957-9570. We come to you directly next. Keep coming on the YouTube chat. We appreciate you there. Subscribe so you can watch every single show. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Watch the Morning Roast on Twitch and YouTube. Just search 957 The Game.
I do think that Shanahan needs to take a hard look in the mirror and evolve. There's no doubt.
It's been 6 years, Shasky. How long do I have to wait for Shanahan to evolve? That's my problem.
That's why I was hoping. This is why I'm so hurt that we didn't get a chance to see Trey Lance.
That's honestly my problem. How long do I have to wait for the head coach to evolve?
Oh my God. This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Take it out!
95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Cash Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here comes Payne. His pass stolen by Curry. Hand off Thompson. Thompson now dribbles on the break. Gets bumped. Hands off. Great no-look flip by Thompson. Back to Wiseman for the dunk.
And it was a beautiful pass behind the neck.
One of the best assists we've ever seen Clay have.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Steph. I still would. I wish you'd just go with it, man. Call me Lillard. I'm fine with that. This show could be Lillard and Dibs.
Damon Dibs.
Makes more than I do.
Shout out Oakland. It's close.
Yeah, it's
close.
Tight. His salary's public, mine's not. But anyway, I'm glad you're with us. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. To the phones here in just a second. I really wanted to point this comment out that we just got on YouTube because I find it interesting. So thank you very much, Energy Manifest, who is watching on YouTube and said, we don't respect legends anymore, Mark? That's what's wrong with this young gen. No respect for the OGs. Okay, when you listened to Devin Booker after the game, I should say, last night, did it sound respectful? Like, I guess my point is, what do you want that respect to look like? I don't find trash talk to be disrespectful. In some ways, it's actually a sign of respect. You don't trash talk the guy at the end of the bench because what's that guy doing on the floor? Remember when Draymond Green got all excited about Rodney Magruder in Detroit? Remember that one?
Yeah.
And they're like, who the hell is... I actually didn't like that because I'm like, man, leave Rodney Magruder alone. He not on your planet. So the trash talk is a sign of respect. It's, hey, you're the guys we're coming after because you're the best. And so we want that, and we want to talk to you, we want to be like you and be around you and see if we can measure ourselves against you and all of that. I don't find any of that disrespectful at all. That's the culture of the NBA. It's the culture of the sport of basketball. They're going to jaw, they're going to talk, and if you're the guys with 4 rings, I don't know. I don't think it's great that gets you angry so quickly because that's what they're all going to do now.
Of course, but this is just a one-off. I mean, Klay's first ever ejection, and it's really the first time that I can remember Klay going 4 straight possessions where he's jawing and going back and forth with another player. And if it was really that inflammatory, that personal, it would have escalated more quickly. This, to me, was just trash talk going back and forth, back and forth. Finally, it comes to a head. They both get technical fouls. And then Klay, for some reason, was still hot. And maybe it's because he's not playing well. He's not playing a lot. He's not really feeling like Klay Thompson again. And I'm sure that he is frustrated because he thought that going into this year, it would be the old Klay is back because he had the ACL and he had the Achilles and he missed all that time. And last year, he worked his way back in. And by the postseason last year, Klay was playing great. He was playing big minutes. He was an impact. He was back to being a splash brother. And now it feels like he's taken a step back, maybe 2 steps back.
Yeah.
And so he's frustrated, and that's why it boiled over.
It's mysterious, isn't it? I don't know. Didn't everybody go through last year thinking, okay, Klay's working his way back, but next year, with an offseason to train, like next year, Klay's going to be Klay again.
Right.
And we come out of the gate with this, it feels like he's rehabbing still. And I get it. I mean, these were major, major injuries. This is not a criticism, but it's just I don't know. Is he just going to be working his way back for forever, essentially?
I don't think so. And what he said about the summer I thought was really telling. It was personal. It was revealing that he didn't feel good enough, confident enough to go out there and scrimmage.
Yeah.
And so when you think about that, and I've been through injuries at my own level, torn ACL, and once the knee is healed and the doctor says, okay, you can return to doing the things you did, there is that curve of, I still don't believe in the leg. I still don't believe that I can do what I did. And for Klay Thompson, he went through that, though, and he got back.
Right, it's been 10 months.
That's the thing that makes me so surprised because he made it all the way back from January through June. He played at the highest possible level. He played well.
Yeah.
He didn't play as well as he used to, but it was, 80% Klay, 85% Klay. And so the expectation was, all right, the summer, now we get to 90% Klay. And by October, November, 95% Klay. He'll never be 100% Klay again, but that's what is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah.
And he was so revealing, saying, I didn't feel good enough. I didn't feel confident enough. So he, in his own mind, had that lull, and so he's working his way back. And I do believe he'll get back there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure something like this has all kinds of ups and downs when you have to career-altering injuries. Let's go to Steve in Fairfield here on Willard and Dibs. Lead us off today. 888-957-9570. We love taking your calls. Steve, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing fine. Listen, I place some of this blame right on the lap of Steve Kerr, and I'm going to tell you why. If you go back to the last game prior to this with the Kings, Clay came off the court very upset, didn't even slap five to his teammates, ended up sitting under the basket to kind of blow off his steam because Steve Kerr put him out with Jordan Poole, and I love Jordan Poole, but Clay hadn't had it going at all. They went 7 possessions. You can go look at the tape. 7 times down the court, and Clay only touched the ball twice. Steve Kerr needs to know that what this man's gone through and get him going. Call some plays with some back cuts. Get him some easy baskets. I put this on Steve Kerr. I really do. And I'm going to tell you something else is I'm not worried about Clay. Here's why. People are wondering why Clay's shot's off a little bit, and here's why. It has nothing to do with him playing last year. You guys are missing the boat. What it is when you miss a preseason like he did, I don't care how many shots he's getting up. He can get up 40, 50 shots, 1,000 shots a day. When you're in a game, you have your legs. It's a different feeling on your legs. You have to get your legs under you. So he's got to get his game legs again. I'm not worried about Clay at all. His shot's barely off. He's got to get once he gets his legs under him again, he's going to be fine.
So, Steve, here's what's interesting. I find your 2 points to be in contrast with one another. So you came out and said, I blame Steve Kerr. And the first thing that went through my head is, for what?
For not running enough plays for Klay Thompson.
But then he followed up with, everything's fine with Clay. Well, if everything's fine with Clay, then what are we blaming anyone for? There's no problem here. And in fact, I'm even seeing some comments listening to us goes, guys, we're overreacting. It's 4 games in. There's no problem here.
No problem at all.
There's no problem. I don't I literally have said about this game, one of my favorite regular season losses ever. Right. Because the goal last night wasn't to win. I really felt strongly all day that the Suns were going to win the game because they were going to want it more. It was going to be their Super Bowl. The goal last night was to plant a seed in the Suns' head that, hey, regular season games are adorable and you're probably going to win this one, and it doesn't mean bleep. But as far as Clay, we're going to go through a 7-play stretch and say he didn't touch the ball enough. Look, there are tons of good players on this team. I think the Warriors are exploring different matchups, different connections out there on the floor, and that's what they're doing rather than chasing wins here at the beginning of the season.
We don't chase wins here,
and
Mark.
Clay is going to work himself toward whatever he's going to be, and I have full confidence that he's going to be there. But I don't know, to create some sort of discord between the way Steve Kerr is coaching and the way Clay is playing, I don't know. For me, that's overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah, especially 4 games in. And no one's overreacting to Klay Thompson in terms of his, quote, slow start. We're 4 games in an 82-game season, which is, I believe, about 5% of the year. 8 games would be 10%. So we're about 5% of the way through the year. So we're not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The only thing I'm expressing in terms of Klay Thompson is a little concern about his own ability to come back, and the fact that he wasn't able to play in the summer, and the fact that he wasn't able to really scrimmage. He only played a little bit in the preseason, and his minutes are now being ramped up, and you saw the frustration last night kind of boil over. His season high right now is 27 minutes. Klay Thompson's a guy who wants to be in that 36 to 38 minute range, and it feels like he's still 2 to 3, maybe 4 weeks away from getting there in terms of a ramp up. So no one here is concerned about Clay. He's only averaging 11 points a game. G League. Maybe he needs time in the G League. Just relax, everybody.
Yeah,
I'm not even concerned about the ejection.
I'm not using the word concerned today about anything. I'm not concerned. It's Wednesday, and the 49ers are a game out of first, and the Warriors are 4 games into an 82-game season. There's no concern.
If I ask you about concerns, which has you the most concerned?
Okay.
The Giants and their quest for Aaron Judge.
Okay.
The Niners and their 3-4 record, or the Warriors and, oh boy, teams coming from them. What has you the most concerned, Mark?
Well,
concern music, please.
I don't know if I would. Do we have concern music? I don't even know. Sam's looking at you like, what the hell's that? I don't know. Concern.
Yeah, that's news to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Texting Grandma. It's her birthday.
That's fine. It's fine. Happy birthday, Grandma.
I might have made that up.
I'm not concerned about anything. If you're asking me to compare those 3,
which one?
The 49ers.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's the correct answer.
The 49ers, right.
Followed by the Giants and Aaron Judge.
Well, the Giants and Aaron Judge is kind of like a, I want the Giants to have a big offseason. They have to have a big offseason. There are a number of ways to have a big offseason. It's not only Aaron Judge. I'm not Aaron or bust, but we can get to that later. I'm not Aaron or bust.
No, we will.
I'm off-season or bust, or off-season can be a bust, but that's not only Aaron.
So your concernometer on a scale of 1 to 10, your Niners is probably about a 4, I would say.
Okay, sure, okay.
I'm just guessing. I'm reading you. I'm trying to read you, Mark.
Even that feels a little hot.
And I think the Giants in their offseason's probably a 3, maybe a 3.5.
I mean, we haven't even reached free agency yet, but okay.
And your Warriors is probably about a 1.2.
0.6.
Okay.
Yeah, 0.6.
Oh, I scale of 1 to 10. It doesn't really work.
I'm always concerned.
Son of a math teacher. I figured you'd know
got
that.
that right.
You son of a math teacher.
You son of a math teacher. I tell you who always has concerns. BPA. BPA has concerns. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto here on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Brian?
My guys, Dibs. Dibs, how you doing?
How you doing, babe?
I'm doing great, babe. You're looking good.
Out of bed.
Looking good, feeling good.
Are you watching us right now, you crazy person? Are you watching us while you do this?
No, I'm not. Actually.
Oh, okay. Then how'd you know Dibs looked so good?
I didn't even know that you could watch until recently when someone I know that knows I call in said that people were commenting about me or something on.
Oh yes. No, Brian. Do you not know that?
Hey, it's not about me. It's about the team, guys. Okay, I'm all about making people better.
Wow.
Always.
I'm gonna punch you in the face if you keep this up, teammate. Go ahead.
I have 2 points. I mean, obviously, you can't be that worried about the Warriors. My question would be, sort of who's coaching the defense? That is actually a little bit of a concern because they're not very good defensively, and I don't know what Ty Jerome's doing on the roster, but if I were them, I would find the best defensive guard in the G League and sign him, and hopefully you can do a GP2 redux.
You know what I would say about the defense? B, hold on. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. I want to address that real quick. The defense. I think a lot of us are going to say they're not trying. A lot of us are going to say they're just not good at it. I always think every year, defense is like a living organism with an NBA team. So no matter how good you were in June, you have to start over again in October. I have no concerns about the Warrior defense. The group that plays together in certain spots they need to grow together. They kind of need to reboot. The intensity will ramp up as the season goes. I remember last year, it wasn't this bad, but last year there were, especially when Draymond was out, it was like, this defense is not going to get it done. If they're playing like this in February, then we can have a talk, B. You know what I mean?
I hear you. And you're probably right. But they did flash to the Warriors bench last night, and I noticed, Mike Brown was essentially the defensive coordinator the last 5 years or so.
Yep.
And they really didn't, I think that's not a nothing thing. Like, if there's a concern, that would be one of them. I'm not worried about Clay. Clay will be fine. I'm not worried about the Giants and the Niners. Look, come on. Farhan's not closing the deal on any big name free agents. We know it. He's gonna. You want
to bet? You want to bet?
He's gonna dumpster dive, and he's gonna find
Do you want to bet?
3 AAA guys and say he can build an Aaron Judge.
B. Do you want to bet?
$50,000.
Do you want to have a bet?
But sure. How much?
Okay.
What do you think?
Foul. He is in Palo Alto, so he's got that.
Look at you.
He's got that.
Look
big
at you,
money
power
down there
play.
in BPA.
Listen. You can hit me up on
dinner with Dibs. Dinner with Dibs at French Laundry. How's that?
Well, that's more than a couple G's. That's about 6-7 G's.
Great idea.
Yeah. Why is Dibs got to be into this? Why is that considered a loss? Having to have dinner with Dibs? I don't understand what's going on here.
What I want to have dinner with Dibs.
Well, you could just do that with Dibs then. What's that got to do with me?
Because if you lose, you pay, and if you win,
I'm not taking anybody to French Laundry for any reason whatsoever. But I will tell you this:
I want to have dinner with Dibs at French Laundry.
Listen,
who wouldn't want that?
The guy's got a kid. He goes to bed at 7. No one's ever having dinner with him ever again. The bottom line is this:
early.
You hit me, Brian.
I got kids too.
So do I, but they're not babies.
problems.
Yeah, so
some of them even know me. It's great.
Brian, hit me up on any social platform, make an offer, and define what a big signing is, and we'll go from there. But the Giants are signing somebody.
25 mil a year.
25 mil a year? All right. You make me an offer, but do it on social media because we got other people that we want to get to. So thanks, BPA.
Re-signing Belt doesn't count.
No.
Thanks for calling, B. Love you, babe. Be good down there, kid.
Qualifying offer for B Belt 25.2.
I'm going to the laundry. It's so great. Yeah, Longo's back. That counts.
That's right.
That counts.
Coach in Vallejo, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Coach, what are you doing?
Hey, good morning, Willard and Dibs. I'm sitting on my recliner watching you both on YouTube. You look great.
Oh, my gosh. Here, I'm unbutton my sweatshirt here for you.
Yeah, he is.
So I can show you all something.
Don't do that.
No. I got a shirt underneath it. I want to show you. My beautiful GSW hoop T-shirt that my daughter bought me last year.
Nice.
It's all good. There are no concerns. No concerns for these Golden State Warriors. All right.
I got a shirt that you'll love.
Stop taking your clothes off. Oh,
Gucci garage for you, kid.
Gucci. All right, Coach, what's up?
Oh, yeah. There's two types of fans in the world. You got fans that love their players and say nothing negative about them. Then you have fans like me who loves their team but can be objectively critical. Like I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, but I do not like Dak Prescott. I think he's a losing quarterback. And, but I'm a Cowboy fan. Now, as far as the Warriors are concerned, I'm a big, big Warrior fan, but I honestly like to say I am not a Jordan Poole fan. And one of the reasons I think is everyone knows he doesn't play defense, and he is a creative scorer. However, I think the Warriors are promoting him a little bit too much. I mean, the pool party, the pool bobblehead, it looks like a changing of the guard is going on. And I think it's a little bit premature. Now, I don't only think the Warriors do that. I think the NBA has done that. Kevin Durant says Ja Morant is the face of the league. What has he ever won? I mean, they promoted the hell out of Trae Young when he first come out. I think the league and the Warriors promote these guys before they have ever really done anything. And I think it can get under the skin of a Klay Thompson or a Draymond.
That's interesting. Hey, Coach, thank you very much for the call, and thank you for staring at us. It's not creepy at all. No,
There's
truly.
416 people staring at us, which is
thank
great.
all of you very, very much. We love that you're on YouTube.
I disagree with the notion that they're promoting Poole ahead of his time because they just gave him the bag alert, the major bag alert, and it's incumbent on a business to continually move it forward. You don't want to be sitting there 3 years from now when Steph and Clay are gone, Draymond might be gone before then, and look around and go, oh, my God, well, who do we have left? We haven't promoted anybody.
Well, you don't have the option, by the way. This is a fascinating statement. They're doing it too early. Well, you can't do it too late. If you do it too late, he plays for New Orleans or something like that. I mean, he's not
I guess, even though you have him under contract.
You didn't have to do it this offseason. You could have done it next offseason. I might sort of beg to differ in terms of what's the difference. I was surprised that Jordan Poole wanted to sign up for this because I thought he was the kind of guy who would think that he could score more points and start and do all of those things, not play behind Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, if you will. But he was willing to do it. I think the organization was at a spot where they really wanted to send a message that Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins are a very, very big part of the future of the organization. That makes sense to me. I would agree with you if they were forcing more minutes on Jordan Poole. If we were getting to a spot where plays are no longer running through Steph and we're running through Jordan to placate him or something like that, that to me would further your point. I don't see any of that.
No.
They signed him to a massive extension and then put him right back on the bench.
Well, and here's Jordan Poole's minutes per game so far. 28, 27, 27, 27. You think that they have a plan for Jordan Poole,
I
Mark?
think I know what they're going to do tomorrow night. They're going to play him for 27.
15 points a night
And
right
a half.
now. Yeah. He's going to get 27 to 30 minutes a night, 24 to 30. When Clay gets his minutes ramped up, his minutes might go down a little bit. You're going to have load management games, though. Jordan Poole's not going to get load managed. Wiggins won't get load managed. Kevon Looney played all 82. So when it comes to minutes for Jordan Poole, he's going to get his. And I'm impressed that he looked at his situation and thought, if they're going to give me... Thank you, Brian. If they're going to give me this much money,
got you in that mood.
I'll be a six man.
Yeah.
It takes a certain amount of humility to be able to accept that. But Jordan Poole realizes that if he's a six man getting 27 minutes a night, averaging 15 a game, everything else will work itself out.
I also think that there's pressure on Klay Thompson because of this, by the way. Like, this is pro sports. People don't wait around. The Indianapolis Colts just spent capital for 3 years to bring in Matt Ryan as their new quarterback, and they played him for 7 games. 7 games. And they went,
gone.
We're out. We're going to go with someone who's never played before for the rest of the year, Sam Ehlinger. So these things can happen, and there's loyalty, but not a lot. You're going to see loyalty in situations like the Warriors because Steph, Clay, and Dre have done what they've done. But what have we been sitting here talking about for the last month and a half?
They all can't stay.
Probably not going to pick Clay and Draymond over Andrew and Jordan. And so it's only 4 games, but how long can Clay struggle before somebody does start suggesting maybe Poole should start? Maybe Clay's minutes should be reduced. And maybe he should be the 6th man. I don't think we're anywhere near that.
I don't think that even happens in any. I don't think there's any circumstance where that happens.
He's going to have to produce at some point. This is pro sports, and you have to produce.
At some point, that's April to me. I mean, if Clay, let's say that this is the Clay that we see throughout the regular season, he's going to get 50 or 60 games of this before any change is made.
Yeah, but April is 80 games. You're not waiting that long. That's
Clay's
the playoffs.
played 651 regular season games. 37 times he's come off the bench. Klay Thompson's going to start. Now, whether or not Klay, and this is Bob Fitzgerald.
For a while, I agree with you.
I'm borrowing from the Pride of Foster City.
Yeah.
Not you, not the Igos, but Bob Fitzgerald, Pride of Foster City. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sorry, I meant for it to hurt.
Way before him.
It doesn't matter who starts. It matters who finishes.
And he's right. So he's 100% right.
If we get to a point where he's not finishing games, now we've got something there, Mark.
Right, and it's also about how many minutes you play. Not so much who starts the game. I agree with that. Greg in Berkeley is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Greg. Welcome to the show. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Greg?
Just, taking a break from work. But, yeah, I wanted to touch on the dynamic with Clay. I agree with you, Mark, that I think they need to bring Jordan Poole into the starting role and maybe have Clay come off the bench because, I think he's definitely taken a step back in his, effectiveness. And Jordan Poole's on the up and up. So I think that's something that the Warriors need to consider. And, it's a lot of pressure on Steve Kerr, but at the same time, I think that's something that they need to look at.
Yeah, Greg, thanks for the call. I want to be very careful when Greg calls in and goes, yeah, I agree with you. They should start Poole. I didn't say that. I'm not there.
You're down on Clay. You've always been anti-Clay, Mark. Hi, I'm Mark Willard, and I hate Clay. Whoa, dude, that escalated quickly.
By the way, I do hate Clay when it comes in the form of that, what's the stuff that the kids play with, the glop or whatever it is. It gets all over the furniture. It doesn't come off. Absolutely not. I can't even think of the name of the stupid stuff, but make sure your Clay comes off the couch.
It's not glop, but I know what you're saying.
Glop is what my dad used to call his dinner because he dumps everything together. If you give my dad turkey, mashed potatoes, and green beans, within moments, you've got a casserole. And he puts gravy all over it, and he calls it glop. But anyway, you all know what I'm talking about.
Play-Doh.
No, it's not Play-Doh, but it's
silly putty?
No.
It's not gack.
It's the kids and they squeeze it in their hands
like
and
the play slime?
Oh, slime. Slime. Thank you. They call it slime.
Oh my God, that was a spit take. I think we may need the
very excited
need the shield back. You do get excited.
Oh, I got excited.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let me just say this. Let me say this definitively for you and for the entire show and the entire station.
Clay not coming off the bench.
Clay's not coming off the bench.
Anytime
Jordan Poole.
soon.
No, Clay's not coming off the bench, period, at all.
There's a scenario where you do get there, that conversation comes up, but it's months away. I agree with you.
It's years away.
I don't know about that.
As long as Klay Thompson is a Golden State Warrior and Steve Kerr is the head coach, Klay Thompson is not coming off the bench, full stop, period, no ampersand, no ellipsis. It's over.
More calls coming up. We hope for Kevin Harlan in about 15 minutes. And... what a former NFL QB said about Jimmy Garoppolo and how it might change what you think about the rest of the players on the team. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Samson Ebukam here on 95.7 The Game. Does anyone get a worse holding call against him than Nick Bosa?
No. Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto. Bang, 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 bang. Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit UCSFhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with auto pay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hi, I'm Mark Willard, and I hate Clay.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'll see the YouTube audience. You just got my Molly Ringwald, and you, Dibs, you're suspended. You're suspended for 2 minutes because of that comment that you just made. That, you just got teed up, brother. That's right. I teed you up. Take that for data.
See you at 10:36. I'm off for 2.
You were trying to figure out. You're like, I'm not talking. I'm not talking.
No, you suspended me.
I did.
You have that authority. And I give myself a 2 for my Willard. I need to be better.
Yeah.
I am Mark Willard, and I hate Clay.
Yeah, you need to sound like you're 20 years older and that you've been smoking 3 packs a day since you were a teenager. I know how I sound. I get it.
As a lung, feel as though we are damaged.
Never had a drag in my life. I've never touched a cigarette.
Never.
Not once.
I tried, and it was immediate, like emergency onset emphysema. I was going to die.
I only smoked once, but I didn't inhale.
Yeah, I didn't inhale. It's a 2 for my Clinton. I need to take some time off.
Take a laugh.
Hey, if you get teed up again, you get the rest of the day off, Dibs.
Yeah,
seriously.
That's it. You
Say
be
the
careful.
Clay line again.
You better be careful.
Your free day off.
All right.
I am Mark Willard, and I hate Clay. It's a 3. I can work.
Yeah, it's a 3.
It's getting better. It's getting better. It's like the Warriors defense. Just keep working on it.
Totally.
All right. Why don't we take a listen to this? This was interesting. RG3. Now, listen to this with this background in your head. A lot of us, and I'm at the front of the line, I get it. Over the last 2 days, the key word of the week, it's almost like Pee-wee's Playhouse, word of the day, undisciplined. That's the word for the 49ers, whether it's on the field, whether it's their approach to roster building, whatever. The whole thing has felt undisciplined. And then suddenly, RG3 on Monday Night Football said something that resonated. And I went, are we being unfair with this undisciplined thing? Here's why. Take a listen.
Have Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback with all the offensive weapons they have. They have championship weapons, but not the quarterback to take them there. And the reason is everybody else has to do everything right for Jimmy G to keep you in the fight. The defense has to keep him under 20 points. The wide receivers, Debo has to take a 5-yard hitch and turn it into a 50-yard touchdown. George Kittle's got to make an amazing play. That's the problem for the 49ers right now. he doesn't have the ability to outshoot a Patrick Mahomes, and everybody else's job is harder.
Okay, part of that is obvious. He doesn't have the ability to outshoot a Patrick Mahomes. Thanks for the analysis. We already knew that. But Steve Young is standing right behind RG3 as he's saying all this, and there's no disagreement. Here's why what he's saying to me is important. What he's saying is everybody around them has to not just do their job, as Bill Belichick would ask. It's got to be perfect. Everybody's timing, everybody's process. And who asks for that? You can't ask for perfection from people, especially when there's 10 other people that have got to do it all perfectly. Therefore, it often ends up looking what? Undisciplined.
Yeah.
It's a penalty. It's a dropped ball. It's we threw a hitch to you and you need to go 13 yards. It's 3rd and 13. Here, Debo, go break 3 tackles. And then they don't, and we go, man, the offense is broken, but Jimmy completed the pass. So this
quarterback rating,
it's not
99.
There you go. It's not new. This isn't an earth-shattering comment, but it made me think a little bit differently with regard to the undisciplined discussion we were having, because it made me go, are we asking too much of the rest of the team?
I don't think so, and I think the notion that everyone has to be perfect is a bit of a stretch, but it's the nature of any 11-man unit where you've got the most important person, the quarterback, who's not the best player on your offense. If that's the case, well, then you do need the other players, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Debo Samuel, and the rest of them. You need them to all play at the top of their game in order to hide the deficiencies that you have at quarterback. And the offense is built around the fact that your quarterback has certain limitations. And because he has limitations, such as being able to throw the ball outside the numbers, deep down the field, etc., well, that limits what you do from a play calling standpoint. So to your point, Debo Samuel, here's the ball on a jet sweep, or here's the ball on a quick screen, go make a play. That's what your offense has to do. And in terms of the offensive line, we need you to protect Jimmy G, because if the protection breaks down, we know he can't evade the rush. We know he can't step up in the pocket and make a play most times. We know that if he rolls out in his own end zone, he's probably going to cost us a couple of points.
Well,
so that part of it I do buy.
Yeah, we know this. When it's 3rd and long, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. But not if you got Patrick Mahomes. But if you got Jimmy Garoppolo, you're in trouble. And the 49ers, for me, if I was to boil our entire 49er conversation this year down to one thing, forget all the trade Jimmy stuff that was going on at the beginning. As far as why they're 3rd and 4, they've been in 3rd and long too much. Sometimes it's because of a holding penalty or false start, but more often than not, it's because that run game that defines a Shanahan regime has not been as good on 1st and 2nd down as it normally has been. And what are the reasons for that? Well, probably the number one on the line is injuries. Trent Williams has missed time. Eli Mitchell's been out. Now they've acquired Christian McCaffrey. Williams is back, but looked compromised still to a certain degree. And this is why I remain optimistic going into this weekend and beyond. If you get Trent Williams back to his normal self, and now you've got McCaffrey, I think that you can do a lot better on 1st down. I think you're going to start seeing the 2nd and 5 that we're used to, and the 3rd and 2 that we're used to. The 3rd and 9 will kill you. And Jimmy's actually been pretty good on 3rd and 9. Like, they've converted a lot of them.
They've been great on 3rd down. They're actually 7th in the NFL mark on 3rd down, 43.2%, up from 40% last year. They're 7th in the league on 3rd down.
They've been good on 3rd down, but too much is being asked of them on 3rd down. Think how good they'd be if it were 3rd and 3 as opposed to 3rd and 8. I think that that's the whole key to the Shanahan offense. Garoppolo's not a big play guy, so you got to make 1st downs. Pick your way down the field. When you have an opportunity for 25-yard play over the middle, great, that's wonderful.
Right.
But you got to get 1st downs. And the penalties and 3rd and 8, it's just... That to me is what's turning this team from a team that should score 25 a game into a team that's scoring 17 a game.
Right, and it's not only the 3rd down conversions, but I think it's more of what you talked about, the big play, because you convert 3rd downs at a great rate, but because you don't have big play ability, you get 3 3rd downs converted. Okay, now you're at the 28-yard line, and you don't convert the 4th third down on a drive, and now it's Robbie Gould time because you don't have that big playability. The teams ahead of them on third down conversions, tell me if these teams are familiar to you.
Okay, let me think. Let's see. Can I guess a couple?
Go ahead.
Chiefs and Bills.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Number 1. Buffalo's number 1. The Chiefs are number 2.
Okay.
Who else is having a good year, Mark?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
They're 6th in third down conversions, also ahead of the Niners. There's 2 outliers, and then there's another division leader who is up there.
Okay, another division leader. I'm gonna go. That's gonna be the. It's either Cincinnati or Baltimore.
It's Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Okay.
Baltimore's 9th, by the way, just behind the Rams.
Where's Cincinnati?
Cincinnati's 3rd.
Cincinnati's 3rd. Okay, so I need number 4 and 5 still.
4 and 5.
You said there's 2 outliers though.
Well, one of them is a division leader outlier, and then the other one is like, really?
Tennessee Titans.
No, Tennessee's actually 22nd.
Okay, never mind that.
Seattle is the division leader outlier, and Atlanta is 5th in third down
mobile quarterback
conversions. Yeah,
that does a lot.
I mean, if you look at the list, you've got Philly, Buffalo, and Kansas City, the 3 best teams in football. Clearly, Cincinnati, they had a couple of bad games, but they've been good. And Seattle, the surprise.
But that should tell you something also there about the 49ers being 7th. Like, that's a list of who's doing well in the NFL.
Rams are 8th, by the way, which makes this game even more compelling. It feels like this Ram game is going to come down to one play either way.
Confirmed Kevin Harlan in 2 minutes. We're excited to talk to him after calling the game on TNT last night. Real quick before Kevin, let's go to Rolando in Napa. Hey, Rolando, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I just finished some grocery shopping. I picked up some pork chops, some Italian sausage, picked up some pasta. So just doing a little grocery shopping here in beautiful wine country. So just enjoying the life.
Glad you skipped out on the vegetables. Go ahead, Rolando.
Listen, I was talking about, I was talking about your screener about, going all in and everything. And I love doing sports analogy to movies, to real life. And I get that scene in Major League, one of my all-time favorite movies, where they're all sitting in the clubhouse, and Tom Bereger's character goes, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to win the whole effing thing. And if Shanahan and Lynch are going all in this year, if they got Christian McCaffrey, they got to make one more call. And I know it's gonna be like a sore drum, but I would follow Lynch Shanahan. I put a difference to the side and call Tampa and bring TB12 back home. I mean, if they're gonna go all in, I hate saying it. If you're going to go all in, you might as well put a call in and see if he really wants to come back home.
Well,
trade for Tom Brady.
Yeah, I think the
wow,
toothpaste has flown way out of the tube on that one. Tampa Bay's got their own season they're trying to win. I don't think they're trading Tom Brady. You could put a cardboard cutout of Tom Brady in the locker room and take clothes off of him every time you win a game. That's an option.
Yeah, that might work. I don't know what quarterback would be or has been traded at the deadline in this way. We got 5 days till the deadline.
Yeah.
The Niners have made their move, and they've got Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's who they're rolling with. And it's hard because you look at this team and you think, oh, if you had such and such quarterback, maybe you'd be better. To me, they have bigger fish to fry with what's going on and what's going wrong with this team.
You know what they need Jimmy to do? They need Jimmy, every time he throws it, to hit the receiver right between the eyes. That's exactly what they need to do.
Harlan.
Let's bring Kevin Harlan on the show, who called the game last night and jinxed Steph Curry's free throws.
Man.
What were you doing, Kevin?
Well, I don't, had Reggie not made such a big deal of it, it would have gone under the radar. And, he was up there. He couldn't hear us. I guess he just figured that we probably had said that was his first miss of the season, which, it was, and came into the game 22 of 22. He had hit a shot earlier. I think it was a technical, so he was 23 of 23, but we didn't get that part out. But as it turned out, that was the miss, and they had some fun with it, which was great. Unfortunately, the Dubs lost that game, and now they've got to regroup a little bit here and kind of figure out what's wrong with their defense.
And luckily, Kevin, you weren't to blame for the loss because I think they lost by more than 2. Right. I got to check my notes.
Yeah.
I got to consult my notes here, my box score. But what did you think about the relative chippiness of an October game between an upstart Phoenix and a Golden State team that I think has won 4 rings?
Well, the thing that probably is not surprising is that they were at each other, and that Booker, who just idolizes Clay, and I think Clay's got a great appreciation for what Devin is doing, and maybe sees a part of himself in the young player for the Suns. I think there's a pretty good relationship and a mutual admiration going on. But once that technical was leveled and Clay was tossed, Phoenix got really juiced, and they were energized by it. And Golden State's response was different than I thought. I thought they would be the same way, and they kind of went the opposite way. So it was a little surprising. They got it to single digits late, as we know, but then Phoenix answered and went on to win. And they'll look at this, and I know Steve just feels right now that we talked to him before the game last night that the core that is so experienced and decorated is outnumbered by the group that needs to really, pull the rope and keep their hands on the rope. And that probably is been a little tug stronger the other way, as opposed to the core 4, core 3 players that have had such a nice, push. Looney and Clay and Curry and Draymond are forceful guys, but just by sheer numbers, you're relying on Poole and Moody and Wiseman and down the line, and the young players probably right now are tilting that balance a little bit, and that is part of the growing of the team and part of what is so difficult about bridging, what is still a sustainable locomotive in those 4 guys who have won, and trying to find the replacements with on-the-job training so that you're not missing a beat. That's a tough thing to do. And it's tough because you can see other teams have tried it and have failed. This team is right on the cusp of making that happen, and probably not that far away from having a lot of this click. But right now, it can be uncomfortable, and last night the reaction was probably not what Steve wanted to see from the ejection.
The great Kevin Harlan is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. So, Kevin, I'm fascinated by that conversation you had with Steve Kerr, because my read going into the game is, boy, my bet is that Phoenix is going to really, really want this, kind of a measuring stick, while the Warriors are still exploring their matchups and figuring out who can play what and where, and that kind of leads to their defense. Am I maybe onto something there? Did you get the impression in talking to Steve Kerr that he's still in exploration mode?
Oh, he is up to his ass in alligators, man. He is trying to. He is trying. Can I say that?
Yeah, you just did.
He is trying. First of all, he's bringing in a new defensive coordinator because Mike is gone, and they've had some brain drain from that organization. But the bench, is still they're still trying to get their paces set. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm just saying that with a lot of change, comes adjustment. And you're exactly right. He's right now trying to get the team to buy into the defense, which was the big component of last year's winning push when everybody got healthy once the postseason began. But he's trying to figure out what groups play well together. Tinkering is the word to use with that lineup, and he's not close. On the other end, he is close, but he's not satisfied is the word I'm looking for. Satisfied with what he's seen, and last night was an indication. Clay leaves, who's going to fill that slot? And you bring in Poole, and not that he was bad, but it's going to just take some time for this to work out. But they're going to be competitive. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to make a push, and they're very much going to be in that conversation, in late May, and who's going to represent the West. Clippers are deeper. Phoenix, I think, is on the road to being deeper. The Jay Crowder thing has kind of messed them up a little bit. But listen, that Phoenix team, what happened to them? They were beaten into a weird way with that semi-final matchup against, or maybe the first round matchup against the Pelicans, and then Dallas, countered, and they did things that Phoenix didn't have an answer for. Phoenix did not have an answer for New Orleans or Dallas in the playoffs, and we know they faded and kind of robbed from all of us the chance to see what would have been a monumental Western Conference final, but they were not right. And I don't know that they're completely right now. Crowder is on the trading block supposedly and wants a contract and maybe brought off the bench, and that's not what they want to do, and that has been an issue. Crowder was a big voice on that team in that locker room. So for them to win the way they did last night with kind of the tumultuous third quarter going on and Clay getting, yanked, I think that was probably a very empowering moment for them, and they showed it. They answered, and they collected themselves, even though they didn't lose anybody with an ejection. But it was a rattling part of the game, and they responded well. So Phoenix is who we think they are. They are a strong team. I think they're trying to put Paul in a different light and role, and that's going to take most of the season to make both parties feel comfortable. And we know the story for the Warriors, a defending champ that's going to have an X on their back every game they walk into, biggest game on the schedule for every team they face, and that's just going to be the world they live in here until they get these younger players up and running, and that will be an interesting watch, but not one to fret over. It's just part of the world that Steve's got to operate within right now.
Kevin Harlan here on 95.7 The Game, and the nature of the West is so deep now. So do you think that the Warriors can bide their time, kind of slow play the regular season, and then, for lack of a better term, be able to flip the switch again come April and compete with Denver, the Clippers, Phoenix, New Orleans, and others?
Well, New Orleans, their biggest problem is health, and they got Ingram and concussion protocol, and they got Zion, who's I think we're going to be on the 24/7 watch with him and just how he is, physically going through this season. So that's a question mark. I think that Kawhi and George, their health, and they're easing them both back into the swing of things, Kawhi in particular, but they're deep. The Clippers are incredibly deep, and I think very, very good, and they're coached very well, and that will be a team that will be where we think they're going to be in May. I definitely think the Warriors are going to be that team we think they are and have been. Last year at this time, I don't know that any of us really kind of thought that they would win a championship. They went in with, very low sights, thinking that maybe we'll sneak up on some people if Clay can get back and be what he once was. And as it turned out, they got Clay back and they lost Steph, and then Steph came back when the playoffs began, and it was a beautiful it was a beautiful run. And this year, I think the emphasis is really keeping those guys healthy. Steve wants to watch their minutes. He is not going to beat them into a 35-minute per night season. There's no way with all of them. Now he's going to get an earful because they're going to argue, but it's going to pay off later on. But this season, as weird as it may sound, is going to be about developing these kids. 1 year at Arkansas for Moody, 12 games in the G League for Kuminga. I mean, Wiseman hasn't played in a year, and these are three players, and then the others that are going to come in, and they're going to make a real impact on this team, but it's going to be a process, and I think that we all probably shouldn't expect a defending champion to steamroll, but a defending champion to rebuild on the move and still be competitive and compete at the end when it really matters. So less minutes for the veterans, more for the kids, more mixing and matching. I think that's going to be the next month for sure for the team as they try to figure out what they are.
Kevin, it's just great stuff. The broadcast was a ton of fun last night. You guys are doing a great job, and to squeeze us into your travel schedule today, we really, really appreciate it.
Oh, my privilege. Thanks for calling. Great to be on with you, and we'll be out there again soon to watch that team. And I'm a big fan. I worked with Steve on the video game, the 2K video game. He was my partner at Turner. At the end of the day, it's your coach and general manager, and luckily they've got this ownership that is willing to spend. But those two guys, like if I'm an NBA fan, and I know there are no better fans than out in the Bay Area of the NBA than Warrior fans, and they've had great success. Those are the two right guys. The messages every game are the right messages, and that's what would give me hope, if anything. So 2-2 now. Who cares?
Right.
Yeah.
October.
Kev, do us a favor. Go easy on Steph Curry at the foul line, if you wouldn't mind.
You know, he is so intuitive. Like, isn't that, he knows everything. You know, the people think, they don't hear the cat calls. They don't, and he didn't hear us. But I know that he knew that he had not missed this season, and probably knew that we were going to be talking about it. And sure enough, we were. So it was a nice little intersection of him turning and pointing, and us talking about it, and made for kind of a unique moment in our NBA schedule for sure.
So good. So
Thanks,
good.
Kevin.
We'll talk to you again soon.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Fun to be on. Thank you again.
Yeah,
Bye.
appreciate you. All right, there he goes.
Man.
Kevin Harlan with us, the absolute best.
He made Steph miss.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. That's going to stick with him all year. All right,
Totally.
back to your phone calls. Plus, coming up next, not just the biggest Aaron Judge statement yet, but why was it made? We're going to get into that. Dr. Brian Feely about a half hour away with the Niners injuries. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
In 2019, he took a team to the Super Bowl, so he can't coach. But then you see more stuff. The area that needs the most improvement is situational play calling. Steiny, it's just, I'm starting to believe you have it or you don't.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Those are facts.
95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien. Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost.
For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Could you hear a little water in the background? Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season. Wow. It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. Let's keep getting into it. That's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Kevin Harlan, interesting that he kind of pointed out Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, because I put all three of them into the same bucket. They're these people that, like, when you're done with a conversation with them, you just feel better about everything.
Yeah.
Like your life, their life, anything. You just come out of it and you're like, man, I just like talking to that person. It's just good.
Kevin Harlan is awesome. And I was saying on the YouTube chat, and join us if you can, to search 95.7 The Game, like, subscribe, be a part of it. Kevin Harlan is the GOAT in terms of radio and TV, a guy who can do both, because you're a broadcaster. You've done a lot of TV. You've done a lot of radio. It's two different things. I've done both play-by-play on the radio and the TV.
Oh, you have an Emmy.
Yeah, that's for TV. And one season with the Earthquakes, won an Emmy, lost the job. I'm actually the all-time leader in Emmys per season, EPS, not BPA.
No one's ever gotten 2 in 1 year?
I don't believe so. And then lost a gig. No chance.
Okay.
Like Kevin Harlan, cute little career. He's probably been doing it 30-something years.
Seriously.
No way he has 30-something Emmys. So
no way.
But, as far as being able to do... seriously, he's the GOAT. And the ability to do TV and radio, though, incredibly rare.
Yeah, and multi-sport.
At that level, yeah.
Yeah, multi-sport. Basketball, football, he's at the top. So
let's see him do soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Can you do hockey?
Come on, Harlan.
Anyway, a lot of fun with Kevin Harlan. Then there's this. So sometimes you see something, and instead of taking it for what it is, you take it for why it is. And that is exactly where I went when I saw this whole thing from Randy Miller on NJ.com with regard to Aaron Judge and by extension, the San Francisco Giants. Okay? So first off, Randy Miller works out east, NJ.com. Okay? That does not stand for NoJudge.com. It stands for NewJersey.com.
It might stand for NoJudge.com.
It might. So I'm trying to figure out who he spoke to, why that person would speak to him, why that person would speak to him not off the record.
Anonymous, though, which is kind of off the record's cousin.
But this isn't the way the Giants work. So if this person actually knows what's going on with the Giants' plan, he's not going to speak on or off the record, or she, for that matter. Like, you're not... They're just... That's not the way they operate. They very much come from the weeds when they make a move. The majority of the teams here in the Bay Area... I know the Warriors, we've talked about a leak, right? They got the video thing, and they sort of telegraphed their pass with Jordan Poole. But by and large, you don't see stuff coming from the Giants, from the 49ers, especially when it comes to free agency, which is the most tight-lipped area. So
the Niners had a little bit of a leak problem years ago, and then now with this Christian McCaffrey signing, Tim Kawakami with I wouldn't be too stunned.
Yeah, but even he was stunned at how much and when and all of that.
Right.
And as recently as a week before it happened, we were calling the idea of Christian McCaffrey to the 49ers a pipe dream, ridiculous, just for fun, let's talk about it.
Right.
And then it's reality. So listen to some of the quotes that come out of this article by Randy Miller, NJ.com, and it's all aspects of the Aaron Judge situation. You pointed to this earlier on the changeover. Quote, "This looked, sounded, and felt like the end of an era, especially when Judge ended one encounter with a veteran reporter by saying, quote, 'I'll see you somewhere down the road.' It's not quite Jimmy's see ya, but okay, you take that as a clue. And that I can get because he probably saw that with his own eyes. But then he spoke to a person with knowledge of the Giants' thinking. That's what I want to focus on. Who is that person?
Who has knowledge of the Giants' thinking?
Why would they be speaking to Randy Miller?
Where would that person be?
Why would that person, if they wanted to speak publicly...
How would he know who that person is? I got a lot of questions.
Why would it be on the record? Even in anonymity.
Yeah.
Why would this be on the record? Because if this person has knowledge of the Giants' thinking, the thought is, well, they're somewhere within the Giants. The Giants are not helped by this. I want everyone to understand this. It's fun. It's good news if you want Aaron Judge on the Giants. This does not help their bargaining position.
I don't think it hurts it, though.
Let's put a flag outside that says, hey, Aaron, we'll pay whatever the hell you want. Please.
Come here.
That doesn't help the Giants.
It doesn't hurt, though.
It makes you look desperate, and it also means if I'm Aaron's agent, well, I'm going to use you.
Is that Boris? Is he a Boris guy?
I don't think he is.
No.
Is he? I don't think he is.
Okay.
I don't know his agent off the top of my head. But anyway, the person with knowledge of the Giants' thinking. Let's focus there. One of the quotes is, the Judge is at the top of the Giants' list, and they won't be underbid, which is a bad quote because what he actually means is they won't be outbid. They won't be overbid.
I bet you they will be underbid. And if the A's weigh in with a 2-year, $11 million deal, they would be underbid, or any other team you want to fill in the blank with.
So what they meant to say was the Giants will not be outbid. And then goes on to say, if they miss out, it won't be because of money. Now, that I actually agree with that. That is my much less on the inside understanding and thought as well. Okay?
And that's why I don't think that this hurts them in terms of this getting out there, because the notion is, I think it's a well-known fact that they want Aaron Judge. They have a ton of money to get Aaron Judge, and I don't think that they will be outbid. They might be underbid, but I don't think that they'll be outbid, so I don't think that this really hurts them.
I liked your thought a moment ago. You said they're totally going to be underbid,
right?
Probably by the Oakland A's
or many other teams.
What would the A's offer be for Aaron Judge?
I think probably 2 years, $11 million.
Okay, 2 years.
Seems high.
Kyle, man, Kyle's antennas went straight up when we just said that.
2 years, $11 million paid out over 40 years.
Yeah. With incentives, too.
Well, and for the A's, it's really going to come down to the fine print. They're going to be like, well, wait a minute. We didn't say you could have parking also.
No.
You're not getting parking.
It's expensive there.
We're giving you $11 million. You can take it out of your check. Anyway.
Bart, and you're there. Boop, boop.
Bart's already on the Giants. Anyway. The person added that the Giants plan to entice Judge further by signing at least 2 high-priced free agents. So now this
2
person,
including him, or him and 1?
I think him and 1, but I don't know. I'm not this person. This person is anonymous. We can't talk to this person. But now this person is putting out into the world. By the way, they are totally going to overspend on Judge, and they're not done. So if you're Carlos Correa's agent or Trey Turner's agent, come on down. We're going to freak out about you too. All right? More quotes from the person.
Are you the person, Mark?
I'm not the person, and I wouldn't tell you if I was. Quote, the Giants are not going to stop with Judge. They have so much money freed up. True, but does that sound like their philosophy? At any point, has that ever been? We're here with our bag. Who wants in?
Well, DeSclafani and LaStella wanted it.
Yeah, that's different. Those are not that big.
No, but
not compared to these guys.
Right. To your point, and this is where I've always been of the mind that the Giants aren't going to get Aaron Judge because Farhan Zaidi and company have not gone out and spent that big long-term money. Now, they gave Rodon $20+ million per, but it was a short deal. I haven't seen Farhan Zaidi. He hasn't signed anyone for longer than 3 years, let alone 8 or 9, which is what this is going to take.
And in fact, if you go back to even look at his time with the Dodgers didn't do much of it then either. They've largely done that after Farhan's departure. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and beyond. Okay, next quote. They need a draw with the Dodgers and the Padres in their division, spending big money on big names. I know the Giants are also, this is interesting, also feeling pressure with the Warriors doing so well and spending big in the same market.
You
End
nailed
quote.
that from a couple weeks ago. That's exactly what you said.
Well,
I think you are the person.
And add in Christian McCaffrey, probably since these quotes got put out there.
True.
49ers, big names, Warriors, Wiggins, Poole, boop, ring night, boop, boop, big name, glitz, glamour. Giants are like, Yaz. So this is not just about baseball.
I could have taken a David VR shot there, but I didn't want to.
I'm sorry, and I love
It's okay.
Yaz. I love Yaz. Hopefully he's in Tennessee not listening. I love Yaz. But he's
pre-arb 3.
They need to not just win. They need fans. They need attendance. They need people buying hot dogs.
Sizzle.
Okay?
They need some sizzle.
All right. So this goes on and on.
For shizzle.
Dodgers and other clubs could become serious suitors, turning it into a bidding war, could surpass $300 million. All of this is very true. Now, the other side to it is that Randy Miller talked to someone, quote unquote, in the Judge camp. And that person said, yep, Giants are his first choice, and he's soured on the Yankees.
Soured?
Yeah. The last quote from the person, the Giants are confident that they can sign Judge. It'll be interesting for sure.
Yes.
That's the end of the article.
And part of the article does talk about Linden, California. And if you Google it, if you go to your MapQuest or your Thomas Guide, if you're an old soul, it's right outside of Stockton. And I believe the article also mentions that Judge's parents still live there.
They do?
And his in-laws still live there, which tells me he likely married somebody from Linden, a high school sweetheart type, and Linden is still something that's very close and connected to him, and it's not that far away from San Francisco.
Hey, guys, do they have kids? Hey, Kyle, will you do some creepy recon? Do the Judges have kids?
Aaron.
Will you look? Yeah, just Google it. See if Aaron Judge has got kids. I wonder because I have heard that his wife is and you would expect this, a very large part of this discussion. No, they don't have kids. Okay, 30 years old, married, both from Linden. Maybe they want to start a family. Maybe this contract needs to be 8 years, and they're going, and this is going to be it. So where do you want to raise the kids, honey? And I've also heard that his wife was also very upset with Brian Cashman. So people can understand, let's go back a minute, to why Judge might still be ticked off at the Yankees with regard to their contract situation, it's not just that they didn't hit a number. When they didn't hit a number and it got to opening day, the Yankees went public with exactly what they offered him. Hey, we offered $213.5 million, and he said no.
Can you believe he said no? That's what the sentiment was.
Exactly. This is exactly what Washington tried to do to Juan Soto and then traded him about 8 days later. You put it out in the public, it makes him look greedy. It is very, very roundly considered as the thing that really ticked Aaron and his wife off, and they're still holding on to it today. Okay? One last thing from Randy Miller. He writes, there is another sign that Judge appears ready to leave. In past Octobers, he was distraught visibly while talking to the media after the Yankees were ousted from the playoffs. This year, he did not seem nearly as upset, even though he had just hit 139 with 2 home runs in 9 games.
Oops.
The hated Astros had sent the Yankees out for the 3rd time since 2017, and they fizzled after building a 61-23 record through July 8th. They were on pace for 118 wins. Has Judge become accustomed to the Yankees simply losing in the playoffs? Now, that's trying to read what's going on in someone's head, but that's from someone who's been next to Judge when they get ousted from the playoffs every year, because they do go every year.
Yeah.
And they get ousted every year. And he said this.
By Houston.
And this looked different.
Yes, and it looked different, yet I think the thing that sticks with him and probably would stick with me if I was Aaron Judge, early in the year, reports come out that he refused or turned down that contract offer. And those of us who are working, 5 days a week, 40-hour weeks or whatever, you hear that number and you think, the audacity of this guy to turn down 230. Who do you think you are turning down $213 million? So he starts out a little bit slow, and Yankee fans, which is what Yankee fans do, you boo the guy. Well, skip ahead to the end of the year, and he sets a record, an American League record, a Yankee record, most home runs in a regular season at 62, and you cheer him, all rise, we all have our gavels, he's the best. Then you get into the postseason, and he struggles, and what do? You boo him again. The boos are renewed. So if I'm Aaron Judge, having already turned down $213.5 million, had a season that's going to put me north of $300 million now from Yankees, Mets, whoever's going to pay me. Do I really want to stay in New York and make that money knowing full well what comes with it, the Boo Birds, or do I want to come home to Northern California where I'm going to be beloved? And by the way, if he becomes a Giant and he dons number 99, he will wear the highest uniform number in Giants history. Do you know who currently holds that distinction?
Oh, gosh.
For the Giants?
Absolutely not.
Sam Lubman, do you know? Because you're a Giants head.
I mean, you know me. I've made this very clear. I have no clue what number anyone wears. I have to ask my boys all the time. I know that Debo wears 19. I know that Kittle's 85.
Do you know what Barry Zito wore?
75.
Correct.
Is that right?
There are 4 uniform numbers that have been worn by the Giants that are higher than Barry Zito.
Oh, my gosh.
I might be able to give you a number. I don't know if I can give you a name.
Give it to me.
What's the number?
I want to say the highest number is 86.
Incorrect. It is 87, Dan Otero. Dan Otero.
You could have given me 114 guess. Yeah. I would not have gotten that.
Gene Machi wore 79. Gregory Santos wore 78.
Oh, that's right.
And Harlan Garcia wore 76.
Okay.
As did Kervin Castro and Cole Waits.
There you go. Well,
99 would be the highest.
76 is the taxi squad number. Whoever's on it, here's your jersey. Right. You're going to wear number 76. Look,
so Danny O right now holds the highest number ever at 87.
I would never have gotten that.
That's part of the fun of the bit.
So here's one thing though. Like I've reached a spot where I'm kind of done figuring out what makes a free agent tick. Remember Garrett Cole? He and Brandon Crawford, it's family.
That's right.
It's like, look, I don't know what makes a guy tick. Home, the jersey, money. I got no idea.
Well, we know it's almost always money. So let's just say that the money in this one is even. Let's say all 5 suitors are going to offer him 9 years and $350 million. Let's just say that's the price, okay?
I mean, I think he stays the Yankees.
If the Yankees, the Giants, the Cubs, the Dodgers, they all offer that.
I don't think the Giants will be outbid, and I don't think they'll be even bid. I think the Giants will hey, Aaron, you go get your best offer, we'll beat it.
But in terms of what makes him tick, let's just say that, so the Giants say 345, and the Yankees say 346, and we go back and forth. If the money is equal, what do you think would make a player tick?
It's either loyalty and what you know with your current teammates who you love and wanting to achieve the goal you've been trying to achieve for the first 7 years. It's either that or cue the LeBron music, I'm coming home. And we want to raise a family, and my wife wants to be near grandparents in Linden. And I have no clue. But here's one thing that I really am putting a key on in this. We sat here 2 weeks ago and watched Steph Curry sit in front of a podium after the Draymond punch. And then Steve Kerr and Bob Myers. And many of us said the same thing. Whew. I've never seen their face look like that before. They look beat.
Bummed.
They look exasperated. They look like they've come to some new conclusions. This felt different because one thing as a human being you can't hide is that look in your eyes. You can't hide it no matter what you try to do.
The look of disappointment.
I saw that in the Warriors. That shaped my opinions that I shared throughout that whole experience. Oh, people get punched all the time, no big deal. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you're a former NBA player and it happened every other day in practice. I know that the 3 key figures at the top of the Warrior organization looked spent and done. Done. He's saying that Aaron looks like that to him and to others in that locker room and in that clubhouse who are there every day. And Anthony Rizzo goes public yesterday, almost sounding like he's begging both sides to figure this out. Come with the big contract. Give him the captaincy, which hasn't been done since Derek Jeter. It's like, please find a way to keep Judge. If they're looking in his eyes and they're seeing goodbye in his eyes, that matters to me because that's the one card that I don't think you can hold close to the vest. That is just something you see. And I don't know Aaron Judge, and I'm not there. But the people who do and the people who are, that's the message that they're sending. He looks done with the Yankees.
And I can understand why. Because the contract details leak, he gets booed, he sets a record, he struggles in the postseason, and he gets booed again. And if you're Aaron Judge, you step back and you say, what do I have to do? Yes, granted, I didn't do it in the postseason. By the way, he was not alone. They got swept by the Houston Astros. It's not like Judge came up in a 3-2 series lead and went 0 for 4 with 4 punchies in spots where the bases were loaded, and he absolutely gacked it away. Their entire team got owned by Houston. And by the way, the Astros are a better team.
Yep.
The Astros are the best team in baseball. Apologies to the Dodgers, but Houston's a dynasty. They're in their 6th consecutive league championship series. This Astros team is legit. Put the cheating scandal aside. Before the cheating scandal, after the cheating scandal, Houston's the real deal. And yet Judge and company, they fell short. So if you're Aaron Judge, and that's why I was wondering what you thought in terms of his priorities. If I'm Aaron Judge and the money's equal and I look at situations, I don't want to be in New York anymore. What did you do for New York?
Well,
you hit 62 home runs and you still got booed in the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, they're closer.
Forget you, New York.
They're closer to a World Series than the Giants are, but I get that aspect of it, which is you're booing me? You boo me? I mean, come on.
You boo me, you lose me.
It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. It's Willard and Dibs. Coming up next, we get to What should we expect with Klay Thompson going forward? What about Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, Deebo Samuel? Oh, wow. I could just name the entire 49er roster, in fact. Charvarius Ward. It's time for Cleared to Play. Dr. Brian Feely gives us the latest, the optimism and the pessimism with all of the Bay Area injuries. That's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
He gone. Watch the Morning Roast on Twitch and YouTube. Just search 957 The Game.
I do think that Shanahan needs to take a hard look in the mirror and evolve. There's no doubt.
It's been 6 years, Shasky. How long do I have to wait for Shanahan to evolve? That's my problem.
That's why I was hoping. This is why I'm so hurt that we didn't get a chance to see Trey Lance.
That's honestly my problem. How long do I have to wait for the head coach to evolve?
Oh my God. This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Take it out!
95.7 The Game.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight. 95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live life in the fast lane with 95.7 The Game and win tickets to see the Eagles. February 21st, 2023 at the SAP Center. Head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Steiny and Guru, and we were just sitting all together listening to some of the stuff that Kevin Harlan said to us. He joined us about 45 minutes ago, did the game on TNT last night. And it sounds very much like Kevin has a little bit of an additional thought, if you will, on Klay Thompson's frustration. I think we're all in the space of, well, Klay's frustrated because physically he's just not quite there yet. Could Klay actually be frustrated? The source of his frustration may be similar to Draymond's frustration, which is that they're starting to feel the transition on the team from them to other young players, and they're feeling that pressure and that angst. That's kind of something we'll have if you missed Kevin.
Yeah.
Or if you didn't hear it that way.
Well, I heard it, but I didn't hear it quite that way.
Yeah, like in I would say about 12 minutes, we'll have that for you, and then we'll discuss that with Steiny and Goo for sure. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. It is time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF, Dr. Brian Feely. Hello, Doc. How you doing?
Dr. Feely, are you there?
There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Let's say it's false start.
I'm here.
False start, 5 yards. It is still first down. That was not on you, Doc. That was on us. How you doing?
Good. I'm looking forward to the bye week in a couple weeks.
Doc, you are not the one we go to every week, but you are no one's backup.
Thank you.
I saw what was going on Twitter.
It was hot.
I don't want you to take that from any of your colleagues.
You know, as a lefty, I'll take being Steve Young to Dr. Pundia's Joe Montana.
Okay. All right. That's nice of you.
Yeah, you're more mobile. I think you're better outside the pocket. A little bit more durable, too.
Yeah. Although Steve and Joe hated each other at one time. But anyway,
Exactly.
Let's talk about 49ers who are currently on the roster. Hey, what did you make of some of the guys who tried to play through injury last week, and it looked like maybe they weren't themselves? Trent Williams with the high ankle, Charvarius Ward with the groin are the two I'm thinking about the most.
Well, I think anytime people play through injury, the reality is in the NFL and NBA, and frankly for a lot of sports, you may be somewhat injured, but if you're playing close enough to your level, that's probably okay. And I think they probably looked at the people behind and what Trent and Chavarius bring to the team, and that's probably as good, if not better, as the people behind them. And as you're recovering from injury, as long as you're not putting your own body at increased risk of further injury, that's going to delay your long-term recovery or your ability to get back closer to the end of the season, I think it's probably safe. And then you have to trust what the players say about their bodies and what the athletic training staff says about their bodies. I think where the difference is really in hamstring strains, which neither of those two had, but Debo has now, and they're dealing with the Warriors. Those are the injuries, especially in the NFL and especially in wide receivers, you have to be careful of, because more than a third of them end up with re-injuries if they try to come back too soon.
And the concern of re-injury is present with Deebo Samuel now with the hamstring issue. He was, quote, hampered last week against Kansas City. What should the 49ers do, and how do we know just how hampered he'll be just by watching him against the Rams on Sunday?
I mean, I think with somebody like Debo, he obviously relies on a lot of his power, a lot of his game relies on his power. So if he's physically limited, this is the kind of thing I would imagine that they're going to be really cautious with. If he ends up with an injury that he's out 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks because he goes back with continued pain and gets tackled in an awkward manner, can't really explode, that's not beneficial to a team that's only one game out of first place.
Dr. Brian Feely with us here, cleared to play every Wednesday, Willard and Dibs. When you see someone continually struggling on and off with the exact same injury, and in particular when it's a knee, I'm talking about Javon Kinlaw, the concern level is where, with regard to not just now, but the rest of his career?
I think at this point, these can often go one of two ways. One is the way we hope that James Wiseman is going, where it took a couple of surgeries, it took some real time off, but it seems like his knee has settled down, there's no more swelling, and he's playing at the level that we were all hoping he could play a year ago. With Kinlaw, the same thing is once you've had a knee cleanup, it can be enough that the problem is settled, or it can go in the path that is more concerning, where you're really looking at early arthritic changes and the knee is continually breaking down just in the load and the stresses. The problem is we're not really good at predicting that. We're certainly not good at necessarily predicting that in elite athletes and how they'll be able to manage through these scenarios. But in general, the more time you give a player to rehab and recover, the more likely they're going to be able to come back for the long term.
Kyle Juszczyk is going to be out with a broken ring finger. He had surgery to repair it. What's the return to play protocol for a finger like this for a fullback who needs to sometimes carry it and sometimes catch it?
Yeah, I think unlike some of the defensive people that you can basically just put in a club and they seem to function just fine, I think it's probably looking similar to Dak Prescott's finger injury, where you're looking at 3 to 4 weeks at best before he can get back and have full use of his hand. We know that for a lot of these injuries in the hand, fixing it surgically versus putting it in a cast accelerates your return to play by a couple weeks, but you still need that bone to be well on its way to healing before you can really get them back out there.
Doc, I wonder what you would say to sort of shed light from your view on the Klay Thompson situation. I think throughout last year, everybody was under the impression of sure, it's going to have to be a patient year with Klay, but by next year, the 2022-23 season, man, he's going to be, back at full strength. And it's not that. He's still working mentally and physically. Is that normal? What's your take?
Yeah, I think that's totally normal, and you can see the same thing with Kawhi Leonard, that they're being very cautious with him. This is really, really early on in the NBA season, and there's nothing like having to play a full 48-minute game for these athletes. We need to go slow. We need to anticipate that Klay's going to be a little bit more up and down than he would have been 4 years ago. And then you have to factor in age. As we all get older, getting up to that highest level of intensity takes a little bit more time. So my guess is that they're going to be a little bit conservative with him and easing him back in, and he's probably feeling a little bit conservative in how he's playing, and I think that's all totally normal.
Dante DiVincenzo's got a hamstring issue. He'll be reevaluated in a week by the Warriors staff. What's the return to play for a basketball player with a hamstring issue?
Yeah, I think if you look at that video, that's like the classic hamstring video where you see him run, lunge, and then immediately grab to the back of his leg. On average, these injuries take about 2.5 to 3 weeks to come back for NBA athletes. So I would anticipate, depending on the grade of strain, how severe it is, it's probably in there, and they seem to have a lot of people coming off the bench, so there's no harm, especially early in the season, in giving that a little bit more time for him to recover and feel truly at full strength before he comes back.
Doc, great stuff, or Steve Young, as I should say.
Exactly.
Are you going as Steve on Monday? Or you got a Halloween costume?
You know, this year the family went as dragons, but I can dress up as Dragon Steve Young. I'm willing to do that for you
Okay, all right. Please take a picture, send it along our way, and thank you very much.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, there it is. Dr. Brian Feely on Cleared to Play. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Okay, Steiny and Guru are going to come in here in a little bit. Coming up next, though, we'll get to some more of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. And we'll play for you what Kevin Harlan said that certainly suggests Clay's frustration might not just be about his own health, both physical and mental. Maybe it is something going on with the team. That is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Starting tomorrow, Steiny and Guru host The Executive Show. With Bob Myers and Zaza Pachulia.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
The Executive Show. Every week on Steiny and Guru.
Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion?
Guru too. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
We are on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290, and I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair is coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
O'Reilly.
See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
In Pleasanton, mostly sunny. Highs near 71.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up 6-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're just sitting in here listening to little snippets and bits and pieces and kibbles and bits. And I'm going to have to go sit down and watch the whole thing from beginning to end later today because you know what it is?
Can't
Dibs?
do it.
It is a commemoration sensation.
Cha-ching!
14 years ago today.
It's a rantiversary.
The great Mike Singletary with one of the best press conferences that has ever been. I want winners. Can't win with them. Can't do it. Vernon Davis somewhere in the locker room just in tears probably after listening to the whole thing.
He reportedly went into the locker room at halftime. And remember, this was his first game. Coach Singletary goes into the halftime and drops trow in order to make a point. Can you imagine that now? And that's, 2008.
Well,
now, we have cameras everywhere now. We can't even have Ken Dorsey lose his temper in the offensive coordinator booth.
You can't slam an iPad. Listen, linebackers are nuts. They're crazy people. So if you hire one as a head coach, you're going to get crazy. That's what's going to happen.
I would rather go out there and get penalized up and down the field with 10 men. Coach, it's not a penalty. 12 men is a penalty. You can play with 10, Coach, but don't let that get in the way of an otherwise great rant.
Oh, my gosh.
I would rather play with 10 people.
Thank you.
And just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
Did anybody ever sit down and think about the error? It's almost like a Billy Ripken bleep face. Did you hear the error in that sound clip?
There's a lot of them.
I don't think playing with 10 men is a penalty.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're not going to get penalized if you're playing with 10 men.
I would rather get penalized up and down the field. Coach, it's not a penalty.
Coach, you're fine. You're going to get your butt kicked.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's not a problem. You want to play with 10? Play with 9. Play with 8.
And the I want winners is such a clean drop in and of itself.
Just so good.
I want winners.
And can't do it. It's just so great.
All right. We promised this. We've got it for you. Take a listen. Real close now, okay? Kevin Harlan, who called the game on TNT last night. Klay Thompson, obviously frustrated, ejected for the first time in his career. Everybody has moved on with the assumption that Klay is frustrated because physically he's not fully there yet, and he wants to be, and he's not playing great, and he's spoken publicly about it, and that's certainly a part of the picture. However, listen closely to what Kevin is saying with regard to Klay's frustrations potentially having something to do with an organization in transition.
Part of what is so difficult about bridging, what is still a sustainable locomotive in those 4 guys who have won, and trying to find the replacements with on-the-job training so that you're not missing a beat. That's a tough thing to do. And it's tough because you can see other teams have tried it and have failed. This team is right on the cusp of making that happen, and probably not that far away from having a lot of this click. But right now, it can be uncomfortable, and last night the reaction was probably not what Steve wanted to see from the ejection.
Okay, the ejection is not the reaction that Steve wanted to see as they work their way through the transition, or the bridge, as he called it. This is fascinating because you and I don't even think this, I should say I don't think, I know, this was not planned.
No.
You and I had a conversation about Klay Thompson, and as we worked our way through it, all of a sudden, it kind of pops into my mind. I'm like, there could be sort of a link from Draymond punching Jordan Poole to Klay getting into it with Devin Booker. Not that they're related, but could the subject matter have some overlap, which is young guns telling 2 decorated champions, you cooked and I'm coming. Like, that's the trash talk they're going to hear. And many of us put that tone on Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, and we admittedly don't really know what was said.
Right.
We don't know.
Something was said.
But there is a bigger issue here with a contract about to be signed, a guy who chirps and is very confident. You heard Klay Thompson in the playoffs last year, in Japan this year. Oh, we all know Jordan Poole wants more playing time. This is causing angst within these players. They know that the 2 other guys just got extensions, and that is building the frustrations. Now flash forward to Phoenix, and here's another young 2-guard in the NBA telling you, I have surpassed you.
Yeah. And
it's interesting.
It is. And if you think about Klay Thompson, go back to when Kevin Durant signed, and Klay said basically, he's not taking shots from me. I'm still going to get my shot. So Klay's always been this athlete in terms of protecting his assets, protecting his legacy and what he does on the floor for the Golden State Warriors. And now you're in a spot where you're not getting the minutes you're used to getting. Jordan Poole got the big bag, and Klay's only got a contract for this year and next. So he looks at 32 years of age. Yes, he's paid handsomely, $40 million this year, $43.2 next year. But there's the sense of, I'm not playing as many minutes as I would like because I'm still getting healthy and I'm still getting my wind. Here's Jordan Poole with his big bag. He's coming for me. Here's Devin Booker, a 25-year-old MVP candidate, for crying out loud, who hung 30 on us. And we're getting, they weren't getting blown out in the moment, but Phoenix has that sense of, we're here, we're better than you, your time's over, old man. All those things, collaborating to boil over, and I'm sure that's not what Steve Kerr wanted to see.
Well, and these TV guys, they sit down with the coach before the game, right? And they get a little insight into what's going on with the organization. So if Steve is sitting there in the pre-TV meeting talking about bridges and talking about transition and all of that, it's giving insight into where the organization is that maybe we didn't know. It's not that we didn't know that there were good young players on the team, but let's go back to, you know what this just made me think of? Go back to right before opening night, ring night. And what does Steve Kerr say? Look, early part in the season, nobody's going to have their wind. So everybody's minutes are going to be down, and we're going to have to rely on our depth. Is that a veiled way of saying dude, we're ramping it up for some other people.
2 timelines.
We are ramping this up for some other people because, sure, I can hide behind Klay's not fully there yet physically. Draymond ended up missing a week and a half because of that whole situation. Steph is Steph. We're going to protect the guys. But Steph was at all of camp. But why can't Steph be at his full minutes? Maybe you just don't want that in October. And Steph, by the way, is Steph. He's kind of a set-aside in this whole conversation anyway. But sure, maybe it's about wind. And maybe it's about easing people in. Or maybe it's about an organization that has philosophically sat down and said, it is time for us to start promoting and highlighting other people. This is how we do it. And who does that affect most? Draymond and Klay.
Absolutely.
And who has acted out over the last 2 weeks? Draymond and Klay.
And who's not signed long-term? Draymond and Klay. Even Kevon Looney signed for 3 more years, this year and 2 more.
And
Wiggins got the bag. Yeah. Poole got the bag. Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, team control, team options, the 2 players about whom we have the most question in terms of long-term contractability, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. Both can stay through next year, and then both are going to have to take pay cuts. And you and I have differed on this, but I think they're both looking at their situation now thinking, we got to play in order to make our futures here worthwhile. And yet the team, 2 timelines, and honestly, I don't fault Steve Kerr and the organization for looking at Moody, Wiseman, Kuminga, and all the Poole. It's like, you guys are the future, and the way you build the future is by playing them in the present.
Kyle, really good catch, because I like
catch, Kyle.
Listening to Kevin Harlan live, like, sure, it hit me one way. Listening to it again, it hits me in a little bit of a different way. So
we should play it for the fellas who
just
for sure. I feel like I walked in on a fascinating conversation.
Kevin Harlan fresh off the plane.
Yeah, you didn't feel like that. It is that.
Yeah, it's fresh sound.
Give it to me, baby. Rick James.
Look at that's a rare five.
Steiny is here today.
It's a rare five.
Steiny and Goo.
Anytime Steiny references R&B, it's an automatic 4. When he sings it, it's an upgrade.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. It's changeover 2 time. Everybody get over to YouTube and Twitch. You can watch all of it sort of play out and have some fun. We love having fun with you there. So appreciate you so much as Steiny and Goo jump on in here. So the backgrounder, Kevin Harlan's on with us. He did the game on TNT last night.
Yep.
We're talking to him about the Klay ejection. I think we've all settled with Klay's just general frustration right now is based on his body, his mind as he continues to come back from this. He's been very open and talked about it. Kevin, at second glance, if you will, even though it's with our ears, Kevin said something about Klay's frustration, where it comes from, what Steve is doing tactically with this team, and it sort of tied Klay's frustration potentially to something very, very different. So, take a listen. Here's Kevin Harlan.
Part of what is so difficult about bridging, what is still a sustainable locomotive in those 4 guys who have won, and trying to find the replacements with on-the-job training so that you're not missing a beat. That's a tough thing to do. And it's tough because you can see other teams have tried it and have failed. This team is right on the cusp of making that happen, and probably not that far away from having a lot of this click. But right now, it can be uncomfortable, and last night the reaction was probably not what Steve wanted to see from the ejection.
Okay, so those words right there at the end, the reaction with the ejection is not what Steve wanted to see. This team is very close to its transition clicking, and essentially he's painting a picture of moving on to the young guys. We are in the shadow of extensions for 2 of the young guys with Draymond and Klay both closing in at the end of their contracts, and now both of them showing, quite frankly, unprecedented frustration. It means very different things for the 2 of them, but unprecedented frustration. And that's coming from sitting in a room and talking with Steve Kerr. That's where Kevin came to that conclusion. So the idea is, are the Warriors further into the transition than we really realize, and are Draymond and Klay completely uncomfortable with it?
Wow. That's heavy. Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of, I may have been a year early on this, and I think they're championship last year really forestalled some things. But, yeah, I think this is the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
For both or for one of the two, for Draymond and Clay? Or?
I would play it safe and say this will be the last iteration of the big three in some way. Mm-hmm. So I think somebody's going to be gone. It most likely will be Draymond Green. But this is where I'm looking at this team. Okay, Draymond punches, and this is what happens. Like, Clay got ejected for the first time in his career in a vacuum. So what? Who cares?
Right.
Yeah. But it's not in a vacuum. It's in this tumultuous type of season where there's agendas going on. There's a generational thing also with the Warriors, with the 4 young guys and the 4 champions. And there's a very serious balancing act that everybody's trying to participate in. Curry alluded to it on that Saturday. He was morose and forlorn, saying guys trying to make a name for themselves in this league. So that's Kuminga, that's Poole, that's Moody, that's Wiseman. But if they grow their games individually, it probably is not the best for the team. So they got to make that. They got to figure that out. It's going to be hard.
It's very hard. It's 2 timelines. We've talked about it before. To thread that needle is near impossible. And I think, and you use the word forestalled, which I thought was a brilliant usage because the championship did kind of forestall it because if you don't win the championship, you can make more sweeping changes if you wanted to make sweeping changes. Well, if Memphis gets you, maybe at that point you think, maybe we do want to move off of Draymond now. Whatever the move could have been, winning a championship, though, prevents you from really making any sweeping change.
And I agree with that. I hate to go back to Friday night because I wasn't at the game, but the great Doris Burke, like you said, every game they study, they interview, they sit down and talk. And during the game, I'm sitting on the couch. She was talking about basically going back to the punch, the mini doc from Draymond, and she was saying, and I appreciated it, like something's off with this Warrior team in the back. And you talk about the chip, Dibs, that's just 4 months ago. This team hoisted up the O'Brien trophy. So with that, I'm looking at the defense. I'm like, it's not a big deal. But you talk about those timelines. What's behind the punch of Dre and Poole? And then I want to say this to Clay. Talk that talk, boy. Yeah. But last night it looked like, why are you so hot?
Right.
And now we look at, if you want to go the pecking order, I told Steiny in the green room, it's right now he's the 4th best player on the team because I don't know if it's second. And he's fighting himself, and I get it. But here I am thinking when they won the trophy and he came back, and I was like, man, this is a scientific marvel that he's able to play 30 minutes in the playoffs. But how effective is he? And for him not to play pickup, that's telling me, Willard, mentally, something's still up. And that's what was behind last night. He's watching Poole on a good night fire. He's watching it happen, but yet he can't get back to those heights yet. So I don't think Barkley, was he off the mark with saying,
I mean,
because we don't know if it's for sure.
He's definitely not the 2nd best player on the team. That guy goes by the name of Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
It's not
Guru
even,
had him 4th, and I think you could debate that he might not even be 4th right now. And again, a lot of this speaks to what you were mentioning and the whole idea of 2 timelines because even when Clay gets ramped up to 30, 32, 34 minutes, you still need to find minutes for Poole, Moody, Wiseman. Kuminga may have to wait till next year. I don't know what his situation.
He ain't helping himself early on.
I think he's in the doghouse. Okay. Bonte and I were getting into a little bit of a debate over that.
Did B agree or no?
No, I said to B, I said, I don't think that he's in the lab. I don't think that Kuminga got in the lab and necessarily got better.
It looks like he hasn't
been
in the lab.
Any similarities between Kerr, Kuminga, and Shanahan, Ayuk?
That's what I was saying, yeah. A little of that doghouse
Second
vibe.
year?
Yeah, and it took Ayuk till about week 9, week 10 to where he emerged, and Kuminga's going to have to earn his minutes. But in the meantime, minutes aren't going to be given to anybody, and that includes Klay Thompson.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. What do we always know about teams like this? There's more going on than we realize. Like I know a lot of fans look at it and go, well, God, what are you going to make it a big deal? Watch the game, and you know they play, and they all love each other, and they high-five, and everything's fine. Right. This is massive egos, massive money. There's always more going on behind the scenes than we know. And as I'm listening to Harlan, and then we're talking about it, and I'm listening to you guys, and what's ringing in my head is that Steve Kerr, before opening night, goes, look, we're going to have to lean on our depth. We can't just put people out there for 35 minutes. And we're so used to just accepting what Steve Kerr says that it's like, well, right, we can't just.
Yeah.
Why not? Everybody else putting everybody out there for 35 minutes. Was that actually a veiled way of saying we are going to start giving other people minutes? That's what we're doing this year because it's time to start giving other people minutes. And we're watching Draymond and Clay, I mean, but I got respectively freak out. Like for Clay, that's freaking out. That's the worst you've ever seen him emotionally on a court.
No doubt.
And for Draymond, obviously,
who looks like the Tasmanian devil, because I'm hard on him. He's playing with reckless abandon right now.
Right? He's fine. Well, no, but I just, again, the punch, worst thing that he's ever done. And so are these things coming from a similar place?
They're not going to take the Defensive Player of the Year award and give it to a guy on the worst defensive team in the league.
And that's what concerns me is Dre is locked in. So are we saying, okay, GP2's not on the team, Otto Porter Jr.'s not on the team? Like, it ain't just that. And that's what it sounds like you're saying. Like, it's deeper than that.
Defense always takes time. An actual team that plays good defense in the NBA, that always takes time to come together.
But the Warriors started last year with 18-2. Right. It was the defense.
Right, but if you're going to put new players on the floor and new rotations, and a lot of them are 19 and 20 and 21 years old, that's going to take time. And actually, quite frankly, it will get better. I don't know if it'll ever get to where it needs to be. And actually, what you guys just said, I never would accuse the Warriors of not trying to win it all. But if that's their plan, winning a championship would get in their way. It would be about, like, how do you win a championship again this year and then go, now we're shipping Draymond and Clay out?
Right.
How you could not do that.
I don't think they're going to win it all, because I think this is the year when it breaks apart. But they could win it all, obviously. I'm not going to say there's no chance that it happens. But they're going to have to overcome, and this is what I asked Steve Kerr. They just played 3.5 months ago. For all of them, Steph, Clay, Draymond, it's October. If they want to win another title, they got to wait 7 months.
Right.
These first 2 or 3 months are like drudgery for those guys, I got to believe. So they're going to have to get over that. But the thing that you said, and I haven't written, what if the bench just isn't good enough and that starts affecting their record / seeding? Well, then you have to make a decision whether you do play. You can't drop to 6 or 7. I'm not saying that's what they're going to do. I think they want home court for that first round at least. But what I'm saying is, if the bench isn't good enough and now you're not as good as you thought you were going to be in the regular season, well, then you might have to make a decision on, we're going to have to give up games now for Draymond, Steph to play that extra oomph in the playoffs.
And especially if you are in the danger of not being in the top 6
exactly.
And you find yourself in the play-in, because right now the issues, and you mentioned it, Steiny, the drudgery of the early season coming off a championship. Because last year there was no drudgery. Right. You went 18-2 in your first 20 because you were hungry. And Mark, you talk about this all the time. Having that hunger after a championship is almost impossible.
It's harder,
especially when you're going. I mean, Clay last night, I got 4. Right. Well, what happened to I'm going to get 5? It doesn't feel like the quest for 5, sorry Niners, is there as much as the, hey, we got 4.
But that's where I'll give it to the 49ers. I'll give it to the Warriors. Like the Rams this year. I kind of get it. Stafford, yes, and Don. They all winning it for the first time, most of them. This for the Warriors, I trust that come January or so, they'll they know how to be champions.
Right. Yeah,
3 times.
Listen, we're not. None of us in the room are right all the time. But I was pretty convicted yesterday that the Suns were going to punch the Warriors on the scoreboard.
I missed you. I missed that.
I was because of this dynamic. You cannot, no matter how fiery and nuts you are, when you're the champ, you cannot want it as much as the team that just got roundly embarrassed.
No doubt.
While the Warriors were sitting under confetti on market, the Suns were being told, you are so disappointing. You're such a choke job. Yeah. Chris, you do it every year. You're such a disappointment. That's all they've heard. That's all they've heard for 3 months. And then the champs come to town, and the Warriors are going to match that. Of course the Suns are going to come out guns a-blazing.
Steiny was calling me a softie yesterday with the Niners, saying I'm giving them a pass, and I'm not. But I'm like, I do that to champs. And that's why right now with the Warriors, I'm like, yeah, something's off. But I'm going to say this, and I put it on the Vine. I'm excited about what I see from Wiseman. But good God, if I see another Twitter person or IG person say, that shot should have been blocked, I'm like, damn. But I'm thinking about this Warrior team when they get to go time. And Looney, Mr. I don't have an ego. If Wiseman takes those necessary steps, Dibs, this is where I'm going. James will be starting for this team.
No chance.
Come playoff time.
Nah, it's not going to happen. Think about Steve Kerr and what he defaults to. And I was having this discussion with Mark as it pertains to Poole and Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson will start for this team as long as he's on the team and Kerr's on the team. Now, who will finish the game is another conversation entirely, because Kevon Looney, for the majority of his career, has not finished meaningful games. It's been the death lineup, or it's been Iguodala when he was actually healthy and viable. So whether or not they start Wiseman, they're not going to. They're going to start Kevon Looney. He's a grown-up. Who's going to finish? Ideally, your finishing lineup will be Poole, Steph, Klay, Draymond, and Wiggins. But right now, defensively, you can't play any of these guys outside of maybe Draymond defensively.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, James Wiseman's 20 years. They are worse defensively when he's on the floor. Why? This is what I think people miss. Kevon Looney and Draymond Green are championship defenders. Yeah. Championship. Not, hey, they're pretty good. Like
athletic shot blockers.
Championship defenders. They know where to be.
Add
they're
Wiggins
smart.
to that too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Wiseman's 20 years old.
He's 21 now.
And what's his first priority? Anybody 21. It's like, can I play in this league? What what can I do? It's like, there's a big drop off defensively when you go to Wiseman. So, how do you win a championship if Wiseman's not yet a championship player?
Well, he has to have a smaller role. And all these roles that we're talking about right now, I do think it will whittle down as the season goes. Nobody goes into the playoffs and plays 12 deep.
Right.
No one's going to do that. But that's sort of what is the undercurrent for the Warriors right now. Is it feels like there is a competition within the team to see who's going to be on the floor in April.
Right.
Who's going to be healthy, who's going to be on the floor, who's running the show, what's the pecking order come April. And that's why it feels like sometimes they're not competing just with the other team, they're competing with themselves. Yeah. By the way, Steve Kerr, 3:30 today, Damon and Ratto.
Great cross-promotion right there.
You think he's...
and you know what? Just so natural.
Exactly. Just good transition there.
Your boy get some flowers.
By the way, Moses Moody more likely to be in a finishing lineup defensively. He's 20. He's the one who's 20. Wiseman is 21.
Well, back to UNB and the JK thing, because I've been his biggest fan, but the Stephen A. Smith sound that he wasn't in the lab, Poole was. I'm watching JK. I'm no coach or scout, but I can tell you need some polish. You need to get in the lab. Yeah. I don't know what you do. And right now, who was the new guy that I didn't even know was on the team?
Ty Jerome.
Right.
I like him.
I see him at the 24-hour fitness. I'm like, where's Kuminga? But you're being told something early if you're going to that guy before JK. So I want JK to make that necessary.
We all do, yeah.
But is this a big deal or not a big deal?
It's not a big deal.
4 games in.
If it's February and March, it becomes a big deal. Right now, I feel like there's been spots where Steve Kerr could play Kuminga in a more active role in a rotation, and he's not putting him in. He's playing Ty Jerome.
He screamed at him Sunday when he called that timeout. He jumped out like the Holy Ghost got him. Kerr in Kuminga's face because Kuminga didn't help.
Exactly.
He just watched this man get beat, and he just sat
there. The
there.
thing about positionless basketball is that if you're on the floor, you can play any position. That's why positionless basketball works. The thing about Kuminga right now is his version of positionless basketball is he can't play any position. He's not a 3, and he's not a 4. He's not. I mean, what is he, Steiny?
Well,
ideally, he'd be a 3, right?
Well, that's where Draymond Green is, his greatness is. When he came out, he was considered a tweener. He was too small to play power forward.
And not skilled enough to play small forward.
Correct. But what he showed is he's actually skilled enough to play 3, and he can guard 4.
And 5.
And so, So he actually isn't a disadvantage at 3. He's an advantage at 3, 4, and 5 at times. Well, Kuminga's got to find, okay, we get it. Maybe you can post up against 3s and step out on the perimeter against 4s. But what about the other end of the court? Like, you've got to be able to do one of your things, and it looks like right now he doesn't do it.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he's got the body and the tools, man.
This is where we're spoiled.
Yeah. I mean, tools is the thing. Like with him, I have no idea if he's in the lab or not. I have no idea about a doghouse. But when I look at Jonathan Kuminga, I sort of like what you're saying, Dibs, with regard to the position. What is it? And it leads me to the word fit. Like, you have to fit the Warriors. Yeah. The Warriors are a thing now.
Wiggins fit.
He ended up fitting. We didn't think he would. Right? D'Angelo Russell did not. Andrew Wiggins did.
Yeah.
Oubre did not. You have to not only be an incredibly talented basketball player, you have to fit the culture, you have to fit the ball movement, you have to fit the smarts, you have to play Warrior basketball. And I'm not out on Jonathan Kuminga. He's got an unbelievably unique skill set. But I don't know yet where he fits.
And
if he does not fit, then you must sit.
Then you have to quit.
This is also
That's Steve Kerr.
That's a four.
I went Steve Kerr on Johnny Cochran that time. Yeah.
I mean, I do think here's where you got to keep your history in mind and never take for granted what's happened. If we were the 2006 Golden State Warriors, we would know all about Jonathan Kuminga.
He'd be 18,
he might be Anthony Randolph, and a year and a half in, we're already saying, well, he stinks.
The lefty.
The reason they're not playing isn't because they're not good. It's because they're not championship level yet, which is impossible to expect.
Kuminga, by the way, just turned 20.
Right.
So if
all these guys would be playing on Orlando.
They got 2 20s and a 21. Jordan Poole is like the old man on that second unit at 23.
And even Poole, like you get to the championship round and we forget that like there were games you're like, oh my God, he's got to get off the floor. This is overwhelming.
Career 33% shooter from 3.
It's such a process. It's such a process to get there, and that's what they're trying to do, and it's really hard, and it's happening within a regular season, so I think there are going to be more disappointing losses. I'm starting to understand why their over-under is sitting around 50 for a win total. Like, I actually might even take the under if you forced me right now, because this is there's a learning process that's trying to go on here. They're trying to do something that is so hard, which is have a championship team, and before it's over, build another one.
It's darn near unprecedented.
Totally.
When you look at San Antonio, they were able to do it, but even the players that they had coming in, Ginobili, Tony Parker, and the rest, they were more seasoned than the newbies that the Warriors are trying to inject.
Yep. So what was last year's, though? What didn't they kind of do it last year?
No.
Not really.
You got some guys some minutes. You get some experience.
Wiseman, absolutely not.
Moody and Kuminga got cups of coffee, and Jordan Poole emerged.
Right. Well, Jordan Poole, to me, is perfect. Like he played in the playoffs. He had some success. He had some tough times. That's what happens when your first playoff. Jordan Poole is perfect where he's at.
And they got to be around it. Like they got to be, even
Jordan Poole.
Even if you were James,
sprinkle me.
I'm going to give James something just because he was at least.
I'm not worried about Jordan Poole in future playoffs.
Oh, correct. I agree.
So before we get out of here, because I missed your you thought Phoenix was going to win yesterday. I could have used that over for Bruce Locker today.
I gave you the over.
You did give it to me, and I knew you were going to bring that up. So when the Warriors lost to Memphis in the play-in game, Steph Curry said nobody wants to see us next year.
Right.
Parlay that into the chip. So I'm looking at my 3 guys. I got him for 3 more hours, 2.5. I'm going to find out where he's at. So again, I'm asking you two. I'm saying, okay, in Kerr, I trust they'll get this rectified and fixed, and they'll be the champs come playoff time. Or are you telling Warrior fans be concerned because of the youth?
Well, I mean, we're obviously a little bit early to say yes, they're going to get the chip. I completely trust that they will be a factor.
Okay.
I completely trust that they'll be a factor.
I'm not worried.
I'm more worried about the other teams than I am their team. If we played the game, are you taking the Warriors or the field to win the West? I would take the field right now. I mean, the West is better than it was last year.
But I'd take the field if you asked me about any team. If you made me take one team, I'll take the field over. I think everybody's below 50.
But in some NBA years, like the Kevin Durant years, you would have taken the Dubs and not the field.
Yeah. Right. All right, show meeting. So here we go.
Steiny.
There you go.
You guys got a show meeting?
Yeah, damn right we do.
Love them. Yeah.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
So are you getting ready to ask me, and then you were going to give your opinion on whether I think and you think the Warriors are going to be hoisting the Larry O'Brien trophy at the end of the year?
No, just where you at on your panic meter. But before we start that, this one I'm proud to be your partner, man. That compliment you gave Willard kind of gave me goosebumps. You don't give out much, but you gave our boy one. I appreciate it.
Oh, for the host?
Yeah, you're a real one. I appreciate that.
I'm actually not a real one. Host.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Well, then why does the boss say, you're not really a host? Oh, that's funny.
You are.
I'm always the first guy to talk.
No, we're having some success, man. Own that, and it's because of you.
Success. I measure success my own.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know if, I guess I'll make it official, but it's like I've been talking about it the whole preseason.
Barkley stole your stuff last night.
I don't. Surprise, surprise! I don't think the Warriors are going to win it this year. I said this. They have last dance feel. I know that the last dance they won it that year. The Bulls. The tea leaves to me. I'm seeing and smelling some agendas. Man. I think the fact that Poole and Wiggins got paid absolutely means something. I think that there could be a little bit of a generational issue going on with the Warriors. They got 4 or 5 young players. They got 4 or 5 champions, and they're all about 10 years apart, some more than that. They got to figure out how to blend those personalities, and then the Warriors' older guys have to show these younger guys how to be champions, and they're still really, really, really young, and that's going to be really, really hard. I think there's something going on with Draymond Green and his future with the Warriors. I think something might be going on with Klay Thompson and his confidence level and maybe his future. So are the Warriors going to win their share of games? Of course. And could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. But it's just smelling to me, Goo, like a season where these things are going to continue to happen, and it's tough to end those years in a great place.
Okay, listen. And I could say, you know what, Steiny, last year you were wrong. Or a lot of people that didn't think this team could get back to the championship form, they did. And I'm not being a homer with this. If you still got Stephen Curry with the juice that I still think he has left, this is not over. And this is what we see from the champs. And you just cited the Rams. And I believe in every locker room, especially what the Warriors are trying to do, their agendas. And that doesn't mean it's a bad thing all the time. But I'm watching Draymond Green play with reckless abandon. And I never said on the court he would half-ass anything. But I can't read his mind and tell you what's got him motivated, but he's out there going 110 miles an hour. And Klay, you know what? I am concerned from this standpoint. He may never get back to the heights or what he was, but he's getting the opportunity to do it. And the fact that he didn't play ball, pick up, or what have you, okay, there's a little rust, the minute restriction. But last night it was odd to me, and I said, talk that talk, is he's playing against himself now, his mind. And he's watching Wiggins, and he's watching Poole have success. So I don't know if something's going on upstairs, but he's going to get the opportunity to work it out. But I'm not ready to say this, the youngsters, as they identify their role and they find out what they're going to be moving forward, can't get it done. So, Steiny, I'm not, and you didn't tell me I am, I'm not panicked, but I know last year when they weren't champs, they came out the chute 10-2, 18-2, or whatever. It was defense. That Christmas game against Phoenix on the road, it was defense. That was their identity. I don't know what their identity now is in regard to that second unit that concerns me. But the first unit is not off the hook because you set the tone and start the game, and you were part of letting the Kings come back in the second half. So it'll be interesting. It'll be different, but they still got the chef, Dre, and Clay will work it out.
888-957-9570. Warriors 2-2 to start the season. Remember, they started 18-2 last year.
Man,
we know it's early. We've watched championship teams play before.
Yeah,
and I'm just my thing is I'm just seeing some of what's going on. And by the way, when I say last dance, let me be clear. I'm just saying I think this is the last run for the big three.
Okay,
Steph's not going anywhere.
No,
but to me, there's two ways to look at it. If Steph's here, everything's fine.
Yeah.
But I'll look at it that if and when somebody else leaves, be it Draymond or Clay, maybe most specifically Draymond, that will mark in some ways the end of this
that's
group.
real.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a run.
I think this is the last run for this group, this big three. 888-957-9570. Don't miss out on the first executive show of the season, Thursday at 1 o'clock. Warriors president and general manager Bob Myers and Zaza Pachulia join us every week. That's the executive show with Bob Myers. That starts tomorrow, 1 o'clock. We got Myers or Zaza?
Myers.
That's right.
Yeah. BM, our dog.
And you tell you what, hey, Pachulia, we haven't had you on our show.
Nothing easy.
We haven't had Pachulia on our show, but somebody get him the scouting report because I don't know what he was given to the morning show, but we're going to need a little better than that. Seriously. All right.
That went over my head.
I didn't do it.
I feel like you're bombing it to improv.
Pachulia's a great guy.
Yeah.
Except when he steps under Kawhi Leonard on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing easy.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
If you had told me after 7 weeks of the season that the 49ers would have the same record as the Washington Commanders and the Chicago Bears, I'd have gone to sleep. I don't even understand it. I don't understand it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877-CARS. Race your kids, donate your car today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Let's see. It's Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's been ejected from the game. Klay is pointing to his ring finger, and he says, "I got 4," as he walks off. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Klay Thompson ejected last night. Told you what it reminded me of.
No, you didn't.
When Larry Bird and Julius Erving got into a fight.
When Doc decked him.
Doc choked him, and Moses Malone came and cheap-shotted Larry Bird.
He had his boys back. They called Bird Bird White.
In that game, Bird had 42. And Julius Erving was 3 for 13 from the field.
Now, on your laptop this morning in the lab.
Klay Thompson was 1 for 8.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
and Devin Booker is a first-team All-NBA player. Klay can point to his rings, and they'll have that.
But when you go there, you know you're irritated.
He'll go there till the day he dies. But, Booker put it to him.
And Booker, he kind of threw me off, Steiny, in the post-game presser when I tried to be him. That was my idol.
Hold on.
Man, I love Klay Thompson, and I have from the beginning. From the draft coming out, I said I wanted to be Klay Thompson. That doesn't excuse us from competing against each other and talking a little mess with each other. So I have fun with it. Big fan of his and his competitive nature, and that's that.
Number respect for you, boy.
Does it matter?
Wow.
That kind of Klay looked bad last night?
It's bigger than that. I'm just saying, afforded that.
It's the first time he's ever been thrown out of a game.
Okay.
He lost his composure.
Yeah.
He didn't shoot well. Just nothing to see here?
Yeah. Nothing to see here. Okay. And this is a guy that holds himself to a high standard.
Was there nothing to see with the Draymond?
Oh, no, that was everything. Okay. And that, like Doris Burke, that won't go away. And it may have cemented Draymond's future with the Dubs. I don't know. But I'm not counting this Warrior team out, and I know nobody is, but this is a dude that scored 37 points in a quarter. Game 6 Klay, legendary. So I get where he's at, but I don't understand the minute restriction. Like, if that's
what don't you understand?
If that's adding to the frustration,
he didn't play this summer. He didn't come into camp in great shape, which I think might have been the plan. But if that's the plan, then you got to ease him in.
But if we're going to get reactions like this. Was that, I'm not second guessing, was that the greatest plan? If he's going to react this early,
you telling me
when the returns aren't, kind of what was he, 1 of 8? And he's watching, Devin throw him in. But my bigger point, Steiny, Klay has earned this.
Earned what?
The ability to play himself back into it like we saw last year. But now, unlike last year, he didn't come back until January. It's go time early, and he's starting, he's getting his shots, but he's probably keeping receipts. Like, man, I'm going to bust some ass when my stuff comes back.
But they all keep receipts. That's becoming the MO and the
solid in New York.
Part of this team's reputation, apparently, now. Hey, if anybody out there doesn't know, Warriors have 4 rings, everybody. I'm sensing a little of that from the Golden State Warriors.
But he said it with some MF City.
I'm sensing a couple of that.
But they've earned that. They got that card to play.
Calling himself the petty king. Draymond thinking he's as important as Curry.
But they used that into getting a chip.
Right, and then that's fine. But it's going to be used against them. So this is the part where I feel like, what are we really saying? So what? First of all, Klay Thompson's out of line last night. If you watch that whole situation, Booker's not even talking.
Everybody saw that.
It was all
everybody
Klay.
will agree with
So Devin Booker, he can't. Hey, be careful. These guys are champions. Try not to compete too hard against them. That's not the way it works.
Yeah, but
the Warriors know that.
Yeah, but if you read the article from Marcus Thompson in The Athletic, but Klay told you he was at a dark point to where he had a short fuse. He was mad at everything.
That was 2 years ago when he was rehabbing.
Right, but here we are, Steiny, and he's feeling like he's comparing himself to when he was the guy, the best two-way, one of the best two-way players in the league, and only he knows his standards. And right now, even though they got to chip, he's feeling like some type of way to where. But he just told Barkley after the opening night game when they were on location here that he was finally getting his legs underneath him. So
there was a time when Klay Thompson was the best two-way guard in the NBA. And he's not the same guy, and that's because of injuries. Now, is he done? No, I don't think he's done. I think he's slowing down and is catching up with him. That's why he's frustrated. I think the same thing with Draymond. I think he's slowing down. You saw in the finals, because his game is really dictated on energy. And once you get past 30, you start losing, especially if you're playing deep in the playoffs every year. That's why I said Steph got a lot more work to do now. Them young guys going to really have to step up, or this team is not going to win the championship if those young guys don't start carrying the team.
I agree with that.
And you said
that's one of the aspects that I kind of agree with. That forget the core's getting old. That's not what I'm saying. The core is still a championship core. But the three guys used to be able to play 36, 36, 36, let's just say, minutes. They can't do that now at a championship level. What they can do is Steph play 33, 34, and Clay and Draymond maybe play 30, 30, but then you need championship minutes from those other guys.
Yeah.
And those guys are really young.
Well, you just
and you're
paid one of
expecting them to be championship play. Poole's not in this one. Poole's fine. We're talking about Kuminga, Wiseman, and to a lesser degree, Moody.
What have you seen from him? What haven't you seen from Moody, Steiny? Like, I want more. Like, he doesn't concern me. This is a team issue. And again, I don't know if it's residue of winning the chip and just off to a slow start. That's why I'm sitting telling you and the people listening, I'm not concerned, but Moses Moody looks like he's got the IQ. He can dribble. He can get his shot. He can shoot from three. He can D up. Like, he's up there with Poole to me. And I know it's a short sample size. I like what I see from Moody. So who are you talking about when you say the youth? It's Kuminga. It's Wiseman.
It's Moody.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Moody's the one that
I'm less worried about Moody. The other thing, you can't put Moody in Poole's camp. Did you see Poole, that 3-4 minute stretch in the second quarter?
He was awesome.
Moody can't even sniff that. Come on.
But
that's Steph Curry
is
stuff.
Shooting 33% from three.
Okay.
But when he does it, it's razzle-dazzle. It'll make your head spin. But he ain't automatic, and I'm not saying he said he was Curry, but 140 million Poole's a ballers, Donnie. But Moses Moody, you got to be excited. Warrior fans should be excited about what they see.
But again,
he's ahead of Kuminga and Wiseman. Obviously, Wiseman being hurt.
Let's just call they're 3 20-year-olds, right? Are they all 20? Moody's like the youngest of all of them. I don't even know how young they are.
He can't drink. Remember, he told us he can't drink yet.
So they got 3 20-year-olds who all want to be in the top 9. 9. Right?
Yeah.
Wiseman wants to be 6 or 7.
And how do you do that? When your number's called, you go out there and ball.
Well, maybe they're not good enough. Maybe they're not championship players at 20. That's not their fault. That's the beauty of the Golden State Warriors. Stop asking for their 20-year-olds to play if you want to win titles.
But Steiny, we know this. When the offs come, the rotations they shrink.
Mm-hmm.
So you go 8 or 9 deep. So the big three, what's left of the big three for the people out there thinking Chuck 2, like they just did it 4 months ago. So are you telling me they can't win it now because there's not GP2 or Porter Jr.? I'm asking because
that's a big difference.
That goes into
that's
the
a huge
formula,
difference.
but I'm still
there's still. I know nobody can see it with their bare eyes, but whatever Steph Curry is, whatever Clay's at, last year they were at 92%. Okay, you know what? They're going to drop a couple more points. Steph Curry's going to drop, whatever. He's still a 94, but he's going to drop to a 91. Gary Payton II was a great
I hated to
defender.
He was.
Otto Porter Jr. fit the Warriors system perfectly. Now they got young players who are like Gary Payton II knew what his role is, defense.
Man,
the only way he was going to stay in the league after not being in the league for so long. Otto Porter made a lot of money in his career. He knew exactly what kind of player he was last year.
So
guys coming in off the bench right now don't know who they are.
And that's why I want to rip the mic out, because not only did you have Andrew Wiggins, who was phenomenal last year, Steiny, on both ends of the court, that was a starter. Gary Payton II was a luxury coming off the bench, and you could say guard him. Hands of stone. Just take the rock from you, from some of the best ball handlers. So now I'm just going through their roster now, like, who's taking that spot? And I'm coming up no names right now. So maybe it's Moody. And that's too much to put on them, but somebody's got to fill those shoes. And if the shoes are size 13, if you're size 6, that ain't, they're in trouble. But if you're size 11 and a half or 12, then we still got some action.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Get us going here a little bit. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Fellas, good afternoon.
Talk to us.
Guys, love the show as always. And Guru, I want to answer your question. I think you just asked about whether the team was ready. The other guys were ready. Something to that extent to back up young guys. I think that I've kind of backed off expectations a little bit. I think that's what we have to look at. They're not going to be the team that they had backing up last year for a while. I don't know that, at Steiny's point, I'm not sold on the fact that all these young guys are going to be the future. I think everybody's assuming that. I'm taking Pools obviously there. Moody, I think we got to see more from Moody. We tend to overreact, I think, after like 4 or 5 games. I want to see him like at 30 games.
Yeah.
We see what he's doing. I think we tend to go 4 or 5 games. Weissman's gone to the basket and he's thrown a few dunks. Okay. But what about his defense?
Yeah.
Where's he going to be after 35 or 40 games? I think we're going to know more about these young guys. Yeah, I think we should wait. But I do think we lost a lot with GP2 and Otto Porter. Dante DiVincenzo, guys, concerns me a little bit. I know everybody likes him, but he's inconsistent. I think JD said it yesterday with Sacramento. One of the things he had problems with, he's very inconsistent. JaMychal Green, yes. Is he Otto Porter? I don't know. I got to see. So I'm just on the patient. I got to see it before I believe it, Guru. That's my answer, guys. Talk to you later.
Appreciate it.
So, with a skeptic, I'm gonna pose this to you. Do you have more faith in the what's left of the big three, or the youngsters taking that
the big three? It's not even close.
But can't they make up for that gap?
No.
But we got 78 more games for the youngsters to get hair on their chin.
This is the part and the point that I tried to make during the changeover. You guys, and I'm going to say it, you guys are so used to seeing Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, who are 3 of the most incredible players in the history of the game, and the Warriors happen to draft Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody. It's like, and they're just going to come in and they're 20 years old. It's just like you're denigrating Curry, Draymond, and Klay by saying, they can just step in and be championship players. You think it's easy? It's not easy. What's Suggs doing down in Orlando?
Yeah, right.
Who not winning?
He hurt. Yeah. Well,
that's the problem. This isn't Orlando. Kuminga. You don't get to just play because we stink.
So
which way do you want it?
That's your testimony. I appreciate the passion, Steiny. I'm not saying you're wrong. My question is, I do the shows with you every day. When GP2 was not retained, did you say, oh no? Because I don't think you did. Oh no, yes, they're in trouble?
I don't know if I said they're in trouble, but I didn't like it.
Right. See, that's
if I were a Warrior
maybe
fan.
I'm in denial or drunk off the chip. But we gotta let these youngsters still grow. It's not what you are in October, Steiny. It's what they're going to be, and they may not be it by November.
You know what? This has some similarity to what the 49ers said they were going to try to do at the beginning of the year, and I said, that just doesn't work. Pretend that Trey Lance is 3 20-year-olds in basketball. The 49ers went into the season and said, we're going to try to develop a 20-year-old quarterback and win the Super Bowl. All right, that wasn't happening. It wasn't. Now, he got hurt, so everybody moves on, and that's the way it should be. The Golden State Warriors are trying to milk the hell out of 20-year-olds during the regular season so as to keep their older guys fresh for the most important games. Yeah. And all I'm asking is, what if they can't win a ton of games in the regular season with these young pieces?
It would be disappointing. Because I won't question Bob, Joe, Steve. We talk about they play smarter than any other team. That's a fact to me. So, again, it's not what you are in October. It's what they're going to be by playoff time. And that's why I'm on record as saying I'm betting on them. and the organization, and these guys will take the necessary steps. The light will come on for Kuminga. But you're right. They are doing – there was a choice, and they told us we feel like we can get this thing done this way. And it's early. The defense, my God, is not what it was last year at this time. But this comes with experience, Donnie, and these young guys got to go through their basketball puberty and show us.
That takes years.
Yeah.
When was the last time a champion had let's say, 3 20-year-olds in their top 9, which is what you want, right? You want Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga to be in the top 8 or 9. They're all 20, right?
That's crazy.
Maybe it's happened. I mean, what were Rodman and Sally when the Pistons won it? But 20?
Yeah.
Were they 20? David's in San Francisco. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I got a couple things. Listen, you guys got some good and bad, but one, the last 2-3 years, I heard a bunch of what the Warriors weren't going to be able to do. They weren't going to be able to attract veterans to come in and win. Nobody ever talked about them winning another championship when they were losing the last 2-3 years, and then they won. Also, two, you forgot about Wiggins. You're talking about the big three. Wiggins replaces Clay. I mean, if not Draymond, but you're talking about a supreme two-way player. And number three, the last one was you had the audacity to mention the 49ers and what the Warriors are doing is similar. 49ers, you can't mention them in the same breath. Sorry, man. That's not true. They have no rings. They don't have the hardware. And for the last one is, when you're a basketball player or athlete and you're competitive, the 4 rings, when you say that to somebody else, it does mean something. They don't have it.
He was getting his ass kicked.
He'll probably tell you that. I like Bobby.
First of all, yes, I can compare the 49ers to the Golden State Warriors.
But he meant they ain't got it.
But the history doesn't mean anything for the comparison. It's not about taking away from their 4 rings.
It's the task at hand.
It's trying to win a championship with a lot of young players. That's all.
Yeah.
Nobody's taking their championship. Oh, God, don't talk about that. Don't take away their championship.
But he did have a point about Clay. You got 4. You didn't say it. He was getting his ass kicked. He'll tell you probably was. He was frustrated. But,
of course he was.
But when you talk, and I've talked major smack, you could say the 4 rings when the ball ain't going in the hole. But that's how you knew he was running hot.
He did say it.
Yeah.
He did say it when it was not going in the hole.
Like, that wasn't I get where Clay was coming from, man. I just wish he didn't get ran, and he could have came out.
Lost his composure.
Because this is what I hated. I thought the Warriors were going to rally behind that, and Phoenix did.
It's weird. Warriors.
20-6 run.
Warriors have 2 players now. 2 players, first month of the season, have lost their composure. Usually doesn't happen with champions. Wonder if something's going on.
Well, Dre was before the regular season.
Yeah. Dre lost his composure.
Oh, man.
Why Dre and Clay? Why those 2? I thought those were the Rocks.
Clay's a lifer. That's what I believe. I do. He may even take a pay cut because of organization. Well, okay. I'm sure he's aware of that. But Steiny,
we all love Clay.
We do.
But there's a defiance to him, isn't there?
He's been off for 2 years.
We kind of like that, though.
No, what?
There's a defiance in him.
That. If it ain't my defiance, no. The dude is one of the most humble players. That's why people love him.
Right.
He's not fake. He's real.
No doubt.
Okay? He don't take himself too serious.
And he's got defiance in him.
No, but he was in a dark place. He told you.
Well, that was 2 years ago. What does that have to do?
Yeah,
why did you get mad at Stephen A. Smith for saying Draymond came in a bad mood? You said, what does that have to do with anything? But you're referencing Clay being upset when he had a rehab 2 years ago. I don't get the comparison.
No, that was verbal. Clay, Draymond physically was 100. Clay is still, because he's back doesn't mean he's back. Dre's was just, I don't care what you're going through. You don't come in and hit your coworker or your teammate. That's never cool.
They both lost the composure.
Yeah, so Stephen A. Smith to say, something was going on, I don't care if the house was getting foreclosed. That don't justify you to knock somebody upside the head. And I'm surprised you would say that even constituted some, like if you had we have something going on, I got something going on today. You'll never know it.
Oh, please.
Not to where I'd come over there and knock you out.
Oh, knock me out?
Yeah,
no.
or try to hit you.
No.
Nothing justifies that.
Oh, I thought you meant.
Yeah.
No, I thought you meant if you're going through something, I wouldn't know it.
Oh, no,
of course
I
would.
Yeah. And vice versa. Well, sometimes I hide it. But then sometimes I tell you I'm going through something. And you go tell somebody, no, I'm playing. You're good at that. You keep your lips sealed. I appreciate that. I'm giving you love. Take it. I told my wife that. You don't snitch. Steiny Russell.
I'll define defiance now with Clay. The way he goes and says, I'm shooting the ball no matter what.
No,
Clay has a defiance where he's like, I'm going to shoot it. I took a bad shot. Guess what? I'm taking another one.
Yeah.
Oh, I took 2 bad shots. Guess what? I'm going to make the third. Clay is defiant when it comes to his shooting.
What about when he was left off the top 75?
That was weird.
But I liked it. That you could understand it.
It was an individual thing he got upset about. It was an individual accolade that he didn't receive. Interesting.
Something else teed him off, pissed him off here recently.
Yeah, Jordan Poole.
No, wasn't Jordan Poole. It was one more thing. What did Clay get mad at? Evan,
somebody said he was thinking about retirement.
Oh, yeah, he got hot. He running hot right now.
A lot of Warriors running hot. What's going on with the Golden State Warriors? Why are they all mad? You mad, Warriors? Why? 888-957-9570. Why are the Warriors so mad?
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Samson Ebukam here on 95.7 The Game. Does anyone get a worse holding call against him than Nick Bosa?
No. Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, Niner gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Between business life, social life, and her best bud Loki, Beverly has a lot to focus on, especially while fighting Stargardt, a blinding retinal disease. But she's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Beverly, winning the fight means focusing on what's closest to her. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. What margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chris Paul for three in transition. Missed it. Wiggins the rebound. Ahead to Draymond. Draymond goes up and laid it in. 6-0 burst by Golden State, and they're down by 3.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
7 technical fouls in the third quarter.
Come on.
That was, let me get this right, it ties the highest number of technical fouls in a quarter in 25 years.
That was too many.
What's going on with the Warriors?
I don't even think Clay should. Chris A. here on YouTube thinks Malloy was soft for running them.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
You know, come on, that's yeah.
Well, the Chris Paul one was cheap. Chris Paul didn't deserve it. He had a reaction.
Yeah.
Draymond probably shouldn't have gotten his. He was running away.
Well, Dre could have got
read the room.
Dre was on the line to get two. Come on, that man, he playing hard, Steiny. He's in shape. Dre.
Ayton makes him look tiny.
Ayton needs some better hands. Bumble, dumble, bumble. When it's traffic, but I like him.
Third-year center with hands.
He's young. Let him go to his basketball puberty.
Go ahead. Go through your basketball puberty, and then you don't win it. Like that's the issue.
You want? Let's make a bet right now.
What?
Warriors will go back to back. 50.
Okay, I'll take the field.
Okay, it's done.
$50.
Mark 50.
Okay,
dinner at the steakhouse.
What steakhouse?
Right around the corner from where
you don't even know how much that is.
I went with Han Lu a couple of times.
Right,
and took a steak home to the wife.
He picked up the check.
Why are you telling the business? I went and experienced it. I know how much it is.
You just. Here's what you just did, though. You gave me the field in a 50-50 bet.
That's Warriors going back to back. Okay. Take that to the bank.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it's a win-win for me. Either I win the bet or I win because the Warriors win their 5th title. Mm-hmm. And I'm in the Bay.
Some skeptics will say, did you really win? And there's a young lady, Abba Girl, on YouTube that said there's a fake guru because I'm commenting on break.
Oh, my God.
It's the real one. It's me. You look sharp today.
I was going to take I was going to hit you with a low blow.
Well, don't, because the guys in the morning, they kind of rough me up.
What'd they do?
Talked about my fashion.
Oh, I was going to say, so it really is you in the chat?
Yeah.
They can tell by all the misspelling.
Oh, I already told you I'm a bad texter. It looks like
By the way,
kidnapping.
Barkley spelled spectacular
Dude,
right.
He shocked me.
Yeah.
He got it. He tried to claim Auburn. Yeah.
He said, he did.
Dude, he said your stuff from 2 years ago about them getting older. But
I was wrong 2 years ago.
And you were wrong last year.
No, I wasn't really.
They won it.
Yeah, I know. But nobody had them winning it last year. Everybody was wrong.
But it's not about everybody.
No, yes, it is.
It's about science that they lasted and went through a playoff run and got it done.
Well,
does that mean anything for the people out there?
It's got the COVID asterisk from the Suns.
You talking to the Lakers?
No.
and Dodgers.
Hey, I give the Warriors a lot of credit for winning it last year. Nobody saw it coming. So I don't dock myself for not seeing it coming.
You said the thread on the tires was going to wear, and you needed to go get a new set.
When nobody saw it coming, I'm not the only one who didn't see it coming.
But that
so
don't
you
make
can't
it feel
single
better.
me out.
No, I'm just telling you.
Thank you. Yeah,
they
exactly.
defied science and gravity.
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dude, are you watching the NBA this year? Like, I don't know what's what.
Ask me, I know.
Give me a good team. Middleton ain't back. Brooklyn can't play D. Miami.
I don't think Milwaukee's lost the game, have they?
No, I'm just, when you watch them, they're not complete. They're not whole. So we don't know if Middleton's going to have to get his Klay Thompson on. An adjustment. And I'll tell you what.
Boston looks good.
I text JD this. I should have texted you. There's 2 Denvers. One without Jamal and one trying to work Jamal back in it. Like, that's hard. And the Warriors did it with Klay and still won. I'm betting on that. I'm betting on the system. We got to bet. Haven't heard it.
You'll forget.
I remember all my bets.
Oh.
What we got?
Do you have the, you know what, I'll just go to Bill. Hey, Bill. Bill's in San Jose. Hi, Bill. Thanks for calling. What do you got, buddy?
Guru made a bad bet, and I'll tell you the reason why. And
Help us out.
I missed the boat on this for both the 49ers and the Warriors. When teams lose coaches, not just players, it weakens a team. The Warriors won, not just because of their offense, but because of their defense.
Right.
Where did their defense guru go? He went to Sacramento. This year, Sacramento will have better defensive numbers than the Warriors. And again, one of the reasons being is that when you have young players, not just all pros, but young players come into the system, a guy that's been running the defense for that system, when he leaves, Kings get better, Warriors get weaker, because he can work with individual players. Kerr doesn't have time to do that, and Atkinson is an offensive brain man. Now, you guys have done the same thing about the about the 49ers. You said the Niners are looking boring. Well, they've lost 12 to 13 coaches over the last 3 to 4 years. Their passing game coordinator, he's with the Jets. Jets are better. Salah's better. That makes the 49ers weaker. And it's the same way with McDaniel. Whoever you place those people with, they're not going to be as good. And if they don't have all pros that they're teaching, they're going to be weaker all around. The 49ers defense and offense was not as good because of the people they lost.
Before you hang up, you make great points. I got to interrupt
here.
He
sure did.
But hold on. Before you hang up, you couldn't have made this call 1 week ago. Because the Niners, DeMeco Ryans was the flavor of the month. This Niner defense was, people were, not me, all time maybe. So that Niner defense up into the debacle against Kansas City, you couldn't have made this call because they still were balling out under a new defensive coordinator.
The defensive coordinator had to change what they were doing. They couldn't run the man-to-man because Womack and the other people had not been in the system. Again, when you lose coaches, even DeMarco Ryans lost coaches to other teams, and that means he has to change because he doesn't have the same personnel. And the 49ers are not going to go very far this year because you have to train the coaches. They have to learn to play.
But Ron Adams is still here. Ron Adams is still here.
He can't even break up a fight.
Well, now, see, I don't do that. That's a 4.
Thanks, Bill. Bill, don't be a stranger.
Look, you like Bill, but look. Ron Adams is still here. Steve Kerr's still. Draymond Green's still here.
Draymond's got no voice. He's iced in the locker room, according to Anthony Slater.
I did read that.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing his ass off. Well, no, I'm just right now. He looks great.
He looks
running up and down the court. Like again, had a good game against Denver.
He's not playing at his level of last year when he's at his best. Right now, his defense is not what it used to be.
Well, you know what? Everything around him defensively.
Oh,
see, you got. I don't.
Well, guess what? Your boy Ben Wallace. He knew how to anchor a middle. You saying Draymond can't anchor the middle? Why don't you say it?
When everybody else does their part. Nobody ever talks about, and I love Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
How's he looked on defense?
Oh, he's moving his feet.
Wiggins and Draymond are your two best defenders right now. And with Kuminga, with that body, that Terrell Owens gift from the athletic gods, you should be in there early. And Moody is a defender. I love me some Moody, man.
I don't understand why. He's solid and fundamentally sound. You don't usually like those guys.
Now that's how you don't know me. He ain't scared. We got to talk to him. Steiny, he has some highlights in him. Just give him more. I'm telling you, man.
But Goo, do you at least look at Moody and say, okay, what is he? What is he? I mean, I'm doing my wind horse.
Oh, yeah.
What is he?
I'm going round table.
Okay.
A combination, and I think he has.
Is he a starter in the NBA?
You know what? He could. Right now, it's early. I'm being real.
I'm saying it's 4 years.
He can be oh, hell yes, he can be there's no doubt.
Okay.
I mean that.
Can he be an all-star?
I'm not going to rob him of that. I think he can.
I think that's very optimistic.
You know what really is provocative about him to me? I always say somebody reminds me of somebody. I can't come up with a comp for him. And it's almost a compliment. And we asked, I said, who'd you pattern your game after? He said, I take it from guys I'm still, he was humble enough to, that's smart. But JK, I can't, you got gifts that you're not tapping into. And I'm not giving up on Jonathan Kuminga. But Steiny, I'm telling the people, relax, woosah. By playoff time, if they're 5th or 6th seed, that's not ideal. They'll have the defensive concepts down, and we will see this team be a problem.
I don't believe the Warriors can win it all if they're a 5 through 8 seed. I don't think they can run the table as an underdog 4 straight series. It's just me. Jimmy's in the 707. Starts in the Luma. Mm-hmm. Right there between Novato and Luma.
They're calling me a groupie.
Yeah, you are.
What?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. Yeah. What's up, Jim?
Hey, Santa Rosa, actually. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, my neck of the woods.
That's different.
Things stood out last night. That's wrong.
I missed it.
So last night, Klay Thompson reminded Klay missed me old man Klay last night. He reminded me of old man Klay.
Gotcha.
He's seen himself in the mirror in a Devin Booker, much younger than he is, able to handle the ball a little better than Klay at his age, and talking mess to him. It reminded me a little bit of Klay's really frustrated with where he's at right now, and it's because of he's getting up there in age. His contract's coming up. People have talked about him going to the Lakers for years. There's a bunch of stuff that I think Booker pushed some hot buttons last night. And Booker, after the game, said he loves Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
He loves the stuff he brings to the floor. And I really think that Klay was looking in the mirror a little bit saying, man, this kid's good. He's talking mess. Because Klay's typically that guy that does not give a rat's butt.
There you go, Jim. Thank you. We'll stop you there. We'll stop you there, Jim. Rat's butt's as close as I want you to get. Here's the thing. And, okay, we know Klay has 4 rings. And we know Booker's never won a title. But...
And they're coming off a collapse.
Devin Booker was a first-team All-NBA player.
I told you about... You know what I think about Booker.
But my point isn't that he's the greatest player of all time. It's he ain't no chump.
Oh, right.
So...
But what he said was Klay was looking... He's frustrated. This is a guy that gives you that work night in, night out. Sometimes he outshoots Steph Curry, and right now it's not there. And that's why I get what you're saying and what he was talking about. He didn't want to get hurt again in pickup. I get that. Okay, so he's out there, but is he really himself, or is it going to be December or January until we can expect Clay of old? Or are you saying, Matt Steinmetz, I'm asking you, and people out there listening, will he ever get to those heights before the 2 injuries? Because that's really what it's about to me.
I don't think so. Let's just be honest for a second.
Well, remember we did
Klay
this
Thompson.
with his metrics. They were exactly the same last year in the playoffs as his career.
Right, but those were down from his career numbers.
I thought they were the same.
No, he had the same regular season and postseason last year. Like, the thing is, here's the issue. What'd you say? Can he get back?
Right.
Well, rookie year, he didn't miss a game his first 2 years in the league. These are his games missed. 1, 5, 2, 4, 9, 4. Okay, so he's going to have good games. But he's not playing full seasons anymore. And the games will just be a little fewer and farther between. That's what happens when you get older.
Right.
Like, you don't get bad in one season. You know, you shoot 45 one year and then it's down to 42. And then it's like, I only shot 39. Well, you're 35. I don't know. I'm not saying
because when he gets hot. Remember, I kept saying I'm just athletic. He's a marvel, Steiny, because he's letting them go. So creating a shot is not the problem. He don't look slow. It's just he's not. They're not going in. They'll come shoot or shoot.
Yeah. 510. What did the first team All NBA get Booker? So who cares? The point is, he's a player that needs to be respected.
And Clay would tell you that.
You got to respect Devin Booker as a player, especially when he's urinating on your guard. Okay? You got to respect him when that's the case.
When are we going to, and I love Jordan
Rob
Poole.
and Sam Bruno.
When are we going to talk about, and I love you, Rob, hold on. When are we going to talk about Jordan Poole's defense?
What about it?
He parlayed that into 140, and I'm just asking.
Okay. Well,
he's got to get better.
Steph Curry wasn't a great defender his third year, and Poole's offensive game might be ahead of Steph Curry's in year 3. What do you think about that?
I'm going to check the numbers.
Yeah, of course you will, because your eye
test.
What
up, Rob?
What's up, Rob?
What's up, fellas? Look, man, I got 2 points. My first point is, look, Matt, what you saying about the young players, if this was the 90s, the 80s, or the early 2000s, or the mid-2000s, I agree with you. But this is not. It's a bunch of kids in the league. I mean, kids. Even though you look at the league right now, there's not a lot of contenders in the West. You got Denver, and you got that's it. I don't really
Utah,
Phoenix. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's my point exactly.
Phoenix.
So I feel like
Phoenix is good.
I forgot about Phoenix.
Memphis is coming. Memphis is coming. You have to. You have to be. And you have to. And just keep an eye on the Clippers. That's all.
They came and stay on the floor.
Fair enough.
Disrespectful to
Fair enough. I'm not going to argue with you on the Clippers. Go ahead.
All right, but I just feel like Wiseman, what he brings to the table, he can get you 15 and 8. Yeah. Just let him play for a little bit. I thought yesterday during the end of the game, like, man, let Wiseman go out there and play. Don't put him out there 3 minutes ago. Let him go out there and play. Game was over at the 10-minute mark.
I'm with you, Rob. I am with you. Yep. I went to look at his rebounds. I said maybe he wasn't rebounding enough.
He wasn't.
I'm with Rob. So you think that's what Kerr was sending him a message?
He doesn't rebound.
Because I was like, damn.
How many rebounds did he get last night?
But see.
I mean, I don't even know.
3.
In how many minutes?
18.
That stinks.
Yep.
That stinks. Their defense.
But he was 5 of 8 from the field.
Right. And how is their defense?
But you're going up against 8 and 2. No excuse, because we said that's an area that he needs to improve. But how are you going to improve it if you're not on the court?
Right.
And then,
so go improve it while you lose. Yeah. That's what's going to happen. That's all
he
I'm
didn't
saying.
even get that. That's what Rob was saying. Like, what was taking so long for him to get back in the game?
They wanted to win.
415 with the text of the day.
Oh, I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that.
You've incorporated something new. You've been cutting me off. You've been going to the calls while I'm talking. They know this too. 415. Hey, I'm like, we've been doing that the last 2 days.
Hey, 415. You don't know what you're talking about.
I always let
Steiny,
you finish.
Steph Curry has never been a good defender. That's not true.
He's gotten better.
He sure has.
No, you don't. Look at Luka.
Steiny's on one today. He's feisty. What's going on?
Oh, boy.
You know what?
The truth.
I'll tell you what's going on. I'm going to say it right now.
Gas.
A lot of people on the text line. I can tell. And I don't, that doesn't rule my life, nor do the fans out there watching. Yeah. A lot of people out there like, hey, Steiny, you just don't think Steph Curry's that good. You're hating on the Warriors and Steph and Clay and Draymond. And you just hate on it. It's like, you idiot. You don't get it. You don't get it. They're the same people who were saying, Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Poole, they're just gonna take over and be champions. It's like, do you not respect Curry, Clay, and Draymond enough to not assume that these guys are just going to walk in and become championship-type players? Like they grow on trees.
I got that.
So my point is when you talk about Kuminga and even like Moody, I think he can be an all-star in this league. Okay, he's still got 2 levels to go before he gets to champion in this league.
Right.
So that's my biggest frustration. You can't have both.
But
you can't have seen Steph Curry for the last 12 years and then say, we got some young championship players who are 20 years old who can keep this thing going. Can we wait? You're going to, okay.
But the rat on the table.
That means, you know what? That tells me you don't respect what Curry's done. No. That's what it tells me. Because what Curry's done is historic.
Yeah.
That's all.
The rat on the table is Iggy last year before the playoffs said, and it was documented, you said it in The Athletic, about the core not agreeing with the direction of the team with the youth. They couldn't get it done. But what did they go do? Now, I know what you're going to come back rebuttal with. Well, the 3 20-year-olds who were 19 last year, they didn't play that big of a role that they're going to play this year. But the fact of the matter is the team went off and won it.
Right.
And I think when Iggy made those comments.
With veterans.
When Iggy made those comments, though, with those veterans, they still were kind of side-eyeing like, this who we running with? And they still got Iguodala when he said there was too much, they should have went out and got a big boy. And talking about the 19-year-olds, this was last year before the playoffs jumped off. Right. And we talked about it, and we agreed, but yet the Warriors still went and got it.
He was right.
Won.
What's that?
They went and won.
Right, but they used veteran players. Otto Porter was used. Gary Payton II was. Bielitsa was used more than Kuminga. I get it. Kuminga has a ring. Did he?
Right.
Does that make him a championship player? No. We'll see if he's a Poole's on the track.
Yeah.
Poole ain't scared. Poole played in the playoffs last year and helped the Warriors win a title. He struggled too, which is what young players do. Like the Warriors' young players haven't even gotten into the postseason and been allowed to struggle.
Let's rank those 3. We got to. Who you high? I think I know the answer, but I'm gonna ask you: Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody.
What about
right now? Who would you? How would you rank those 3?
I would take Wiseman first. Moody second.
Okay. And
Kuminga third.
Back to Wiseman.
What? Why is that sad? Somebody's going to be 3.
Oh no, it's just
okay.
It's Kuminga.
Because here's the thing: if I would have said Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, you would have been like, oh.
No, I was just thinking JK's got to take those Poole leaps. It's coming.
Well, not it.
And last night he didn't get into the end. What Rob said, I get it. Yeah.
And I don't mean this like it's going to sound, but I think. When's the last time we've seen any player take the kind of jump that Jordan Poole took?
I'll let you get that one.
So when you say Kuminga needs the Poole jump, he ain't getting the Poole jump. You got to
get close. Yeah,
you got to work to get the Poole jump, baby. Ain't just You don't just get the pool jump because the culture seeps into your bones without you working for it. You got to put in the time. You got to pay the price, baby.
Stephen A. Smith was on. Remember I said he was wrong and that was foul?
That's right. He had it right. Stephen A. Smith.
Somebody told him.
He was the earliest to call his team a championship team.
No, I'm talking about Kuminga. Remember he said he wasn't working?
Yeah, it's because Lacob and they all sent him that message. Kirk Lacob, Joe Lacob, Kerr, Myers. I'm sure Kenny Atkinson.
I'm going to give you a chance to back out the bet. You still taking the field?
Oh, my God, yes.
I'm going to say how many people I could get.
You want to double it?
No, the dinner will be suffice.
Okay.
Bottle of wine. Not drink red.
You don't drink wine.
I had wine and pizza rolls the other day, Sunday.
You don't drink wine.
Anyway.
I've never seen you drink wine, and I've known you for 8 years.
I'm not in there because you got to see me in the lab, relaxed, shirt off, shorts on, cigar in the ashtray. That's when then I hold it. You know, Rutherford taught me how to hold it. You grip it like this.
That's a good bite. Make sure you.
Yeah, boy, I'm hungry.
Matt in Oakland. They do it again?
That was great. I was done. Nah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, what's going on?
You seem kind of grumpy these days. I don't know what's going on.
Who, me?
But I hope whatever it is, you get over it.
Who, me?
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I was born in 1964.
Wow. Yeah.
September 26th, I was born. You know when that was? That was right in the middle of a Philadelphia Phillies 10-game losing streak at the end of the year that cost them the 64 pennant. You wonder why I'm upset? My parents were miserable the week I came into the earth. They were miserable. What's up, man?
I remember that, actually. That was pretty ugly.
Gene Mauch.
That was bad. This isn't football, so it's not like 40% of the season is over. It's basically 5% of the season. But there are some things that are kind of disturbing. I mean, the miracle I don't think is going to happen.
Hey, Matt, here's what I got to do, and I know I took over your time. I got to put you on hold. I'll give you more time on the other side of the break. Otherwise, I got to cut you off now. I don't want to do that. And I like Matt. Hey, we'll be right back with Matt. Don't miss out on the first executive show of the season. Thursday, 1 o'clock. That's tomorrow. Warriors president and general manager Bob Myers. He's so good. He has 2 titles. And Zaza Pachulia, he'll join us every other week. That's the executive show with Myers. It starts tomorrow on 95.7 The Game, 1 o'clock. We're going to get to the bottom of things with Bob Myers. Mm-hmm.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
In that second half, did anyone see a no-huddle offense at any point in time? Did a no-huddle offense happen at all yesterday? We haven't installed one of those yet? No? Is that too cute? Maybe wait for the bye week? We'll worry about the no-huddles then?
Yeah, talking about that 3 years ago. Huh?
How do you not have a no-huddle offense? I don't understand that. How?
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yeah, you got to know. Now, you deserve some time off.
95.7 The Game.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Guru made a bad bet.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Another one. 0-4 on the NBA season, but you know what? I keep going. NBA's the hardest sport to bet. Some guys wouldn't even, I'll pull it. I'm 0-4. I'll get back on the winning track tonight, take the over with the Nets in Milwaukee.
Let's go Matt in Oakland. Don't do that.
I need the lock sound.
No, don't do that. Because some idiot out there might take your advice.
Dude, last year I was over 5.
Matt in Oakland, I told him I'd get back to him, and I lived up to my word.
You did it, but I'm enjoying you guys get after it. It's fun.
All right.
Like I said, it's very early. It's only 5% of the season, and I think we're seeing where the problems lie. I just don't think they're going to be able to do this unless they trade somebody like Kuminga, or I don't know who exactly, but somebody besides Draymond and Wiggins is going to have to start playing defense. And I think you're going to have a bump here because Draymond the last 2 games of Draymond have been pretty good. He's been acting like we need him to act. But I think what you said earlier is correct, that because of his idiocy, he's kind of lost a little bit of his voice in the locker room. So I don't know. It isn't ruined yet, but boy, that does not look like a championship defense. And I think they may have to consider, not today, but maybe in a few months, they may have to get rid of Kuminga because I don't see him being ready before those guys are too old.
Appreciate the call, Matt. Goo.
It's not going to happen. They're not going to give up on him this soon.
Really?
I don't believe. And they have a need. They need him.
Who?
Kuminga. They need him to blossom into what we think he can be. He's got a body. He's a mismatch. It'll come.
I know. I'm just, you know how I am with words. They don't need him. They won it without him last year. They could probably win it again without him this year.
Okay, but now hold on.
I know what you mean for the future.
But if I said regular season, what was the fan favorite? Who was one of the fan favorites? It was Kuminga. Now he dropped the ball going into the offs, which was an opportunity, but he's not getting traded. And I envision a front line of him, Wiseman, Draymond. Well, then somebody had them.
I don't see Wiseman and Kuminga being able to play together.
Man, and JD I heard him doing the post game saying that. And what about
No, let me be honest about Kuminga.
Michael Green.
I don't think that I would never bet on a guy to be traded, but I also believe front offices sometimes are way ahead of what you hear. And I'll just say, like, if Kuminga doesn't work hard, well, they will trade him, and it'll probably happen quickly. But I don't think it's that egregious.
And we don't hear from him much either. Well, obviously, you got to have a good game to get. But you know what I mean? Like, sometimes guys can talk, and you're like, oh, he's pissed off. He's mad. It's festering. But Kuminga's been quiet.
Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man?
Guys, what's up, man?
Hey.
I'm just not understanding. Dude, just let me, hopefully y'all will hear me out. This Wiseman and Kuminga, if you guys look back, these young men are learning how to be role players. Their entire life of basketball has not been them being role players. They are adjusting and learning. If we look at Moses Moody, Moses has been a role player since high school with Cade Cunningham and Scotty Barnes. This adjustments have come a lot more easily, a lot easier of a transition. What I find disheartening about this young man, 20-year-old young man from Africa at 15 years old, not around his parents for 5 years, you don't get to where you are from being lazy. The young man doesn't talk a lot, Goo, because it's a language barrier. We hear it every interview he gets, but he just gets accused of things and he never says nothing. So when his coaches come and speak on his behalf like we've never heard of anything like this or seen this, we all just jump on it. And then we put it on the airwaves, Goo, talking about Stephen A. was right. So I guess I just don't understand that part. Listen, we are the hunted right now. Everybody is bringing their A game every night. There's a different mentality as players and as fans that we got to expect. But why are we got to let the young man, let the young team, let these young fellas adjust. This guy did good things last year. He's obviously out there trying to find his way. Go back and look at Giannis' first 1, 2, 3 years. All he was an athlete. Didn't have anything else. Guys, we are fans of the Warriors. So why are we beating them up and pitting them against each other?
We're not doing that. Listen, you make great points, but this is what I don't want you to be in denial. You make great points. Just admit right now that he's behind. That's all we're talking about. Just admit that.
Goo, this is his second year in the fourth game in the season. Do you know under the summertime when we talking about how lazy he was, the guy flew across country to play for his
that I remember, man. And I'm not out on him.
And then he flew right back to play Summer League. I mean, what are we talking about, Guru?
No, we're talking about why isn't he getting more minutes? That's what we're talking about.
Because the Warriors are trying to win a championship.
And the coach, you tell me if I'm wrong, a message is when the boss says, hey, we need you in the game. That's confidence. and that's you earning those minutes. That's not happening enough for me for Kuminga. So that's a sign. The caller made great point. Nobody's against Kuminga. I'm waiting on it. But don't tell me this is not anything.
I'm not sure if it's anything or not.
We'll ask Bob tomorrow. I will. Since I asked the tough questions.
I hate when you do that.
You know, come on, the Jeff Garcia interview.
How is he behind, dude? What are you talking about, bro? That's from the 925.
Look at the game logs under minutes under Kuminga and get back to me.
Ty Jerome?
That one, I'd like to fell out.
Why? He's good.
He's good at what? He shouldn't be getting on the hardwood before Kuminga.
Right. So why? So look at yourself in the mirror. Why is he playing in front of Jonathan Kuminga?
That is what you should have said to the last caller.
You were on your own there. Because you've said he's going to be the next Karl Malone.
No.
About Kuminga. And I was like, can we just hold on a sec? Yes, you did.
No,
you said Karl Malone.
I'm excited about his upside. And it's not just me.
You said that.
Don't put Karl Malone.
Pool's the next Curry.
This dude, man.
So Curry's going to play with Kuminga, who's Karl Malone. And then Wiseman's David Robinson.
You're beautiful.
We should win a couple titles. Yep.
Yeah. You just won one last year.
Mm-hmm, but not with those guys.
I want Iguodala.
I'm not here for the Ty Jerome slander, if you will. I don't want to hear it. Look, they lost their best defensive player last year. Gary Payton II.
Man.
He was probably a better defender than Draymond.
My fault.
More consistently.
I would, man, you ain't got to sell me on that.
And even Juan Toscano Anderson. He'd get scrappy on defense. Scrappy defensive player.
And your boy Porter Jr. wasn't barbecue chicken.
Exactly.
He would rebound, had length.
Exactly.
Otis Bird III agrees with you. GP2 was a big loss.
Yeah.
But people panic. Remember where everybody, there's nothing to see here. People know talent when they see it.
Is Kuminga in the doghouse, or is he just the 11th best player on the team?
He's in the doghouse because that would be an insult.
For what?
I don't know, but it looks like maybe not working hard or blowing assignments when he's out there. See, I should have told that caller Sunday's game. Kerr's giving him an opportunity when he jumped out his chair like he had the Holy Ghost and yelled at him in his face. I saw that. I rewound it. That's good in the sense that the coach, he cares, and they're waiting on you. I'm not saying go from being 22 an all-star, but there's a disconnect. And we'll see it get better like we did if you're right about Ayuk. Something was going on. He got out of it. Now he's balling.
I guess this is the thing where I want this to come across as positive, but it's kind of an incongruity I see. And this is kind of what I mean. We talk about the Warriors culture.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I believe the culture's Steph Curry, but there are people that believe the Warriors have a culture, and you get people into the culture, and they'll be culturized, and they'll be Warriors. Well, if you believe in the culture, well, guess what? Maybe Kuminga doesn't fit.
Well, I believe in it much. I can't say that.
Why is he not playing?
I gave you my thoughts. I'm telling you about the cultures. If it's one person, it's working, and that guy's going nowhere, and that's why I bet on the culture to you that they would go back to back. They'll get this thing figured out, and he'll figure it out.
Let's go to Priest. Priest is in Palo Alto.
Our guy.
Mm-hmm. Wants to talk about Kuminga.
I want to talk about Kuminga, man.
Yeah.
Listen, this kid is getting a raw deal from a lot of you cats, man.
Thank you.
Because you're running your mouth when you really don't know what you're talking about. Because from the coach's standpoint, he said that he loved what Kuminga was doing in the off season. Not only him, but Iguodala spoke up for him. So all this stuff about Stephen A., just because you got your head up Stephen A's rear, man, don't mean that he's right.
Priest,
he's talking.
Don't call here Don't call here and insult me like that and act like Kuminga is showing you something. We know you're high on him, but speak the real. He is not playing good basketball, and nor is he getting the opportunity. So don't call here acting like he's playing like an all-star. That's what we're talking about. You don't tell me whose ass I'm kissing.
Nobody said that.
That's what you insinuated. That's what you insinuated. You come correct next time. You say, I want to hear you say you are disappointed in Kuminga right now.
I'm not disappointed in. The only thing I'm disappointed in is Steve Kerr. I'm disappointed in Steve Kerr.
What? He should be playing him more, Priest?
I'm saying this. Listen, man. He knows what everybody's saying about this kid. He's got a logjam. He's got Jermichael Green in front of him,
right,
and Draymond Green. He's on his way to the Hall of Fame. This cat's got the experience. Just because a kid doesn't have experience don't mean you beat him up. You don't beat a kid up just because he's inexperienced. He's inexperienced because he's young.
And you think Kerr's beating him up, Priest?
I think what Kerr needs to do is come out and speak for this kid, because all of you guys are just trashing this kid for no reason.
Well, no. Thanks, Priest. Appreciate the call. I'm not. I don't
trashing him.
Well,
he's not playing.
But
and Priest know what he did. He insinuated that we're up here.
No, not me.
Well,
not me.
Well, for me,
I was out of that one. It's kind of nice to just be a bystander.
Yeah, but no, I'm just telling you, it's the truth. I want more Kuminga. I'm pro Kuminga. Right. And something's go for the people saying, what are you holding on to? I'm holding on to him not playing and getting the opportunity and blowing the opportunity last year going into the playoffs.
I think thinking a 19-year-old who didn't play any college basketball, who played for the Ignite, thinking he's going to be a playable role player on a championship team last year, to me, is pie in the sky. It just is. And I think one thing Priest did mention that's important, not that he's right or wrong, but again, this is a team that wants to win a championship. You know why it wants to win a championship? Because it's starting Draymond Green at 4, and they got Jermichael Green coming off the bench. How is Kuminga going to get those guys off the court if it's all about just winning? Jermichael Green's better than him right now.
Right now, but the ball's in Kuminga's court.
Well, apparently he's not doing some things, right?
But apparently that will trigger some people to call and say we're bashing him. And I'm asking for more Kuminga. But the fact that you're not getting the opportunity from the coach and Priest wants Kerr to stick up for him, what did you think of that? Because Kerr did say that report was erroneous.
Yeah, I think I get what he's saying. What Priest is saying.
Okay, but
there is right now, for whatever reason, because I think something's up with Kuminga. I think he probably doesn't work hard as other guys.
It's not hard to see that.
It's not just work hard, but it's also,
consistent.
It's also attention to detail. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like the attention to detail championship players have. Draymond has. Looney has. A 20-year-old is not going to have it.
See, I'm not doing the birth certificate thing.
How can you possibly ask James Wiseman to be as good of a defender as Kevon Looney? How could you possibly even ask him?
When you say it like that, obviously, yeah. But
well, so when they play Wiseman and when they play Kuminga, their defense is going to get worse. So now Steve Kerr's got a decision to make. How much time do I play these guys? How do I balance the regular season? How much am I going to want the Stars to play in the playoffs versus the regular season? And that's early in the season.
But it comes down to trust, right? Minutes to me is trust. Nobody came here for the people in the back railing on JK. I'm pro JK. We're having a conversation on why he's not getting on the court and why he's not getting on the court sooner than others. And to me, he controls that.
I just have a question for you guys because it's interesting. It looked like Steve Kerr did show confidence in Kuminga those first couple games of the season. He gave him run off the bench in the second quarter before Moody, before a lot of other bench guys. And maybe Kuminga didn't, he was given an opportunity but didn't earn it. Or earn more minutes, I should say.
I mean, listen, I just... Go look at Jermaine O'Neal. Look at Jermaine O'Neal's career when he got drafted by the Trailblazers, and the Trailblazers were pretty good at the time. He just didn't play a lot his first few years because he couldn't beat anybody out at that point. He was too young, too inexperienced.
But you got 3 O'Neals, basically, listening to you.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why it's a fair question to wonder whether they can thread the needle. They didn't thread the needle last year. We talked about them threading the needle, but when I really mean threading the needle, what I mean is the core's the core, and then the 4 young guys are the other 4 guys, essentially. And to get there is going to be a journey. And it's asking a lot for me to think it's going to happen by the end of the year. Dre's in Tracy. Hey, Dre. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, Guru, what's happening? How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing?
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
You're perfect, buddy.
Okay, great. This is not insight, but this is just when we talk about what Kerr should be doing and the coaches should be doing. What I think is, I could be wrong, that a lot of times we see when they play and not play, but these guys make their minutes when they practice.
Absolutely.
They know how Kuminga's practice. They know how Kuminga's practicing. They know how this player's practicing, this player practicing. When we see why he's not playing them, why is this? They see way more than we see. If you know what I mean. We just see what's out in the game. Unless you're at practice, you wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. But that's what I'm thinking. The guys, if we say Kerr's not playing them for what reason? He has his reasons, and something's
no doubt
in practice. Not just for Kuminga, but any player. Why are you not playing this guy? Why are you not playing this guy? I think practice shows a lot what's going on back there, but we don't ever see.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, you're right, Trey. Absolutely right.
And Rich Hamilton on YouTube says we're talking about...
What the hell is he? The Richard Hamilton from Coatesville?
No, Rich Hamilton. I don't know where he's from. We're talking about the 11th guy on the roster. No, we're not. That's where he's slotted now, and that's what we're trying to figure out. But for the guys, see, I don't have my head in the sand. Kuminga's not doing something right to earn the trust of the head coach.
Well, obviously, that's where I would disagree with you. Right now, he's not better than JaMychal Green. Because if he were better than JaMychal Green, A, they probably wouldn't have signed JaMychal Green, and B, Kuminga would be playing ahead of JaMychal Green. So Dre is absolutely right. JaMychal Green is outplaying Kuminga in practice. He has to be. Right? There's no way Steve Kerr doesn't want to play Kuminga.
Yeah, and that's where the frustration was the other night.
But this is where you can't have it both ways. You can't brag about a championship culture, but then say, well, just throw Kuminga in there. No, you have to earn stuff that other young players on other more marginal teams don't have to earn. That's what the culture is if it exists.
Okay, but
Kuminga,
now
you can't play. Yeah. You can't play in our culture.
But there's a cost to that, Steiny.
What is it? Championships?
We'll see. We're 4 games in, 78 left.
The cost might be Kuminga gets his act together if something's going on.
Yeah.
Let's go to Freddie. Freddie's in Richmond. What's up, Fred? How you doing, man?
Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me on. I've been watching the game. This 4th game of the season. I think talking about Kuminga, it's kind of true. I mean, he didn't develop any moves over the offseason. The spin move is kind of like getting on my nerves. But at the end of the day, the Warriors roster is kind of deep. So if JaMychal Green is out playing him at practice, he's going to get the minutes in the game. But I think as Warrior fans, we just need to relax. I don't agree with the stuff that Barkley was saying the other night. It's just like clickbait for the season. But when everything by Christmas time will be, probably 15, 20 games over 500, and it'll just be a laughable season. And we're talking about the dog days at the end of or in the middle of the season.
All right, we'll see, Fred. Thanks for the call, Fred. Appreciate it. We'll see.
Well,
I mean, I kind of want to, before we come back, like, what is? Do we have a disagreement? What is there a position that needs to be restated that isn't understood? I mean, for me, to my way of thinking, there is absolutely, positively nothing mysterious or head-scratching about Jonathan Kuminga's playing time. That's me. Like, I get it completely.
You said he was in the doghouse.
I said he probably doesn't do things that he's asked.
You compared him to Brandon Ayuk with Kyle Shanahan, which was in the doghouse.
Okay, fine, he's in the doghouse.
Okay, so but why didn't you say that? Why did it take me to come back to say that you said that?
Well, you're looking to pick something here, which is cool.
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying?
I don't do radio like that.
What do you do? What are you saying?
I'm saying, why are you running away from what you said, that he was in the doghouse and there's nothing to see here? That's what you're doing right now.
Yeah, because 20-year-olds get in the doghouse. Because 20-year-olds
right.
don't.
I just wanted to make sure
20-year-olds sometimes don't even know how to work hard.
Yeah, but
20-year-olds don't get to the spot in time, and that's why.
You brought up the example. I just want to make sure you brought up the example.
Do we know that Ayuk was in the doghouse?
Well, that's neither here nor there.
Well, that's what you're comparing
that as an example. Now you're saying there's nothing to see here.
There isn't anything to see with Kuminga. There's nothing to see.
Right. Well, you used that analogy of the doghouse with Ayuk a couple hours ago. Thank God I was listening.
Yeah. Ayuk had a struggling first 5 games in his second year, and then he started producing at the end of the year. So there wasn't anything to see with Ayuk. He got his act together, and he produced. So yes, I don't think there's anything to see here at this point with Kuminga. How a 20-year-old, you explain to me how a 20-year-old's going to play on a championship team, 20 minutes a game. That's what I want to know. On 95.7 The Game.
Watch the Morning Roast on Twitch and YouTube. Just search 957 The Game.
I do think that Shanahan needs to take a hard look in the mirror and evolve. There's no doubt.
It's been 6 years, Shasky. How long do I have to wait for Shanahan to evolve? That's my problem.
That's why I was hoping. This is why I'm so hurt that we didn't get a chance to see Trey Lance.
That's honestly my problem. How long do I have to wait for the head coach to evolve?
Oh my God. This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Take it out!
95.7 The Game.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Attention. Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
O'Reilly! Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Big homie's gonna be fine, bro.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny. Okay. This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr coming up at 3:30. 3:30 with Damon and Ratto. And I really spent the break, Guru, trying to formulate what I'm trying to say clearly. And I guess here's what it is. The Warriors are 2-2. They just got blown out by the Suns. To me, Jonathan Kuminga is like not even a story. Like, I look at Jonathan Kuminga, and if there's a question about, well, why is he only playing this much? Well, I do. He came to the United States at 15. Like, I can tell you why. I can tell you why he's probably not playing. Doesn't rebound. All right, probably doesn't defend well enough. He doesn't pass well enough. He might not be working hard in practice. He might need more work on his fundamentals because he picked up the game late. Maybe he does have a little bit of an attitude. But it's one of those things. Like, it has to be one of those things. But of course it's one of those things because he's only 20 years old and he's trying to play on a champ. Like, I just don't think there's anything to see here with Kuminga. I really don't. I think it's all natural. I don't think he can play more than this on a championship, on a team with championship aspirations.
Well, my whole point is we know how high I've been on Jonathan Kuminga. Still hoping for him to answer the bell. We'll find out when that is. We know he's not done. But when I saw Coach Kerr jump off the bench and all players get yelled at or screamed at on a blown defensive assignment or didn't help his teammate on defense, I feel like he's not playing because he should be further. And if Moody can figure it out, I'm like, okay, maybe Kuminga can. And maybe Moody's far advanced than Kuminga. But my thing to you is it took Priest calling for you to back up off your analogy of trying to make the comparison of Ayuk in the doghouse, and now you're not saying JK. You're saying there's nothing to see here.
There's nothing to see here.
So that's what's throwing me off.
There's
it took Priest to call for you to
nothing
change.
To see here.
Because that's what you're doing. You're changing, and I'm shocked.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
you're just not.
You are. That's why you took the break
you're not
to come back with facts. I'm hearing you.
You're not going to be able to understand you're not going to understand the nuance. Okay. I don't get what you're saying.
Ain't no nuance.
What do you? I don't get. Like, what's your point?
You're smiling. You know what my point is. And anybody listening to the show for the last couple of hours, you change your stance.
How?
You ain't going to play me. Nothing to see here about Jonathan Kuminga.
There isn't.
I've been working with you 5 years.
There's nothing to see here.
And a caller made you back up and go the other route. Now,
what did I?
The Ayuk analogy in the doghouse. Okay. Now you're saying there's nothing to see here. It's natural.
It is
when
natural.
You started to show off, and you said it before about Kuminga maybe not being as ready or advanced as they want him to be.
Right.
So it took Priest for me to go off because he was coming at me.
Oh, you're blaming me for you getting mad at Priest.
I've never seen you change and put your tail between your legs and go the other way. Hey, Steiny Guru, before the break, Nobody asked you to do none of that. I'm listening to you. And you said and made the comparison with Ayuk and used the word doghouse.
Yeah, I don't think doghouse is a big deal.
Doghouse. Now, there's nothing to see here.
Nothing to see
natural.
here.
Okay.
Nothing to see here.
That's what we're doing?
Most 20-year-olds don't know how to work.
That's what we're doing?
Most 20-year-olds who come into the league
so Ayuk can get put in the doghouse, huh?
No college.
But Kuminga, I know what I heard.
Yeah. Small problem for a young player. A lot of young players need to work through that.
And what would I be blaming you for?
I don't exactly. That's what I don't understand.
I just saw you change.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No.
Well, I hadn't seen that.
Mr. Consistency. Yeah. Mr. Consistency. Johnson is in the city. What's up, Johnson?
Hey, fellas. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you guys with Jonathan Kuminga, but I think his defense is lacking because, how is he going to practice his low post defense when nobody on the Warriors does it low post? He has to learn to pick up his defense in the game, and I feel like he can only do that if he first develop a passing game like Draymond and help the offense be more efficient or keep up with the opposing team so he could have more time practicing his defense because practicing his defense against the Warriors, they're all shooting threes. Nobody's low posting, and that's why his defense in the low post is not there. What you guys think? Thanks.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah. I don't really get it.
Kind of change the subject.
No. We don't have to change the subject.
Yeah, you stop.
See, this is where, what do you mean?
You did a 180 on
back to Wiggins. On what?
On the
no,
whole
I didn't
Kuminga stance.
Yeah,
I'm blown away.
I'm blown away because you're I don't even know what your gripe is.
Yeah. I don't have a gripe.
Yes, you do.
I said it clearly. And I know what it is, and you know what I meant.
You expect a 20-year-old to be a starting power forward on a championship team.
It's bigger
That's
than that.
preposterous.
Okay. All right. It's bigger than that.
All the young guys can't play.
And I understand that.
Okay.
That's not what I'm talking about. You know that's what I'm not talking about.
No, that is what you're talking about. You want Kuminga to play more, but you also want him to win a title.
I embarrassed you or made you uncomfortable with my response to Priest, and you went.
Did make
you
me.
went the
I was
other way.
worried.
No, just keep it real, Stein. I'm smarter than you think, bro.
No, I didn't.
And you can keep playing this game. Let's just change the subject.
Joseph in Vallejo, what's going on? Hey, Joseph.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
All right, let's just make up. Goo, you got the most. You should be hired, Goo, to like when a guy is having a problem with his girl. You got that affectionate little laugh, and they just gotta forgive you. So Steiny gonna forgive you.
For what?
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph.
Forgive me for what, Joseph?
Draymond really have problems with Kuminga. If you heard him talk about it last year, and Kuminga kind of was the ringleader that making pushing Jordan Poole and all those kind of against Draymond. That's probably part of why he's in the doghouse. And the Warriors as a whole, they know they paid Jordan Poole too much money. He is nowhere near an heir apparent to Steph Curry. That's a lot of money. He is not that kind of player to get $31 million a year. They made a mistake there. The best thing they could do is try to unload him early and invest in Mooney. That's what I got to say, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
He might not be the next Steph Curry, but he may be the next Klay Thompson.
And you said that person don't exist. Yeah, he's getting paid, a hired assassin.
Let's go to the coach is in Vallejo. What's going on, Coach? Mr. Jones? Should we go to Mr. Jones in Atlanta? Let's go to Mr. Jones.
Hey, man.
Hey.
I wonder if Kuminga, like he said, I wonder if Kuminga was, we all little sports athletes. What if Jordan Poole said, you ain't say that to Kuminga, and that's how he got hit?
Wait,
you know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't. Repeat yourself, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you know how guys be talking trash, right?
Yeah.
Each other. Right. So, okay, like we said, Draymond and them Draymond and Kuminga probably had a little beef. So let's just say they had practice, and Jordan Poole said, you ain't say that to Kuminga. And he was like, so I'm saying it to you. And then you get pushed, and then they say, that's how it goes. But your boy saying they didn't need to play Jordan Poole that much, that's crazy. Why not? Everybody kept saying that Steph wasn't going to be what he became. You got to, like you said, you got to let the kids develop. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're $31 million for a guy such as Poole is actually kind of cheap because the money ain't going down. It's going to keep going up. And as he keeps developing, what he going to do?
Thanks
so kind of got.
I mean,
we don't know what was, yeah.
Isn't it a fact that the more the young players play, likely the more games you're going to lose? So what's your tolerance level if you're a Warrior fan?
And everybody is on their own accord, and I feel like I didn't sit here and tell you, Steiny, I expect Kuminga to start. My thing was Kerr was doing his thing with Kuminga, and he hadn't met that challenge to Kerr. That's what I believe. And that's why I feel like you just mentioned an hour ago, he's the 11th man right now.
Yeah. He is.
Yeah.
Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. What's up, Coach? Talk to me.
Hey, guys. Yeah, the other day you guys were talking about Jordan Poole.
Turn the radio down.
Better than De'Aaron. I kind of fell out of my chair when I heard that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, he's a great player. But what I'm going to say about
selfish.
Poole and Guru, I think you agree with me here. If you had the starting four of Looney, Draymond, Steph, and Wiggins, and you had to replace Klay with Poole or Moody, the team would be much better with Moody than with Poole at that other position. Why? Because Poole has the worst plus minus on the whole team. Moody's going to give you the defense, and if Moody had the same amount of minutes as Poole had last year, Moody would put up comparable numbers as Jordan Poole.
Well, I appreciate the thought and effort that went into that, and I love both players. But if you're telling me who my fifth would be between those two, it's Poole.
To me, there's
And you don't get 140, Steiny, without the organization knowing your future.
Pool's got a bigger upside than Moody. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt.
That's not a bad thing.
I'm looking at my list. 7 technical fouls in the third quarter.
That's a lot.
Who do you think was at fault for most of it?
Malloy. I'm doing that because I've been saving that. I mean, I always talk about it's the AAU. Everybody loves each other. But obviously the refs, guys were running hot. And this was Phoenix. It was like a playoff game. And I still thought the Warriors were going to win the game even when they were down. But, I mean, Steiny, I like it. I'm not mad at it. But the refs let some stuff go, but some stuff they didn't. But 7 that's just too many. It's almost like borderline embarrassing. Get control of it. You're going to let it be chippy, let it be chippy. But 7, that's a little sensitive, oversensitive to me.
I think Clay and Devin Booker each deserved 1.
That's 2.
I don't know what Kerr did.
What about Draymond?
It's Draymond's Draymond.
I thought he was going to get thrown out because he kept barking.
We could say that every game about Draymond.
Yeah. And they know who it is.
So, what'd you think of Wiseman?
The more than Kerr. I thought he was holding his own, and again, he's going up against Ayton, who's more seasoned. Well, I'd like to see more rebounds, but I saw the lob. I saw the putback on some misses, and then he kind of just sat and I think Rob from San Bruno called. He sat too long for me, so I won't second-guess Kerr, but Steiny, I can't get enough of them. And if this is what it's going to be when you tell me in the masses that the young guys are going to have to take their lumps, I like what I'm seeing from Wiseman.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. One of the things I'm seeing on the Xfinity mobile text line is a lot of, they've only played 4 games. Nobody's saying that they're done.
No, not on this show.
So nobody's saying that they're done. And the question was asked, do I think they're going to win a title this year? It's like, no.
We got to bet.
No, I don't think they're going to win a title this year.
And I've
been wrong before.
Yeah,
but I think it's becoming apparent there's some agendas here. Steph Curry talked about it before the season. That they had some guys trying to make a name for themselves in their career. Some guys want to get paid. Maybe some guys are looking to move off this team. But they got a lot to deal with. That's obvious. And I think it's coming to the fore. Maybe Clay and Draymond have something to deal with. And I think it's going to be too hard to overcome. That's where I'm at.
And, well, I'll tell you this. I had them winning before the 4 games. So it's bigger than the 4 games. And that's why I asked you, Willard and Dibs, on the changeover, how concerned are you about the defense? Steiny, I just feel like this is the champagne. It's not even dry yet. And the stuff that you speak of, I feel like it comes with the territory. And until we can actually see something play out on the court to where the behind-the-scenes stuff, if it's going on, affects them, then I'll be like, but I know this is one play. Poole gave the look to Draymond, and Draymond finished, and I know they're teammates. But, maybe if he hadn't done that, and we could be like, oh, something's really going on.
So it's just a coincidence that Clay was pissed off last night and got thrown out for the first time in his career?
Honestly, Steiny, I think it was, and I think it was
for the first time in his career, Booker out trash talked him?
Well, Kerr talked about it in the post-game press where he said they got into it at Oracle. They trash talk. But it could be more where only he knows where he's really at.
Well, then that's something.
And if he's insecure about his game right now, I understand it, but
maybe he doesn't think his game's ever going to come back.
And if
his game doesn't come back, then they're not going to win it again. Let's go to Bernard and Antioch. Oh, no, I'm not going. Let's go to Coach Durant.
What does he want, We know we don't
talk about the refs.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about the refs.
You get
Warriors lost by 30 points. Hey, what's up, Coach Durant?
Yeah.
All right, forget Coach Durant. 707, mark my words, Kuminga will be traded this year, next year.
Well, I disagree.
Who knows?
Yeah. You think Poole dribbles too much? I got that from the Xfinity mobile text line, and it was on Twitch. I mean, that's part of his game, right?
Nobody said he was dribbling too much when he was scoring last night.
And he could score at the best.
Hey, by the way,
wow factor is.
By the way, I owe Evan you want to take a victory line? For what?
An apology, but go ahead.
You're not getting an apology. We're just going to try to get through the show.
Oh, well, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah. Good call on Lawndale.
Lawndale.
Jock Lawndale?
Jock Landale.
Oh,
yes.
Landale. Yeah.
Former Gale. Mm-hmm. Pretty good player. 17 points last night, 21 minutes.
Wow. Yeah.
Looked like he's playing the WCC
who
out
is
there.
this guy? Did he start doing it?
Let me tell you something. Guess what? How many years did he go to St. Mary's?
4.
Guess what? He's probably more experienced than Jonathan Kuminga.
He was a rookie, I think, at 23, 24.
Thank you.
My heart quit.
4 years.
I'm about to run something.
He played at St. Mary's. That's why he's playing.
You tell me what you think of this. I'm big. Hold on now. We got till 3. So I'm big on comps. And earlier I said Moody reminds me, I can't come up with a name.
This.
No, but I see it and I want to just run it by you.
Don't do this.
Because it's not my answer. It's not my answer. I want to run it by you just to see where it registers.
I'm asking you not to run it by me because I think I see what you're going to run by me. Okay? Go ahead.
Joe Dumars. Now, that came from the Xfinity mobile text line.
What's Moody's for? Moses Moody played 1 year of college. And he's a 10th man on Golden State Warriors. And you're going to compare him to a Hall of Famer. One of the best two guards to ever. One of the greatest two-way guards this league has ever seen.
A bad man.
So I don't like that comparison.
Okay, but I feel like if it were a lesser person, they're not saying he's where Joe was on his best day now. The attributes, the mannerisms, the defense,
can Jordan?
That's all.
The defense?
Right. No, I'm saying that's what you take in when somebody makes a comp.
How can Jordan
not right
Poole,
now?
Come on, man.
I think he's more like Isaiah Thomas.
I just don't.
Well, we know.
I don't like to compare a 20-year-old to one of the greatest players of all time. Coach Duran. Do we have Coach Duran? Or,
Wow.
Oh, man. Ask Guru. No, he goes to, I can't.
Who?
Dumars.
McNeese State.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Or middle.
Did somebody say, ask me that? Oh, my goodness.
I don't.
All right.
I don't want to exacerbate anything.
Yeah.
Do you guys think if there are these issues kind of permeating with the Warriors, Clay getting hot, Draymond would you rather have them try and sort through them now? I mean, just get everything out in the open so they can try and over the next 6 months try and correct these things?
I think that's a myth. Like,
now, what's everything?
For example, I can't prove there's a connection between Klay Thompson being mad last night and Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole, but this is what I was talking. Here's the other thing. I don't know why we weren't talking about this before the contracts got signed, but there were 4 guys who money is affecting. Poole, Wiggins, Draymond, and Klay.
Right.
Why didn't we put Klay? Klay's eligible for an extension right now. Right now, he could get an extension.
No doubt.
So he wants to get paid too. If Draymond doesn't opt out, Klay and Draymond are up at the same time. Meanwhile, Klay Thompson just saw a 2-guard and a small forward, get paid.
And before performance,
you think that's not affecting Klay Thompson? That's what I mean. Yeah. There's a lot going on. And I think a ton of
degree, Steiny, to where you're running hot?
To the degree that Klay Thompson got thrown out for the first time in his career last night. Why? Okay, just a coincidence. Fine, I get it. You can say that. We're only 4 games in. And all I'm saying is I feel like they got a lot of people on different pages.
Worried about theirs?
Well, I also think they've got some logistical problems with they need too much out of their 20-year-olds. And their core's getting older, and it's a tough mesh.
But, man, if I'm Klay, I'm like, man, those checks were cashing when you weren't available. I mean, I could get Draymond, like they got theirs first, but Steiny, just me, and I can't speak for Klay. Like, you got paid for 2 years of not being able to perform, and you said it earlier. I mean, if anybody was set up to take a pay cut to stick around, not saying that's what he's going to do or want to do, but That would be like the last on my list if I were Clay.
Clay's not tripping off money. Okay. How about shots? He could trip off shots?
Well, he ain't shy, but nah.
No?
Because he'll get his.
He better.
He said that when Durant came.
He's defiant.
He's defiant. No, he's aggressive.
He's defiant.
Shoot. No.
You got to love Clay. He's the guy who said he wasn't sacrificing a thing when Durant got here. Exactly. You think he's going to sacrifice for Jordan Poole? He wouldn't sacrifice for Durant.
See, but I don't think he has to. I think they need, you said it earlier, if Clay ain't Clay, you don't think they can win it. Like, they're going to need that firepower.
Has Clay ever not been the number 2 option?
No, that's, you know what? No.
It's a long drop from number 2 option to number 3.5.
I was going to say when KD came. But
Warriors need a bucket. It goes to Curry. Warriors need another bucket. Curry double team. You got to go to Wiggins, baby.
I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
Get to watch him tonight.
So, I don't know. I just think that, again, can they overcome it all? Yeah, they're champions. But this is kind of sometimes the way it ends. That's all. And I think that they've got a lot of challenges to overcome. And forget about the agendas, which I believe there are. I am starting to think their biggest challenge on the court is they might have 1 or 2 too many older guys and 1 or 2 too many younger guys.
That's the beauty of the season. We'll see how it plays out.
That's all I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. Love your results or your money back. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. Now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
In Pleasanton, mostly sunny, highs near 71.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Live life in the fast lane with 95.7 The Game and win tickets to see the Eagles. February 21st, 2023 at the SAP Center. Head to 957thegame.com/contests.
He's the Gamote.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Stowell, the Guru Johnson with you for another half hour. And Raymond Ratto, Ray Ratto, Damon Bruce, they'll come in at 3. Steve Kerr, 3:30.
The coach
of the Golden State Warriors. He'll be here at 3:30. Does his weekly hit with them. Warriors 2-2, Miami coming in tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That should be a nice 86-83 game.
Your boy, Spoelstra.
Yeah.
I've learned to appreciate him.
He lost 2 games last year to the Warriors. In fact, the one game, the Warriors Scribinis went down and beat them.
Yeah.
By the way, Damian Lee, he's found himself a home.
All the former Warriors have.
Let's go to John's in Walnut Creek. Hey, John, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. This is my first time calling in. I love you guys. Love listening to you guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of tag on just with the Clay thing. You know, he's just four. You know, he's got 4 rings, and he's chirping at some guy who doesn't even have 1. And so, like, I just thought it made him look really bad. You know, and you know, he really doesn't have to say anything, and he just needed to show up last night, and that's all I gotta say.
Appreciate the call. It happens. Maybe he knows that he's got a long way to go this year to get back to it.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
By the way, here's the other thing we should have figured out. They weren't going to, they started out 18-2 last year.
Man, I remember.
We should have known they weren't going to start 18-2, right?
Well, they were.
Because there's not a sense of urgency.
Yeah. Remember, Curry, I'll never forget it. Nobody wants to see us. That was at the podium after they got eliminated at home in OT against John Memphis. And I think that was some of 18-2. They came out like reckless abandon, but you are right. And I'll give you something for the. And I know the caller didn't agree with it when you said what the Niners were trying to do with Trey Lance. There's some of that with the Warriors and the youth and still trying to maintain a championship. So we'll see how it goes, but we got to bet. I just think they can get past that because you know what you're not saying to me, Steiny, or anybody out there saying the Warriors can't win it. And there's some good teams out there, but there's not that team. And I know Boston's lurking, but they got their own issues. But I just feel like when it's all said and done and it's time to go, in Steph and Kerr, I trust.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 2-2 after falling to the Suns last night. Is there an alarm level with Warrior fans? I mean, I get it. You're only 2-2, and you've won championships. Is there any part of Warrior fans that think this is going to be a different year in terms of having to overcome some stuff? I just think it's going to be a lot harder this year than last year to do it because the circumstances have changed.
Off the court.
And on the court.
If you had to rank kind of the toughest things that they're battling through, what do you think would be at the top?
I think it's kind of a tie. It's a tie between the trying to incorporate these three young players onto a championship roster.
That's my number one.
That's a big thing. You know, can Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody be in the 8 to 9 man rotation and they still win a title? I think that's going to be hard.
And you said it's a tie. What's the other? The contract stuff?
Yes. The other is the undeniable vibe that's been changed for whatever reason. Because of the money that Wiggins got paid, because of the money Poole got paid, because Draymond punched Poole, because Kuminga wants playing time. Wiseman's quietly on the clock right now because he's going to his 4th year next year. Clay's battling some demons, I think, in his head.
Yeah.
He's worried that he might not be the player he once was, I think. And I also think he's a little behind schedule because he didn't play this summer.
Did you have Clay on your checklist before last night's meltdown? I'm just curious.
Because here's what I didn't understand.
This is going to be the easy part. I'm on record as saying, speaking for Clay, this will be easy. I go walk in the park.
I didn't subscribe to everybody saying Clay's going to get better from last year to this year. Like I thought, there is such a thing called age. Maybe I make too big a deal out of it.
Well, age mixed with injury too.
Yeah, but everybody last year was saying, well, Clay will be better this year than last year because he'll have another year under his belt.
Right.
Really?
And I thought off season to hoops, 33? That didn't happen. I assume that. You said something earlier that got me, and I'm just telling you who I am at heart. Shouldn't the contracts that the two guys got be celebrated? Like it may not be. It could be okay. Draymond's worried about Draymond, but he might not be mad that the other two guys got their deals,
but they might be.
But you could still be worried about your own. But you know what I mean? Like, let's celebrate. You got yours. Okay, we'll see what happens with mine. But deep down, I don't think, like Steiny, you wouldn't know if I was mad if something like that happened and you got paid. You wouldn't be like, oh, Koo ain't too happy for you.
But that's going to happen. Like if I found out, whatever, it doesn't even matter. Pick a name. Dan Devone, Dibley, Willard. If word got around the office, dude, the guy got a 3-year contract worth,
Devone got some
Go ahead. I'd be like, really? Willard's right. Wow. Okay. Wow. I didn't know. Hey, I didn't know you were giving out extensions. Oh, we're not to you. We just did that for him.
Would it follow you on the?
Of course.
Wow.
You'd have good days and bad days, but Of course it would.
No, I'm asking. I ain't perfect. I just, man.
That's, look what happened to Scottie Pippen with the Bulls.
But he needed money, he said, his family and all that stuff, so he took the bad contract that he couldn't get out of.
Right, but that didn't mean it make him any less upset when he was underpaid.
I'm going to tell you this. He's still upset to today.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if this thing's going to linger or not with the Golden State Warriors. I just know that, last week we had Anthony Slater on, and he said there's an iciness going on and that Draymond's been a little bit isolated. You think he's...
I think he's...
Is he as vocal as he's always been?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to say no to that, and I'm going to give you two reasons why. One, he's not doing a podcast. I think that's either the team said, hey, can you chill on that, or Dre having enough perspective to be like, you know what? I did the doc. I'll chill on the podcast. And two, Steiny, if you're right, we'll never know unless something comes out. Called me a simpleton. It won't be the first time. I'm watching his play on the court, their play, and I just feel like they're warrior. Like they can put that stuff behind them and go out and ball. And I'm not too concerned through 4 games that the D won't get fixed. I'm not panicked, and I still think they're the best team in the NBA.
888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors play Miami tomorrow, and then they hit the road. I do want to play this. This is from Kevin Harlan. He was on with Willard and Dibs.
Macy's in Dallas.
And he had talked to Steve Kerr before last night's game. Take a listen.
I know Steve just feels right now that, we talked to him before the game last night, that the core that is so experienced and decorated is outnumbered by the group that needs to really, pull the rope and keep their hands on the rope. And that probably is been a little tug stronger the other way as opposed to the core 4, core 3 players that have had such a nice, push. Looney and Clay and Curry and Draymond are forceful guys, but just by sheer numbers, you're relying on Poole and Moody and Wiseman and down the line, and the young players probably right now are tilting that balance a little bit.
We got a generational issue. The young kids aren't living up to championship expectations. Is it fair to expect championship expectations at 20 years old for some of these guys?
Well, I would ask Kevin, because I'm shocked as hell, is one guy's hands not on the rope named Iguodala? Because I thought when he made that noise about coming back, I thought he would play some. And I get it. Is his hands on the rope to you, Steiny, or is he Haslam?
Well, Haslam's hands are always on the rope.
Well, he never gets in the game.
But that's why he's on the team. He knows he's never going to play, but he's like the 13th man / assistant coach. Like Haslam.
I just want Iggy.
Haslam is 100% invested.
Yeah, he was about to get into it last year with Butler sticking up for Bolstra.
I mean, maybe I'm being harsh, but I think Haslam's way more invested than Iguodala.
Yeah, I guess I can say it. I'm disappointed. I know it's 4 games. I just thought we would see him or he'd be ready to go in some capacity. Not 30 minutes. I know those days are over, but man, they could use him on the court. And when Harlan says that, it's like 3, not 4, or 3.5 at least.
Tracy's in Tracy. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Hey.
Hey, you guys. You always hit it on the nail and head. I just want to, I'm an older guy. I sound like maybe a youngster, but I'm 60 years old. And a couple of years ago, me and my mom, we went to Scott's. We saw Draymond going into Scott's, and he was a gentleman. And he was really, my mom was like, wow, that's Draymond Green. And she was amazing. Hello, and he was like, how you doing, ma'am? Oh, he opened up the door. But you know what? Ego is a factor, and you hit it right on the head, Steiny. It's, if someone's getting more money than you, that will affect these people. That will affect these youngsters, too. And some people boast about it, man. We are human beings. I've been on this earth 60 years, and I'm telling you, when you're equal, so you think, comes up and makes more money than you, that's going to get in your head. So the biggest thing, also, like you said, it's also going to be about incorporating the 3 youngsters and checking people's egos. Steph has his ego in check, bro.
Yeah, that's going to be...
That's what makes him who he is.
That, to me, is Steph Curry's job. Unfortunately, he's got to do it all. Got to sell popcorn at halftime, too.
We didn't hear from Clay after the game, huh?
No. Maybe we'll hear from him today or tomorrow. George is in Los Altos. Hey, George, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, how are you?
Doing well.
I agree with Guru 3,000% on what you said 5 minutes ago, man. At the end of the day, this is all going to come together because look, we're not going to give up 135 and 140 points a game for the rest of the season. I think what Steve is trying to do is to figure out what combinations are going to eventually result in the second unit and those guys being able to play and hold down the fort and actually make up ground. We've done this before. These guys aren't rookies. I'm talking about our veterans. They know what they're doing, okay? They know what they're doing. And they're going to pull the whole thing out before it's all said and done. We're going to look back and say, okay, that's the Warriors that we know. Steph looks fantastic. Draymond looks like the old Draymond. Really, he looks great. The way he's moving, the way he's playing, the way he's passing. I mean, he's all over the place. The Clay thing, I don't know. I really don't have a beat on why he reacted the way he did. But in the long haul, guys, I still feel great about this team, and I still think at the end of the day, we're going to be the favorite to win.
Thanks for the call, George. Appreciate it. They have always figured out the bench, but they've never had to figure it out with 3 guys this inexperienced. I mean, it's not just that they just haven't played. Kuminga and Wiseman, they haven't even played. Wiseman didn't even play last year. Wiseman didn't even play in college.
Yeah, and I keep going we brought it up last week, Barbosa, Spates, all those dudes were seasoned, kind of OGs, and they're going with the youth movement. But you will admit, it's not about what you are right now. It's about hopefully, and now you could be fit for 6. And I know you said, I don't know, it'll be harder or more difficult the lower they are. But if they could, if the light clicked for those guys, those young guys you speak of, man,
then you can rest the starters and the older guys more during the regular season. Lock in having them nice and fresh for the playoffs.
But
you can't do that if you're a 500 team. Yeah. And I'm not saying they're going to be 500, but
I was going to bring up last year. I can't, man, because I keep saying, didn't we see, and I said it before, didn't we see this last year? We saw Dre go down. We saw Clay not come till January. We saw No, we didn't, because GP2, Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa, and the emergence of Jordan Poole.
Robert in San Jose. How you doing, Robert? What's going on?
Thanks for taking my call, fellas. I have to echo Aaron Rodgers and just say relax. Our season doesn't start until April, so I'm not worried at all about this. As one of the other callers said, and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, I trust. Guru, you said you were looking for a comp maybe for Moody.
Right.
The guy I have is Rip Hamilton. I think they're about similar stature.
I ain't mad at that. But the Rip had that not that, because my boy can shoot. When he shoots, I think he can hit it. Talk about Moody, but Rips was just, woof. I think of him and Cassell, and Chris Paul with the middies.
Did that come over the air?
The middies?
No, Lucas saying, do you want my comp?
It did not.
Oh no.
Okay. So,
would you like my comp?
Yeah.
AJ Ananobi.
Who is it, Lucas?
I think it's a guy that we saw last night. A less long Mikal Bridges.
I'm going to give that an F. And you know I love you.
Style of play. Good defensive, 3-and-D type guy. Can make some plays if you need him to. He's not as long as Mikal Bridges.
Right. So that's already it can work.
I always like to do this.
I love you, Luke.
Oh my God!
What about, wait, Rip Hamilton? Yeah, he's got a nice mid-range game. He had a nice mid-range game, but guy could shoot the three.
Rip?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can. But you're
kind of thinking, huh?
No. How
about this for an anomaly?
Harbor stuff,
How about this for an anomaly? Rip Hamilton led the league in 3-point percentage one year. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess it. Can I guess it?
You didn't know that, did you?
I'm
Mr. Mid-Range led the league
that is a shocker.
in 3-point percentage.
I'm going to give you the year. 2002.
That's wrong.
The people want to know what year.
2005, 2006.
Damn.
He shot 45.8% from 3-point.
How many attempts?
It doesn't matter.
Not in the Hall of Fame either.
Well, you think he should be?
If Big could get in,
I'm with you. I'm with you. Ben Wallace isn't any more important than any of those guys.
And Curry said Iggy should be in. That carries some weight. Just
speaking of Iguodala, speaking of carries weight, Iguodala's been carrying Curry's bags for 6 years.
Oh,
that's just Steph Curry. Steph Curry is indebted to Iguodala.
Seriously, Steiny, when do we see him?
Don't you think that? Let me ask you this. Don't you think when Steph's talking to Aisha, he says, it's kind of weird how much Andre likes me.
No, that's called pillow talking.
Aisha,
you never talk about the homies to the spouse.
He doesn't let me alone.
Well, he left.
Every time he's quoted, it's saying that he's only playing because of me.
What do you got against camaraderie? I don't like that.
I'm just saying.
That's his dog.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Steph probably feels like he owes Iguodala a lot of favors.
Who called Iggy the Mole? What coach was?
George Karl.
Man, I remember that series too. Denver, Golden State, Mark Jackson.
Were you going to say something?
Oh, just he played 31 regular season games last year.
How many this year?
14 and a half.
You know what, that I'm going over for the streets.
What?
If you don't play over 14, you didn't come back.
He was a big reason why they started 18-2 last year.
No, that's a fact.
415. Rip's career 3-point shooting percentage, 34%. By the way, 34.6. You would round that up to 35. Yeah, he can stroke it, Steiny. GTFOH. You just don't get it, 415. You just don't get it.
That's you in the 415.
I'd also like to follow up. Mikal Bridges, would you like to know what his numbers look like? He's 6'6" with a 7'1" wingspan. You know what Moses Moody's listed at?
Give it to me.
6'6" with a 7'1" wingspan. Just as long.
Except Mikal Bridges is more athletic than Moody.
Also played 4 years in college.
You guys are big on that.
Thank you. What's important? What's important? Don't you think?
I just thought of Zion.
How many years of college did he play?
1.
Yeah.
And he's hurt again.
Healthy.
Man!
Can't stay healthy. This is not.
What you want to do
a good one. I'm not doing anything with you. Rip Hamilton played a lot like Steph Curry off the ball. Stayed tremendous.
That's
Carlos and Concord.
That's a great one.
Yeah, it is.
What?
That is.
Reggie Miller.
That's why I like to do a radio show. Because sometimes you're like, that's a good point.
Or change your opinion.
But sometimes you go through whole shows and you don't say that one time.
Yeah. Or change your opinion and get scared and tuck your tail.
No.
Yeah. The first for everything.
Yeah. Nobody.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
We got about 60 seconds left, guys. Of course, Steve Kerr. A lot of these questions pertain to him. Coming up at 3:30 with Damon and Ratto.
Okay. What else?
Aaron Banks, 445. 49ers.
Oh, Aaron Banks hasn't allowed a sack all year.
Breakout season.
Yeah, El Cerrito High School stand
Wow. That I did
And Mike
know.
McGlinchey's having the best statistical year of his career.
I have no sources.
That's what PFF says.
Oh, my gosh.
PFF says that. By the way, the Golden State Warriors are champ. How much time we got here?
You got about 20 seconds here,
20
Sonny.
seconds.
Watch yourself.
The Golden State Warriors have championship aspirations. So you can't expect their 20-year-olds to play 35 minutes a game. They've got to indoctrinate them into the culture on 95.7 The Game.
It is gone, but caught.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4 championships. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
All right, welcome. We're going to go long in our big opening segment today because Steve Kerr is going to be joining us at 3:30, which means for the next 25 minutes, we're going to be setting up pretty much what we're talking to Steve about. And that was a very odd game for the Warriors, who came out last night, Ray, playing with such a pace that both they and the Phoenix Suns were just, both teams were getting shots up in 8 seconds or less. I mean, the pace to that game was almost unsustainable. And then a little bit later on in that second half of the game, we saw it slip through the Warriors' hands, and we saw Klay Thompson officially lose his cool in a very, mellow Klay Thompson way. Still, though, the first ejection of his career, and Devin Booker officially got under the skin of Klay Thompson and probably the rest of the Warriors because he was the best player on that court last night.
He is what they've been waiting for him to be, which is the dominant figure on a good team. It has been Chris Paul in the past, but at some point Devin Booker was going to emerge and be their alpha. And I don't know if last night was the first time he's done it. I suspect he's probably done it a few times here and there in past seasons. But I think what we saw last night was Devin Booker become their full-on go-to guy in good moments and bad.
And I'm not saying that we are watching Klay Thompson's demise in real time. Klay's got a lot of really good basketball left in him, but he's having trouble finding it right now. That much is obvious. Last night, Devin Booker finished with 34 points. Klay had a bucket, 2 points. It's all he had before he got ejected last night. And I got to tell you, I've heard every show talk about Klay Thompson, and we're going to get into Klay, but I do want to start just for a minute, just to work differently than every other show that's been on today. I want to start with Devin Booker for just a second.
He's a competitor.
He is. He's a real competitor, and I got to tell you, he earned an awful lot of my respect last night. Devin Booker did. He's not making any apologies for what he did, and he certainly doesn't owe anyone any apology for what he did. Klay Thompson has something that Devin Booker wants. More specifically, Klay Thompson's got 4 things, and Devin Booker just wants one of them. You can't have 4 unless you get 1, and he wants it. And look, Klay gets ejected for the first time in his career, and one of the reasons why he was ejected, Ray, is because he was getting cooked as Klay Thompson has ever gotten cooked, I think, in an NBA game. Booker owned him. Anything he wanted to do with Klay Thompson guarding him, he did. Anything Klay Thompson wanted to do didn't work out offensively. and a guy whose defense really doesn't dip when his offense is dipping, but he's still not where he wants to be defensively. Finally, I think we saw an awful lot of frustration boil to the surface last night with Klay Thompson. And it's not just about the game. I think we are seeing a player being confronted with his own basketball mortality for the very first time. I think we got 2 players on the Golden State Warriors who are being confronted with their basketball mortality for the very first time. Draymond Green, we all know what his sort of panicky reaction was to it, literally striking a younger player. And Klay Thompson isn't going to do that. But when you got to start going to the let's count my rings while you're literally counting point totals that are drifting into the 20s, into the low 30s against me, you're not counting the right thing. Because, and I got to say this, Ray, I've been enamored with the Warriors dynasty. It's fascinating. You know how many rings they have pertaining to this season? None. And they better start operating like that. Anyone who wants to just play based on memory ain't going to go far. I don't want to hear any more about who's got 4 rings, who's got 3 rings, who's got 2 rings, who's got 1. It doesn't matter. Collectively, all of you, Steve Kerr included, got no rings from this season. You're going after the first ring of this year. You want to call it a 5th ring? Go right ahead. But the ring this year is what matters. Those other 4 are going to be reserved for a story to be told another time.
Yeah, I don't know that we can make a ton out of what he said about the number of rings he's got, except that I think he's frustrated by the way he's playing. I think that's what came to the fore last night. And if you look at it, it's not so much that he's shooting poorly, although the last 2 games he's like 4 for 18, because he's gone through stretches like that before. He is a really good shooter who is prone to slumps. I think for the most part, it's because he wanted to break out quickly this year because he's had to govern his play for now almost 3 full years because of injuries. And I think he wanted to start fast, and he's starting meh. I mean, he's not awful, but I think he's just sort of ordinary. And I think Devin Booker got under his skin because of that. And I don't think it's anything bigger than that because it's so out of character, it doesn't represent a trend in my way of thinking yet.
No. And someone from the 707 on the Xfinity mobile text line right now says, guys, let's think about it for a minute. The Warriors, they might be in trouble. You know, they're 2-2. They got 2 wins against 2 bad teams, and they've lost against good teams. Devin Booker, when guarded by Klay Thompson last night, was fantastic. And, you know, I mean, here's the deal. I'm not worried about the defense that they're not playing. As a matter of fact, I made myself a promise, and I want you to make yourself a promise too. Don't ever worry about the outcome of an NBA game played in the month of October. There you go. I just made your life so much easier. You do not need to worry about October outcomes. It's just October. This is basically real life training camp come to life, is all it is for a while here. Obviously, you want to get off to a good start. The Warriors have certainly bragged in their past about their good starts. And I'm not saying that they're off to a bad start in anywhere. They're 2-2. It's just they're slowly playing themselves into this year. And I'm wondering if that's not generating a little bit more tension. Because not only is Klay Thompson's basketball mortality, not only is he looking at it in the mirror as he looks at himself, but he is now looking at a team that is developing players behind him that might quickly be, at the worst, his equal, if not soon to be his superior, if he doesn't get back what he wants in terms of his physical abilities and his ability to move and just find the Klay Thompson-y Thompsonness again. It's going to be hard to do. He's coming off of injuries that have ended careers, especially when they've been compounded like the 2 of them were, just one right on top of the other. So there's a lot of frustration. It's been a few weeks of frustration for the Golden State Warriors, and you saw it boil over last night, and as Klay got ejected, I got to tell you, the frustration was just on one side of that ejection. Like, whatever static there was between Klay and Booker, Only Clay was really demonstrating it, man. I mean, only Clay was demonstrating that. Devin was cool with the way it was all going down. And afterwards, what he said, I thought was just an indication that Devin Booker's about to really take a step forward as a leader, because he said what he had to say about Klay Thompson getting ejected, but he did it in the most respectful way humanly possible.
I love Klay Thompson. I have for a really long time, but that doesn't excuse us from being competitive and talking to each other. I've always admired his game, how he plays on both sides of the ball, and obviously the rings speak for themselves. But like I said, I'm gonna bring it every time.
There you go. I mean, what more do you want to say? I love that guy. I wanted to be that guy. I admire him greatly. His trophy case is something that I'd like to emulate one day, but I'm not going to sit around slack-jawed and impressed in the same game that I'm playing. Like, it is my job to make his career shorter. And that's what I want to do. Like, I got more respect for Devin Booker today than I've ever had at any point in time in his career. I really do. He handled that whole thing perfectly, I thought.
Yeah, he didn't jump up and down on a grave that doesn't yet exist. And he handled it sort of the way somebody who 2 years ago couldn't have done that 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think he would have been like showboating a little bit more.
Well, he would have been talking more smack. But now he's been at it for 5 years, and he knows how hard it is to get there, because they thought they were there last year and didn't get there. And I think there's a level of education that comes with that. As to the rest of it, I think that he didn't have to be frustrated, because he was the one having the really good game. So, I mean, that made sense to me. It just, why is he going to be frustrated? I think he's sort of transitioning into the guy who understands that October basketball doesn't tell you anything.
And look, why would Devin Booker want Klay Thompson thrown out of that game? You're cooking him. You don't want that guy to play less minutes when you're getting over on him so decisively. Booker continued in this press conference.
Having a tough night, I think everything plays into that. His frustration, I've been there before, and what they have the 4 rings, so they're gonna use that in all the trash talk, rightfully so, respectfully, but they don't have nothing to do with competing.
There you go. And he went on to say, look, Klay, the trash talking from Klay basically hit one note.
They have 4 rings. They repeat it over and over, and they do.
And here's the thing. Booker even respects it. He's like, they do have 4 rings. That is, you can't talk back to that in trash talking. You really can't. A ring count is impressive. And having said all that, I don't want to hear another word about it. I really don't. I don't want to hear another word about how many rings anyone has won. I don't. It's great that you all have the confidence that comes with that. It's what will give you an edge in every single playoff matchup you play. Last night, the edge was the Phoenix Suns were embarrassed how their season ended, thought that they should have had a bite at the Warriors' apple, didn't get it, and flexed a little bit last night. DeAndre Ayton, he basically hates the Phoenix Suns. Even though he's their starting center. He hates being in Phoenix. He hates the Phoenix Suns. He said the reason why the Warriors didn't like the Phoenix Suns because they don't like getting pushed around, and they got pushed around in that second half last night.
Teams don't like that when you keep hitting over and over, especially to the legal limit. People get frustrated and they complain the rest, and the game got a little junky, but we stayed here because last year I think we would have kept going back and forth throughout that game right there. That was one of those games where them dudes wanted us to go back and forth with baskets, and they'll end up taking over the game later in the long stretch. So we definitely put them away.
There you go. Team wants to run with you. Well, you got to start slowing them down. You got to start grinding against them. And they did. They did. I tell you what, it's the rare game where I applauded Draymond Green's technical foul, immediately followed, immediately followed with another tech for Steve Kerr because he was defending his guy. Draymond was right to be upset. Steve Kerr was right to be upset. And even if they had lost that game by the margin of those technical free throws, it was still the right thing to do. It was still the right thing to do to get up and just say, no. Hey, Mr. Official, you blew that. You blew that massively. That was a common foul, easily seen from the top row of the damn stadium. Why the referee standing on top of the play didn't see it, I really don't know.
Because they're evil.
They must be. We're going to ask Steve Kerr about all that coming up at 3:30.
Yeah, no, I think part of the Warriors' general frustration, above and beyond the fact that they didn't like the game, the way the game is officiated, is the fact for the third game in a row, they've done literally none of the things they are used to doing on defense. And it's not because they're not working at it. It's because they're not working smartly at it, it seems to me. They looked like they were, if not confused, then sort of a half step slow.
And the confusion is not just on the bench. The starters look a little defensively confused and out of whack right now.
No, the two guys who defended well last night, I thought were Green and Looney. I think everybody else was flat. In a game where we'll forget about this game in 2 weeks. They're going to have to, because they've got 78 more of these waiting for them.
Good math.
But thank you. I can do that in my head. But it's now 3 games in a row where they have not defended well. And that is almost unprecedented for their good teams. You know, again, knock out the 2 years of awfulness.
Sure.
When they couldn't defend ever. But I don't remember the last time they were this inept defensively across the board.
Their near 90-point first half against the Sacramento Kings masked the fact that they let the Kings play like the Harlem Globetrotters against them.
Well, the other thing, and I don't know if this is a real thing yet or not, because it's still awfully early, but part of playing defense is understanding the pace you have to play at. And they're playing at a ridiculously high pace. And I don't know if that's what they should be doing this early in the year. And I think maybe some of that is you've got some guys who want to go and play up and down and some guys who want to, you know, sort of temper their possessions a bit. But, I mean, that's something Steve Kerr can address when we talk to him. But they don't seem like they're all playing the same way instinctively. It's some guys want to play fast, some guys want to play less fast or fast in certain situations and not in others. But if you're playing faster than you want to, the place where it shows up is defensively. And 3 games in a row where you've given up 124 plus is a bad sign.
Watching the game on the couch last night, Jillian's watching. She says, is this the 4th game of the year or like game 4 of the Western Conference Finals? I mean, the pace that the game opened up at was basically unsustainable. Unsustainable. And I thought the Warriors were playing a little fast and out of control. The Suns were definitely playing fast and a little bit out of control, but they were hitting their shots when the Warriors weren't. That's what dug a little bit of a hole. The Warriors burnt too much energy getting out of the hole, and by the time the third quarter came around, that game got away from them. It got away from them quickly. Like, I seriously, I put the 3-year-old to bed, and in the 10 minutes, my eyes were off the game. A game went from, this is a basketball game, to now the Suns were up 20. So that happened fast last night, and the Warriors had a frustrating evening in Phoenix. There's no doubt about it. We're going to talk to Steve Kerr all about it, and again, we might make some of you upset, but we are officially, I want to demonstrate to the audience how unupset we are about October losses. It's not time to start panting over minutes. It's not time to start looking at what is wrong. But there are some lessons to be taken out of that. There's certainly a lot of footage of how not to go about doing it for Steve and the team to go over before they come home to Miami. What is that, Thursday they got Miami tomorrow night, or is it Friday night? Thursday night is Miami, and then they hit a 5-game road trip, which ain't going to be easy because 4 of those games come with the flavor of back-to-back around them. They've got a game in Charlotte, then in Detroit. That's a back-to-back. Then they got a game in Orlando, and then a game in New Orleans. That's also a back-to-back. They got a standalone game in Miami, who they're going to see twice in under a week's time. So this is an interesting little stretch of basketball coming up in the early going here for the Golden State Warriors. And Draymond Green will tell you that they're going to have to bring more energy because the Suns out-energied the Warriors last night.
I think they were very emotional. Credit to them. They brought a lot of emotion to the game. I have my reasoning why I think that was so, but they did a good job.
By the way, I would like to thank the entire Phoenix Suns crew there for setting up the Warriors postgame to be done into a tin can in front of an acoustically sound concrete wall. Thank you very, very much. Great job, media.
It's not their job to worry about what the Warriors sound like.
It's the NBA's job to make sure that audio's good.
And let the NBA come in and do that.
Well, they've come in and basically asked Rob Sarver.
Let's remember here, they don't have an owner right now, so a lot of things are falling under the cracks.
Yeah, just if only Sarver were there, this would have been smoother, is what you're saying.
Oh, absolutely,
absolutely.
Well, you heard the rumor that Barack Obama is going to be a part of one of the consortiums that want to buy the Suns.
I had not heard that rumor. Did he talk about it on the Manning cast, or is he coming up on Manning cast?
It came up in a Simmons cast on the Ringer.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to add a little class to the organization, that might be a way to go about doing it.
Yeah, it would certainly help paper over the fact that their prior owner was a scumbag.
I just can't see Barack running around the Phoenix Suns front office putting manure in guys' offices and playing grab ass with Stacy, the secretary.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be at many games either. He has other interests.
He might be a little bit busy.
This would be a little bit like when Beyonce wanted to be part of an ownership group to get the Houston Rockets. I don't think she'd be in the office very often going over scouting reports.
So do you think they're going to tell him to take a hike?
No, I think they're going to say, sure, come on in, but, you don't have to be here very often. We don't really have a set job for you. You don't really need an ex-president to run a basketball team.
No, you probably don't. But you think
Well, you could trot him out for PR things here.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think that would be the limit. I mean, he'll be there for investors meetings where he can.
Let me tell you what the NBA is going to tell him. If his bid is anything other than the top bid, they're going to say, take a hike.
Oh, pal. No, yeah. No, whoever gets this is going to, A, pay the most money, and B, have the most money left over after he pays. Because those are the only guys who get teams anymore.
When Jillian and I put our first bid on the first house we ever tried to put a bid on in San Francisco, it just so happened that the guy who owned the house knew who I was. He was a listener. And he sent me an email. And he said, hey, Damon, I want you to know I'm a big fan of yours. I really like the show. As you're entering the real estate market, I'm going to tell you something right now, and it's the truth. You're going to have to get your money up. You're nowhere even close. Then I wrote him back. I was like, hey, thanks for the lesson, man. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the honesty. He's like, well, I've listened to your show long enough to know that you're going to appreciate this level of honesty, and I want you to know you're just... I'd love to sell you my house, but you are nowhere close, buddy. You're just not even in the neighborhood of the winning bid.
And yet, weirdly, most of the time, bidders don't get to find out how far away they are.
No,
they just tell the real estate agent, goes, this guy's not no chance.
That's the thing. This guy went out and did me a solid by basically dunking on me and saying, get your money up,
he taught you the value of overpaying after that?
Yeah. By the way, lesson learned and applied, and that's why we actually got a house.
Yeah. And overpaid for it.
Oh, drastically. Anyways, did I play the other cut from Draymond? Here it is.
They brought a lot of emotion to the game. As I said before, I got my reasons why I think that is. But good job to them. They won the game tonight. So, woo-hoo.
Wait, I mean, what?
I think that was the same one you played before, wasn't it?
No, it's hard to tell. It's so echoey in a tin can. But look, I mean, what does he say? I know why they got up to play. Look, they got up to play you because of just about the same reason why every single team is going to get up to play the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors sneak up on no one after a championship.
No, but the other thing is that they have the added impetus of knowing that they peed away a good year by basically letting everything come undone. The way they got knocked out was mostly on them.
Oh,
they didn't play nearly well enough. They decided to have a spitting contest with their starting center at the worst possible time, and it all deteriorated in a hurry.
They got smoked at home in an elimination game.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm. And you don't get smoked at home in an elimination game if everything's going well in the room. That's the point. Is they were that close to showing the world how good they could be when what they did was show them how bad they could be.
Kevin Harlan was on today with Willard and Dibs and offered up, I thought,
he can do better,
a pretty interesting opinion on why last night went the way it did.
part of what is so difficult about bridging, what is still a sustainable locomotive in those 4 guys who have won, and trying to find the replacements with on-the-job training so that you're not missing a beat. That's a tough thing to do. And it's tough because you can see other teams have tried it and have failed. This team is right on the cusp of making that happen, and probably not that far away from having a lot of this click. But right now, it can be uncomfortable, and last night the reaction was probably not what Steve wanted to see from the ejection.
And I wonder what level of discomfort is actually being generated by the 2-timeline plan that the Warriors are trying to construct in front of us in real time. And, has obviously gotten off to a smashing start. The 2-timeline plan began with them winning a championship in the first year of enacting this plan. But things are going to change, and the minutes change, and the mechanics of every season change. And as the younger players start ascending, as the older players, 2 specifically, Draymond and Klay Thompson, are dealing with the concept of their own professional mortalities for the first time, maybe there is a little something to the theory that Kevin Harlan floated on Willard and Dibs today. I don't think it's a huge leap of faith to think that the future plans of this team have pushed Draymond and Klay Thompson to both consider their roles on this team. I mean, they're established. They get statues one day. We know that. But there is no doubt that for the Warriors to be the Warriors of the present and the future, the 2 of them, because this doesn't apply to Steph Curry, who's still in the middle of everything this team will do, as long as he can do that. The 2 of them, I think, are realizing that their own timelines, their own skills are pushing them closer to the edge than the center of this team's plans. And I think that might have a little something to do with it. We do have Steve Kerr coming up with us next. We're really looking forward to saying hello to him. We're going to go inside the 49ers locker room a little bit later on today and say hello to Aaron Banks, their starting right guard, who has had a very good sophomore year after having a freshman year in which we hardly got to see him dress on game days at all. So a big step forward for him in his career in year 2. And we're going to talk about the big step forward that the 49ers need to take against the LA Rams after a rough one against the Kansas City Chiefs. So stick around. We're just underway today. It's good to have you here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Subscribe to what we do on the Odyssey app. We're also on YouTube, on Twitch. You subscribe there, and everyone goes home happy.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It is wonderful to have you here after an interesting Warriors game last night. It is a fantastic time to have the opportunity to say hello to head coach Steve Kerr, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Steve, thank you very much for joining us here on Damon Ratto as always. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing very well. Let's just start by laying out the facts. Ray nor I nor anyone should be upset about an October loss. So no one is upset by what happened last night in any way, shape, or form, but hopefully we can learn from it. Hopefully you can teach from what went wrong last night. So where did you think you guys let go of the rope in that third quarter?
Well, I wouldn't say we let go of the rope. I just think that overall, through 4 games, our defense is non-existent, and it's just tough to win games when you're not defending well. So I thought we did a good job to hang in there in the game. You know, we closed the first half decently offensively. We're making shots. We're spreading them out. But when you're not getting stops and you're giving up easy points, either through transition or the foul line, it's just really hard to stay in a game, especially against a great team like Phoenix. So it just showed how much work we have ahead of us. But it's a long season. We'll get there.
Did you get the sense early on? Because I thought that my wife even said to me, she said, is this game 4 of the season or game 4 of the Western Conference Finals? Like the blistering pace that game opened up with, did you think to yourself, this is probably not going to be the night where we settle down defensively just based on how we're running here? I mean, it was like 8 seconds or less. Everyone was getting a shot.
Right. Yeah, the pace through 4 games has been just ridiculous. I mean, it is so high, unsustainably high. We've always believed in playing with pace, but right now it just feels like I'm looking at a pickup game. We're flying up and down the floor. We're giving up all kinds of transition opportunities to our opponent. We're dead last right now in transition points allowed per game. We're not really playing with a purpose, and that can mean a lot of different things. What that means to me is we're not connecting the game offensively and defensively. When you have good offensive possessions and you take good shots, generally you're in position to get back defensively and to get a stop, and vice versa. You play great defense, you're in a better position to score. Right now there doesn't seem to be much purpose to our game. We're just sort of out there flying around, and even though we're playing hard and guys are trying, we're just kind of rudderless. And there are reasons for that. We can get into that, but you said it. It's really early in the season. We've got a lot of new guys, new faces, young faces. So we got a lot of work to do, but it's exciting just thinking about the challenge ahead.
Well, let's get into that rudderlessness you just referred to. For a team with as much veteran presence as this has, how are you seeing rudderlessness? How are you defining it as it relates to your team through 4 games?
Well, in the detail within the game, it starts with the transition defense. I mean, that's just been abysmal, and it's so hard to gain any traction in a game when a team is just throwing the ball ahead and getting easy buckets against you. Now, the flip side of that is we're doing the same thing to our opponents. We're getting a lot of throw-aheads, a lot of buckets in transition, and as long as our starting 5 is out there, we're fine. We're hanging in games, or we're even dominating games like we did against Sacramento and the Lakers. But this is not a year ago where we're playing 9 or 10 veteran guys who have been around. We're playing a lot of young guys, guys who haven't done this before. Every combination that we throw out there once the starting lineup is broken up is just going to have some youth or some new faces like Dante or Jamichael, and that's never an easy position to be in when you go to a new team, because there's new terminology, new schemes. So it just feels to me like we're a new group that has not yet adjusted to finding an identity.
Given what you just described, would you suggest that that's normal, or is this still abnormal given who you guys are and how you made your reputations defensively?
No, I think this is normal. And coming off of a championship, not only a championship, but our 6th trip to the finals in 8 years, it's hard to expect, Draymond, Clay, Steph, Loon, hard to expect these guys to be in, playoff mode from an intensity standpoint. I think they've all played hard and they've all played well. Wiggs has had a great start to the season. Draymond's pushing in transition over the last few games has been fantastic. So it's not that guys aren't playing hard. It's just the mental focus and attention to detail that it takes to really be connected with a new group is not there yet, and that's what we've got to work towards.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. Klay Thompson tossed for the first time in his career. Did you sense it coming, or were you surprised by it as I think we were?
Well, once it started, where he and Booker were going at it, that I've seen that before. Klay gets into it with opponents. He's so competitive. So that didn't surprise me. But once they really got into it and they had to be separated, I could see Clay's anger. A lot of it was just frustration from the slow start to the season, minutes restriction, not playing in training camp, live minutes, like all that stuff came to the forefront and was part of the frustration that led to the ejection. And I don't think I ever got ejected as a player, but I've been ejected several times as a coach. So I know what he was going through and what he was feeling. And sometimes as a competitor, you just kind of lose your mind, and it happens.
Is it time in any way to forget about the 4 rings for the players who have them and say, hey, according to this season, we've got 0 rings. We're after this ring. And is there something unhealthy about pointing to a ring total?
No, not at all. Not at all. In a moment like that, it's entirely appropriate. Like, if 2 guys are talking trash, you got the ultimate counter. We won. I won. That's always the ultimate counter. Now, that's not going to help us win a 5th. It doesn't mean anything as it relates to trying to win this coming year. But it's definitely something you can use in a trash talking conversation. But I think the bigger point is that over the course of the next couple of months, we have to move forward. From last year, from the last 8 years to this one, and to recognize this is a totally new team, and we're relying on a lot of new players and young players, and this is going to take a lot of work and for all of us. And when we recognize that, I think we're going to be on a good path, but it's going to take a while for all of that to come to fruition.
And I know you don't like talking about players on other teams. You'd rather talk about your own. But to me, I thought that Devin Booker grew up a little bit last night. And the way that he talked about Klay postgame, saying, look, I wanted to be Klay Thompson. I love Klay Thompson. But he has things that I want. It just felt like last night might have been the night where he took over the real leadership reins from maybe even Chris Paul for the Phoenix Suns.
I didn't see any of the post game comments. I didn't look at that, but I've gotten to know Devin because we were in Tokyo at the Olympics last summer. Great guy, hell of a player. He and Klay would actually be good buddies if they were on the same team. They just happen to play the same position, and as Devin said, he wants what Klay has, and that's how this league works. It's the young guys are coming for the older ones. The older guys are trying to, stave off the young guys, and that's sometimes the very best competition there is. So,
is there a little
more coming?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but is there a little of that playing out on your own roster?
I think that's an interesting observation. I think the way I would put it is we have to find our identity with this year's group, and that is a very unique time for us. We've never been in this position, really. Last year would be the closest, but you think about this run that we've been on, we've always had veterans coming off the bench who were stabilizers, Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, Zaza Pachulia, David West, David Lee. We've had these guys who had been around for a long time, who were helping guide the team, helping lead the team. Now we have a group of guys coming off the bench who are just trying to figure out what's what. And so it's a very different leadership dynamic, very different kind of roster dynamic that we're looking at this year, and that requires different leadership from within and a different way of looking at things. So, as I said, we got a lot of work to do, and that's part of it.
I don't want to play roster construction games after 4 games, but given what you just said, could you use another veteran presence on the bench just sort of as stabilizer? Because maybe in your view, you're too young in position 6 through 10 right now.
No. I think what we need is patience more than anything. You qualified it by saying we're 4 games in, and I will enhance your point and just say that 4 games in, it's way too early to determine something like that. I think you look at Phoenix last night; they're buttoned up, they are ready to play. They're angry from what happened in the playoffs to them last year. They're playing all vets. You can see they have their identity. This is who they are, and they're going to win a lot of games. But for us, it's a matter of developing the young guys and implementing them into the fabric of a group that's been together for a long time, and that in itself just takes a while. And but the exciting thing is we've got talented players. These guys are gifted, and so as they catch up to the ways of the NBA and to the schemes and the things we're trying to accomplish, the ceiling gets higher.
Is that a more difficult process than maybe you might have thought in the abstract, 6 weeks ago? Or did you fully expect this to be the early season dynamic?
I expected some of this. You never really know what you have until you see it, until things start to unfold. I think both Dante and Jamichael are going to be important parts of our team. Dante's injury the last couple of games has hurt us. He's a connector. He's a guy who kind of helps things flow. And one of the reasons I went to Ty Jerome last night, I thought the ball was just sticking, and we needed some flow. And we found a combination out there with Ty and Jordan Poole and Steph and Draymond and that group, and it was like, oh yeah, this looks right, so we're going to need some of our veteran guys to provide that as the young guys kind of get molded and figure out what this is all about. But it's just a new challenge. Every year's a new challenge. That's one of the things that makes coaching so much fun. You kind of have to figure it out and then help the guys through that whole process.
Steve Kerr, you're on Damon and Ratto. Did you think that Jonathan Kuminga would be more in focus earlier in the year? Do you feel that coming later in the year? I think we were all a little surprised to see Ty Jerome get into the game last night before Jonathan Kuminga. Is there anything to be inferred by that other than what you just said? You thought the ball was sticking and maybe he would unstuck it.
Well, you're talking about a point guard or a 4-man. So it's like, this is not a pecking order. This is not like who deserves to go in the game first based on, some random thought. This is, we need a point guard on the floor. So, of course, I'm going to go with the point guard and not the power forward.
Sure. Is there anything to Kuminga's lack of playing time that I just thought we would be seeing more of him early on, especially when you're worried about minutes for your older players. He hasn't been involved very much, or he doesn't appear in first halves.
Well, I mean, you can only play so many guys. It's really hard to play more than 10. Even 10 can be a stretch. We've generally played 10. So if you look at our group, that's you're gonna reach 11 when you look at the players you'd like to see out there. So we don't have enough space when everybody is healthy. But 4 games in, we've got a couple back-to-backs coming up. There's likely to be guys, sitting, likely to be, guys getting banged up. There's going to be plenty of time for JK, for Moses, for Wise. But this is all, it's all part of development. It's, development doesn't just equal playing time in games. It's everything. It's watching film. It's performing in practice. It's learning, it's growing, and so all of our young guys are going to have to go through all of these growing pains. And we got a championship team. We don't, we're not just handing out minutes just for the sake of handing them out. We're actually trying to accomplish something here, and our guys are bought in. They understand that, and they're all going to be fine.
You mentioned the unsustainable pace that you guys have been playing at through 4 games. Is there another number or numbers that when you look at it concerns you more than it would normally after 4 games?
Another number?
A stat or series of stats that trouble you?
You know, we're dead last in transition points allowed in the league. It just looks like a pickup game out there, and so there's just no no sense of the importance of taking away the easy points, which is always a key indicator for us as to whether we'll be successful or not. So 30th in transition points allowed, I think 20th in defensive efficiency, maybe 25th in fouling and free throws allowed. So those are all the numbers I'm looking at that we have to get cleaned up.
Steve, there's been a ton of finger wagging, obviously, at Draymond Green. We all know why. Here's the very first thing I have to say about Draymond. Boy, he was right to get that tech last night. I mean it. Like, I don't normally support Draymond Green technicals, but that one, that was well earned. He deserved to say what the hell happened there. You deserved to have his back in that moment. And if you had lost that game by the margin of those free throws, I'm still cool with it. That was a terrible no call. Will you be sending that video to the league?
No. I think we're not in the practice of sending video into the league. There's missed calls every game, and that's just part of it. I had no problem with Draymond getting the tee. They had missed a similar one in the first half when he got fouled at the rim, where the refs ruled that it was a verticality play that was definitely not a clean verticality play. So he was upset. I was upset. It happens. You just move on. I haven't thought twice about it since last night.
I know you don't want to give us the lineups for the back-to-backs that you're going to be dealing with, but has that already been planned out with you and the training staff? Who might sit when?
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. That will be a discussion for the next couple of days, and so we'll see how that goes. But to the point I made earlier, there's going to be opportunities for players to be out there, and everyone's just got to stay ready.
Steve, thank you so very much, man. We really appreciate all the time that you give us in your interviews and early start to the year here. It's so good to have the Warriors back. I mean, I'm just a basketball junkie, so I know it's going to all start working out and everybody finds their own level, but it's always a fascinating process to watch unfold and how you pull the strings to make it all happen. We appreciate your time as always, man. Good luck Thursday night against Miami, and then bon voyage for the 5-gamer.
Sounds good. Thanks, fellas. We'll see you later.
Thank you very, very much. Steve Kerr, you're on 95.7 The Game. I wonder how many games he needs before he starts really making his, all right, here's what I got. 20 feels like the right number. I need about 20 NBA games before I'm starting to draw any conclusions as to what real way the direction of the season might go, who is really playing themselves into or out of minutes. Again, it's all early here, and he is right about this. And I know that people are wondering about Jonathan Kuminga and why he isn't playing as much. He is right. It's hard to play 11 guys in an NBA game.
It is, but also he said something that is pretty telling to me. It's that you just don't give out minutes. The 2-track thing that everybody loves to talk about, that's still a couple of years off from coming to fruition. So I think he's basically saying, not just to Kuminga, but to other guys, it's just, you don't get X number of minutes just because you exist. They did that with Weissman 2 years ago, and they live to regret it. And I think, one of the things he talked about transition points. He talked about pace. Those are things that you tend to see young guys not pay that much attention to because they're all full of energy and they want to run up and down the floor for 48 minutes like they never get tired. And I think that's one of the things that he's referring to, not just in terms of Kuminga, but most of the younger guys, because they do like to play faster. They either came from college programs where the game tends to be a little draggier, and once they get to that elite level that NBA players reach just by being in the NBA, they think they can go 100 miles an hour.
Well, I'll tell you, the pace of that game was set by the veterans that started it, though. I mean,
I understand that, but it's not, when Steve Kerr says it's not a sustainable pace, it's not sustainable within games, and it's not sustainable over expansive games. And I think to a certain extent, the Warriors, veterans and youngins, all fell prey to the same thing, which is we have to teach Phoenix a lesson. Why they felt they needed to when they had the parade and Phoenix didn't even get to the conference final is beyond me. But sometimes emotion just gets in the way of it. And maybe when the veterans started to play at that ridiculous pace, the young guys said, well, that's what they want us to do.
Right. They're setting the tone for the evening, and we're going to match that.
Maybe they were following tacit instructions given to them by veterans who didn't actually instruct them as much as they influenced them. So, no, I think that's, this is not a thing where, the young guys are playing too fast and shame on them. No, this team is playing too fast. And I think, Steve Kerr alluded to that without pointing specific fingers at anybody. And that is going to have to change almost certainly on this road trip, because not only are there 2 back-to-backs, but, they're going to be playing a couple of teams that want to run. They're going to be playing in Detroit, where they have nothing but young guys.
Right.
And they're going to be playing in New Orleans, where they're breaking out Zion with a bunch of other new guys. They're going to want to play up-tempo. And I think, quite frankly, those will be tests in terms of how the Warriors are at setting a pace that they want to play at.
Here's what we can officially tell you. Our position on what's wrong with the Warriors early on here, nothing. There's nothing wrong. The season is early. They're getting their feet wet. There's a lot of basketball left, to say the least. So just off to a...
They've got 3 weeks, and then it's their ass.
There you go. Ray's put them on the clock. I'm glad. Let's get back on our clock. 888-957-9570 is the number. Aaron Banks of the San Francisco 49ers is going to join us at 4:45 today. We're looking forward to that conversation. We're looking forward to talking to you about Clay's first ejection, about maybe some basketball mortality being calculated by a couple of the older veterans who have gotten off to a little bit of a not what you might have expected start. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
your car today. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So look, everything we do, every interview we have, every word Ray and I pass back and forth to each other is available for you on the Odyssey app. And I tell you, you can also find the entire station day's content on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, click subscribe. Every single show can be seen live as it's happening. You can go backwards in time to see the best interviews, the most interesting segments, all the behind-the-scenes content. The full frontal nudity, if you will, that comes along with 95.7 The Game. You can get all of that on the YouTube page, and then click that subscribe button, and then whether or not you ever come back to watch it again is irrelevant to us. Just hit that subscribe button. That's what motivates all the digital junkies.
We'll take viewers, though. You can watch. It's cool.
Oh, sure. But here's the thing. Once you click the subscribe button, you're counted as an all-time forever viewer. So that's it. You can literally hit that subscribe button, never really bother us again, and we're good. I mean, I'm just asking the entire audience to download the Odyssey app and the entire audience to click and subscribe. Ray's not going to ask these things of you. I will ask these things of you.
I prefer that they don't.
Again, you just don't understand how any of this works.
I understand that's what makes you adorable. How it works. I understand completely how it works. I just want them not to look at me.
Are you ready for a positive Kyle Shanahan segment? Do you think we can generate one?
We haven't so far. But then again, that's a weakness of the radio, not us.
We can do this. Because I'm thinking about it, right? Nothing spurns action like a deadline. And one of the things that Ray and I say all the time is when you're building cases for or against anyone, you really can't take things out of the timeline. So here we are in Kyle Shanahan's 6th year as the 49ers head coach. What do you think, everybody? I know that not everyone is very happy with the way that this season has gone, and rightfully so. We have been very critical. It's what we do. We've been critical of Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a good coach. And I do want him to prove me right. I would hate to think that the 49ers have literally spun their wheels on a guy who was ultimately going to prove himself to be an underachiever and didn't deliver what the promise of Kyle Shanahan was supposed to deliver. In so many ways, he has proven that he's a very good coach, and in other ways, he definitively has not proven it. Like, I expect excellence out of the 49ers head coach, and maybe, Ray, like, it's the same pressure that comes with being a 49ers quarterback. Like, you are forever being measured against Montana and Young. These are ghosts you will never be able to chase down without something that borders on one of the greatest careers of all time, right? Maybe for a coach, that ghost that you're chasing is also ever present because you're only being compared to Bill Walsh. Do you think that has anything to do with the intense scrutiny that we put every single Kyle Shanahan decision under a microscope? Is it because we're measuring against the expectations we have for him or the memory of Bill Walsh?
I think not, and I have several reasons why. One, a lot of 49er fans...
You think not what? I'm sorry.
I think that he's not being compared to Walsh because a lot of 49er fans weren't around when Walsh was at the height of his powers. Secondly, the one thing that Walsh left everybody when he retired was this notion that the 49ers are perpetually elite, when history shows us that they are not. That really, since Steve Young retired, they are poor more often than they are good. And as a result, with every passing year that builds up, and it's been now 27 years since they won a Super Bowl, the notion that they should be a contender every year becomes more and more myth than reality. I think the frustration that people feel is that they got too good too fast in year 3 for what expectations were. And then last year, people weren't expecting as much as they got again. So now they assume that that's the new baseline. When in fact, for most teams in football, it's not. And in fact, this year in particular, there are 2 teams in football who are excellent this year and were excellent last year, and that's Kansas City and Buffalo. And everybody else is either coming on out of nowhere, disappointments, or just god-awful. So it's a weird year in general. And the other thing is, people get to give vent to their, momentary acts of lunacy and frustration on an almost hourly basis. And it just builds up and it sort of churns like a hamster wheel. Like, I remember saying an hour ago that I didn't like Kyle Shanahan. Well, I just remembered, I don't like him even more than I didn't like him an hour ago. And it just becomes self-perpetuating madness. He is, and we've gone down the list of coaches, he's one of the 6 to 8 best coaches in the league right now. And after you throw out the first 2 years, which I think we both agreed are, those were clean-out years.
They're flushable. Sure.
Yeah. He's 10 games over 500. He's been very good. So I think it's expectations based on the fallacy that the 49ers should always be great. And 2, expectations based on the last 2 of the last 3 years.
So this isn't a question for you.
Okay, then I'll shut up.
As much as it is the audience. When it's all said and done here, do you really think that Kyle Shanahan can beautiful mind this thing? Like, can he see the equations and the angles that no other coach can see? Do you think that he can really get his mind to make this offense go now that he has yet another chess piece in Christian McCaffrey, who yesterday we described, I think, he's like a queen on the chessboard. You can put him anywhere. He can move in any direction that he wants to. Wide out, slot, behind the line, in the backfield, power eye, staggered, wherever you want to put him, you can put him. You can start him from there. Same thing with Deebo Samuel. Maybe he needs the two queens to win and play the games of chess that he wants to go about winning and playing and having success in. And look, if he succeeds, we'll know it. We know what success is if he succeeds. And if he fails, if he were to fail this year, and failure is what? Anything between not winning a Super Bowl and not winning another game, right? Isn't that where failure is somewhere? Not winning a Super Bowl gets considered failure. Again, this is the price you pay for being a 49er fan, I guess. If he fails, the crazy thing is that's not going to be the end line either, because he's got the reboot already built in. Then the clock officially starts ticking on the next phase, and that is Trey Lance. So, come hell or high water, no matter how good or bad he looks, Trey Lance gets 2 full years to show that he can do this or not. And this year did not count as part of that evaluation. So, Trey Lance, let's say this year does not end. Jimmy Garoppolo, thanks. Finally, we're moving on. We're talking about the next 17-game run, and then the next 17-game run after that are all Trey Lance time. Whether it's working or whether it isn't, you need to learn definitively one way or the other. So I just want to ask, can we all agree that Kyle basically has to the end of 2024 to get this right? Like I said, we need a deadline, right? When is officially enough is enough with Kyle Shanahan? If he really is, as Ray and I kind of agree, one of the 8 to 6 best coaches in all of football. You throw away the first 2 years, it might even get a little bit better than that. Can we all agree that something that rhymes with Lombardi needs to happen before 2024 for him to keep the job in 2025, which is contractually his final year of his extension? And so at that point, you're looking at what? Having him come back for a lame duck year? That's no way to go about having a coach come back. Or you're extending him. So can we agree that this has got to happen by 2024? And that's the end point. Like, that's the end game. Something's got to happen special by 2024, Kyle. That's it. We think we think you're the right guy for the job. I want to believe in you. I think I see signs that there are reasons to believe in you that aren't, that aren't misconstrued, or I pulled out of thin air. Like, I think there's some evidence to believe in you here. But it's got to be, you got to show it to me by 2024.
Well, but then you're defining it by a Super Bowl win, which you've said you think is unreasonable. I don't think that he's going to, if he has 2 more pretty good runs where they get in the playoffs and last a bit and don't get to another Super Bowl, I think he gets extended.
And here's the thing. If Trey Lance is at the part of that and at the center of that and everyone's going, hey, this kid's a really good draft pick after all and we're in good shape with him, yeah, I guess you don't need a Super Bowl to keep on going there. But it's got something, everyone's got to feel really good about the direction of this team by 2024, at the very, very least, to keep on going with that.
I think only 5 people need to feel that. And their fans, they'll either come or they won't come. I think we are overreacting to noise from the outside.
888-957-9570. Does that feel like a fair deal? 2024, get it right by then. Whatever get it right might mean to you, might mean to me. I guess that changes based on who you're talking to. But if that feels right, if that feels wrong, 888-957-9570. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic,
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson, plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Listen, could Robert change your life?
At the age of 55, I started putting on weight, and I got to the weight of about 210 pounds. Always hungry. The heavier I got, the less energy I had. And about 6 months ago, I started taking the Andro 400, and I started realizing I had more energy. I felt better, and my mind was clearer, and I started losing weight. I went from my max weight was 215, and now I'm down to 176. My waist size has dropped from a 38 to a 32, and I've lost these big love handles that I had on my side, and I just look a lot slimmer.
Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and to look and feel their best. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
If you work remote, Staples has you covered.
Stylish office decor to turn my finished basement into a complete workspace solution.
Staples has you covered.
A desk that's all business, but not too businessy.
Staples has you covered with remote workspace solutions. And now at Staples, save 25% on all desks, storage and filing products, chair mats, lighting, decor, and desk accessories when you buy a chair. Explore solutions for your remote workspace at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 10/29. In-store only. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mailing rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyonce's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In Santa Clara, clear skies overnight, lows in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to get deeper into the San Francisco 49ers as we go into their locker room. And we're going to find guard Aaron Banks waiting to talk to us today. Now, we didn't talk to Aaron last year because he was so on the fringe of the roster. He wasn't given to us once. So we're going to be meeting Aaron Banks for the first time today, and we're looking forward to it. You know, I mean, he's a Notre Dame guy. Should be a good conversation just based off that alone. Yeah, I'm stereotyping a little bit. Irish guys usually know how to deal with the media. So Aaron Banks went from a person that you didn't even consider really last year as anything other than possibly a bust because he's not even dressing on game day to one of the sturdier, steadier performers and maybe the least covered good story that the 49ers actually have on their roster this year. Aaron Banks has played really good football. While the Chiefs game wasn't going very well at all, he played very good football. He and Spencer Burford right now are one of the best guard tandems in terms of pass protection and run protection in the NFL right now, according to Pro Football Focus's grade that no one really understands how they put it together. But that's what it is. So he's having a very, very good year. We're going to talk to him coming up at 4:45 today from the 49ers locker room. And then we already had a great conversation with Steve Kerr. And if you might have missed that, we're going to jog it past you once again as we slip into our 5 o'clock hour. So get ready for all of that this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to go back out to the phones, though. We were just talking about Kyle Shanahan and what the timeline needs to be for him to have either done it, whatever your definition of done it is, by what, 2024 or what? Because 2025 is the last year of his current extension. And I don't think Kyle nor the Niners are going to be comfortable operating on the lame duck contract year. Did they do that, Ray? Can you? Who's the last lame duck 49er coach? Did Mike Nolan? Yeah, turn your mic on, darling. Turn your microphone on.
They usually fire them before they get to the end of their contract.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't think Mike Nolan got this is your last shot. I mean, I have to look. I don't think Mike Singletary got it. Tom Sula, he definitely didn't get it. Chip Kelly, he was one and done. So I just don't think it's how the team operates. What is to be done with Kyle Shanahan's, let's call it, endgame concerning this contract extension? When is it fair to say he has either proven himself not the right guy for the job or continues to show that he is the best guy for the job, even though they might not have gone all the way the merry-go-round and pulled the brass ring? See, there used to be a thing called a merry-go-round, and sometimes the merry-go-round had a little brass ring that as you went by it, you try to pull it, and if you actually got the ring, which were all iron, if you got the brass one, they gave you a prize.
Yeah, it's when children were allowed to have fun, unsupervised. That was back in the 60s.
I was about to say, 1972, I believe, was the last time anyone saw a brass ring.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think he'll probably get the extension based on what he's done right now, unless they go, 3-14 the next 2 years. And I don't see that happening.
Would the emergence of Trey Lance fast track his evaluation or actually even buy him more time?
It would not be a hindrance. I mean, because you have to define terms here. And I realize that's pedantic, but you have to do it anyway. What is it that they are expecting him to do in the next 3 years? Must he win a Super Bowl? I don't think that's the metric. Must he at least challenge for at least 2? Yeah, that's probably closer to reality. But I don't know.
I think it's fair to say the Niners need to be considered by the casual NFL observer a contender.
I don't think that's the metric at all. I think they need to get there and show that they're a contender. And that, to me, means a deep run in the playoffs.
Right. Well, I don't mean the illusion of contention.
Yeah, I don't think what the casual fan thinks has any validity, weight, or import in the offices where all of these
No, it doesn't. But I'm just
decisions
trying to give a metric that our audience can relate to.
Oh, you're spinning up a rope. No, I think basically it's going to depend on the size of the skin that he puts on the wall, not what people think of him. Because I think most 49er fans right now, they recognize that he's good at what he does, but the 49ers aren't fun to watch because they don't put up 30 points a game. I think that annoys the hell out of them more than watching an elite defense pleases them. That has always been the 49er ethos, is that, we may not defend well, but we'll score like crazy.
I think it's a little bit of a lack of pinball machine scoring, but it's also the ever-present, hey, this was a problem last week, it's a problem again this week, I bet you it's going to be a problem again next week too. Just the death by paper cuts that this team insists on giving itself when it's playing poorly.
Well, when it's playing poorly, yes. But then again, people thought that last year in the second half. They were 7-2, and their offense was not particularly more dynamic. But
just Debo made it a wrinkle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is they were more fun. And I think that's the standard that most fans set for this team. Is it fun for me to commit 3.5 hours on Sunday to watch these guys, or am I going to get pissed at them even if they win? And I think in that way, 49er fans are a little bit dilettantish. Just, hey, take the win and shut up. Be a Jet fan. Find out how that is.
Well, they got a better record right now, right? 888-957-9570. This is David in Brentwood. Thanks for the call, David. What do you got?
Hey, Damon. I think that the question is pretty much based on from which standpoint. I mean, is it based on Jed York's point of view? I guess he would say it's a success. If you ask the fans, they would say it's somewhere in between. And I think in the next few years will depend on whether Kyle Shanahan is actually willing to evolve as a manager, because it seems to me like right now he's got at least between 6 and 7 players that can actually make plays on the team. But every time I see the 49ers play, it's either Debo, Jeff Wilson Jr., or occasionally Kittle or Ayuk. So, I mean, we can say that it's based on the quarterback that he has, but when you think about it, I mean, would you say that the Jets and the Dolphins have better players than we do, and yet you see those head coaches have more success with less players?
Well, and you just brought up two, and the thing is, the two teams that you brought up have remnants of things going well for the 49ers as their head coaches. Robert Saleh and Mike McDaniel. How much are they missing ingredients? I think DeMeco Ryans has been a great replacement for Robert Saleh. I don't know if this team has found its replacement to Mike McDaniel, or if, Kyle spreads so thin with too many duties that he can't put the time into this offense that he might have in the past, or Mike McDaniel allowed for.
Well, I mean, I don't want to diminish what Mike McDaniel did, but he was never the offensive coordinator. He was the quarterback's coach. The guy who called the plays on Sunday, the guy who designed the game plan, was Kyle Shanahan. And right now, the Dolphins' offense is not particularly dynamic. I mean, they're still a mediocre team trying to figure it out with a quarterback who can't stay healthy.
Right.
So
they played 3 weeks without a starting quarterback, too.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the jury is still way out on Mike McDaniel. I mean, and I remember when Robert Saleh was here, people bitched about him up one side and down the other because they couldn't believe that, that defense wasn't better all the time. And the fact is it was a good defense, but they don't have sort of the one-size-fits-all defense where you can't run on them and you can't throw on them. Because I don't know that defense exists anymore. You could always pick on one part of Saleh's defenses, and it was usually the secondary. And now it's, if anything, this defense is probably better than any defense they had until they started getting guys hurt. So I'm not sure that either one of them has done enough to be able to form a template on them. Certainly McDaniel hasn't. I mean, he's coached 6 games. What do we know about it? Or 7 games. We know he's 4-3, and we know his points differential is -18. That's about it. So I don't know that he's a valuable guide to anything.
Tim in Marin. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Tim?
Hey, just a couple things. A longtime listener, Ray Ratto, you are the reason I listen to this radio station. I love your commentary. Now, I remember you saying about a week ago, or maybe a little over a week, right now the 49ers are a stunningly average team in many ways, like a lot of teams in the league. I would probably agree with that, having watched enough of this season so far. I'm a supporter of Kyle because I am not the dude who says, could we go back to Egypt, to Leeks and Onions and Tomasula and Chip Kelly? I remember how awful this team was because I'm old enough that my first autograph was John Brody. So this team's doing pretty well for what we got. I'm in favor of Kyle. I would agree. I think he gets the extension hands down. That's what I got.
Well, his first remarks are the sign of an insane person. You know, I'm not sure why you would listen to this station for me and under any circumstances.
You're going to run home and tell your wife tonight, honey, somebody listens because of me.
And she'll say, well, it's not me. No, I think the thing that's maddening about this year is that the first 3 games were hard to watch. The first game was played in a monsoon. So if you want to throw that one out, you can. You know, it still counts on your permanent record. I think the Denver game is the one that sticks in people's craw because Denver stinks and they got 10 points off of them. They gave up 11 and couldn't win. Other than that, they are indeed what we thought they'd be, a 3-2 team that, you know, is good some weeks and not good others. Atlanta is better than their record shows because they are young and hard hitting. You can fake a lot of things when you've got that. And then last week they got routed by a team that should be routing people week in and week out. It's the sign to me of a stunningly average team.
Hey, we're a week away from finding out the Chicago Bears might be a little bit better than we thought. They certainly looked like they were a little bit better. I look at it this way. Somebody who has had it with the Chicago Bears as a franchise. Even I have to admit that they're getting a little bit better week to week. And maybe that's where some of the Niners' frustration boils from, too, because the market improvement that you're seeing week to week from some other teams, I don't know if you see it. It feels like the Niners, it's a 2-step forward, 1-step back kind of process that they find themselves in. And so, look, I'm not coming up with a hypothetical timeline. What I'm saying is there needs to be a certain plan here. You know, by what point in time does Kyle really have to have this thing operating as a fully functioning Death Star? Would you have him go into 2025 in a lame duck year? Would you have to extend him after 2024? If the answer is yes, they'd have to extend him after 2024. What do you need to see before 2024 before you'd feel good about that? Or have you seen enough? Our last caller certainly has.
Yeah, I think 3 years is a long time to have to make up your mind. So I don't think that's set in stone at all. But he would have to fail miserably not to get the extension.
How about this? It's gone. This year ends in a playoff run that is deep enough to where people aren't looking to crucify him.
Then they've done it in 3 of the last 4 years. He'll get the extension at the end of this year.
Next year, no, I don't think they're re-upping him after this year, after the offseason that they just had and all the nonsense and all the not looking at all the scenarios and bringing it all. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen this year. It'd be stupid to happen this year. You don't need to extend someone out 2 years from the end of their contract. That's just bad business. So I think that realistically, let's say they have a run that satisfies everyone enough this year. Next year, in Trey Lance's now 4th year in the league, 3rd year in the league, but 1st year as this team's routine starter, they don't continue on that deep enough run that's playoff satisfying enough to everyone. So they regress. Then what do you do? Maybe do you say, look, Kyle, we still think of you quite highly as a coach, but as a general manager, and maybe even with a struggling Trey Lance being yet another not sure if you got that one right, and man, that was an important one to get right or wrong, about saying, look, Kyle, we want you to be our head coach. We have had it with you being the general manager as well. We are going to give the final say now to John Lynch or someone else. And it just, you're still obviously in the conversation, but you do not have final word.
Well, then that's tantamount to firing him.
No, it's not.
He won't stay.
No, it's not. Did you say the same thing about Mike Holmgren, and what did he do? He stayed right there because the pay was great, and now you're telling me I have less work to do? Like, that sounds pretty good.
Kyle Shanahan is not the guy who wants less work. He doesn't want anybody to tell him what to do.
You don't know him. You don't know that.
Oh, yes, I do. He and I are close friends. No, I think that's a step down.
Oh,
and I don't think
it's a demotion in title.
And I don't think that he would have a hard time finding another gig in this league based on having 3 deep runs in 4 years. That where he couldn't get a general manager / coaching job again.
Hey, do you like the house you live in? Are your kids happy in school? Is your wife happy where she is? I'm going somewhere else because I've been offended that I won't be coach and GM. I'll only be head coach of the 49ers. Like, that seems like a stupid hill to die on.
It might be, but coaches die on that hill all the time. Once you've given a guy that level of power, and he's succeeded more often than not with it.
He's got an under 500 record at the end of this, by the way. He's still 3 games under 500, and that's that.
Okay. But
so how much success have you had?
Well, I'm just telling you the first 2 years I'm throwing out because he spent 2 years shoveling out a stable of dying horses. So to me, his record starts with the first team that is truly his, and that was 2019. And in your scenario, they got to a Super Bowl, they missed the playoffs, they got to a conference final, and this year they get to another conference final. That's 3 times in 4 years. I'm pretty sure that he could go to Jed York and say, you know what, I'd like to stretch this out some more. And Jed York would probably be inclined to do it, whether it's bad business or not. And if he doesn't want to, now you've created a level of friction you don't need to. And I think Jed York, having gone through that with Jim Harbaugh, who was another successful coach they had, doesn't want to have that fight. So I think he's not going to go in and say, all right, we had 1 year of Trey Lance playing 17 games and he wasn't very good. I blame you. I don't think that's how this plays out. I think if Trey Lance has a mediocre year, I think they'd say, okay, well, what are you going to do to fix this? But I don't think they go, well, you're going to have to give up one of the jobs. That makes no sense to me based on what we know about the way Jed York has done business in the past and how he's going to do it now.
Vince in San Francisco. What do you got, Vince?
Hey, guys. I was born and raised a 49er fan. I'm 34. I was too young to remember the last one in 94. I've been dying for a Super Bowl win. We keep knocking on the door, Harbaugh era, and now this one. And it's almost the same thing as the Harbaugh era. We're not scoring touchdowns. We're kicking a lot of field goals, and we're just relying on defense. We have way too many weapons on this team to be scoring 28 points, maybe at most. We should be blowing teams out. There's no killer instinct. And I think Kyle Shanahan uses the whole Jimmy Garoppolo as his quarterback thing as a crutch way too much. With that being said, I think we have 2 years of Trey Lance playing quarterback. If he doesn't win with the personnel that we have, there's no way we're going to be able to pay all these players to stay. And it's going to have to go into almost a full rebuild because I don't know how we can afford to keep all of this top-notch talent and not win anything.
Well, Jimmy coming off the books in terms of any significant number would help that. But the minute you got to pay Trey Lance, if he plays himself into a $30 million contract, yeah, keeping everyone around gets much more difficult. Vince, thank you for the call. Thanks for listening. Junior in Fairfield. What's going on, Junior?
None much. I mean, maybe I'm crazy too. I think Ray is hilarious. But what drives me crazy is listening to all the, quote, 49er faithful fans talk about Shanahan like the grass is going to be greener on the other side. Like, there was a caller who called in a couple days ago talking about 4 different coaches in the league. You know, you got your bad coach, your okay coach, you got your good coach, and then you got your good coach with a good quarterback. So it seems like every game there's 2 to 3 plays where the quarterback is missing a play, an open receiver for a chunk yardage, or sometimes a touchdown. Now, I say the quarterback because we don't know what Trey Lance will do. We don't know if he'll see that open receiver too. But if Shanahan is scheming people open and the quarterback is not seeing the open receiver, how can we criticize Shanahan or saying he's not getting the job done when guys are wide open? And my last point, it seems like when these receivers are left open, it's like the third read on the play. So to me, it looks like teams are taking away the first 2 reads for Jimmy, knowing that he's not going to get over to that third receiver. So I think Shanahan is doing a great job, and I don't think we can do better than what he's doing.
I mean, look, those are salient observations. And what can a quarterback, what can a head coach do to make sure his quarterback's eyes are in the right place? It's a legit question. The answer is coach him. I mean, I don't know how to say it anything more than that. Or maybe don't be the guy who coached his instincts out of him. And I think maybe there is a little of that with Kyle and Jimmy Garoppolo, as often as Garoppolo is cited like, hey, man, when I was at my best, when I just showed up in 2017, I hardly even knew my playbook, and I was just kind of winging it, and it was good. By the way, here was Shanahan. This is I don't know who asked this question, but he basically asked, do you expect Garoppolo to avoid interceptions like the one he threw against Kansas City in Los Angeles?
That's an expectation for any quarterback in this league. That's why this league is very tough to play in as a quarterback. That's why there's not 32 of them, but always. You know, good quarterbacks, you want them to make plays, you want them to be able to let it rip, but sometimes when you have blitz issues and they're not there, the worst case scenario has got to be a sack and not a pick, and that's one I know we'd love to have back.
By the way, you know, it's also somewhere in between an interception and a sack. Throw it away, Jimmy. If you don't see your first 2 reads, you don't have time to get that third one, and the first read sucks and the second read sucks, throw it away. Jimmy Garoppolo has thrown 1 ball away. 6 games. 1 ball. Well, I know he didn't start those first 2. But it's nuts. That's nuts. I mean, that's bad decision making. Throwing the ball away is a great way to live to fight another down.
I think that's a stat that needs to be contextualized more than it is. 1 is a low number, I grant you. But I don't know I haven't broken down game by game how many balls he should have thrown away.
Get to work.
Okay, I will. You vamp. I'll be back to you about 5:30. No, I think that, you know, his faults include wanting to throw a ball into too tight a space for his arm strength. He does like to let it rip a little bit. And I think Kyle Shanahan fights him on that instinct because he sees that the result is bad as often as it is good. So I think in that way, maybe throwing the ball away a little more often would help. But I don't know how many times a game he should be doing that.
We're going to be talking to Niners starting guard Aaron Banks in just a moment here. The way football practice always works, with their meetings always works, means, hey, maybe Aaron will be here right at the beginning of the segment. If not, we'll take a call or two until we get to Aaron. But all of this is happening in our next uninterrupted segment here on 95.7 The Game, which will also have a little Steve Kerr run back at you from our conversation with Coach earlier today. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's great to have you here this afternoon, and if you're on hold to talk about the 49ers, you're just going to have to stay right there and be a little patient for us because we're about to actually talk to a San Francisco 49er as we head inside the 49ers locker room, brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air Foods, and Nob Hill Markets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. Today we get to say hello to for the first time ever to Aaron Banks, starting guard of the San Francisco 49ers. Aaron, my name's Damon. You're about to hear from Ray. Thanks so much for joining us today. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
We're doing very, very well. Let's just start with what we've been talking about and what we've been saying about you. I think that you've become the most underreported, best story on this entire team. You're having a hell of a season for a guy who we hardly got to know at all last year. So let's just start with the congratulations on your personal come up here in the NFL. It's been great to watch.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. What has made it click for you here in your sophomore season?
I talked about it in the summer, was asked about it, but I kind of just took this off season to really kind of change my body and kind of focus on, being able to play the Shanahan offense. You got to be able to run fast and, be strong at the same time and be quick and get off the ball and get to the second level. And that's something that I really focus on this off season, and working with Dustin Perry and Jordan Mazer, our nutritionist, and Chris Furst, O-line coach, just to be, the best player I could be this year.
So what's the first bit of delicious food your nutritionist told you to stay away from?
Man, he told me to stay away from a lot of food. he gave me a bunch of things not to eat, so it was kind of, it wasn't hard, but just had to lock in.
In what specific ways did you have to change your body? Did you have to become stronger in the lower half? What exactly did you have to change physically about yourself?
It wasn't as much of a strength thing, even though, there's always room to get stronger. It was more so just body composition, just cutting some fat, putting on some muscle, and, staying around the same weight range while doing that.
What was your level of frustration like last year? Obviously drafted out of Notre Dame in the second round, you probably envisioned yourself playing a larger role in your rookie season than you did. How did you get through that? How did you work through it, remaining patient, knowing what you needed to do?
It's really a testament to the coaches and the front office. They just kept telling me, we still believe in you. We have a plan for you, and just trusting that, buying into whatever they were telling me to do, and just staying locked in and taking each day to day, and trying to get better and improve on something each day.
Aaron Banks joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Is there a particular player who took you under his wing and said, look, man, this offense is a little bit of a, and it's not easy to learn, as you just said. It's not easy to necessarily play. You got to remain patient here. Is there someone who really helped mentor you through your rookie year?
Yeah, I actually spent a lot of time under and with Lakin Tomlinson. We'd lived together. We talked through a lot of technique stuff. Talked to him and Trent, Alex Mack, Dan Brunskill, Mike Lewis. All those guys really at different points kind of took me on the wing and helped me along the way. But I did spend a lot of time with Lakin.
What was the one point that any of them made that made the light bulb go on over your head? Was there one single thing that one of them said that suddenly crystallized everything for you?
Actually, it was Adam Peters, and I met with him through training camp, and he was, just emphasizing having fun, like playing fast, just let it loose. Because I kind of got into a slump in training camp, and just had to remember, this is a game that I love. And, I got a chance to just kind of cut loose. After the preseason, we had a week of practice before the first week, and, I kind of took that week to kind of fall back in love with football again. Not that I fell out of love with it, but, it's difficult at this level, and, try to come to work with a smile on my face and be excited to do this work.
Was there a single moment that you can remember where all of a sudden you felt it clicking in, that all the things you'd heard from as many guys as you heard them from suddenly just congealed into a moment where you said, aha, that's what they're after?
No, there was no one moment. There was a number of moments where I, started to feel myself like okay, that set works. I can, put my hand there and that works at this level, and just kind of hone in on my technique. But there's really no one moment. You know, it's a grind and it's a marathon, really.
One thing that I don't think television does justice to is the hand fighting that happens at the line of scrimmage. You know, all that's happening under your pads and your helmets, and you're all leaning forward, so it's under your shoulders, and we can't see it. How much hand fighting did you have to learn just to keep the hands off of you of D tackles and DNs?
You know, a lot, and you know, it's great when you get to play against the defensive line, like, you know, the guys we have with Kinlaw, Armstead, you know, Kevin Givens, all those guys. They're really good. And so, you know, when I get to bank reps against those guys and kind of learn how to play with length and, you know, learn how to hand fight with those guys, like, it is a fist fight. You know, a lot of people don't see it, but it's a very physical game, even when it doesn't look like it is. So just a testament to our D-line, getting a lot of reps with them, a lot of one-on-ones, a lot of team reps, because those guys are the best of the best.
Aaron Banks here on 95.7 The Game of the San Francisco 49ers. So playing next to Trent Williams probably makes your day a little bit easier, and then not playing next to Trent Williams probably makes your day a little bit harder. Can you talk about how you game plan for that change, whether he's there or not?
I mean, that's where practice comes into play, right? Like, you know, when the weeks that Trent wasn't playing, you know, I'm getting the bank reps with Jalen, I'm getting the bank reps with Colton, you know, whoever's next to me, trying to build that that camaraderie and that cohesiveness, you know, where we don't have to have, you know, a ton of conversation at the line of scrimmage. Like, you know, we say one word and we're both locked in. You know, I know what he's going to do. He knows what I'm going to do.
After 7 games, you've seen a lot of guys use a lot of techniques against you. Have you started to sense that they're trying to that they have sort of a book on what you like to do and how you like to do it, and how have you combated that?
You know, I'm just sticking to my technique. Of course, you know, you got to switch it up a little bit. If you do the same thing every rep all game, you know, they're going to, you know, write something up and dice something up to beat you with it. So I'm just staying to my technique and switching up the hand placement a little bit here and there. But really, it's, you know, you study your opponent. Like, you know what guys are going to do. They know what we're going to do, and just kind of putting myself in the best position to win my one-on-one.
Aaron, tell us a little bit about Christian McCaffrey, either walking onto that practice field for the first time or the first time in that locker room. How much did it change the mood of the room just by seeing him in a Niner uniform?
Dudes were excited. And it was, you know, I saw when he first walked into the locker room, I was in there, and he was, you know, he was welcomed with love. Dudes were excited to have him here, you know, getting dapped up by everybody smiling and joking and having a good time. You know, the team really welcomed him with open arms in my eyes. You know, we lucky to have another offensive weapon.
It sounds like somebody walked out of an emergency exit only door. What is there? Is 49ers headquarters being infiltrated or attacked right now?
No.
No, okay, good. I thought we heard an alarm going off behind you there.
He looked around to make sure.
No, man, I didn't even hear it. You heard it better than me.
Is McCaffrey going to crash some of these offensive line meetings to get a better feel for how the blocking scheme and the way you guys run plays out in front of him?
Nah, I mean, we have our meetings with, you know, our running backs and stuff, you know, all getting on the same page, but you know, he's doing what he's got to do to help us win. So, you know, if that means he's going to come and, you know, mess with us or whatever, you know, that's on him, and that's on his coaches, and that's on the coaching staff.
Have you found that you need to change not necessarily parts of your technique, but sort of some of the more intricate details of how you block, depending on who you know who's going to get the ball? Or is it just, I need to make this hole this way, and then the running back's on his own?
Nah, man, I don't care who's behind me. I'm gonna try to do my job to the best of my ability to help this team win. So, you know, it doesn't matter if it's Debo, McCaffrey, Jeff Wilson, Ty Davis. It doesn't matter who is behind me. I'm gonna try to do my job to the best of my ability, because, you know, whatever it takes to help this team win.
We're inside the 49ers locker room with guard Aaron Banks here on 95.7 The Game. You're from Alameda. You went to, El Cerrito High School. Did you grow up a 49ers fan? If you grew up a Raiders fan, you can admit it.
I'm not from Alameda. I'm from Hayward.
Okay. Well, your Wikipedia page needs an update.
Wikipedia is not always accurate, you know.
No, good. Listen. It's a Notre Dame guy jumping down my throat.
No, that's just the first interview I did after I was drafted. I did grow up a Raiders fan, but that went out the window as soon as I got that call. So my whole family switched over, dumped all the Raiders gear. You know, we're Niners through and through now.
There you go. That's officially how it works. So, again, you know, I go to bad resources because I couldn't get into Notre Dame, but I did go to Indiana. So I know an awful lot about bad football in the state of Indiana. Is this where we should bring up the year that Notre Dame's actually having?
All right, go ahead. Ask away. What you?
Are you still close enough to your Irish playing days when you see home losses to Marshall and Stanford that you get upset about those things?
You know, I mean, I love Notre Dame. That's my alma mater. Of course, I want to see them win. But I don't know the ins and outs of what's going on in that building. I know they do have a lot of good players. They got a lot of talent, and you know, it just seems like they might not be clicking on all cylinders all the time. You know, and sometimes you may see that they are playing down to the talent level of their opponent. So I think they just have to bring it every day, no matter who they're playing, who they're lined up against. You know, don't take anybody for granted because any given day somebody could get you. So you just got to not get got.
Don't get got. Yeah, it's a good life lesson in all areas of life. It really is. I was told that you were given the nickname the Dancing Bear in South Bend. Can you tell us about that, or is it not for air?
No, yeah. That's our OC gave me that my sophomore year. He started calling me that. He just said I was a big dude with good feet, quick feet. I was playing right tackle at that point. So he just kind of started calling me that, and it stuck from there on. They just kept calling me the Dancing Bear.
Do they still call you that now that you work in another building?
Nah, nobody here has called me that. That's kind of stayed in South Bend, or amongst me and my Notre Dame guys. But no, I haven't heard it much recently.
Do you miss it?
Nah, it's just a nickname, man. It's neither here nor there.
What is the greatest Notre Dame tradition in your mind?
Let me think. What's my favorite tradition? Probably the walk. I actually really enjoyed the walk. Through campus to the stadium. Just get to see a lot of fans and friends and family there, and normally you don't get to see them before a game, so it's nice to see those faces and people who are rooting for you. Right before a game.
Were you shocked to see Brian Kelly develop a Southern accent so quickly?
No comment, man. that was something. That was something different.
Really, there's an awful lot of twang for a guy who spent time in the region. It really, really was. Aaron?
From the Northeast, so, I don't know. He's their own. Whatever he's got to do to, get welcome there.
No doubt. Obviously, you guys took one on the chin against Kansas City. Football's all about turning the page and getting ready for the next opponent. And now you guys are getting ready for a big divisional game down at SoFi. Tell us a little bit about Aaron Donald and what makes him so special, and why do the 49ers seem to contain him better than most teams? Is it the familiarity of seeing him twice a year?
I couldn't tell you, answer that, but I can tell you why, I think he's a good player. I think he plays a really good leverage. He's really accurate with his hands, and he plays with good balance. He's a freak athlete, super strong, and just a well-polished D lineman. He can be a game wrecker, and so you got a game plan for him. If you don't, he will be that game wrecker. So we just in our room we just try to do do our job to the best of our ability, and whatever we're asked to do, try to execute that.
Well, I'll tell you,
you play against good players all the time. If you look at our last 3 games, you got Grady Jarrett, you got Chris Jones, you got Aaron Donald again, and so they're a familiar opponent. I think that definitely helps, but it's also you got to play them twice a year, so it's not a one and done type of deal.
How much has this week's message been from Kyle Shanahan that all of your goals that you guys wanted to accomplish at the beginning of this year are still very much out there for you.
Yeah, and I asked about this the other day. You know, you look at our division, everybody's one off of 500 at 7 weeks. You know, it's a very tight race, and, you know, I said this the other day, I think it's still open, still very open division, and, you know, it's anybody's game at this point. So, you know, we try to win our matchups, take each week, you know, 1 week at a time, and try to, you know, go 1-0 each week.
Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef, to thank you for coming on this show today, are going to send you a 10-pound package of porterhouse steaks for joining us, Aaron.
No, that's awesome, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Get them to a nice medium rare, and things should go well from you. Hopefully they're not on your banned substance list as you continue to make sure that you're in the perfect shape to play guard in the Shanahan offense. Let me also say, too, Notre Dame guys, they live up to their reputation, man. This was a pleasure talking to you. You were easy to talk to, and we really, really appreciate that. Good luck with everything going forward.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Aaron Banks of the San Francisco 49ers here as we slip into our 5 o'clock hour, about 4 minutes late.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
All right, so who's going to go ahead and update his Wikipedia page? What the hell's happening? Normally, they got place of birth correct. You know, it's like the granular details that I don't trust on Wikipedia, but like date of birth, place of birth, that seems like pretty standard stuff they normally
Species.
have. Right? Yes, human, check. There you go. I thought Alameda, maybe you and he had, you know, some good Alameda war stories to get into, but no, Hayward, you probably you don't even know where Hayward is, right?
Oh, I've spent many a dissolute hour in Hayward.
Oh, there you go. Anyways, he was great. He was really great. He was good. Somebody here in the 707 says that the Dancing Bear is a long-running gentleman's club in Oregon. Can you confirm or deny that, Grandy?
No comment.
Oh, it's a confirm. That's it.
He's thrown up outside the Dancing Bear on more than one occasion.
It's better than throwing up inside the Dancing Bear because that gets you thrown out immediately.
Yeah. Grandy also knows the beer stein.
By the way, Grandy also knows how to talk some 49er football on the 415ers podcast. Go ahead and download that bad boy. Look at how happy he is.
He's always happy. He's annoying.
Do you think he shaves? Do you think, Grandy, do you shave at all? You're so young and spry and so full of hope still.
It's a personal question.
Yeah, the fact that he's still full of hope means he hasn't been paying attention.
Give it time.
It should take till the end of the week. He ought to be wised up by now.
If not this industry, this particular show should rob you of all your joie de vivre at some point in time.
Yeah, abandon everything, Grandy. You're going to be praying for the meteor by Christmas.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
You're welcome.
See, it's that kind of positive. Look at it this way. Grandy's trying to get on the champagne deck over at Memorial Stadium for this Cal-Oregon game. I know you got a media credential. You go call Kyle McRae and you say you need to go where the alumni go. You need to be led into the $25,000 annual donation club. That's where you need to be. You need to be on the sushi deck. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be one of, 15,000 people at that game? So it's the least they can do is style you out, Grandy. Lucas.
That's a good point. We'll see what we can do.
Get yourself styled out, too.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. I'm not going to help or assist in any way, shape, or form. Just send that email. See if it works.
Yeah, Kyle's got us. We're good.
Nice. Ray, have you ever been on the champagne deck at the Memorial?
No.
They would hate you.
People in the press box hate me.
Yeah.
Being hated is not something I'm not familiar with.
Very comfortable. It's called Monday. Where are you from?
I urge it to happen more often.
We're going to have a man who absolutely no one hates at all. Steve Kerr joining us here in just a moment from a conversation that happened earlier today. It was outstanding. We get into Klay Thompson's frustrations and his ejection last night. We get into what Steve has found early in this year that he likes, that he doesn't like. And we got some very cool stuff coming up with Steve Kerr in just a minute. But first, Chris in San Francisco. We were just talking with Aaron Banks about the Niners. He wanted to get in on the Niners. What you got, Chris?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on the show. You guys do a great job and love the show.
Thank you.
I had a comment on the topic about extending Shannon. And for me, Shanahan, it comes down to the QB position. He needs to prove he can develop a Tier 1 QB, a QB that can carry the team and win the game when the rest of the units are not performing. We have not had that in his 6 years. We're not getting any closer. If he can't develop a Tier 1 QB by 2024, it's time to move on. And that's my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Look, I mean, that's the thing. It's impossible to say that he should have the rug pulled out from him this year, at the end of this year, even at the end of next year. Because, look, Trey Lance, whether you want him to or not, has to come with a grace period. I've been getting texts today and been reading on the Xfinity mobile text line how, I can't believe that Kyle Shanahan saw a guy like Justin Fields and passed on him to go with Trey Lance, given Fields' experience and where he came from and who he's played in college and so on and so forth. Let me tell you that you just clearly watched Monday Night Football, because if you had watched Justin Fields any other week leading up to Monday Night Football, you would not be feeling that. I have watched the Justin Fields experience. I'm going to tell you, as someone who his entire life has just been, wishing upon a star that someday the Bears might have their quarterback. I don't know what he is. I don't know if he's going to be successful in the NFL at all.
I know they don't throw the ball very often. I'm not talking about gaudy numbers. I mean, attempts.
Right.
They don't want to throw the ball.
No, they're living in that let's throw it 12 times a game neighborhood.
Yeah. And if you want to get down to it, how many coaches in this league, in fact, have developed an elite quarterback? Contemporarily, there are two. It's Andy Reid and Sean McDermott.
I mean, considering where Tom Brady was drafted, Bill Belichick gets to be in that conversation.
Okay, but I'm saying as of in the right now, those are the only two. Over the last 20 years.
I'd say Justin Herbert's developing nicely. The Chargers' problems aren't his. I would say that Joe Burrow's developed unbelievably well, but these are premium draft picks as well. But so was Trey Lance. Let's be honest. But that was a premium reach, maybe.
It was a premium reach. I think we can definitely say that. We don't know if it's a premium anything other than that. But what I'm saying is, not very many guys develop an elite quarterback. They either come in fully formed and ready to go, or they don't develop.
Can I give you one? Nick Sirianni and what he's doing with Jalen Hurts. It's kind of interesting, right?
It's interesting. I don't know
if he's elite yet.
Yeah, I don't know if he's elite either, but the standard of elite, there are two of those guys. Right now, there are two.
I'll tell you who's elite in Philadelphia. It's Howie Roseman. And Howie got to work again today. Their general manager traded a fourth rounder to the Bears for Robert Quinn. So obviously the Bears saw enough on Monday Night Football that they thought, yeah, let's trade Robert Quinn before we go play the Dallas Cowboys. Howie Roseman, just in this past offseason and this year, has added A.J. Brown, Hassan Reddick, Jordan Davis, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, James Bradbury, Kaiser White, and now Robert Quinn. They've also got the Saints' first-round pick, which is tracking to be a top-5 pick at this particular time, and their own first-rounder to boot.
Yeah, this is the best year he's had in a long time. Because most of the time he had been noted for being a political infighter who got coaches fired.
He knew how to sidle up to the breadwinner that is Jeffrey Luria.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. This is probably the first year where you could point to him and say, that guy's got an idea.
Yeah, no, and he's
up until
got
now he was more politician than football technician.
We've got ourselves an outstanding conversation with Steve Kerr, and we're going to give it to you right here and now. Now, we all know that they did not win last night, and we all know that Klay Thompson got ejected for the first time in his career last night. But we began our conversation with Steve reminding him that I'm not, Ray's not, nobody who is a clear thinker could possibly be mad about an NBA loss in the month of October. But we felt like, maybe he could tell us where things started to go wrong last night in Phoenix.
I just think that overall, through 4 games, our defense is non-existent, and it's just tough to win games when you're not defending well. So I thought we did a good job to hang in there in the game. We closed the first half decently offensively. We're making shots. We're spreading them out. But when you're not getting stops and you're giving up easy points, either through transition or the foul line, it's just really hard to stay in a game, especially against a great team like Phoenix. So it just showed how much work we have ahead of us. But it's a long season. We'll get there.
Did you get the sense early on? Because I thought my wife even said to me, she said, is this game 4 of the season or game 4 of the Western Conference Finals? Like the blistering pace that game opened up with, did you think to yourself, this is probably not going to be the night where we settle down defensively just based on how we're running here? I mean, it was like 8 seconds or less. Everyone was getting a shot.
Right. Yeah, the pace through 4 games has been just ridiculous. I mean, it is so high, unsustainably high. We've always believed in playing with pace, but right now it just feels like I'm looking at a pickup game. We're flying up and down the floor. We're giving up all kinds of transition opportunities to our opponent. We're dead last right now in transition points allowed per game. We're not really playing with a purpose, and that can mean a lot of different things. What that means to me is we're not connecting the game offensively and defensively. When you have good offensive possessions and you take good shots, generally you're in position to get back defensively and to get a stop, and vice versa. You play great defense, you're in a better position to score. Right now there doesn't seem to be much purpose to our game. We're just sort of out there flying around, and even though we're playing hard and guys are trying, we're just kind of rudderless. And there are reasons for that. We can get into that, but you said it. It's really early in the season. We've got a lot of new guys, new faces, young faces. So we got a lot of work to do, but it's exciting just thinking about the challenge ahead.
Well, let's get into that rudderlessness you just referred to. For a team with as much veteran presence as this has, how are you seeing rudderlessness? How are you defining it as it relates to your team through 4 games?
Well, in the detail within the game, it starts with the transition defense. I mean, that's just been abysmal, and it's so hard to gain any traction in a game when a team is just throwing the ball ahead and getting easy buckets against you. Now, the flip side of that is we're doing the same thing to our opponents. We're getting a lot of throw-aheads, a lot of buckets in transition, and as long as our starting 5 is out there, we're fine. We're hanging in games, or we're even dominating games like we did against Sacramento and the Lakers. But this is not a year ago where we're playing 9 or 10 veteran guys who have been around. We're playing a lot of young guys, guys who haven't done this before. Every combination that we throw out there once the starting lineup is broken up is just going to have some youth or some new faces like Dante or Jamichael, and that's never an easy position to be in when you go to a new team, because there's new terminology, new schemes. So it just feels to me like we're a new group that has not yet adjusted to finding an identity.
Given what you just described, would you suggest that that's normal, or is this still abnormal given who you guys are and how you made your reputations defensively?
No, I think this is normal. And coming off of a championship, not only a championship, but our 6th trip to the finals in 8 years, it's hard to expect, Draymond, Clay, Steph, Loon, hard to expect these guys to be in, playoff mode from an intensity standpoint. I think they've all played hard and they've all played well. Wiggs has had a great start to the season. Draymond's pushing in transition over the last few games has been fantastic. So it's not that guys aren't playing hard. It's just the mental focus and attention to detail that it takes to really be connected with a new group is not there yet, and that's what we've got to work towards.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. Klay Thompson tossed for the first time in his career. Did you sense it coming, or were you surprised by it as I think we were?
Well, once it started, where he and Booker were going at it, that I've seen that before. Klay gets into it with opponents. He's so competitive. but that didn't surprise me. But once once they really got into it and they had to be separated, I could see Clay's anger. A lot of it was just frustration from the slow start to the season, minutes restriction, not playing in training camp, live minutes, like all that stuff came to the forefront and was part of the frustration that led to the ejection. And I don't think I ever got ejected as a player, but I've been ejected several times as a coach. So I know what he was going through and what he was feeling. And sometimes as a competitor, you just kind of lose your mind, and it happens.
Is it time in any way to forget about the 4 rings for the players who have them and say, hey, according to this season, we've got 0 rings. We're after this ring. And is there something unhealthy about pointing to a ring total?
No, not at all. Not at all. In a moment like that, it's entirely appropriate. Like, if 2 guys are talking trash, you got the ultimate counter. We won. I won. That's always the ultimate counter. Now, that's not going to help us win a 5th. It doesn't mean anything as it relates to trying to win this coming year. But it's definitely something you can use in a trash talking conversation. But I think the bigger point is that over the course of the next couple of months, we have to move forward. From last year, from the last 8 years to this one, and to recognize this is a totally new team, and we're relying on a lot of new players and young players, and it's going to take a lot of work and for all of us. And when we recognize that, I think we're going to be on a good path, but it's going to take a while for all of that to come to fruition.
And I know you don't like talking about players on other teams. You'd rather talk about your own. But to me, I thought that Devin Booker grew up a little bit last night. And the way that he talked about Klay postgame, saying, look, I wanted to be Klay Thompson. I love Klay Thompson, but he has things that I want. It just felt like last night might have been the night where he took over the real leadership reins from maybe even Chris Paul for the Phoenix Suns.
I didn't see any of the post-game comments. I didn't look at that, but I've gotten to know Devin because we were in Tokyo at the Olympics last summer. Great guy, hell of a player. He and Klay would actually be good buddies if they were on the same team. They just happened to play the same position, and as Devin said, he wants what Klay has, and that's how this league works. It's the young guys are coming for the older ones. The older guys are trying to, stave off the young guys, and that's sometimes the very best competition there is. So more coming.
Is there a little of that playing out on your own roster?
I think that's an interesting observation. I think the way I would put it is we have to find our identity with this year's group, and that is a very unique time for us. We've never been in this position, really. Last year would be the closest, but you think about this run that we've been on, we've always had veterans coming off the bench who were stabilizers. Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, Zaza Pachulia, David West, David Lee. We've had these guys who had been around for a long time, who were helping guide the team, helping lead the team. Now we have a group of guys coming off the bench who are just trying to figure out what's what. And so it's a very different leadership dynamic, very different kind of roster dynamic that we're looking at this year, and that requires different leadership from within and a different way of looking at things. So, as I said, we got a lot of work to do, and that's part of it.
I don't want to play roster construction games after 4 games, but given what you just said, could you use another veteran presence on the bench just sort of as stabilizer? Because maybe in your view, you're too young in position 6 through 10 right now.
No. I think what we need is patience more than anything. You qualified it by saying we're 4 games in, and I will enhance your point and just say that, 4 games in, it's way too early to determine something like that. I think you look at Phoenix last night; they're buttoned up, they are ready to play. They're angry from what happened in the playoffs to them last year. They're playing all vets. You can see they have their identity. This is who they are, and they're going to win a lot of games. But for us, it's a matter of developing the young guys and implementing them into the fabric of a group that's been together for a long time, and that in itself just takes a while. And but the exciting thing is we've got talented players. These guys are gifted, and so as they catch up to the ways of the NBA and to the schemes and the things we're trying to accomplish, the ceiling gets higher.
Is that a more difficult process than maybe you might have thought in the abstract, 6 weeks ago? Or did you fully expect this to be the early season dynamic?
I expected some of this. You never really know what you have until you see it and until things start to unfold. I think both Dante and Jamichael are going to be important parts of our team. Dante's injury the last couple of games has hurt us. He's a connector. He's a guy who kind of helps things flow. And one of the reasons I went to Ty Jerome last night, I thought the ball was just sticking, and we needed some flow. And we found a combination out there with Ty and Jordan Poole and Steph and Draymond and that group, and it was like, oh yeah, this looks right, and so we're going to need some of our veteran guys to provide that as the young guys kind of get molded and figure out what this is all about. But it's just a new challenge. Every year's a new challenge. That's one of the things that makes coaching so much fun. You kind of have to figure it out and then help the guys through that whole process.
Steve Kerr, you're on Damon and Ratto. Did you think that Jonathan Kuminga would be more in focus earlier in the year? Do you feel that coming later in the year? I think we were all a little surprised to see Ty Jerome get into the game last night before Jonathan Kuminga. Is there anything to be inferred by that other than what you just said? You thought the ball was sticking and maybe he would unstuck it.
Well, you're talking about a point guard or a four-man. So it's like, this is not a pecking order. This is not like who deserves to go in the game first based on, some random thought. This is, we need a point guard on the floor. So, of course, I'm going to go with the point guard and not the power forward.
Sure. Is there anything to Kuminga's lack of playing time that I just thought we would be seeing more of him early on, especially when you're worried about minutes for your older players. He hasn't been involved very much, or he doesn't appear in first halves.
Well, I mean, you can only play so many guys. It's really hard to play more than 10. Even 10 can be a stretch. We've generally played 10. So if you look at our group, that's you're gonna reach 11 when you look at the players you'd like to see out there. So we don't have enough space when everybody is healthy. But 4 games in, we've got a couple back-to-backs coming up. There's likely to be guys, sitting, likely to be, guys getting banged up. There's going to be plenty of time for JK, for Moses, for Wise. But this is all, it's all part of development. It's, development doesn't just equal playing time in games. It's everything. It's watching film. It's performing in practice. It's learning, it's growing, and so all of our young guys are going to have to go through all of these growing pains. And we got a championship team. We don't, we're not just handing out minutes just for the sake of handing them out. We're actually trying to accomplish something here, and our guys are bought in. They understand that, and they're all going to be fine.
You mentioned the unsustainable pace that you guys have been playing at through 4 games. Is there another number or numbers that when you look at it concerns you more than it would normally after 4 games?
Another number?
A stat or series of stats that trouble you.
We're dead last in transition points allowed in the league. it just looks like a pickup game out there, and so there's just no no sense of the importance of taking away the easy points, which is always a key indicator for us as to whether we'll be successful or not. The 30th in transition points allowed, I think 20th in defensive efficiency, maybe 25th in fouling and free throws allowed. So those are all the numbers I'm looking at that we have to get cleaned up.
Steve, there's been a ton of finger wagging, obviously, at Draymond Green. We all know why. Here's the very first thing I have to say about Draymond. Boy, he was right to get that tech last night. I mean it. Like, I don't normally support Draymond Green technicals, but that one, that was well-earned. He deserved to say what the hell happened there. You deserved to have his back in that moment. And if you had lost that game by the margin of those free throws, I'm still cool with it. That was a terrible no call. Will you be sending that video to the league?
No. I think we're not in the practice of sending video into the league. There's missed calls every game, and that's just part of it. And I had no problem with Draymond getting the tee. They had missed a similar one in the first half when he got fouled at the rim, where the refs ruled that it was a verticality play that was definitely not a clean verticality play. So he was upset. I was upset. It happens. You just move on. I haven't thought twice about it since last night.
I know you don't want to give us the lineups for the back-to-backs that you're going to be dealing with, but has that already been planned out with you and the training staff? Who might sit when?
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. That will be a discussion for the next couple of days, and so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But to the point I made earlier, there's going to be opportunities for players to be out there, and everyone's just got to stay ready.
Steve, thank you so very much, man. We really appreciate all the time that you give us in your interviews and early start to the year here. It's so good to have the Warriors back. I mean, I'm just a basketball junkie, so I know it's going to all start working out and everybody finds their own level, but it's always a fascinating process to watch unfold and how you pull the strings to make it all happen. We appreciate your time as always, man. Good luck Thursday night against Miami, and then bon voyage for the 5-gamer.
Sounds good. Thanks, fellas. We'll see you later.
Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game from earlier today. Always good to catch up with Coach. And, he did say some pretty interesting things there about how he doesn't have enough time to hand out to a team this deep. The minutes are going to be hard to come by. And no one, just based on where they're drafted or based on their curiosity in developing them, is going to be handed minutes they have not earned. And I don't think there was much, Ray, to Stephen A. Smith's, the Warriors aren't happy with Jonathan Kuminga's offseason. But I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I was necessarily happy with the Jonathan Kuminga offseason because he looks very much the same player that he looked like last year. Yeah, it's all athleticism, and he's got a spin move. He's got an electric spin move, but there isn't an awful lot, as the kids say, in the bag.
It's taken a while for him to comprehend that athleticism is the bare minimum for being in this league.
Right.
And I think until he develops some nuance to his game, and by nuance, I mean a recognition that there are other guys on the floor and that you have to play with them rather than alone, aside them. But I think that's also normal for guys with as little experience as he has. And I think that was probably a problem with James Weissman as well. And I think it was a bit of the problem that Jordan Poole had for 2.5 years. It's that the hardest thing about being a pro is recognizing that you're playing with other pros. And you have to work off them and work with them rather than just be on the floor.
And let's be quite honest. A lot of guys who you see as young, up-and-coming players in the NBA are drafted because their physical attributes and athleticism is so unquestionable that you just want that archetype, and then you will install the skill and the knowledge into those players that it takes to really become a basketball player. Yeah, you know, there are a whole bunch of guys in this league who could have used 2 more years of college. There's no doubt. The skill set that players used to show up in the NBA with doesn't exist on the same level that it used to, while the athleticism that enters the NBA is leaps and bounds above where it used to be.
But, and here's the odd thing, is that as many teams that take 18 and 19-year-olds planning to develop them don't have a very good track record of developing them. Because one of the things that never gets mentioned when you talk about a guy's upside is that achieving that upside is extraordinarily difficult, even by NBA standards. There are hundreds of players who came into the league with an extraordinary physical skill set and never got better.
Right. It's the reason why you'll forget half the names drafted every year.
Yeah, and half is being generous. You know, the draft is 6 guys who will be in the league in 5 years. It's that, you know, even if you just get a journeyman, you've done well.
Oh, yeah.
So when a guy washes out, you know, gets one, you know, gets a rookie contract and then
doesn't
he's
see
in
a
Europe.
second contract.
Yeah. You know, that's the norm. The exception is the guy who comes in at 18 and by 20 is a guy who it must be reckoned with. I mean, Kobe Bryant is rare because he's rare. You know, he was the guy that everybody thought, gee, he's awfully young to get picked there. And within 2 years, everybody in the league was pointing at the teams that didn't take him going, how stupid could you be?
Right. But I mean, I remember early return. I remember air balls in Utah. You do too. I mean, the mythology of Kobe Bryant doesn't line up with the truth of Kobe Bryant's career very well at all. There were a lot of struggles and a lot of figuring it out that Kobe had to go through on his way to becoming Kobe.
But he was also so maniacal that he would not just go to the gym and shoot around. He ate tape, and he listened to people telling him, when this happens, you have to be ready to do that. And the most underrated part of his game was how smart he was, that he could pick things up and pick them up quickly, which is why in 2 years he was an all-NBA player. When at 18, he could shoot an air ball in Utah with the best of them.
Have you seen the Redeem Team documentary? It's on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's good, but it's also a little too polished for me.
Oh,
it's like there were never any issues with any of that. You know, no, there were plenty of issues. There always are. And when you see a documentary like that is lacquered over so smoothly, you go, I'm not getting the full flavor of this. And I think that's the thing that
I mean, all the ugliness gets scrubbed from the history books.
Yeah, but you know what? I want to know what the ugliness is, because that's stuff that they overcame to become what they were. That's when you hear these stories of adversity and you go, well, what the hell does that mean? I want to see those. I mean, to this day, I remain frustrated by David West saying, you guys don't know the half of it. Because we still don't know the half of it. And I think when the Warrior story is
I think we might know a little bit more now. We can infer just a touch more now.
A hair, but that's about it.
We're still guessing.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing, is to get a full and unadorned picture of this team will take 10 more years. And it's going to be done by somebody who wasn't there for the day-to-day, because that's how this gets told now.
Somebody from the 650 decided they would take time out of their day to share with us, as if we did not know, on the Xfinity mobile text line, LeBron was very good his first year. Thank you.
Well,
thank you very much.
But he's the exceptional exception.
Exactly. So you're telling me that you saw an early indication that one of the 3 undebatable greatest basketball players of all time was good? Boy, you should be a scout.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess he's raising a point that frankly is just buttressing ours, which is that those guys are preposterously rare.
Right. It's a once-in-a-generation type of player.
Yeah. It's even more spaced out than that, because when you break this down, who are the guys who hit the ground running? Wilt Chamberlain.
Kareem. Michael.
Even he had some run-up.
Run-up to playoff success.
Well,
correct, but he was like...
You could tell he was a good player, but you didn't know what he was going to be till about year 3. He looked pretty good, and I think some people thought, man, he could be special. But nobody was quite sure until it suddenly congealed for him with guys around him. Because that's the other thing that makes greatness. Being great by yourself, the most you can hope for is to be Carmelo Anthony. But to be like recognizable top 5 of all time, it takes guys around you and a coach who knows how to get the best out of you. That's why I tend to laugh when people go, well, you could just see him on the floor. You could tell he was going to be special. No, special comes.
Yeah, I'm glad I looked this up because I there was no determining how long it took for Michael Jordan in his rookie year averaged 28 a night.
No, I understand what the numbers were, but in terms of how great he was going to be, it took a couple of years. He could put up numbers, and those were a couple of bad Bulls teams, as I recall. But once he got surrounded by other guys and could play off them, then you saw the depth and breadth of his game. He was a really good individual player, but those aren't the guys who last. The guys who last are the guys who learn to incorporate other people into the thoughts of the coach and general manager, and you get an organization.
Well, and that's what Phil Jackson's, management of minds and egos was best at. He convinced Michael Jordan, someone who played as if he did not need teammates, that you need these teammates.
Then that's my point. Yeah, you could see Michael Jordan was an exceptional athlete and player, but to be a basketball player, you have to be able to play with the other 4 guys on your team and figure out the weaknesses of the other 5 guys on the team, on the opposition. I mean, that's why Michael Jordan became Michael Jordan, because he became a fully formed player, not just an athlete.
One of the great defensive players of all time as well.
You can't be a great defensive player unless you're defending someone.
True. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. When we come on back, what if I told you there was a What If Wednesday around your corner? Would you feel good about it? I hope you would, because that is indeed what is
have a choice.
Happening here on 95.7 The Game, so stay tuned. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
In Santa Clara, clear skies overnight, lows in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
The issues in local elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking these issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week I'll talk to a range of experts to give you a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballot.
I would argue that the economic anxiety has been far higher than any actual economic problems over most of that period.
KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-831-0771. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-831-0771 for free advice on your situation. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
I hope the Phoenix Suns make it to a round.
You know where this ends. Them losing before they face the Warriors.
No, I need them to face the Warriors. I want to knock out Chris Paul one more time.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
As long as Klay Thompson is a Golden State Warrior and Steve Kerr is the head coach, Klay Thompson is not coming off the bench. Full stop, period.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
They're 20 years old. Oh, well, they can just step in and be championship players. You think it's easy? It's not easy.
And Damon and and Ratto from 3 to 6.
When you got to start going to the let's count my rings while you're literally counting point totals that are drifting into the low 30s against me, you're not counting the right thing.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I can tell you, coming up next, we got Warriors Roundtable happening. Our pals Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean. I'm sure they're going to be reacting to last night's loss in Phoenix, a 2-2 start, and much, much more. Warriors Roundtable from 6 to 7 tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game, so stay tuned. To wrap up what we were talking about, somebody here from the 510, Ray, says, Ray, by your logic, Kevin Willis was great because he lasted a really long time. I mean, I don't think Ray would tell you that he was great, but anyone who wanted to tell you that Kevin Willis wasn't good would be out of their mind. You don't get a 21-year-long career without having night in value in some way, shape, or form in this league.
I have no response to that guy. I mean, I'm just going to let it go.
Here's the thing. Let me drift a little bit more into the lane of the now. And when I say the now, I mean I'm very old, so this feels like the now to me. You know, he used to get ripped all the time because he never lived up to the hype and the reputation that came out of college, which when he graduated was nothing short of the greatest college basketball player anyone had seen in modern times. Christian Laettner. Christian Laettner coming out of Duke, did more, won more, and was studlier than just about anyone who ever had a career in college. He was unbelievable. And then he was instantly declared a bum, even though during his rookie year he averaged 18 points a night. And he never really turned into Christian Laettner beyond his Duke years. But you know what Christian Laettner had? He had a 13-year-long NBA career. You wish you were a bum to the level of a 13-year-old. Ray and I will have done very, very well for ourselves if we are a kind of bum that a 13-year NBA journeyman is. Like, there are worse ways to make a living.
Joe Smith, picked first by the Warriors, wasn't extraordinary. Look how many years he played.
Well, how many?
It's 15.
Okay.
He was in the league forever, which meant he was useful to any number of teams.
Someone keeps giving him contracts.
You don't have to be great, but you have to be useful.
Remember, the worst player in any professional game that you're watching is 1,000 times better at their job than the worst person that you work with wherever you work.
Which in many cases is you.
Me?
No, not you. You know what I meant.
I know what you meant.
Don't question me. Not this close to quitting time.
By the way, I got a what if for you before we get into What If Wednesday. What if I told you that this was a really big week in London for Nathaniel Hackett? I don't know if you guys have seen the rumor that came out today. Word on the street is that Hackett could lose his job if the Broncos are to lose Sunday in London to Jacksonville. And let me just say, if that's actually the way that Denver feels about this, if there's any truth to that at all, he should be fired today. He should be fired today. To try to evaluate an entire career, whether this guy should be our coach going forward based on one day of football data points, is not how you make any long-term decision in any way that can be taken credibly. I mean, if that's true, if they really feel that way about Nathaniel Hackett should go over to England knowing that the dollar's doing very well against their currency right now and he can take himself a nice vacation.
There's a level of logic in what you're saying. But what I suspect the inference is that they're not ready to fire him yet, but they're leaning that way. And if the Broncos are as inert as they've been most of this season, they could see the new owner, and that's the key here, a brand new owner saying, no,
and if they
I'm not putting up with this
anymore. They feel that locker room is just officially already gonzo, that's something else too.
Maybe, but I don't know if that would weigh into it as much as the owner's sick of this. Because I don't know that the new owner was there when Hackett got hired.
Lucas, what do you got?
Think about how bad Nathaniel Hackett would have to be to get fired after, 7 games, when Urban Meyer just last season lasted 13 in one of the worst debacles of an NFL coaching career we've ever seen.
Imagine if Nathaniel Hackett were grabbing some blonde's rear end in Columbus, Ohio. That might be the best thing that ever happened to the Denver Broncos.
Ew. But the other thing is, remember that the guy who hired Urban Meyer is the guy who was the owner when he fired him after 13 games. It takes a lot to get an owner to admit a mistake that he himself made.
Hand selected.
Yeah, that's the guy we want. Oh my God, that's the guy we got to get rid of.
By the way, it's a home game. Jacksonville is London's team. And on that note...
And London desperately wants them to leave.
What if?
What if I told you?
Well, I tell you, Lucas, what have you cooked up for us today?
Neiman Marcus, gentlemen, is offering a day-long experience with Scottie Pippen and Scottie Pippen Jr. That includes a private dinner.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that either Scottie Pippen or Neiman Marcus were still in business, so I'm just happy for both at this point. So let's go.
They're offering a day-long experience with the two of them. That includes a private dinner, a sample of Pippen's bourbon Digits, and a signed copy of Pippen's book Unguarded. For the lovely low price of $333,000 to spend a day with the Pippens. Now, that of course begs the question, what if you were offering a day in the life of Damon Bruce or Ray Ratto? What would you do and how much would it cost?
For $15.75, I'm going to hand you the second PlayStation remote. It's a PS5, by the way. And we're going to sit there. We're going to play a little Madden. We're going to put it in the air. We're going to eat some good food. That's about it. For $15.75, you can hang out with me. Yeah, if we drift into six figures, no one's going to bid on that. At 15 cents, we might have to take 75 cents off that. For $15.
That's a steal, honestly.
For $10, I'd pay you to stay away.
Fair enough. What would the Ray Ratto experience be?
Me not answering the door when you ring the doorbell.
Ooh.
I mean, literally. Just, no, go away. We're closed.
I'm going to show up at your house one night.
Well, then I'll have to buy a Rottweiler.
With a $10 bill in my hand saying, I am here for the full experience.
No. I'd give you the 10. I'd give you the 10 to drive off. In fact, I'd give you the 10 in advance to never approach the door.
You give me $20 right now, I promise I'll never even step foot on the island of Alameda.
You're not worth $20.
Ah.
I'm offering you 10 that you didn't have to work for. Then again, you've been doing this for how many years?
But 20 means you'd only have to run into me here, which is essentially the deal we got right now.
Well, I'm running into you now, paying you nothing.
I don't think you understand the value of me not darkening your doorstep. That should be illegal.
Nobody knows it more than I do.
22. No bong rips, Damon? Look, not since the stroke. We're just going to put it in the air the good old-fashioned way. Not ripping bongs since the stroke, Ray.
What discipline.
Thank you.
What a hero of health.
Thanks to Steve Kerr and Aaron Banks. Warriors Roundtable coming up next. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machine